The national football team is playing in the World Cup. Liang Feng never expected he'd get to witness it again. But it was 2002 all over again. After a heavy night of drinking, Liang Feng woke up confused only to find himself back in 2002, watching the national team play in the World Cup once more. 3 crushing defeats. Even years later, veteran fans could still recount every painful detail. Yet this year, his junior year at university, age 21 had turned Liang Feng into a millionaire. Especially thanks to the biased refereeing by those Korean bastards, he had made a killing. Right now, Liang Feng sat comfortably in Blue Bay Bar, Tongqing's busiest spot, enjoying the World Cup final. On screen, a young Ronaldo, with his iconic off-fu haircut, danced past Germany's defense with dazzling footwork. The final score will be 0-2. After this match, my net worth will hit 50 million, Liang Feng mused, sipping his beer with a satisfied smile. At the same time, men and women in the bar were all glued to the thrilling World Cup final. Of course, some people weren't interested in football at all. They chatted among themselves, drank their beers, and enjoyed the nightlife. Among them, one stunning mature woman stood out the most. Her long, shapely legs, wrapped in black stockings, crossed elegantly, her red-soled high heels dangling. With a slight blush on her cheeks, she sipped her German dark beer, lost in her own world. Her striking beauty, mature allure, and full bust distracted many men from the game. But what captivated everyone most were her long, voluptuous legs over a meter long, encased in black stockings, stretched out beyond the bar counter, irresistibly drawing every man's gaze. Why does she look so familiar? Liang Feng frowned, put down his glass, thought for a moment and suddenly realized. This is Lin Yuxin's mom. Lin Yuxin's woman Liang Feng couldn't let go of in his previous life. The woman he had sworn to marry. The class and campus beauty of their North China University. Even in old age, balding and gray-haired, he still couldn't forget her. She remained his greatest regret in life. Thus, after his rebirth, the first thing Liang Feng wanted to do was rush to the school gate to see that Lin Yuxin, one who, in his memory, bathed in morning light, wearing a ponytail, breathtakingly beautiful. Alas, it was summer break. He had no choice but to wait. But instead of meeting Lin Yuxin, he ended up meeting her mother. I have to say, Lin Yuxin and her mom look about 70% alike except this one is the mature, married woman version. Liang Feng shrank his neck, preparing to hide. He didn't want to leave a bad impression as a bargoer in front of his future mother-in-law. This is 2002. People who hang out in bars are considered hooligans. Better slip away quickly. Just as he was about to sneak off, a bald man with a toothy grin suddenly approached Lin Yuxin's mother, saying cheerfully, "Hey there, beautiful. All alone?" He casually sat down opposite her. In 2002, the term picking up drunk girls wasn't yet popular, but the practice already existed in bars and clubs. This bald man frequented such places and had done this countless times. Seeing this gorgeous, mature woman, flushed from drinking, especially her long, shapely legs and black stockings thighs with just the right softness, calves perfectly straight, was completely mesmerized. He was determined to make his move. "Sorry, I'd like to be alone," she said, frowning and waving her hand dismissively. "What's the fun in drinking alone? Let me keep you company," the bald man grinned, refusing to leave, moving even closer. "You're clearly drowning your sorrows. You'll get drunk easily. Talking things out with someone feels better, less lonely. Come on, bro'll have a drink with you. Little sister, don't be so cold-hearted." He raised his glass with a forced smile. She glanced at him, annoyed. "I don't know you. Why should I drink with you? And you better leave now. I am in a terrible mood today." "Humph." The bald man was used to such reactions. He sneered, "You don't know who I am? I'm Bald Lou. I've got status around here. Don't make me force you. And anyway, what kind of decent person comes to a bar alone at night? Bitch, stop acting so high and mighty. How much for one night? I'll pay. Fuck off." She snapped. Already furious, she suddenly splashed her entire beer on him. Splash. The bald man was drenched, like a drowned rat. Wiping beer from his face, he exploded in rage, snarling, "You fucking bitch. Daring to splash me? I'll beat the shit out of you." His shout drew attention. People who had been watching the match turned to look. The atmosphere turned tense. Realizing she had provoked the wrong person, Lin Yuxin's mother decided to leave. She tried to stand, grab her bag, and walk away with her long legs. But the bald man grabbed her wrist tightly, spitting angrily, "You fucking slut. Think you could just walk away? Not a chance. See this? Lick it clean. Not a single drop left. Let go of me." She struggled fiercely, but couldn't break free. Under the dim bar lights, several burly men gathered around. "You dare splash our brother Lou? Looks like you're tired of living. Lick it clean for brother Lou." Bald Lou glared furiously, eyes wide, looking ready to devour her alive. He spat, "If you don't lick it clean, you're not leaving this place." "Oomph. You don't know who I am, do you?" Lin Yuxin's mother panicked completely, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Law enforcement in 2002 was better than the chaotic 80s and 90s, but still far behind later years. Thugs and ruffians were common. She had come out tonight to clear her head after a bad day, never expecting this. Panicked, she tried to reach for her Motorola T191 phone in her pocket to call the police. But one hand was trapped in Bald Lu's grip. She couldn't break free. She wanted to scream for help. Yet she knew in a place like this, full of shady characters, even if she screamed, no one would likely come to her aid. She could only struggle. Let go. Let go of me. Haha, this little wildcat's got some strength. Bald Lu laughed arrogantly, gripping her tighter. The surrounding thugs jeered. Strength is good. Brother Lu, you love strong ones, right? If you can't handle her, we'll help you out. Yeah, we'll help. We all love strong ones. They laughed and reached out their hands. Ah, she cried out in terror, utterly panicked, her eyes filled with dread. She knew she was in deep trouble. These people were beyond her power to deal with. There was no way this would end well. Chapter 2. The hero rescues his future mother-in-law beneath the dim lights of the bar. The onlookers seemed to have grown accustomed to the unfolding scene, shaking their heads in indifference as they returned to their own affairs, unbothered by the commotion. Scuffles were a common occurrence in such establishments, as long as they did not disturb one's own revelry. "Get that little vixen out of here. Let her put on a show," one burly man grumbled. "Yes, if she dares to splash me, I'll make her pay dearly today." He smirked, pulling at the soft, fair arm of his target, dragging her toward the exit. Others joined in, reaching out to assist. Once outside, in the seclusion of a dark alley, anything could transpire. Lin Yuxin's mother was utterly terrified, her body trembling involuntarily, her eyes shimmering with desperation. She wanted to cry out for help, but as a frail woman, she could hardly contend with the imposing figures surrounding her. She prepared to shout, yet all that emerged were fragmented words, her fear rendering her speechless. "Ha! Take her away, take her away." The bald man and his companions reveled in their perceived victory, their grins widening as they dragged her outside. The consequences for Lin Yuxin's mother were all too predictable. Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded, "Please, don't." Just then, a voice broke through the tension. "Annie, do you remember me?" Liang Feng approached with an innocuous demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. He navigated through the crowd, reaching Lin Yuxin's mother's side, and introduced himself with a gentle smile. "I am Liang Feng, Lin Yuxin's classmate." Liang Feng, Lin Yuxin's mother, You Siyan, blinked in surprise as recognition dawned upon her. She recalled this young man, a classmate of her daughter, someone she had encountered before. However, the awkwardness of the situation left her momentarily at a loss for words. And she muttered, "Oh, it's you, Liang Feng. I remember you. In this situation." You Siyan felt the weight of the moment. One of her delicate arms was firmly grasped by the bald man, surrounded by several burly figures. It was painfully evident that she was being bullied. At that moment, Liang Feng sprang into action, seizing the bald man's wrist with a sudden grip and forcefully pulling it away. "Auntie, you must be here to watch the World Cup final too, right? Come, let us go to my side. The view is better over there," he added with a grin. "Ronaldo is truly impressive today." He took hold of You Siyan, attempting to lead her away. In truth, Liang Feng was not fully aware of her name, having only seen her a few times. He had made a point to remember her as Lin Yuxin's mother out of affection for his classmate. His intervention was motivated by a desire to make a good impression on his future mother-in-law, and with newfound confidence stemming from his financial success. He yearned to right wrongs and perform acts of chivalry. Despite the disparity in strength, his sudden assault was enough to momentarily disarm the bald man. The bald giant regained his composure and abruptly blocked Liang Feng's path, cursing, "Who the hell are you, you little brat? What business do you have meddling in Brother Lu's affairs?" Indeed, who was he? Damn it, one careless moment almost allowed you to slip through the cracks. Just moments ago, Liang Feng had intruded inexplicably, calling out Auntie, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Now, witnessing Liang Feng's attempt to take away the alluring You Siyan, they were incensed. Their eyes widened with fury as they encircled both Liang Feng and You Siyan. One of the men swiftly swung a fist, exclaiming, "I'll beat you to a pulp, you little brat, for trying to show off." In the presence of a stunning woman like You Siyan, they hesitated to act openly. Yet they paid no heed to Liang Feng, the audacious boy who had intruded. Fortunately, Liang Feng was prepared, leaning back just in time to evade the blow. Startled, You Siyan shrank behind him, hurriedly warning him. At that moment, Liang Feng became her sole lifeline, though he seemed rather inadequate as a savior. She found herself with no other allies and timidly cowered behind him. Yet, feeling the weight of her adulthood, she thought it inappropriate to let a child take the hits for her, stepping forward to shield Liang Feng and confront the situation herself. However, Liang Feng firmly grasped her arm, keeping her behind him as he faced their aggressors alone. This left her astounded, feeling as if she had transformed into his little woman. The reality, however, was that she was his elder. This stark contrast compelled her to reevaluate the youth before her. Liang Feng stood tall, holding her hand, exuding a calm demeanor and a smile as he faced the burly men without a trace of fear. For You Siyan, with her life experiences, this was utterly astonishing. She had never encountered such a person. Liang Feng, don't be reckless, she cautioned. Auntie, don't worry, I'm not being reckless. I'm fine, he replied with a gentle smile. Facing the bald giant and his companions, he remarked, before you make a move, shouldn't you first inquire as to who I am? Don't find yourselves regretting your rashness later. Upon hearing this, the bald giant and his companions were momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Liang Feng from head to toe. He appeared merely a boy, yet the composure he displayed was far beyond that of an ordinary youth. In such a tense situation, he remained unruffled, which caused them to hesitate, assessing him more carefully. Who the hell are you? They questioned. Yes, who is your father? The other men chimed in, their fists ready. Each was struck by Liang Feng's aura, feeling as though he might be the scion of a significant figure. Even those surrounding them shared the same sentiment. Observing this young man boldly standing against 5 or 6 burly men, seasoned in bar brawls, and exhibiting such audacity, they couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. This included You Siyan, who was equally astonished, completely forgetting that he was merely a classmate of her daughter. However, she felt a sense of security as the young man shielded her behind him, instilling a profound sense of trust. Unconsciously, she grasped Liang Feng's hand tightly, retreating behind him. Embracing the role of one under his protection, this sensation provided her with great assurance. Who am I? Hee, your father. Who's my dad? Hee, your grandfather. Do I need to remind you who my grandfather is, your ancestor? Liang Feng huffed in response. The bald man, feeling humiliated, instantly erupted in rage, cursing. You think you can play me for a fool? Beat him. This time, the other burly men could no longer restrain themselves and prepared to act. A startled gasp escaped You Siyan as she realized that this time, Liang Feng was surely going to face a beating, and she feared she would not escape unscathed either. Chapter 3. Prearranged inside the Blue Harbor Bar, under dim lighting, the atmosphere was tense with hostility. Suddenly, Liang Feng smiled at the figure entering from a distance, saying, Brother Chen, you're here. What should we do about this matter? Ah, young Master Liang. The bar owner, known as Chen Qianqian, exclaimed. You dare to touch young Master Liang? I will end you. He glared at the bald man, commanding, You lot, get out of my bar. How dare you cause trouble here? Seeking death. Chen Qianqian, in his 40s, was undoubtedly a figure of respect within this circle. He had been summoned by the staff upon Liang Feng's prior notification, leading to this dramatic scene. Their rapport stemmed from Liang Feng introducing him to lucrative gambling opportunities, making Chen Qianqian an unwitting benefactor. Thus, when he witnessed this commotion in his establishment, he could not afford to let it tarnish his reputation. He strode forward, vehemently rebuking. You dare lay a finger on young Master Liang, my esteemed guest? I will not hesitate to end you. Get out of here now. As he approached, the bald man and his associates exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend Liang Feng's connection to Chen Qianqian. Brother Chen, what is this? Foolish bald man. Didn't I tell you to inquire about the young master's background before laying a hand on anyone? Liang Feng raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, asserting, Get out. How dare you? The bald man seethed, clutching his face, still eager to retaliate. But Chen Qianqian had already arrived, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. I told you to leave. Liang Feng is showing you respect by sparing you. Don't overestimate your worth. If you don't leave, I'll break a leg. I'll go. The bald man, realizing he could not provoke Chen Qianqian, quickly acquiesced, bowing and smiling as he said, Brother Chen, I had no idea this young master was your esteemed guest. I admit my ignorance. I will leave at once. With a wave of his hand, he departed in disgrace, accompanied by his bewildered companions. A conflict has been resolved, and the majority of individuals have come to understand the situation. Liang Feng is a friend of Chen Qianqian, the bar owner. However, the title Young Master Liang adds an air of mystery, compelling onlookers to continue their observation. Who exactly is this young Master Liang? Liang Feng regarded the matter as he had initially orchestrated, resolving it smoothly, and breathed a sigh of relief, smiling politely as he said, "Thank you, Brother Chen. Young Master Liang, you are far too courteous." Chen San replied with a hearty laugh, adding, "In my territory, how could I allow you to be wronged? Haha. If you are still displeased, I can summon that fool to let you slap him a few times to vent your frustration. But enough of that. I am a bigger person and will not stoop to the level of such insignificant riffraff." Liang Feng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. At just over 20 years of age, he found it amusing that the bald man, Lu, must be over 35. Who, indeed, was the adult and who was the child? Yet, at this moment, Liang Feng was the adult and Lu the child, who slunk away in defeat. Chen Sen laughed heartily once more, observing the scene, and said, "All right, young Master Liang. Continue your enjoyment without concern for these trivial matters. That little wretch won't dare trouble you again." He cast a glance at You Siyan, who was sheltered behind Liang Feng, a playful smile crossing his face as he mused about the allure of powerful figures and their penchant for charming young women. With a nod, he took his leave, bidding, "Enjoy yourself, young master." Liang Feng nodded in response. As Chen San departed, You Siyan stood in astonishment, rubbing her eyes, feeling as though the unfolding scene was somewhat surreal. She knew Liang Feng. He was a classmate of her daughter. Yet now, he seemed unfamiliar, almost distant, and it took her a moment to regain her composure before stammering. "Liang Feng, you. Don't worry, auntie, everything is fine," Liang Feng replied with a gentle smile, reverting to his harmless demeanor. However, the intense gazes surrounding him were somewhat disconcerting. He quickly suggested, "Auntie, shall we sit down and chat?" "All right," You Siyan nodded, returning to her seat. Under the dim, somewhat suggestive lighting of the blue harbor, Liang Feng gazed at the beautiful woman before him, her ample curves and long legs exuding a captivating allure. He couldn't help but think how no wonder that bald man had caused a ruckus. She was indeed a rare gem. Yet, despite his contemplation, he could not recall her name. It was, after all, quite normal. Who remembers the names of their classmates' mothers? If she hadn't borne such a striking resemblance to Lin Yuxin, Liang Feng might have failed to recognize her altogether. He continued to address her as auntie. "Auntie, is your hand injured?" No, You Siyan replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she waved her hand dismissively. She had recently gone through a divorce due to her husband's infidelity. Now that it was over, she felt more carefree and liberated, yet she feared the impact it would have on her daughter. Unsure of how to explain the situation to her child, she had ventured out to clear her mind, inadvertently stumbling into this bar and encountering such an unexpected event. At this moment, glancing at her daughter's classmate, she spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "Liang Feng, I've heard Reign Xian speak of you, mentioning your excellent academic performance and your amiable nature. However, today you seem rather fierce, scaring everyone away. I must say, you've truly impressed me. Annie, this bar belongs to my cousin, which gives me a bit more courage. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to be so bold." Liang Feng replied with a chuckle, then inquired, "Auntie, you are here to watch the game, aren't you?" Yes." You Siyan could only nod vaguely. In 2002, societal views were still relatively conservative. Those who frequented bars were often deemed unsavory characters, especially a woman venturing into one alone at night, which could lead to unflattering judgments. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She hastily added, "I came here to avoid disturbing Reign Xian while she studies." "Oh, and thank you for earlier, and please extend my gratitude to your cousin." "There's no need for that," Liang Feng replied nonchalantly, taking a sip from his beer glass. You Siyan felt a sense of confusion, as if the reality before her was somewhat surreal. The person Liang Feng referred to as his cousin, whom she had heard being addressed as young Master Liang with such courtesy, left her puzzled. Furthermore, Liang Feng's calm demeanor in such a situation struck her as reminiscent of someone accustomed to the streets. She had many questions swirling in her mind, yet she found herself at a loss for words, particularly given the awkwardness of being protected by such a young boy. As an aunt, it felt rather humiliating. She could only retreat into her drink, stealing glances at the handsome young man before her, whose vibrant lips and white teeth, along with his tall and striking stature, radiated a captivating charm. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing why her daughter often spoke of him. He truly was an exceptional young man. A tinge of envy washed over her, wishing her daughter could encounter such a remarkable individual at her age, unlike her own past choices. With a heavy heart, she pondered why her own life had to be so arduous. Chapter 4. The beautiful aunt is drugged in her youth. You Siyan was renowned far and wide. A celebrated beauty with enchanting looks, a melodious voice, and a captivating figure, attracting countless admirers, including many elite young men of the time. Ultimately, she chose Lin Yuxin, Reign Xian's father, a seemingly honest man who turned out to be a deceitful scoundrel. Reflecting on this, anger surged within her. How could she have chosen him? After recently establishing a coal washing plant and earning some money, he began to indulge in reckless behavior, even caught in bed with another woman. You Siyan clearly saw that the girl, despite her youth, was inferior to her in every aspect. Yet sometimes, men are drawn to the allure of the unfamiliar, even when the comforts of home are alluring. Unable to tolerate this betrayal, she endured the emotional turmoil for over 6 months before finally deciding to divorce him. Now, she found herself alone, yearning to put those distressing memories behind her. Fortunately, she exhaled deeply, raised her glass, and with a touch of nonchalance, remarked with a smile. The bald man just now spoke nothing but nonsense, yet he uttered one truth. Drinking alone is rather dull. Come, let us share a drink. Liang Feng lifted his glass, but interjected, however, there's one thing. You must not mention today's incident to You Siyan, understood? Rest assured, Auntie. I am well aware of what can and cannot be said, Liang Feng replied with courtesy, raising his glass. Auntie, may you remain eternally beautiful. You little rascal. You certainly know how to flatter, You Siyan said with a playful smile, lifting her glass and downing its contents in one go. However, after finishing, she suddenly sensed that the taste of the liquor was amiss. Smacking her lips, she found it overly bitter, distinctly different from before. Yet, she dismissed the thought. She extended her shapely legs, adorned in black stockings, and with her large, expressive eyes, gazed at the tall and handsome young man before her, laughing as she said, Liang Feng, I must admit, the way you shielded me earlier was quite gallant. Any young girl witnessing that would undoubtedly fall head over heels for you. Unable to extricate herself for a lifetime. Auntie, that's quite an exaggeration. Liang Feng observed her melancholic demeanor and engaged her in conversation. You Siyan playfully wiggled her delicate fingers in front of him, insisting, No, it's not an exaggeration at all. You were genuinely impressive just now, so manly. I felt a profound sense of security, not to mention what those young girls must have felt. She continued, by the way, weren't you afraid they might strike you? I certainly was. Liang Feng chuckled and pointed to a distant waiter, explaining, well, you see, when I noticed you were in distress, I had already discreetly informed the waiter to alert my cousin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the courage to intervene so boldly. So, Auntie, you have truly misjudged my bravery. Oh, I see now. I was wondering how you arrived so conveniently, You Siyan remarked, her eyes lighting up with realization. However, she added, nevertheless, this only emphasizes your cunning and bravery. Auntie is beginning to see you in a new light. Indeed, you possess both courage and strategy, rather than acting impulsively. For someone so young, your calmness in the face of adversity is truly commendable. She continued to praise him with a warm smile, saying, in my lifetime, I have encountered many men, yet few possess your qualities. Thus, my compliments are heartfelt and sincere. Yet, as she spoke, a wave of warmth surged through her abdomen, distinctly different from earlier. Furrowing her brows, she involuntarily shook her head, as her consciousness began to blur. Liang Feng, perceptive to her change, inquired, Annie, are you unwell? Yes, a bit. It might be the smoke from all the smokers here, making me feel a bit suffocated. Why don't you stay here for now? We can chat again when the opportunity arises. You Siyan felt a warmth enveloping her, her head spinning, and her body discomfort as she prepared to leave for some fresh air, wishing to avoid any further embarrassment. She picked up her bag and pulled out 100 yuan, saying, young man, today I shall treat you, as a token of gratitude for your assistance in rescuing me. As she was about to step outside, her vision blurred and she stumbled, unable to maintain her balance. Liang Feng, quick-witted and agile, stepped forward to support her, saying, Auntie, have you had too much to drink? Allow me to escort you outside for some fresh air. It should help. Feeling increasingly unwell, You Siyan ambled out into the street outside the bar. The moon was bright, and the stars shone vividly, while the sounds of revelry echoed everywhere. Each bar was packed with patrons engrossed in the World Cup final. Liang Feng steadied You Siyan, whose legs felt weak as they walked along the bustling bar street. The summer breeze of late June wafted gently around them. Rather than feeling rejuvenated, You Siyan only felt worse. She had come to a realization. It was undoubtedly the bald man who had slipped something into her drink. Therefore, she needed to return home promptly to avoid any serious repercussions. Liang Feng, could you please call a taxi for me? I need to get home urgently, she urged. Sure. Liang Feng replied, quickly hailing a taxi. Auntie, please get in. You have been a great help today, Liang Feng. Without you, I cannot imagine how things might have turned out. She expressed her gratitude as she settled into the back seat. However, her discomfort intensified. Glancing at the taxi driver, a middle-aged man with a disreputable air, she felt a surge of panic and said, Liang Feng, please stay with me and accompany me home. I'm not feeling well. All right, Liang Feng responded, pausing momentarily before joining her in the cab. Driver, take us to Reborn community. As Liang Feng entered the vehicle, You Siyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Driver, could you please speed up? She murmured, gritting her teeth. The driver replied apathetically, There's heavy traffic. If I could go faster, I would. No use in saying it. Liang Feng then produced 100 yuan, tossing it to the front, and said, Forget the meter. Keep the change. Now, that's a deal. The taxi driver grinned upon seeing the money, accelerating sharply and weaving through traffic. Chapter 5. Everything seems so natural, Auntie. It's all right. We'll be home shortly, Liang Feng reassured her, having discerned the situation. He nodded, hoping she could hold on until they reached her residence. Once they were home, everything would be manageable. Liang Feng, do you know what is wrong with me? She whispered, her eyes pleading as she gazed at him. Liang Feng, with a sense of resignation, nodded and said, Yes, I've heard my cousin mention it. It seems likely. His words conveyed everything. In that moment, You Siyan felt as if a weight had been lifted, grasping Liang Feng's hand tightly. Liang Feng, momentarily taken aback, became lost in thought. The taxi driver, understanding the situation, chuckled, found a side street, skillfully parked the car, and said with a grin, 300 yuan, not a penny less. He then walked away, lighting a cigarette. Half an hour later, Liang Feng retrieved 300 yuan and called out to the returning driver, Driver, take us back to Blue Harbor Bar. No, wait. Let us go to Steel City Community instead. All right, wherever you say, we shall go, the taxi driver chuckled as he maneuvered the vehicle out of the alley, glancing around only to find that the woman had already fled into the distance. He shook his head with a smile, understanding without uttering a word. They proceeded toward the Steel City Community. Liang Feng rolled down the window, allowing the summer breeze to caress his body. He too felt somewhat entranced, lost in a reverie. How should he proceed? With a sigh of discontent, he took a drag from his cigarette, his face etched with worry. His thoughts were a chaotic jumble, darting haphazardly in every direction. His life plan post-rebirth had been utterly thrown into disarray. He had never anticipated such a scene would unfold in this lifetime. Yet here it was, undeniably real, eliciting yet another long sigh from him. Chapter 6. Youth is like a storm. Tang City is a place where heavy industry thrives, with the steel industry serving as its primary economic pillar. Consequently, there are many children of steelworkers, and Liang Feng is one of them. His parents both work at the Tang City steel plant. The Steel City community where he resides is a housing benefit allocated to employees of the steelworks. At this moment, as the morning sun spills into his room, his parents have long since left for work. Liang Feng sits alone, gazing aimlessly at his surroundings, still in a daze, scarcely able to believe he has traversed time. In a decade, this place will be demolished and transformed into a blank slate. By then, Liang Feng will have moved away. Yet he still deliberately returns to witness the giant locust tree outside his window, a tree that holds countless childhood memories. At this moment, he finds it perplexing. Has he truly crossed over, or has he entered another dimension, or perhaps a parallel universe? Shaking his head, he reflects that the transformation from a corpulent, unkempt man back to a youthful figure in his 20s fills him with exhilaration and joy, though he has been in this world for over half a month. When he finds solitude to contemplate, disbelief still washes over him. Unable to resist, he leans towards the window to gaze at the azure sky, contemplating that if some celestial being is indeed assisting him, he must express his gratitude. Therefore, this lifetime must not be squandered. He has meticulously crafted a detailed plan for his life, step by step, to fulfill all his aspirations. However, despite the careful planning, unforeseen events can still occur, such as everything that transpired last night. The mere thought of it sends a wave of frustration through him. Life is rife with complexities. Alas, even in rebirth, one cannot escape. Last night, he dreamt of You Siyan, leaving him speechless. Beneath his youthful exterior lies an old soul, which makes him yearn for the voluptuous, alluring figure of a mature woman with a graceful visage. Ah, this cursed infatuation with mature women. He shook his head in a resigned yet amused manner. Fortunately, he firmly tapped his forehead, vowing not to let his mind wander further. He would leave this matter to time, hoping to gradually forget. He picked up the notebook and pen from his desk, turned to a fresh page, and began to compose his diary. June 30th, 2002, Brazil triumphed over Germany. And I savored a succulent peach. He smiled to himself, closed the notebook, and dismissed the thought. However, deep within the drawer, he discovered another notebook. Dusting it off, he couldn't help but chuckle. How flamboyant I was back in 2002. And look, there's a lyrics notebook as well. Life amidst this era's Liang Feng had slipped his memory. Back when the internet had yet to permeate society, he would scribble lyrics from cassette covers and transcribe poetry from magazines. It was a pastime cherished by any slightly artistic youth. Liang Feng was no exception. He wondered what his 20-something self had penned, with a smile gracing his lips. He opened the first page, revealing Su Wei's the you of the past. Once I dreamed of wielding a sword and traversing the world, witnessing the splendor of life. In my youth, I often acted with a certain recklessness. Now you roam the seas as your home, he murmured, recalling his ambitions. He pondered. If he wished to become a singer, that aspiration would surely be within reach. Suddenly, he remembered how he had once pleaded with his mother to buy him a guitar, yearning to play beautifully. Yet it wasn't until he was nearing graduation in college that he finally picked it up and earnestly learned to play. At this moment, he felt a surge of nostalgia and began rummaging through his belongings until he unearthed a nearly new Lavis guitar. My heavens, I had completely forgotten about this Lavis. Liang Feng caressed the instrument, seated at his desk with his legs crossed, flipping through his lyrics notebook when a song titled Flowing with the Current caught his eye. He plucked the strings, singing softly to himself, unaware if there was an end in sight. He only knew that the passage of time would never reverse. Each tear, accompanied by every dream, had slipped away unnoticed as he sang and strummed. Liang Feng suddenly had an epiphany. In his past life, he had floated downstream, wandering through the ocean of time, completing his existence in a haze. So what of this life? He resolved to swim against the current, to fulfill all his dreams. Yes, to rise against the tide and not squander this life. With a grin, he continued to strum the strings. Just then, a voice erupted from the window. Hey Liang, when did you learn to play the guitar? A head poked in, belonging to Liang Feng's close friend, Wang Shan. Wang Shan, tall and plump with a round face dotted with acne, urged him with a sense of urgency. Hurry and open the door. It's scorching out here. You startled me. Liang Feng retorted, setting down the guitar to open the door. In their dual-income household, the place was mostly empty at this hour. Wang Shan entered with the familiarity of returning to his own home, changed into slippers, and swaggered into Liang Feng's room, collapsing onto the bed. With a teasing tone, he remarked, Liang, I've noticed you've been acting a bit odd lately. Turns out you've been secretly learning the guitar. How flamboyant of you. As he lay on the bed, he couldn't resist touching his own acne. Liang Feng gazed at his longtime companion, who had aged yet still engaged in fishing, playing cards, and sharing amusing banter with him, and chuckled, Your acne seems to be worsening. Indeed, I developed a few more after eating fish yesterday, but it's nothing to worry about. My mother assured me it will be gone by the time I turn 24. Wang Shan suddenly sat up and inquired, By the way, what song were you just playing? It sounded delightful. Let us talk about you first. What brings you here? Liang Feng rummaged through the refrigerator and handed him a bottle of energy drink, saying, About that acne, I must tell you, if you don't take proper care, you might still have it in your 30s. Nonsense. Who still has acne in their 30s? Wang Shan rolled his eyes, accepted the drink, and chuckled, You're thoughtful. You know I love this drink. After gulping down several sips, he exclaimed, Feng Yin invited us to her place to hang out, and she mentioned lunch there. Huh, Lin Yuxin is coming too. Upon hearing Lin Yuxin's name, Liang Feng froze momentarily. Wang Shan sprang up, grinning, I knew you had a thing for Lin Yuxin. So are you confessing? Sigh. Liang Feng let out a deep sigh. Chapter 7. Reuniting with Lin Yuxin. If this were yesterday, Liang Feng would have been trembling with excitement at the prospect of seeing Lin Yuxin again. a chance to rectify the greatest regret of his past life. It was the one thing he yearned for most in this existence. Yet now, he sighed and remarked, "Why would she travel all this way just for the four of us?" The underlying intention was more than mere camaraderie. Wang Shan laughed, took another sip of his drink, and elaborated, "Didn't TR Steel Factory just receive a new director from the headquarters? His daughter is the same age as us and is coming to Huabei University as an exchange student. Feng Yin's mother works in the factory's living department. And under the pretext of helping the girl meet some classmates, she arranged for her to come, all to curry favor with the director. By the way, her name is Zhang Hongyao. What were her parents thinking? Why name her after a medicinal herb instead of something more conventional?" As he spoke, he tilted his head back and drank heartily. "Ah, it's her." Liang Feng suddenly recalled this girl. However, she had transferred after just half a semester, and they had shared no further connection. As for this gathering, he had forgotten whether it would happen. All he remembered was that the girl was tall, slender, and remarkably beautiful, rivaling Lin Yuxin. She had stirred quite a commotion at school. Years later, he heard that Zhang Hongyao had moved abroad and never returned. And her family background was said to be quite prestigious, her mother a diplomat, and her father eventually became the chairman of the main company. He never anticipated such a reunion. "All right, let us change our clothes quickly. Dress sharply. Let us make an impression on Lin Yuxin," Wang Shan urged, giving him a playful shove. Liang Feng found himself in a state of bemusement, eager to exclaim, "Why the haste from the eunuchs when the emperor remains unruffled?" Wang Shan, with a playful grin, added, "Once you win over Lin Yuxin, have her introduce her friend Yuan Xia to me. Just imagine, we could both escape singlehood together." Liang Feng gave a thumbs up, chuckling heartily as he went to change his clothes. However, memories of the previous night with You Siyan flooded back, leaving him in a perplexed state of laughter and tears. Feng Yan, Liang Feng, and Wang Shan were childhood friends from elementary and middle school, later reuniting at the same university. It had become second nature for him to visit her home. The conditions at Feng Yan's household were notably superior to both Liang Feng's and Wang Shan's, featuring a lavishly decorated three-bedroom apartment. Upon entering, one was greeted by a solid wood screen adorned with traditional Chinese ornaments. This time, in honor of the general manager's daughter. The place had been meticulously tidied, appearing even more pristine. As Liang Feng and Wang Shan stepped inside, they were met with Feng Yan's sweet smile as she beckoned. "Liang Feng, Wang Shan, why are you so late? Lin Yuxin and the others arrived before you, and they live farther away." "Lin Yuxin is already here?" Wang Shan chuckled, nudging Liang Feng playfully. Liang Feng changed his shoes and made his way inside, only to catch sight of Lin Yuxin seated quietly on the living room sofa. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her. She was attired in a simple yet elegant white blouse with embroidered edges and a chic black waist-cinching dress, her long, fair legs exposed, her eyes shimmering with shyness, and a smile gracing her lips as she glanced in his direction. With her exquisite oval face, high-bridged nose, and cherry-like lips, she blinked her large, expressive eyes, locking gazes with Liang Feng. "Liang Feng, you've arrived." She greeted him with a smile, waving her hand warmly. Liang Feng's heart raced with excitement. He had envisioned this moment countless times in his dreams, never anticipating that time could indeed flow backward. She remained as enchanting as ever. Yet, upon seeing her, Liang Feng's thoughts drifted to the woman in the taxi, their faces melding in his mind, abruptly pulling him back to reality and slightly dampening his exhilaration. He merely nodded, saying, "Yuxin, you're here quite early." Realizing his words felt awkward, he quickly added, "Yuxin, it's truly wonderful to see you again." Noticing an empty seat beside her, he gratefully settled down. Lin Yuxin's cheeks flushed, feeling shy around her secret crush. Her shyness intensified as he took a seat. Wang Shan, observing the scene with delight, exclaimed, "Liang Feng, nice move. You've gone straight for it." With a mischievous grin, he added, "I'm off to play on the computer." "Feng Yan, is your computer on?" "Yes, it is." "Go ahead. Chen Feng is in there," Feng Yan replied. Wang Shan chuckled and dashed away. Liang Feng, captivated by the 20-something Lin Yuxin, couldn't he help but express his awe. "Yuxin, you are truly beautiful in your early 20s. Lin Yuxin felt Liang Feng's comments were rather peculiar and, fearing the attention of those around them, quickly retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's not as if I just turned 21 today. Aren't you also 21? "Indeed. I too am 21. We are both 21, Liang Feng remarked as he sought to initiate a conversation. "By the way, I inquired about you the other day and was told you've been confined at home, immersed in your studies. What brings you out today? Lin Yuxin extended her delicate fingers, offering a slice of watermelon to Liang Feng, and replied, my mother is particularly cheerful today, so she didn't insist on my studying. She granted me a day off, allowing me the opportunity to come out. Your mother is particularly cheerful? Under ordinary circumstances, Liang Feng would not have given it much thought. However, at this moment, he was struck with astonishment and quickly asked, are you certain your mother is particularly cheerful? Of course, Lin Yuxin nodded with a smile. I'm not sure why, but since she returned home last night, she has been in high spirits. She even played music while taking a shower, which is quite rare for her these past 2 years. Yet last night, she suddenly decided to play some tunes. This morning, she was also in a good mood, humming while preparing breakfast. Chapter 8. Lin Yuxin's mother is cheerful. Goodness gracious, Liang Feng thought to himself. A flood of confusion washing over him. Her newfound joy began last night, coinciding with their separation. Liang Feng felt a wave of melancholy as the realization dawned upon him. Lin Yuxin, noticing his expression, blinked her large eyes and cast him a curious glance. By the way, I mentioned my mother is cheerful. And yet you seem to be sighing. What with that expression? Oh, nothing at all. Liang Feng managed a faint smile, dismissively waving his hand. In a hushed tone, Lin Yuxin confided, Liang Feng, I must tell you something, but please don't share it with anyone. My parents are going through a divorce. My father has moved out. And my mother was so happy last night that I suspect she met him. I have a feeling their relationship might be rekindling. With a raised eyebrow and a playful smile, she savored her watermelon. Liang Feng scratched his head, contemplating the implications of her words. Your father and mother have long since divorced. If your mother is happy, it might be because she has found a new partner. And that partner could very well be me. The thought overwhelmed him. What a predicament. His intentions had merely been to make a good impression on his potential future mother-in-law. Yet he found himself entangled in such a complex situation. Regardless, his mood remained relatively unaffected. With the wisdom of experience, he found solace in the notion of You Siyan. Unbeknownst to him, such a scene unfolded. Liang Feng, somewhat irritated, continued to eat his watermelon. Meanwhile, others in the room had found familiar faces to converse with, creating a lively atmosphere. Feng Yan's home computer became a gathering point for the boys, while the girls chattered excitedly about various gossip. Only Liang Feng and Lin Yuxin, a boy and a girl, engaged in their own conversation. Feng Yan, eager to tease the pair, had long sensed their mutual attraction and sought to seize this opportunity to bring them closer together. Liang Feng, why don't you join Wang Shan and Chen Feng for some computer games? She approached with a playful smile. Liang Feng, grinning, replied, Isn't it obvious? I haven't seen my classmate Yuxin in ages. I simply missed her. Oh, your classmate Yuxin? What exactly is your relationship with her? Feng Yan teased, covering her mouth in amusement. Lin Yuxin's other good friend, Yuan Xiao, also approached, giggling and inquiring. So, what is your relationship? Oh, Liang Feng, you're so annoying. What nonsense are you talking? Lin Yuxin blushed deeply and playfully shoved Liang Feng. Liang Feng chuckled heartily, preparing to shatter this veil of ambiguity. For he was well aware of Lin Yuxin's affections for him. However, before he could utter a word, the phone rang, abruptly halting all conversation. In 2002, having a telephone at home was a privilege not afforded by ordinary families, highlighting the superior circumstances of Feng Yan's household. She quickly interjected, let us not talk for a moment, as she rushed to answer the call, politely asking, may I ask who is calling? The others could not hear the response, so they resumed their seats, refraining from further laughter. Feng Yan listened attentively, then responded, oh, Auntie, hello? Yes. All right, I'll have Yuxin take the call. She then called out to Lin Yuxin, Yuxin, it's your mother. Lin Yuxin paused, her large eyes blinking in surprise. Her mind racing with questions. Why was her mother calling at this hour? Upon arriving at Feng Yan's home, she had already used their phone to inform her mother of her safety, and her mother was aware of the telephone here. The sudden call left her feeling a bit irritable. Everyone was having such a good time, and she had already assured her mother that she would return by 4 p.m. Why the call now? She sighed in annoyance, but with so many eyes upon her, she felt compelled to answer. Reluctantly, she approached the phone and asked, Mom, what is the matter? Her mother, You Siyan, responded with a tone of resignation. Yuxin, I didn't mean to interrupt your fun, but I accidentally twisted my ankle and can't move. I need you to come home and help me get to the hospital. She added, your aunt is at work and can't leave, and I'm in too much pain to manage on my own. I'm really sorry for the trouble. Lin Yuxin's heart tightened, and she quickly replied, Mom, don't worry, I'll come back right away. After hanging up, she noticed the stunned expressions on her friends' faces. Feng Yan promptly asked, Yuxin, what happened? Is everything all right? Lin Yuxin sighed helplessly. My mom twisted her ankle and is home alone. She wants me to take her to the hospital. Hearing this, everyone nodded in concern. Oh no, that sounds serious. You should hurry back. Yes, Yuxin, quickly call a cab. They no longer insisted on her staying and rose to see her off. Today, as planned, was to meet the future transfer student, Zhang Hongyao. The gathering had been arranged by Feng Yan, ostensibly to help her get acquainted with students from North China University, ensuring she wouldn't be friendless upon starting school. In reality, it was merely Feng Yan's attempt to forge connections with the factory director's family, resulting in an assembly largely composed of steel mill offspring. Liang Feng and Wang Shan were among them. Earlier, upon realizing it was You Siyan on the line, Liang Feng had been taken aback, but now, hearing about the twisted ankle, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction, secretly reflecting, You Siyan, you little minx. You must have been enjoying yourself too much to suffer this misfortune. Serves you right. Feng Yan escorted Lin Yuxin to the door and remarked, Yuxin, returning alone might prove too challenging for you to assist your mother. Even if you could manage, it would still be troublesome. How about this? She glanced into the house, her eyes lighting up as she spotted Liang Feng. With a smile, she called out, Liang Feng, here's your chance to shine. Accompany Yuxin home. Internally, Liang Feng was overwhelmed with a flurry of thoughts. What? Me? Just yesterday, I had a rather awkward encounter with her mother. Meeting again today would be exceedingly uncomfortable. He stood frozen, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Upon hearing this arrangement, Lin Yuxin felt quite pleased. Going back alone would be futile, as she would struggle to support her mother. The prospect of Liang Feng's assistance was reassuring. However, noticing that Liang Feng remained still, her brows furrowed, sensing his reluctance. Feng Yan was equally surprised. Liang Feng was usually quick-witted. He had always been attentive when Lin Yuxin was in need. So what was amiss today? Liang Feng. Go help Yuxin, she urged. Oh, right, Liang Feng replied, shaking off his stupor. Yet, the thought of encountering You Siyan again filled him with trepidation. Nevertheless, he rationalized that perhaps a little teasing would be in order, and said, Yuxin, wait for me. I'll accompany you. Chapter 10. A reunion with You Siyan in a flash. Liang Feng and Lin Yuxin dashed downstairs and hailed a taxi. On the way, Lin Yuxin pouted, clearly displeased, and with hands on her hips, she huffed. Are you hoping to see that Zhang Hongyao, which is why you're reluctant to come with me? Not at all. I was just momentarily lost in thought, and didn't hear Feng Yan calling me. Liang Feng gently reassured her. Who is Zhang Hongyao? I have no interest in meeting her. I only wish to see you. He added playfully. I truly was distracted and didn't catch what Feng Yan said. Then why not take the initiative? Why wait for Feng Yan to call you? Lin Yuxin rolled her eyes, still not entirely pleased. Understood, this will not happen again. Just watch how I perform. Liang Feng raised an eyebrow with a grin. Ordinarily, his mature demeanor would not allow such childishness. Yet in the presence of the youthful Lin Yuxin, he found himself unwittingly regressing to a more innocent state. Just remember to give a good account of yourself when we arrive, Lin Yuxin warned, casting a glance at him. Rest assured, I will certainly put on a good show. Liang Feng responded, secretly plotting to tease her mother upon their meeting, hoping to leave her flustered and discombobulated. Upon reaching You Siyan's residence, Lin Yuxin retrieved her keys and whispered a cautionary note as she unlocked the door. Once inside, be careful with your words. My mother is quite astute. Understood. Liang Feng nodded, his anticipation building at the thought of seeing You Siyan, imagining her shock upon laying eyes on him. With a click, the door swung open, and Liang Feng followed Lin Yuxin inside. The first sight that greeted him was You Siyan, lounging on the sofa in a delicate camisole, grimacing in discomfort as she cradled her sore feet. Her long hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, exposing her porcelain collarbone and a graceful neck reminiscent of a graceful swan. At this moment, the atmosphere was charged with unspoken tension. A beam of sunlight cascaded upon her, imparting an ethereal quality, rendering her almost goddess-like. Mother, are you all right? Lin Yuxin rushed over, her shoes forgotten in her haste. It's nothing serious, just a sprained ankle, You Siyan replied, unable to move due to the pain. The sight of her daughter brought her a sense of relief, as though salvation had arrived. To her surprise, a young man followed closely behind. Initially taken aback, She craned her neck for a better view, only to be struck dumb upon recognizing Liang Feng from the previous night. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated encountering him in such a situation, particularly in her current state of attire, her nightgown, delicate and sheer. Blushing furiously, she fidgeted, tugging down her dress. Lin Yuxin, however, was unperturbed, introducing them with ease. "Mother, this is my classmate, Liang Feng, whom I mentioned to you. I was concerned about managing alone with your ankle, so I invited him to help." After glancing at her mother's scant clothing, Lin Yuxin felt a twinge of embarrassment and hurried into the inner room to fetch something for You Siyan to wear, draping it over her shoulders. Lin Yuxin, oblivious to the awkwardness enveloping the two, cheerfully continued, "Liang Feng, this is my mother. Speak to her." "Oh, hello, Auntie," Liang Feng greeted, adopting the demeanor of a well-behaved child, exuding an air of innocence, reminiscent of their first encounter. Hello," You Siyan replied, shyly avoiding his gaze, her response barely audible. The atmosphere was so laden with discomfort that one could almost wish to excavate a 3-bedroom apartment with their feet. In Chapter 11, An Awkward Reunion, Lin Yuxin observed her mother's foot, swollen and bruised, and inquired with concern, "Does it still hurt?" You Siyan could only nod in resignation. "We should go to the hospital," Lin Yuxin declared as she prepared to leave, then paused to ask, "By the way, Mother, why didn't you call Dad? Didn't you two reconcile last night?" Inside, You Siyan thought, "Reconcile? We are divorced." Yet, she could not voice this to her daughter, so she replied evasively, "I simply don't wish to deal with him." "You too." Lin Yuxin sighed, turning to Liang Feng, "Don't just stand there, help my mother down the stairs. She can't walk properly with her ankle like that. I'll go call a taxi, we mustn't delay." "Ah, all right," Liang Feng agreed with a smile. You Siyan's face flushed crimson, and she hastily waved her hands, saying, "Oh, there's no need to carry me, just support me." Lin Yuxin insisted, "Mother, don't be stubborn. It's settled." She called out, "Liang Feng, come over." Yes, Liang Feng approached and squatted beside the sofa. The scene only deepened You Siyan's embarrassment, but Lin Yuxin observed closely. Reluctantly, You Siyan acquiesced and allowed Liang Feng to lift her. "I'll go call the elevator," Lin Yuxin announced as she dashed off. Left alone, Liang Feng and You Siyan felt the weight of the awkward silence, wishing desperately for a crack in the ground to swallow them whole. With a heavy sigh, Liang Feng took a step forward, inching towards the exit. You Siyan felt her cheeks flush, unable to meet Liang Feng's gaze. Biting her lip, she silently lamented the misfortune that had brought him here. Although last night had been quite memorable, she dared not act recklessly, even considering that it might be best if they never crossed paths again. Who could have anticipated that less than 24 hours later, they would find themselves face to face once more, in this very situation? Sighing, she could not help but express her exasperation, though both remained silent in their mutual contemplation. "Quickly, the elevator is arriving," Lin Yuxin urged, jogging outside. Liang Feng hastened his pace. Setting aside other thoughts, he noted that despite You Siyan's ample figure, she was not excessively overweight, and carrying her was not particularly burdensome. They smoothly boarded a taxi, arriving at the hospital without incident. Lin Yuxin busied herself with registration, granting Liang Feng and You Siyan a rare moment of privacy. Both sat awkwardly, at a loss for words, and the tension grew palpable. After a long silence, Liang Feng could no longer contain himself. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, "So, I heard from You Xian that after returning home last night, you were singing and playing music. You seemed quite happy." Instantly, You Siyan's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she covered her face in embarrassment, stammering, "And no, that wasn't the case." With a mocking chuckle, Liang Feng replied, "No need to be shy. You might as well embrace it. There's nothing shameful about being happy. By the way, didn't you mention you were divorced? I'm of age now, so legally, there's no issue between us, right?" Flustered, You Siyan lowered her head, concealing her face as she asked, "You didn't tell You Xian, did you? Am I insane? Why would I share that with her?" "I'd be the one embarrassed," Liang Feng scoffed. Though You Siyan felt a twinge of discomfort at his words, she muttered softly, "You seemed quite practiced last night. Didn't you enjoy it? Surely, you didn't go home without feeling pleased. Besides, while I may be older, I have my fair share of admirers. So don't make it sound like I forced you into anything." Right, I didn't lose out. So we're even," Liang Feng smirked, casting a glance at You Siyan. Her exquisite features, a delicate oval face, Long hair, elegantly styled, almond-shaped eyes, and a voluptuous figure marked her as a stunning beauty. The earlier tension felt akin to a couple's quarrel, which elicited a shared amusement between them. You Siyan felt similarly, especially with Liang Feng now aware of her joy from the previous night, making her feel as if she were stripped bare before him. This morning, she had sent Lin Yuxin to a classmate's house, hoping to avoid Liang Feng, only agreeing because the classmate was a girl. Yet, fate had other plans. Lost in her thoughts, she recalled last night's events, feeling both embarrassed and curious. Biting her lip, she decided to ask, "By the way, I have something I want to inquire about. You are just over 20, yet you were so composed last night. It's not typical for someone your age. Also, is Chen Qianqian truly your cousin? I inquired about him, and it turns out he is quite notorious in that area, a so-called leader of the underworld. Surely, you are not foolish enough to associate with such individuals, are you? At your tender age, do refrain from straying onto the wrong path." After her return last night, she found herself mulling over many thoughts, a sense of unease surrounding Liang Feng. He did not resemble a lad in his early 20s. Rather, he bore the demeanor of someone seasoned by years of worldly experience. Furthermore, he appeared quite formidable. She even entertained the notion that Chen Qianqian was not merely Liang Feng's cousin, but rather one of his subordinates, for Chen Qianqian treated Liang Feng with remarkable respect. Unable to contain her curiosity, she finally asked, "Pray tell, what is truly going on?" Liang Feng cast her a glance, his impatience evident as he replied, "You should focus on your recovery. My affairs are not for you to pry into." Humph. You Siyan huffed softly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Although she was older, she was undeniably a striking beauty. Having been taken advantage of, she felt discontented. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Fortunately, she chose to remain silent, crossing her arms and turning her head away. A palpable silence enveloped them. Chapter 12. The matchmaker, bald Liang Feng, and You Siyan sat in the hospital corridor, both enveloped in silence, resembling a pair of young lovers in a sulk, refusing to acknowledge one another. Just then, by a twist of fate, the bald Lu they had encountered the previous night, accompanied by a few companions, happened to stroll by, engaged in laughter and conversation. Liang Feng was oblivious, but You Siyan noticed first, her heart skipping a beat as she urgently called out, "Liang Feng, Liang Feng, what is it?" He grunted, ignoring her. "That bald Lu." You Siyan whispered. Liang Feng turned his head to see bald Lu, realization dawning upon him. Simultaneously, bald Lu, in high spirits, caught sight of them and immediately donned a broad smile, pointing towards them before striding over with purpose. "Are they here to seek revenge?" You Siyan felt a surge of anxiety, her heart racing as she muttered, "How do they know we are here?" She longed to shift her position, but her swollen foot felt as heavy as a purple eggplant, rendering her immobile. "Fear not." Liang Feng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of You Siyan. His tone resolute. "This is a hospital, not a bar. They would not dare to cause trouble." His piercing gaze remained fixed on bald Lu. You Siyan observed Liang Feng standing before her and recalled the events of the previous night. Her heart stirred. Although he was still quite young, he consistently exhibited courage, far surpassing many so-called adult men. How many could stand firm against danger to protect their woman, as he did? Gazing at Liang Feng's back, she felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. It was her first encounter with such a man, yet he was still so young. With a sigh, she lamented the unfortunate timing of her life. If only she were a few years younger, fate might have been kinder. Looking at Liang Feng's silhouette, she was overwhelmed with a sense of regret. As for bald Lu, the situation took a sudden turn. As Lu, the bald-headed man, approached Liang Feng, he suddenly bowed and greeted him, exclaiming, "Ah, young Master Liang, what a stroke of fate to encounter you here. Hee, I am Lu, the bald one. Surely you remember me." He introduced Liang to those around him, saying, "This is the young Master Liang I mentioned, the good brother of Brother Chen." Flanking him were two flamboyantly dressed young women, appearing to be around 21 or 22 years of age, clad in light blue denim skirts and patterned shirts. Their hair was styled in the distinctive fashion of the era, and as they swayed, one exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, so you are young Master Liang. I've heard you took Brother Chen to gamble and won over 10 million. Is that true?" Brother Chen himself said it, so there can be no doubt, another chimed in. "He claims you are his lucky charm. Anyone who dares to cross you is surely his enemy." The young women inquired eagerly, "Is it true, handsome?" "That's an astounding amount." As they spoke, they drew closer, their tone dripping with deference, addressing him as you. Liang Feng had braced himself for a potential altercation, believing he might encounter adversaries. Although they were in a hospital, he feared that these individuals might be audacious enough to provoke a confrontation. However, upon hearing Lu's words, he realized that they were likely aware of his situation and thus intimidated, refraining from any aggressive actions. With a sigh of relief, Liang Feng smirked and glanced at them, saying, "Those are mere rumors. Let us not dwell on it." He preferred not to reveal too much about himself in front of You Siyan, so he shifted the conversation, asking, "Lu, what brings you to the hospital?" Lu grinned, "Young master, it's a relief you still remember me. A friend of mine was in a car accident this morning, so we decided to come visit. Who would have thought we would cross paths again? What luck?" He added, "By the way, regarding last night, it was my folly not to recognize your stature. I sincerely apologize. Please do not hold it against someone of my humble standing." As he spoke, he glanced back at You Siyan and continued, "Young master, I truly regret last night. I was unaware this beautiful lady was your relative. I inadvertently caused her discomfort. My dear lady, are you all right? I apologize profusely." With that, he bowed and even slapped his own cheeks in contrition. You Siyan was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a scene. The imposing figures before Liang Feng seemed to cower like obedient children. Moreover, the mention of gambling and millions left her bewildered, deepening the air of mystery surrounding Liang Feng. As Lu apologized to her, she dared not respond, instead waving her hand and retreating behind Liang Feng, silent. "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us return to our own affairs," Liang Feng said, wishing to avoid further engagement with these petty ruffians. Frustrated, he waved them off. Yet, Lu was not willing to let such a splendid opportunity to connect with Liang slip away. With a grin, he remarked, "Young master, are you still upset with me? Perhaps you could strike me a couple of times to alleviate your anger. We are all individuals navigating the same path. It is wiser to resolve conflicts rather than foster animosity, as we may find ourselves journeying together in the future. Why create an insurmountable rift?" As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Liang Feng's hand, urging him to strike him twice. His brazen demeanor left one at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he certainly possessed a certain savvy in the ways of society. Liang Feng, with an air of discontent, retorted, "Why would I strike you? In my eyes, you are akin to an insignificant ant. Why would I bother to engage with you? Enough of this, let us depart." Bald Lu, stroking his smooth head, interjected, "Indeed, I am but an ant. Your actions have brought in over 10 million for Brother San. I would be content to earn a mere million in my lifetime. In comparison to you, I am nothing but a tiny insect." Nearby, two flamboyantly dressed young women cast flirtatious glances. "Young Master Liang, how could you possibly predict the outcome of the matches? You seem to win every wager. Brother Sin mentioned that he initially doubted you, which is why he earned less. Otherwise, he could have made a fortune. He also said you have significant connections, even aware of the trends in the World Cup football matches. Surely, you must have earned at least 100 million, right? Handsome, do enlighten us. We've heard your worth is at least 100 million. As they spoke, they inched closer to Liang Feng. These young women, only 2 or 3 years his senior, exuded a nonconformist charm with their ostentatious attire. Liang Feng, unimpressed, grunted in annoyance. "Enough with the nonsense. Those are mere fabrications." He continued, "If I say to leave, then leave. There is no need for further chatter." The girls, undeterred, laughed. "Oh, handsome. Why be so stern? If only we had known you sooner, we could have made a small fortune together." They pressed for his contact information, insisting that they would not let him down in future endeavors, pushing closer into his personal space. Liang Feng found himself somewhat flattered, yet overwhelmed by their advances. You Siyan, observing from the back, felt a twinge of jealousy and contemplated intervening, but her sprained ankle hindered her movement, forcing her to watch in frustration. Fortunately, Liang Feng's patience wore thin, and he exclaimed, "I have already asked you multiple times to leave. Do you not understand?" Bald Lu, sensing the escalating tension, quickly remarked, "Very well, young Master Liang. We shall not impose any longer. We'll take our leave, and perhaps we shall meet again at the bar, where I can make amends over drinks." He ushered the two girls away, feeling a weight lift from his chest. Initially worried about Liang Feng holding a grudge, he now felt considerably relieved after offering his apologies. As they departed, the two flamboyant girls lingered, glancing back regretfully. Bald Lu scoffed, "She doesn't fancy either of you. Let us go." With a collective sigh of resignation, the girls finally left. Chapter 13. Knowing one's roots. Young Master Liang, or Liang de Shao. Which version of you is the true one? The more I hear, the more perplexed I become. You Siyan gazed at Liang Feng, her face a mask of astonishment. The revelations she had just encountered were utterly astonishing. She had inquired about Chen Qianqian and learned that he was a formidable figure, a top player in the entire Tang city. To her astonishment, Liang Feng was the benefactor of the other party, aiding him in earning over 10 million. Indeed, over 10 million. Such a staggering sum is something most ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to dream of, a veritable fortune. Subsequently, it was mentioned that Liang Feng himself had amassed at least 100 million, a billionaire in his own right. Such wealth is beyond the wildest imaginings of the average person. At that moment, as the crowd dispersed, You Siyan could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Liang Feng, did you place bets during the World Cup? Do you possess insider information? Is that how you won so much? Liang Feng, with a wave of his hand, dismissed her question impatiently, saying, do not heed those baseless rumors. They are mere fabrications. How could you possibly believe what they say? You Siyan pouted slightly and murmured, that is true. Yet, as she observed Liang Feng, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He hardly appeared to be in his early 20s. Especially after their numerous conversations today, she increasingly felt as if she were conversing with someone of her own age. Other young adults in their 20s would hardly exhibit such composure. Unable to hold back, You Siyan huffed, regardless, you must be harboring quite a few secrets. As she gazed at Liang Feng, her astonishment deepened. She was increasingly convinced that he possessed numerous mysteries, particularly after witnessing his adeptness last night. He seemed far from the naive youth one would expect. With this thought, You Siyan playfully pinched Liang Feng, chuckling, no matter your abilities, I must insist that you do not disclose our matters to my daughter, understood? Liang Feng rolled his eyes and firmly pinched her cheek in return, saying, rest assured, I would never utter a word. Yet, after the playful exchange, he suddenly felt that their actions were overly intimate and quickly distanced himself. You Siyan's cheeks flushed, and as she covered her face, a strange sensation welled up within her. Rather than feeling pain, she found it quite enjoyable. She couldn't help but glance at Liang Feng again, lamenting that if only she were a few years younger. Alas, with a long sigh, she recalled an ancient saying, in my lifetime, you were not yet born. When you were born, I had grown old. This melancholic reflection left her feeling discontented. However, Liang Feng consistently appeared eager to distance himself from her, which irked You Siyan. She placed her hands on her hips and said, Liang Feng, must you always wear that expression? I owe you nothing, and this is not our first encounter. Is it necessary? Men do not suffer in such matters. Besides, weren't you satisfied last night? Her question was rather direct. Liang Feng was taken aback and replied, of course, it was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Are you satisfied now? You Siyan rolled her eyes and said, I am satisfied. She crossed her arms in a huff, yet as she recalled that without Liang Feng's intervention last night, she might have been victimized by those thugs, she couldn't help but feel grateful. Had it not been for him, she could have faced far graver consequences, and, feeling too ashamed to report it to the authorities, would have been left with an even heavier heart. With this in mind, You Siyan couldn't help but express, thank you for last night. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think of what might have happened. Liang Feng found himself reminiscing about the moment. This beautiful woman was undoubtedly to his taste. He understood that You Siyan was also a victim in this situation. Thus, in that instant, they exchanged glances and smiled at one another. You truly are a mischievous aunt, Liang Feng teased as he gently poked her forehead. You Siyan, gathering her flowing hair, leaned closer to his ear and playfully remarked, yes, I am indeed naughty. What of it? She chuckled, I had quite a delightful time last night. It has been ages since I experienced such pleasure. But you, my dear boy, are equally wicked. You left many marks on me, so spare me your pretense. Yes, no pretense. I know your depths, and you know my lengths, right? Liang Feng shot her a sidelong glance. You Siyan burst into laughter. Indeed, we are well acquainted. Let us not pretend. Her laughter radiated the carefree essence of a mature woman, a quality that was especially enchanting to Liang Feng, given his psychological age. Let us stop. I fear we might ignite something, he chuckled, bringing their conversation to a halt. You Siyan giggled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly flirtatious, their eyes locking in a gaze that felt electric. Once a man and woman transcend that boundary, they can no longer return to being strangers. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Yuxin returned after securing their appointment, exclaiming, "Mom, our turn is coming up. Let us hurry." "All right," Yu Siyan replied, attempting to rise. "Allow me," Liang Feng said, bending slightly to lift her onto his back once more. Lin Yuxin led the way. In the year 2002, hospitals lacked many modern conveniences, and numerous areas still required climbing stairs, with no wheelchairs available. Thus, Liang Feng had no choice but to carry Yu Siyan, as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Their breaths mingled, igniting a rush of warmth and a surge of happiness within her. Liang Feng, feeling her body heat and the comfort of their closeness, found himself momentarily distracted, musing, "This little minx is trying to entice me." A glance back revealed their eyes meeting. Yu Siyan's gaze was enchanting, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Alarmed, Liang Feng quickly turned away, wary of succumbing to her charm. Thankfully, it wasn't too long before they arrived at the consultation room. The procedure was straightforward. The doctor examined her briefly and indicated that an X-ray was necessary. Consequently, Liang Feng assisted Yu Siyan once more to undergo the imaging. After the X-ray was completed and they received the results, Liang Feng carried her back to the consultation room. The doctor reviewed the images and said, based on the X-ray, "There is no significant injury, just some bruising. I will prescribe some medication for you to apply when you return home." A heavy weight was finally lifted from their hearts. As long as there were no fractures, they could breathe a sigh of relief. All three of them exhaled in unison. Yu Siyan, cradling her foot, joyfully inquired, "Doctor, how long until I can walk again?" The doctor replied with a smile, "The longer you avoid walking, the slower your blood circulation will be, which may prolong your recovery and lead to more bruising. You may now attempt to walk slowly, without the aid of crutches. Despite the swelling, which appears quite severe, there is, in fact, no significant issue. Go on, take a step." "Oh, very well." Yu Siyan felt completely reassured, yet still experienced discomfort. However, the scans had been conducted, and the doctor confirmed there was nothing to worry about, so it must indeed be minor. Liang Feng transitioned from carrying her to supporting her. After obtaining the medication, they took a taxi home. After this commotion, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Chapter 14. Love between them. Upon returning home, Yu Siyan sat on the sofa, a bashful expression gracing her features as she murmured, "I truly apologize for delaying your class reunion. I feel awful for making you all come here for nothing." Lin Yuxin waved her hand dismissively, chuckling, "Oh, Mom, what are you saying? As long as you're all right, that's all that matters. I thought you had injured your bones. The doctor mentioned you should try to walk a bit, but of course, don't overexert yourself. Fortunately, I'm on holiday, so I can take care of you." "Yes, that sounds good." Yu Siyan smiled gently and added, "Yuxin, let me give you some money. You and Liang Feng should go out for a meal. I feel quite guilty for troubling him like this." She shot a playful smile at Liang Feng. Liang Feng shook his head. "It's all right, Auntie, I can just eat at home." He prepared to take his leave. Lin Yuxin smiled and said, "Mom, you haven't eaten either. How about this? I'll order a few dishes from a restaurant, and you two can wait for me to return so we can eat together." As soon as she said this, both Liang Feng and Yu Siyan fell silent. Realizing the awkwardness of a solitary man and woman sharing a space, it was rather inappropriate. However, who could have anticipated the complex relationship that lingered between them? After Lin Yuxin left, the atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming subtly charged with a hint of ambiguity. Yu Siyan broke the silence, her voice laced with a playful tone. "You naughty boy, don't just stand there. Come help your bad aunt apply some medicine." "Yes, bad aunt." Liang Feng rolled his eyes, chuckling as he handed her the ointment, but could not help but inquire, "Do you need assistance, bad aunt?" Yu Siyan smiled coyly, nodding yes. "Bad aunt does need your help." In a moment of exasperation, Liang Feng muttered a mild curse under his breath as he opened the ointment. Following the instructions, he began to apply it to her ankle. Yu Siyan bit her lip, slightly furrowing her brow at the sensation of pain. Liang Feng was cautious, applying the ointment gently. Stroke by stroke, the air thickened with an unmistakable tension. Liang Feng felt a peculiar response from his body, and by chance, Yu Siyan caught sight of it. She laughed and remarked, "I can tell you're quite the little rascal." Liang Feng, feeling embarrassed, attempted to divert the attention, saying, "All done. I'll wash my hands now." As he stood to leave, Yu Siyan grasped his arm, her gaze imbued with allure, biting her lip as if she were reluctant to let him go. Meanwhile, Lin Yuxin had ordered 4 dishes: kung pao chicken, mushu pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, and a small bowl of braised pork. Upon returning home, She steamed some rice, and as the clock approached 4, the three finally sat down to eat. At the dining table, You Siyan smiled, her lips curving sensually as she casually savored each bite, while Liang Feng focused intently on his meal. Lin Yuxin served food and expressed her gratitude to Liang Feng, saying, "Liang Feng, you've worked hard today, please eat more." Liang Feng replied vaguely. Focusing on his meal, deep down, he felt as though he had fallen into a vast river, unable to swim back to shore. It was an unbearable sensation. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth and bid farewell, saying, "Auntie, Yuxin, I've eaten my fill, I'll be leaving now." "All right," Lin Yuxin smiled and replied. "Mom, I'll accompany Liang Feng for a bit." Yuxian nodded with a smile. "Yes, go ahead." The two descended the stairs together. Lin Yuxin added cheerfully, "When you return, mention to Feng Yin and the others that we should gather again sometime. I'll arrange it with them. I feel a bit awkward today." Okay, Liang Feng responded vaguely. They continued to chat aimlessly until they were nearly out of the community. Liang Feng noticed a taxi leaving as he departed. Upon returning home, he found that the gathering at Feng Yan's house had already dispersed. Only Wang Shan remained under the large locust tree in the community, amusing a group of elementary school children with cats and dogs while waiting for Liang Feng. As soon as Liang Feng returned, Wang Shan rushed over, throwing an arm around his shoulder with a grin. "So, how did you perform in front of your future mother-in-law? Did you make her satisfied?" "Satisfied? Quite so," Liang Feng replied with a mix of amusement and irony. "In fact, she was quite complimentary." Wang Shan chuckled. "Nice going, you lad. You've caught the school beauty. As your brother, I share in your glory." The two strolled toward Liang Feng's home, still with arms around each other's shoulders. Wang Shan sniffed the air and suddenly frowned. "What is that delightful scent on you? When did you start wearing cologne? You're quite the secretive one, aren't you?" "Not at all," Liang Feng replied, sniffing himself and confirming the fragrance. "It must have been from Yuxian." He waved it off, explaining, "I carried Lin Yuxin's mother to the hospital. It must be her scent." "Oh," Wang Shan chuckled and continued. "By the way, Feng Yin has invited us again. She mentioned going hiking and swimming at Hulu Mountain this Sunday. Are you in?" Liang Feng scoffed. "With our upcoming 3rd year, shouldn't we be focusing on our studies at home instead of running around? Would my family even allow it?" Wang Shan waved dismissively. "Precisely because we're about to start our 3rd year, we'll be swamped. That's why we should enjoy ourselves now. Otherwise, it would be a shame. They asked me to see if you'd join. Even Zhang Hong agreed." Liang Feng, lacking interest, waved his hand dismissively. "Let us skip it. I need to study." He further advised Wang Shan, 3rd year is crucial. Don't waste time running around. Studying is far more important." "A day and a half won't make much difference," Wang Shan countered. "It's all about balance, right?" He clung to Liang Feng, refusing to let go. "Chen Feng is going too. If that guy decides to pick a fight, I might not stand a chance without you, brother." All right, I'll agree to go," Liang Feng said, finding humor in his brother's persistence. It was evident that Wang Shan was always well prepared, especially given his long-standing grudge against Chen Feng, who was likely waiting to confront him after today's gathering. This was a favor he couldn't refuse. Liang Feng readily agreed, asserting that if anyone dared to provoke him, he would retaliate. "Sounds good. Haha, then it's settled. Sunday. No excuses," Wang Shan chuckled as he hurried away. Liang Feng calculated the time, but shook his head. He had his own plans and could not afford to squander time and opportunities frivolously. Chapter 15. The source of money. Liang Feng had long set a clear goal for his life, refusing to waste time idly. He currently possessed over 50 million and intended to make this wealth multiply swiftly. While this sum was sufficient for a while, it was not his ultimate aspiration. On his way back, he resolved that he could no longer waste time carelessly. Hence, he initially declined Wang Shan's invitation. However, given their brotherly bond, he ultimately agreed. This calculation tightened his schedule further, as he faced a pressing concern that required immediate resolution: the provenance of the money in his possession. Although the era of banks closely scrutinizing income sources had yet to arrive, he was mindful of the potential risks. With no solid foundation, having been reborn was a rare opportunity that he could not afford to jeopardize. He needed to devise a method to cleanse the origins of this wealth promptly. Now an adult, if the funds from gambling were reported, he could face arrest, leading to confiscation of his money and possibly imprisonment. This was no trivial matter, and he had to prepare for any eventuality. In this lifetime, he could not afford any missteps. After being reborn, he certainly did not wish to spend it behind bars. His unease was not unfounded, as evidenced by his encounter with bald Lu today, which indicated that his affairs were already circulating within the underworld of Tang City, inevitably drawing attention. Despite having concealed his identity deeply and fabricating various personas, the reality of his parents' background as workers in the Tang City steel plant was well known. His identity could be easily traced. Thus, he urgently needed to strengthen his own power. After much contemplation, he realized he needed to establish a legitimate source of income. He was capable of earning substantial amounts of money, and at present, opening an internet CAF seemed an excellent approach. From 2002 to 2010, this industry was a significant cash magnet. Acquiring some computers, renting a space, and establishing connections would make it a straightforward endeavor. Currently, internet CAFs were still scarce in Tang City, but in the coming years, they would proliferate like mushrooms after rain, becoming immensely popular. Many CAFs would even be hard to come by. This venture would provide a credible explanation for his income and allow him to cultivate his influence, preventing himself from being easily manipulated. Wealth was crucial, and power was equally essential. With this in mind, a name suddenly emerged in his thoughts: You Siyan. Establishing an internet CAF, generating cash flow, and building his own small force were all plans he had long contemplated. Yet, being in his early 20s, he felt too young to expose himself and preferred to remain inconspicuous. The question then arose: who would be suitable for the task? No one is more suitable than You Siyan. He did not wish for his parents to be aware of his situation, which is why he chose You Siyan. Having been divorced and possessing a social background, she shared a close relationship with him. With this arrangement, You Siyan would undoubtedly follow him wholeheartedly. A companion by one side can sometimes prove to be quite dependable. Having settled these thoughts, he contemplated further details. Early the next morning, Liang Feng made a phone call to You Siyan. The phone rang a few times before it connected. A voice, imbued with maturity yet tinged with languor, came through. Who is it? Although the caller ID displayed his number, You Siyan was not familiar with the phone at Liang Feng's home. Liang Feng chuckled and teased. It's Liang Feng. A flicker of joy surged within You Siyan, instantly invigorating her spirit. With a playful smile, she replied, "You. What is up?" Liang Feng asked. "Is your leg feeling better?" The question caught her off guard. Warmth filled her heart, interpreting Liang Feng's inquiry as concern for her well-being. She smiled and responded, "It's almost healed. The doctor was right. A little walking alleviated the swelling and reduced the pain." "That's good to hear." Liang Feng hesitated, unsure how to transition to the next topic. You Siyan chuckled and said, "Despite the pain yesterday, I didn't let it hold me back. Today, rest assured, I'll make it worthwhile for you, but it's not appropriate to do so at my place." "Oh, it's not about that," Liang Feng pondered. Realizing that discussing it over the phone was not ideal, he suggested, "It's difficult to articulate over the phone. Could you step out for a bit? I can meet you near your home." You Siyan laughed. "You little rascal. After all this time, you just wanted to ask me out, right? All right. There's a budget hotel nearby. You can come, and I'll wait for you there." Liang Feng was at a loss for words. This woman certainly had a voracious appetite for mischief. Having opened Pandora's box, there was no closing it now. Blushing, You Siyan playfully remarked, "All right, enough of the teasing. There's a CAF called a Curtain of Dream nearby. You can meet me there." "Okay, we'll discuss further when we meet," Liang Feng said before hanging up and hurriedly leaving to catch a taxi. Chapter 16. The ambiguity of the CAF. You Siyan felt a profound sense of joy. At this moment, she had completely detached herself from her previous relationship, regretting the time wasted and wishing she had met Liang Feng sooner. Although there was an age gap between them, the feeling was undeniably delightful. You Siyan adored romance, despite life having dulled her edges post-marriage. The essence of romance still brought her happiness. She felt rejuvenated, especially after experiencing 2 moments of affection. Her skin seemed to glow, and the small freckles that had appeared after childbirth had vanished. It is often said that women are made of water, and she truly understood that this essence is intertwined with men. Thus, the thought of Liang Feng's impending arrival made her feel somewhat flustered. She hurriedly rose to take a hot shower, dried her hair, applied a touch of light makeup, and selected a beautiful outfit. Just then, Lin Yuxin returned from grocery shopping and, seeing her mother selecting clothes in front of the mirror, asked in confusion, "Mom, your leg is still swollen, and you're going out?" You Siyan sighed helplessly, stating that there were matters at the company that necessitated her presence, though she reassured her daughter, Lin Yuxin, that it wouldn't require extensive walking. "What about lunch?" Lin Yuxin inquired. lifting a bag of vegetables. After a moment's reflection, You Siyan replied, "Let us save the vegetables for dinner. You can have something to eat on your own for now." Lin Yuxin, feeling a bit helpless regarding her mother's affairs, mumbled, "Then I want to cook the vegetables. I'll prepare them later." She added, "Mom, take care not to overexert yourself." You Siyan reassured her, "Don't worry. I'll be careful. You focus on your studies at home. I promise to return for dinner." Dressed elegantly, You Siyan checked her reflection in the mirror. Satisfied with her appearance as she stepped out of the community, Lin Yuxin could not help but compliment, "Mom, you look truly beautiful today." "Thank you," You Siyan replied with a smile, stepping out with a slight limping gait that didn't seem to bother her. She cheerfully made her way to the nearby CAF. A dream of serenity, filled with anticipation for this date, as it marked the first time Liang Feng had taken the initiative to invite her out. Unable to resist, she took out a compact mirror to admire herself once more, even adjusting her outfit to reveal a hint of her alluring neckline. "Quite splendid, isn't it? Irresistible," she thought. With her long legs gracefully extended, she ordered a cup of coffee, waiting patiently. Occasionally, men passing by would steal glances at her, including a young couple at the adjacent table, where the boyfriend would sneak peeks when his girlfriend wasn't looking. You Siyan chuckled softly. She wasn't fond of this sensation, feeling as though she were being objectified. Yet, it confirmed her allure, boosting her confidence. After years of being a homemaker, she was determined to reclaim her identity as a beautiful woman. Sipping her coffee with a smile, she chose to ignore the attention from the men, focusing solely on awaiting Liang Feng. After about 10 minutes, Liang Feng entered with a commanding presence. Excitedly, You Siyan stood and waved to him, exclaiming, "Here I am." Liang Feng waved back as he approached, his eyes brightening at her carefully curated appearance. He chuckled, "What's with the outfit? I merely invited you out to discuss something. Was it necessary to dress up so much? Those high heels, are your feet not hurting?" She wore a pale pink and white Korean-style blouse that accentuated her form, paired with denim shorts and black stockings that reached her thighs, complemented by heels that were 7 to 8 centimeters high. A quintessential fashionista, her tantalizing curves were alluringly showcased. As one might say in contemporary terms, she embodied a blend of cold elegance and irresistible charm, a daring attire for the year 2002. Liang Feng remarked, "I must say, with you looking this way, one could easily believe you are 29. You're truly stunning." "Thank you for the compliment," You Siyan replied with a subtle smile, playfully tossing her long hair and pouting her alluring red lips. "What would you like to drink, you little rascal?" Liang Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Anything is fine. I'm open to whatever." You Siyan waved her hand to summon the waiter, ordering a cup of espresso americano. Leisurely stirring it with a spoon, she finally inquired, "Now, tell me, little rascal, what is it that you seek from me?" Liang Feng replied directly, "I wish to partner with you in business." "What?" You Siyan was taken aback, having contemplated various possibilities, but never this. Stunned, she asked, "What do you mean by wanting to go into business with me? What has gotten into you?" Before arriving, she had assumed that Liang Feng wanted to discuss matters concerning their relationship or how to maintain contact. She never anticipated the conversation would turn to business. Her brows furrowed in confusion. "Yes," Liang Feng affirmed, presenting her with a bank card. "There are 5 million within. I need you to register a company, primarily focused on operating an internet CAF. 5 million. You Siyan was astonished. She hadn't expected Liang Feng to propose such a thing right away, nor to hand her 5 million directly. Stunned, she gasped in disbelief, her pupils dilating as she exclaimed, "My dear, what on earth are you planning? Is there truly 5 million in this card?" Recalling the words of the bald Lu from yesterday, she exclaimed incredulously, "You didn't actually make a fortune betting on football, did you?" Liang Feng candidly replied, "Not a billion, but I do have 50 million. Hence, I need to find a legitimate means to launder this money, a legal source of income. If I get caught, it would spell disaster. Thus, I want you to help me establish an internet CAF, which is quite profitable." You Siyan held a respectable position in a multinational corporation, belonging to the high-income bracket in Tang City. Yesterday, she had sprained her ankle and requested leave, which the company graciously granted for a week. Such employment is rare to find, surpassing many public institutions. She cherished this job and had encountered various experiences. However, she could never have imagined that this young man, barely older than her daughter, would present her with 5 million, a fortune exceeding 50 million. It felt utterly surreal to her, deepening her sense of Liang Feng's mysteriousness. As she stared at the bank card, She scrutinized it for a long while, at a loss for words, as if she could discern the balance from the card itself. Chapter 17. A clear path for You Siyan in the illusory dream CAF. Gentle music filled the air. You Siyan pondered for a moment, then carefully placed the bank card back, half jokingly and half seriously asking, "Little rascal, you aren't planning to sell me off, are you?" Liang Feng playfully pinched her cheek, smiling teasingly. "Why would I sell you? You are my beloved aunt." You Siyan shyly recoiled, chiding, "Don't let others see us." Yet, she couldn't help but smile, feeling flattered by the term beloved aunt, and replied with a gentle smile, "Just call me aunt." "All right, my dear auntie," Liang Feng sweetly responded, with a soft laugh. You Siyan felt a surge of happiness within her, her heart brimming with joy. She was well aware that marrying Liang Feng was an impossibility. Thus she could readily accept her role as a mistress. After all, Liang Feng was quite remarkable. The mere thought of this brought a smile to her lips, her gaze unwavering from him. However, regarding the opening of an internet CAF, she needed to contemplate this matter with utmost clarity. Stirring her coffee absent-mindedly, she pondered for quite some time before continuing. "I have heard from friends that establishing an internet CAF can be quite lucrative. However, navigating the necessary procedures can be quite challenging, requiring numerous connections, careful selection of location, and substantial investment." Just then, the waiter delivered Liang Feng's coffee. He accepted it, took a sip, and remarked, "You are absolutely correct. That is precisely why I am offering you 5 million. This sum encompasses building connections, selecting a site, purchasing equipment, and hiring staff. You must meticulously plan this money and provide me with a written report detailing its intended use. While our personal relationship is dear, our business must be conducted with clarity. If we earn a profit, we shall split it evenly. What do you say?" "How annoying." You Siyan's cheeks flushed again. After a moment of calm reflection, she concluded that 5 million should suffice. Yet, a lingering disbelief overcame her as she pouted, "It sounds feasible, but it feels like a dream, unreal and unstable." Liang Feng rose, playfully tugged at her, and said, "What feels unstable? Come with me. I have already selected a prime location for the CAF that is sure to yield significant profits. You shall become the envy of many as a petite, wealthy lady." You Siyan paused, momentarily taken aback, and before she could fully grasp the situation, Liang Feng had already taken her hand. Reluctantly, she stood up, grumbling, "Let me think this through. I haven't made my decision yet." "Come on, trust me. I would never let you suffer losses, my mischievous aunt," Liang Feng joked. "This time, I won't have to carry you, right?" "How annoying." You Siyan lightly smacked him, obediently following him out of the CAF. "Let us go?" Liang Feng, familiar with the area, hailed a taxi headed for the first internet CAF location he had chosen. On the way, You Siyan remained in a daze, still trying to comprehend the situation. Watching Liang Feng's resolute demeanor only deepened her confusion. What secrets did this young man harbor? How had she found herself aboard his ship? She couldn't help but sigh. Liang Feng patted her long, elegant legs and reassured her, "Do not worry. I will only bring you surprises." "Yes, I trust you." You Siyan nodded blindly in agreement, acknowledging her faith in him, for he was indeed her savior. With a soft smile, she added, "You little rascal. I will always believe in you." "That is good," Liang Feng replied, his gaze fixed ahead with unwavering confidence. Observing him, You Siyan gradually felt her own confidence swell. Upon arriving at their destination, Liang Feng pulled You Siyan from the car, gesturing around as he explained, "If you walk east from here, within 10 minutes you will find a vocational technical school. Head south for about 20 minutes, and there is a high school. The transportation is convenient and well-connected. This internet CAF will undoubtedly be profitable." You Siyan furrowed her brows and cautioned, "Isn't it illegal to allow students into an internet CAF?" Liang Feng remained unconvinced, remarking that in a small city like theirs, opportunities to engage with the outside world were scarce. For these children, early exposure to the internet, albeit often limited to gaming and idle chatting, might detract from their studies, yet it could also provide a glimpse into the future world, thus rendering it not entirely disadvantageous. "Well, all right then." You Siyan, hindered by a foot injury, leaned on Liang Feng's arm as they walked and inquired, "So, where do you plan to rent?" Liang Feng pointed to a 3-story building ahead, saying, "That one." "I've inquired, and the annual rent for the entire building is merely 70,000 yuan. It's the largest commercial space in this area. If we lease the first, second, and third floors and fill them with computers, It would become the largest internet CAF in Tang City. You Siyan was taken aback. 70,000 yuan represented the entirety of many middle-class families' savings. Yet, to Liang Feng, it was a modest sum. Furthermore, this was merely the rent, excluding other necessary expenses. Thus, upon reflection, this venture appeared quite substantial. With unwavering determination, Liang Feng gazed at You Siyan, stating, "The rest is up to you. This is also a test of your capabilities. If you succeed, you shall become the wealthiest woman in Tang City." You Siyan's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling as though she were caught in a dream. Noticing her daze, Liang Feng continued, "As I mentioned, with this 5 million in your hands, there are matters that I cannot handle directly, so I will rely on you. If you have any doubts, you can check the bank to see if the 5 million is in your account. There's an ATM nearby." "Yes, I must verify the funds." Following Liang Feng to the ATM, You Siyan inserted her card with a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. Liang Feng stood beside her, stating, "The password is 123456. After entering the password, You Siyan was astonished to discover 5 million in her account, leaving her utterly speechless. Thus realizing that all Liang Feng had said was indeed true. Her mind still in a haze, she pondered the implications of this situation. Undeniably, since meeting Liang Feng, her life had undergone a profound transformation, one that she found quite appealing. The prospect of becoming a business owner and running an internet CAF suddenly seemed feasible. With startup capital, a promising trend, and the enigmatic Liang Feng guiding her, all she needed to do was follow his instructions. Such an opportunity was rare. Missing it might lead to lifelong regret. She felt it was time to embark on a new chapter in her life. Gritting her teeth and resolutely deciding to clasp Liang Feng's arm, nodding affirmatively, "All right, I will give it a try." Precisely. Liang Feng playfully slapped her shapely backside. You Siyan smiled, swaying slightly, and coyly asked, "So, what shall we do next?" Nearby, a budget hotel awaited. Liang Feng raised an eyebrow. Chapter 18. Ambitious You Siyan in her leisure time. You Siyan contemplated the feasibility of opening an internet CAF, prompting her to start networking and seeking connections. Liang Feng did not rush her. He had laid the groundwork, and now it was up to her. If she lacked the ambition, so be it. If she committed herself and succeeded, they would become business partners. Thus, Liang Feng essentially allowed her to take the reins, treating the matter as if it were inconsequential. However, You Siyan's efficiency in handling affairs astonished Liang Feng. By the 5th day, You Siyan approached him with a beaming smile, a contract in hand, and a spring in her step, expressing with a hint of pride, "Boss, we agreed that, regardless of familial ties, all accounts must be settled. Here is the contract for the 3-story villa I have rented, with a lease of 5 years at an annual rent of 60,000. I've already paid for the first 2 years. With great reverence, she presented the contract to Liang Feng, saying, "Please review it." "Impressive," Liang Feng remarked as he accepted the document, his eyes filled with delight. He could not help but exclaim, "You've been meeting with me almost daily. When did you manage to accomplish this? Your speed exceeds my expectations." You Siyan's lips curled into a playful smile as she replied, "Before or after our meetings, I seized the opportunity to handle these matters. My plan was to secure the house first and begin renovations, and the next step is to purchase computers. As for the necessary permits, I inquired through contacts, and I was quite taken aback by the complexities involved. The operational permits for an internet CAF are not something just anyone can obtain. I am currently seeking assistance." "Excellent, a multifaceted approach, meticulously organized," Liang Feng observed, giving her a thumbs up. "Well done. At this rate, by September 1st, before the school year begins, everything should be in order. By then, you will be the true hero." "I'm glad to hear that, boss," You Siyan replied with a slight grin. Feeling a sense of pride, she had never anticipated in entering the business world as an entrepreneur. However, her extensive experience in administration equipped her with ample capability to execute tasks effectively, especially with substantial financial backing. Everything was progressing remarkably smoothly. She presented her next steps. "Next, I plan to hire some individuals to assist with renovations and paperwork, ensuring the progress remains on schedule. However, regarding salaries, I would like to consult with you." Liang Feng raised his hand to interrupt, stating, "You need not discuss the specifics with me. You are in charge. Just remember my instructions. First, procure the best computers available, ensuring they last at least 3 years without needing replacement. Second, the fiber optic connections must be the fastest, providing superior internet speed throughout Tang City, regardless of cost. Third, the renovations must be of the highest quality. The female internet CAF managers should be attractive, and there should be ample restrooms, separated by gender. As for everything else, you have the freedom to decide. Understood, boss, You Siyan nodded, smiling as she noted his directives. Rest assured, I will execute your plans. Then, with a teasing tone, she added, but if we incur losses, don't blame me. I am following your instructions to the letter. Liang Feng laughed heartily. Do not worry. Just wait for the day you are counting money until your hands cramp. That would be splendid, You Siyan replied with a smile. Previously, when she inquired through friends about the internet CAF permits, they had informed her that this industry could be quite lucrative, albeit with significant initial investments and challenging procedures. If she could successfully establish a larger-scale internet CAF, earning substantial daily profits would be well within reach. As You Siyan ventured into this new realm, she understood that everything would need to unfold gradually. Liang Feng interjected, let us first discuss the matter at hand. I must ask, what are your next steps? After a moment of contemplation, You Siyan replied, I won't elaborate further. I intend to hire a few people from the talent market to assist me with some procedures, as I am not ready to resign from my current position just yet, and my foot. Liang Feng, understanding You Siyan's intentions, immediately shook his head in disapproval. No. I comprehend your thoughts about not wanting to prematurely sever ties with your job, but your priority right now should not be hiring, but rather acquiring a vehicle. A car? You Siyan was taken aback. In 2002, owning a car for an ordinary family seemed nothing short of a fantasy. Most people did not even dare to dream of possessing a vehicle in their lifetime. The idea of purchasing a car felt distant, and few believed they must own one. Hearing this suggestion, she was filled with astonishment and confusion regarding Liang Feng's reasoning. Is it really that important? Indeed, it is of utmost importance. Liang Feng explained. A person is judged by their attire, just as a horse is judged by its saddle. If you rely on taxis or public transport, few will believe in your capabilities, which would naturally hinder your professional endeavors. Therefore, you must possess a car, a good one. Of course, it need not be ostentatious. A Honda Accord or a Toyota Camry would suffice. This was a notion Liang Feng had contemplated for some time. If all went according to plan, You Siyan would soon own a vehicle. Otherwise, conducting business would become quite cumbersome. Observing You Siyan's efficiency, he proposed the idea. She was taken aback once more, as both models he mentioned were priced at over 300,000 yuan, with the Toyota Camry even exceeding 400,000. It is worth noting that in 2002, an average person's monthly salary was a mere 400 to 500 yuan. Accumulating such an amount would require a decade of frugal living. In that era, such a vehicle was indeed a luxury. She waved her hands, exclaiming, Oh, that seems unnecessary. I can always purchase one later when I have made some money. I haven't achieved anything yet, so why should I buy a car? Liang Feng shook his head. No, this is precisely when you need it most. Waiting until you have accomplished something will be too late. You Siyan could not comprehend this and shyly disagreed. I still think it's too early. Are you of such an age that you do not possess a driver's license? Liang Feng inquired, momentarily taken aback. At that time, it was not particularly common for women to obtain driver's licenses, yet he assumed that as a professional woman working in a foreign enterprise, she must have one. He could not help but ask, do you have a driver's license or not? I do not. You should hurry and get one. After that, we can buy the car. I certainly do. I acquired mine over 10 years ago, You Siyan replied with a proud smile. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go buy a car. Liang Feng exclaimed, taking her hand and leading her outside. Feeling a bit shy, You Siyan finally voiced her concern, muttering, but how will we handle the expenses? Liang Feng laughed heartily, affectionately pinching her nose, and said, your worries are unnecessary. The expenses will be charged to the company. It will be a company car for you to drive, and we will reimburse you for the fuel. How does that sound? All right then. You Siyan giggled happily. The prospect of driving a car without having to pay for it herself was simply delightful. She felt a quiet sense of relief, for her long-neglected driver's license, which had gathered dust over the years, was finally proving its worth. Among her classmates and companions, there were a few who owned cars, but they were mostly modest models like Santana, Jetta, or Alto. Now, with Liang Feng insisting on purchasing either an Accord or a Camry for her, she was naturally elated. In 2002, the reality was far from the later norm where nearly every household owned a vehicle. Those who did were predominantly business owners. At that moment, You Siyan truly felt as if she had transformed into a figure of authority, akin to a boss. In 2002, numerous dealerships began to sprout across various small cities like mushrooms after the rain. Toyota and Honda, as major manufacturers, had long established their presence in Tang City. Liang Feng and You Siyan hailed a taxi, heading straight to a Toyota dealership. Between the Honda Accord and the Toyota Camry, You Siyan had a distinct preference for the latter. The Toyota Camry, an entirely imported vehicle, had a price tag nearing 400,000 yuan. In a few years, it would be manufactured as a joint venture in the country, becoming the future Camry. For now, it was known as the Toyota Camry, a pure import. At its peak sales period, it had approached 600,000 yuan. However, for Liang Feng at this moment, such an amount was inconsequential. The two entered the bustling Toyota dealership, filled with a considerable number of people browsing vehicles. In 2002, the average person's life had yet to see significant improvement, lingering around a modest level of prosperity. Yet, a portion of the population had already begun to amass wealth, making car ownership one of the earliest means of showcasing affluence. The dealership was lively, with many visitors inspecting the cars. You Siyan, tall and graceful, with a statuesque figure, attracted numerous glances as she entered, her long, elegant legs accentuating her allure. A young salesman in his 20s approached with a broad smile, eagerly inquiring, "What kind of car are you interested in, beautiful?" With confidence stemming from her financial capability, You Siyan replied with a smile, "I would like to see the Toyota Camry." "Of course, please follow me," the salesman gestured. Leading the way, You Siyan, in her dark green high heels, walked lightly, her long, shapely legs moving gracefully, her slender waist swaying enticingly. With her head held high, she confidently showcased her remarkable figure as she moved forward. Liang Feng followed closely, observing everything around him. To him, the surroundings appeared somewhat outdated, yet, in this era, it represented a pinnacle of modernity. He smiled at the vibrant scene before him. He and You Siyan had previously agreed to maintain a certain decorum in public, avoiding too much intimacy. Thus, they walked in a manner that allowed them to address each other as siblings. Just then, someone suddenly called out, "Ah, isn't that Siyan? What brings you here?" Startled, You Siyan paused and turned to the source of the voice, only to see a heavily made-up woman with a beaming smile approaching and waving. Initially surprised, You Siyan soon broke into a smile and exclaimed, "Xiaoju, is that you? What are you doing here?" The woman was none other than Gong Xiaoju, You Siyan's childhood friend, with whom she had grown up. Gong Xiaojuan's visage appeared markedly more aged, yet with her heavy makeup, she still looked quite presentable. Carrying a khaki leather handbag and adorned in a deep green long dress, she swayed her hips and cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, I'm planning to buy a car. What about you? What brings you here?" Before You Siyan could articulate her response, Gong Xiaojun, with a beaming smile, continued, "Siyan, I heard you've gotten a divorce. Is it true that your husband found someone else and that you caught him in the act?" You Siyan's cheeks stiffened slightly, contemplating the fact that good news rarely travels beyond one's doorstep, while bad news spreads like wildfire. It was astonishing that even Gong Xiaojun was aware of her recent divorce. It seemed that among friends, the matter had become common knowledge. In 2002, a woman's divorce was hardly a matter of pride, especially when her husband had taken a mistress, giving the impression that she had been cast aside, which was indeed subject to public scorn. You Siyan felt a twinge of embarrassment and nodded gently, stating, "Yes, I have divorced, but it was I who initiated it." Gong Xiaojun feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh dear, doesn't that mean you were kicked out by your husband? To be honest, when you married him, I could tell he was not a decent man. He kept casting glances at me and throwing me flirtatious looks." You Siyan was inwardly flooded with a torrent of incredulity, thinking how her sister had once been as beautiful as a flower, and it was inconceivable that her husband would ever fancy someone like Gong Xiaojun. However, such thoughts remained unvoiced. Instead, she reiterated, "Xiaojun, I was the one who proposed the divorce. He begged me to end things with that person, but I ignored him. I was the one who ended it." Nevertheless, Gong Xiaojun dismissed this topic entirely and continued with a laugh, "Honestly, to have endured so many years with him is quite commendable on your part. Who knows how many women he has sought outside." Covering her mouth, she chuckled, "Those women out there are quite unsavory. Do be careful not to catch any diseases from him." You Siyan felt an immediate surge of anger, astonished that Gong Xiaojun could utter such venomous remarks. Just as she prepared to retort, Gong Xiaojun swiftly changed the subject, asking, by the way, are you still working at the foreign enterprise? How much do you earn a month? I reckon it's only around 1,000 or 800, which is hardly sufficient. Nowadays, one must engage in trade and business. As she spoke, she gestured to showcase her gold bracelet and the diamond ring adorning her finger. With a triumphant shake of her neck, bedecked in a gold necklace, she gleefully declared, look at these. They are all newly purchased. There's plenty more at home that I can hardly be bothered to wear. With an air of self-importance, she seemed to have found her moment to boast, firing off her words without affording You Siyan the chance to interject. Noticing You Siyan's attempt to speak, she quickly added, and I just had a chat with the salesperson. I'm planning to buy a Corolla. With her chin held high and a condescending gaze directed at You Siyan, she felt a sense of triumph, as if decades of suppressed grievances were finally being unleashed. Chapter 20. You Siyan's sister You Siyan found herself momentarily speechless, struggling to catch her breath. She has never been adept at arguing, not the type to be a shrew. After enduring a barrage of scathing remarks from Gong Xiaojun, she felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. At that moment, when an opportunity to speak finally presented itself, she yearned to express her thoughts vehemently, to enlighten Gong Xiaojun about her true circumstances. She was not the one being dismissed. She was not unwell. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, over 50, approached from a distance. Gong Xiaojun immediately turned around and called out, "Darling, over here." The man walked closer, his gaze instantly locking onto You Siyan, his eyes gleaming as he scrutinized her. Pausing momentarily to admire her ample bosom before inquiring, "Xiaojun, who is this beautiful lady?" "Beautiful lady? She is my classmate, just got kicked out by her husband." Gong Xiaojun said with a smug laugh. "This is my husband. Isn't he handsome?" You Siyan felt a surge of frustration. This woman was seizing the opportunity to flaunt her good fortune. Glancing at the older man before her, she thought to herself, I too have found a new husband, and he is not only handsome and wealthy, but also significantly younger. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, "Xiaojun, your husband seems to be replaced quite frequently, doesn't he?" "What nonsense," Gong Xiaojun replied, her pride radiating. "Siyan, I think your divorce might actually be a blessing in disguise. I know some wealthy businessmen, and I could introduce you to them. Perhaps you won't have to attend that dreadful class every day." You Siyan was aware that Gong Xiaojun had always relished comparing herself to her, and now she had finally found the opportunity to gloat. Previously, You Siyan had never regarded her as a competitor, but now, due to her divorce, she felt belittled. With a cold laugh, she asked, "Aren't you curious about why I'm here?" Gong Xiaojun, however, was not genuinely interested in engaging with You Siyan. She merely sought to belittle her in any way she could. Having been unable to outshine her in youth, she was not about to squander this chance. Nevertheless, since You Siyan had posed the question, she coldly responded, "What else could you be here for? Are you looking to buy a car?" "Yes, I am here to purchase a car. I intend to buy a Toyota Camry." You Siyan replied with a smile. "What? You're buying a Camry?" Gong Xiaojun exclaimed in astonishment. She had just boasted about wanting to purchase a Toyota Corolla, which was a lower tier than the Camry, leaving her utterly incredulous. Relishing in her triumph, You Siyan added, "Of course, I wouldn't settle for a cheap car. That would be dull and devaluing." Gong Xiaojun was momentarily at a loss for words, gritting her teeth before asking, "Siyan, are you serious about buying a Camry? Don't fool me." You Siyan turned to the salesman and chuckled, "Salesman, please clarify to her what car I'm looking to purchase." The salesman, having overheard the conversation, noted Gong Xiaojun's gaudy attire, which paled in comparison to You Siyan's beauty, and affirmatively stated, "This lady is interested in a Toyota Camry." Gong Xiaojun found herself once again overshadowed by You Siyan, the frustration bubbling within her. At that moment, Liang Feng suddenly stepped forward and provocatively asked, "Siyan, who is this auntie?" He deliberately called You Siyan's sister and referred to Gong Xiaojun as aunt. Upon hearing this, Gong Xiaojun was taken aback and retorted, "Who are you? Why do you call her sister and me aunt? Is there such a significant age difference between us?" Liang Feng, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "This sister appears much younger than you, while you look like an elder. Is there a problem with that?" The salesperson couldn't help but stifle a laugh. You Siyan chimed in, "Don't be ridiculous. He is my classmate. He just happens to look a bit older, but he is still my classmate." As she spoke, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Gong Xiaojun, infuriated, gritted her teeth and shouted, "You little brat, are your eyes just for show?" Liang Feng was unyielding, scoffing, "You look old, and yet you blame others. Humph, ugly people tend to cause trouble." Upon hearing this, Gong Xiaojun became even more enraged. With her somewhat tempestuous temperament, she sought to unleash her frustration on Liang Feng. "I'll tear your mouth apart." Liang Feng, smiling, warned, "Let me remind you, this is a public space. If you cause a scene, I might just call the police. I'm not afraid of a little brat like you." Gong Xiaojun still wanted to create a ruckus, but the salesperson promptly stepped in to mediate, saying, "If you have a conflict, please resolve it outside. This is unacceptable." In 2002, the Toyota showroom was considered a high-end venue. Gong Xiaojun hesitated to make a scene, especially with onlookers around. A man nearby observed the situation and interjected, "All right, no need to stoop to a child's level." Gong Xiaojun pointed angrily at Liang Feng, swallowing her indignation. She then turned to You Siyan and asked, "Siyan, where did you get the money to buy a car? Is it for real? I still don't believe it." You Siyan, with a triumphant smile, replied, "I've been playing the stock market. Recently, I've made over 100,000, so I thought about buying a car for fun. By the way, I've also rented a 3-story building on Yuhua Road to open the largest internet CAF in Tang City. When it's ready, you should come visit. I'll give you a 10% discount." In a small third-tier city like Tang City at the dawn of the century, stocks were still a novelty to most people, and few understood them. Upon hearing this, both Gong Xiaojun and the middle-aged man were taken aback with intrigue. The prospect of opening an internet CAF, which had substantial startup costs for an average person, astonished Gong Xiaojun. "You really play stocks, and you've made money? You're actually going to open an internet CAF?" You Siyan laughed. "Of course, why would I lie? Well, take a look at your flowers. Let us reconnect another time." With that, she swayed her voluptuous hips, smiling as she walked away. After a few steps, she abruptly turned back and leaned close to Gong Xiaojun's ear, whispering, "By the way, my ex-husband and I haven't been intimate for years. Even if he is, I 1TB. As for you, I doubt that man is healthy. Don't let him infect you." She laughed heartily, departing with Liang Feng, radiating joy. "You little vixen, what nonsense are you spouting?" Gong Xiaojun seethed, her body trembling with rage. "You think you can play the stock market and open an internet CAF? Humph, you must have hooked up with a wealthy man, which is why you divorced your husband." As she turned to look again, she noticed the middle-aged man fixated on You Siyan's swaying figure, his gaze unwavering. Gong Xiaojun impatiently nudged him, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and make the payment." The middle-aged man, noticing her, grunted, "We agreed that I would only pay the down payment. The interest is entirely your responsibility." "Fine, I understand." Gong Xiaojun felt exceedingly frustrated. She had intended to flaunt her success, but found herself overshadowed instead. Her heart was heavy with discontent as she sighed repeatedly, occasionally glancing at You Siyan. It was utterly unbelievable that she was genuinely purchasing a Toyota Camry, a vehicle costing around 400,000 to 500,000. Soon enough, Liang Feng and You Siyan finalized the purchase, signing the contract and making the payment. Gong Xiaojun, unwilling to concede, asked the salesperson, "Did that woman really buy the Toyota Camry?" "Yes, she did," the salesperson replied with a smile. Gong Xiaojun rolled her eyes in exasperation, feeling even more deflated. Looking at her own Toyota Corolla, she found it suddenly unappealing and asked, "Did she pay in full or finance it?" The salesperson responded, "This lady was quite decisive. She spotted the car she wanted and purchased it outright." This revelation infuriated Gong Xiaojun further. She never imagined that even at her age, she would still be outshone by You Siyan. Helpless, she could only glare in frustration. Meanwhile, You Siyan exited the dealership joyfully. Not only had she acquired her dream car, but she also felt a sense of triumph. Once in a secluded area, she let out a celebratory scream, exclaiming, "If it weren't for you, I would never have heard the end of that woman's taunts." Liang Feng lit a cigarette, chuckling, "That woman is just ugly and obnoxious." You Siyan echoed his sentiment, laughing heartily, and remarked, "Indeed, ugliness breeds mischief," as she caught a glimpse of Gong Xiaojun, affirming his words. The Toyota brand was thriving, but she would have to wait a few days to take delivery of her car. Still, this anticipation was worthwhile. In the year 2002 in Tang City, few could afford a Toyota Camry. With this vehicle, You Siyan would truly become a significant figure. In high spirits, she playfully hung onto Liang Feng's arm, cooing, "My mischievous little husband. No, my esteemed boss. I promise to work hard and not let you down." "That's good to hear," Liang Feng replied, pinching her cheek. As he basked in the brilliant sunlight of 2002, he understood that this was merely the beginning. The future promised to be ever more splendid. Chapter 21. Chen Qianqian's underworld affairs. Once a person becomes entangled in the affairs of the underworld, extricating oneself becomes exceedingly challenging. Liang Feng had initially wished to avoid excessive interaction with these so-called individuals of the dark side. However, unexpectedly, Chen Qianqian called. He had acquired a mobile phone, and only a few knew the number. During their earlier gambling escapades, he had shared it with Chen Qianqian for convenience. Now, the call had come. Liang Feng felt obliged to answer, as Chen Qianqian had always treated him with respect. He picked up the phone and greeted, "Brother Chen, what brings you to call me?" Chen Qianqian's hearty voice came through. "Tomorrow is my birthday. I will be turning 45. My friends are organizing a celebration, and I thought to invite you, Liang Xiao, to join in the fun and festivities." Upon hearing these words, Liang Feng quickly smiled and said, "Oh, so it's your birthday, Brother Chen. Allow me to wish you a happy birthday in advance." Too polite, too polite. Chen Qianqian laughed heartily, replying, "Rest assured, Liang Xiao, I will definitely be there tomorrow." With newfound wealth, Liang Feng's influence was modest. In a city like Tangcheng, having a friend like him was not entirely disadvantageous, especially on his birthday. So he readily agreed. "All right, I will call you tomorrow to confirm the exact time." Chen Qianqian beamed with delight. Liang Feng replied, "Sure, I will await your call." Well then, it's settled. Chen Qianqian hung up the phone, and Liang Feng tossed his device aside. "You Siyan, curious," murmured Chen Qianqian. "What does he want?" "He's inviting me to his birthday celebration," Liang Feng explained without reservation, having already shared the nature of his relationship with Chen Qianqian. "I'll go tomorrow. But the specific time hasn't been set yet." You Siyan furrowed her brow, muttering, "It's better to keep your distance from someone like him. Now that you're wealthy, there's no need to associate with such people. They are ultimately not of the right path." "Don't worry, I understand," Liang Feng chuckled, feeling assured. The next day, Chen Qianqian promptly informed Liang Feng of the precise time and venue for the gathering. Liang Feng prepared a gift and arrived punctually. The event was held in a rural courtyard at the outskirts of the southern part of the city. The entrance was lined with an array of so-called luxury vehicles of the era: Toyota Land Cruisers, Toyota Camrys, BMW 528s, and Beijing Jeeps, among others. As the gates opened, a steady stream of guests flowed in and out. The interior was already bustling with activity, filled to capacity with lively chatter. Large pots simmered with various meats and vegetables, while skewers were grilled and dishes were stir-fried. Holding his gift, Liang Feng made his way inside. As he navigated through the crowd, many scrutinizing faces assessed him, puzzled by the presence of this scholarly young man. Upon entering, he finally spotted the guest of honor, Chen Qianqian, clad in a light yellow tang suit and holding a beautiful white jade bracelet. With a cheerful demeanor, he was busy greeting his guests. Upon seeing Liang Feng, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Ah, Liang Xiao, you've arrived. Why didn't you let me know in advance so I could greet you at the door?" "Brother Chen, it's your birthday today. You're the most important person here," Liang Feng replied with a light-hearted laugh as he presented his gift. "I wish you, Brother Chen, many more birthdays like today, and may you grow younger and wealthier with each passing year." "Haha, I love hearing that," Chen Qianqian exclaimed as he accepted the gift. Upon inspecting it, he realized it was a solid gold Buddha, about the size of 2 fists, clearly of considerable value. "Liang Xiao, you've come to have fun. Why such extravagance?" "It's only fitting," Liang Feng nodded with a smile. Chen Qianqian, brimming with joy, patted Liang Feng on the shoulder and remarked, "Meeting you is like encountering a true deity. Nothing compares to your brilliance." Laughing together, he continued, "Come, Liang Xiao, let me show you around. This is my family's old residence, which I've renovated. Impressive, isn't it?" Tangcheng has developed rapidly over the past 2 years, with the city undergoing swift expansion. Many rural areas have been leveled and transformed into parts of the city, resulting in an increase in urban-rural interfaces. This is one such place. The asphalt road has reached the village entrance, offering great convenience, yet the interior retains its rustic charm. Chen Qianqian, already possessing some wealth, has earned over 10 million by following Liang Feng, making renovations to his home quite customary. At this moment, his spacious courtyard, with 3 entrances, features a newly constructed 2-story building adorned with white ceramic tiles. The central area boasts an artificial hill, lush greenery, and a small bridge over flowing water, exuding undeniable elegance. Chen Qianqian, proudly twirling his jade bracelet, declared, "Once this is fully completed, it will surpass the million-dollar villas in the city by several folds." He added, "Of course, young Master Liang must have seen much of the world. This may not impress you. No, it is quite remarkable, Liang Feng thought, viewing it from a contemporary perspective. The bustling city felt distant, and having such a grand courtyard was far more comfortable than the urban environment. I even planned to install a swimming pool here. The fortune teller said that water symbolizes wealth. Only with water can wealth flow into the home, Chen Qianqian boasted, inviting Liang Feng to visit once it was completed. Sure, Liang Feng casually replied. As they ventured further inward, they arrived at the back room of the third courtyard, where a crowd was gathered, engulfed in a haze of smoke and gambling fervor, shouting excitedly. Upon seeing Chen Qianqian enter, they exclaimed, "Ah, Brother San has arrived. Brother, let us play a few rounds." "Yes, we've been waiting for you. It's your birthday today, you must join us and have some fun." Chen Qianqian, embodying the bravado of a leader, waved his hand. "All right, I'll be the banker. Feel free to place your bets. Today, I'll let you youngsters win a bit." He then turned to Liang Feng. "Young Master Liang, come join the merriment." "Young Master?" At Chen Qianqian's call, the crowd suddenly realized that this fair-skinned youth was none other than Liang Feng, the reputed figure in the underworld and Chen Qianqian's benefactor. They looked over with intrigue. "Brother San, is this the wealth god you spoke of? He is indeed quite young. Haha, and undeniably handsome." The men and women chuckled, gazing at him. Chen Qianqian rolled up his sleeves and took a seat at the center, lit a cigarette, and called out, "Let us not disturb young Master Liang. Let us enjoy our game. Now, Lao San, I'll borrow 20,000 from you, and I'll pay you back shortly." He added, "Of course, young Master Liang is both dashing and affluent. Young ladies, be sure to seize the opportunity. Quite handsome indeed. Young Master Liang, let us get acquainted." The girls, eager to seize the chance to meet the wealth god, flocked around him. Liang Feng stood there, distinctly different in demeanor from these ruffians. Dressed in light blue jeans, a crisp white shirt, and black canvas shoes, his calm presence naturally attracted the admiration of the young women. The girls were mostly in their early 20s, with the oldest being around 23 or 24, mingling aimlessly with these so-called social leaders. At this moment, upon encountering Liang Feng, it was as if one had stumbled upon a cat reeking of fish. A throng of giggling, flirtatious individuals encircled him, cooing, "Young Master Liang, you are truly handsome. Young Master Liang, let us get acquainted. Young Master Liang, is it true that you can foresee the results of the matches?" In an instant, Liang Feng found himself enveloped by eager admirers, the air thick with a laying of perfumes and cosmetics, akin to stepping into a lavish beauty parlor. Liang Feng furrowed his brow slightly, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "Do not heed Sanji's nonsense. I am no deity of wealth. Sengu merely has a streak of good fortune." With a hearty laugh, Chen Qianqian interjected, "All right, let us engage in some card play. Do not crowd around young Master Liang any longer. Young Master, you must join us." Liang Feng nodded with a smile, yet the crowd continued to surreptitiously appraise him. Recently, numerous rumors about Liang Feng had circulated, each more embellished than the last, igniting a desire among the onlookers to witness and know him firsthand. However, with Chen Qianqian's command, the card game resumed, redirecting everyone's focus to the table. Only a strikingly beautiful girl, the tallest and most alluring among them, remained undeterred in her pursuit of Liang Feng. Standing at over 172 meters, with an eclectic, voluminous hairstyle, a cigarette perched between her lips, and a scrutinizing gaze, she inquired, "Young Master Liang, I have heard you have friends abroad who can predict the World Cup scores. Is that true? Can the World Cup really be rigged?" At that moment, a burly man chimed in, scoffing, "Damn it, of course, it can be rigged. Otherwise, how could those fools from Korea have made it to the semifinals?" He continued with a conspiratorial chuckle, "Surely, there is some collusion with the big casino owners in Las Vegas. Isn't that right, young Master Liang?" Liang Feng merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. Chen Qianqian then picked up the cards, announcing, "Quickly place your bets. I want you all to win some money. What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Yes. I bet 500. I bet 200. The players eagerly placed their wagers, engaging in a lively game of pai gao, with 4 doors and 2 cards per door, competing for the highest hand. The girl with the eclectic style leaned closer to Liang Feng, pouting as she remarked, "They say one should never strike a smiling face. I am being so forward in speaking to you, yet you ignore me." This girl was indeed strikingly beautiful, with an oval face, large eyes, a prominent nose, and a cherry-like mouth, her fair skin accentuating her tall, graceful figure. Alas, her unconventional hairstyle detracted from her allure. Liang Feng, unable to appreciate her fully, gestured toward the card game, smiling. Focus on the cards. Sangu mentioned he wants to lose a bit for everyone. How much can one win anyway? The girl huffed, casting a dismissive glance at Liang Feng. If you have a bit of money, why act so superior? I have seen it all. With that, she turned and walked away. Liang Feng chuckled instead, finding amusement in the boldness of the contemporary girl. As for the card table, rounds continued in rapid succession. Chen Qianqian managed to win several hands, laughing heartily as he declared, I intend to lose a little to you all, yet you are not making it easy for me. Place your bets, come on. Curse it, I bet 1,000. I bet 800. One by one, they rolled up their sleeves and pressed on. For the more they wagered, the more they would win. Chen Qianqian held a deck of cards in one hand and a cigarette in the other as he continued to deal. At that moment, bald Lu burst in exuberantly, his gaze landing on Liang Feng, and he exclaimed with a grin, Ah, young Master Liang, you are here too. It's good to see you again. Liang Feng chuckled softly. Bald Lu had played the role of matchmaker between him and You Siyan. However, this fellow was undoubtedly a rogue, and Liang Feng chose to ignore him. It's Sanji's birthday. How could I not attend? Bald Lu chuckled again, adding, Well, young Master Liang, I have important business with Sangu, so you carry on. He wove through the crowd and whispered something in Chen Qianqian's ear. Chen Qianqian's brows knitted in displeasure as he slammed his palm on the table and grunted, Why is she here? Fine, let her come in and see me. Understood. Bald Lu replied, turning to leave. The card game resumed. After a while, Bald Lu returned, escorting a tall and graceful beauty into the room. She appeared timid, unable to lift her gaze, yet her captivating figure was striking. Standing over 1.7 meters tall, her long, slender legs were perfectly straight, complemented by a slim waist and ample bosom, alongside a delicate face, truly a paragon of beauty. Clad in a form-fitting black spaghetti strap gown, her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her large, embellished eyes blinked anxiously, while her petite nose and cherry-like lips radiated a languid softness. No matter how one looked at her, she was undeniably stunning. At that moment, her mere presence drew the attention of many. Sangu, the person has arrived. Bald Lu announced. Chen Qianqian remained indifferent, continuing to deal cards. As I mentioned, the money must be repaid within 3 days. Fail to do so, and I shall break an arm. I. The beauty stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Bald Lu leaned closer to Liang Feng, grinning as he said, Young Master Liang, this woman has lost over 500,000 in bets with Sangu and is unable to repay. Liang Feng, disinterested, waved his hand dismissively, indicating he had no sympathy for gamblers. Oh, Bald Lu fell silent. At that moment, Chen Qianqian ceased dealing, his gaze scrutinizing the woman with a hint of menace as he remarked, I heard you've divorced and have a daughter who is studying well at Hubei University. Her name is Lu Duoduo, correct? Do not lay a hand on my daughter. The beauty trembled in fear, panic coursing through her. Liang Feng was equally taken aback, for he recognized Lu Duoduo as one of the campus beauties, though they had not interacted much, as she was studying business administration. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed a striking resemblance and approached Bald Lu, inquiring, How did she lose over 500,000? Bald Lu quickly explained, I'm not entirely sure, but I heard she kept doubling her bets and lost everything. Eventually, she sought to borrow $1 million from Sangu for one last bet, but Sangu refused. Otherwise, she would have lost again. I see, Liang Feng pondered, piecing everything together. Lu Duoduo hails from a privileged family, consistently standing out in school, and is renowned as the school's dance goddess. Whenever she performed, a throng of boys would gather to admire her grace. Liang Feng recalls having watched her dance as well. However, rumors began to circulate about her indiscretions, claiming she had numerous boyfriends both socially and at school. By the time she reached her 40s, she remained unmarried, and the reasons for this became painfully clear. It was her mother's loss of over 500,000 yuan that precipitated a familial crisis. This amount, in 2002, held a vastly different significance compared to the present day. Back then, a decent house cost only 50 to 60,000 yuan. For an average person to have 50,000 yuan in debt was no mere issue of losing a house or land. It was an insurmountable burden. With a resounding bang on the table, Chen Qianqian exclaimed in anger, The money was borrowed by you. It is clearly documented with your signature and a bold red stamp. Do you intend to default? I assure you, even if you resort to selling yourself, you must repay this debt. The beautiful woman, on the verge of tears, realized she was not only indebted by over 500,000 yuan, but had also squandered her family's fortune. What began as casual gambling escalated, as she thought that doubling her bets would allow her to recoup her losses. Yet, time and again, she faced defeat, never winning a single bet. Not only had she depleted her family's savings, but she also found herself buried under a mountain of gambling debt. After the World Cup concluded, she experienced a moment of clarity, wishing she could slap herself in regret, her heart heavy with remorse. Yet, what could be done? The debts had been incurred and must be repaid. In that moment of despair, she felt as if death were the only escape. But such an act would only bring misfortune to her daughter. She could not allow her daughter to suffer. With a steely resolve, she said, "Sango, I borrowed the money, and I will repay it. Even if it means selling myself, I will return your money. But I implore you, do not harm my daughter." Chen Qianqian chuckled disdainfully. "Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Why would I do anything to your daughter if you settle your debts? I am not a villain." With each word, he made his position clear. The beautiful woman felt some relief, understanding that her daughter would be safe as long as she fulfilled her obligation. Tears welled in her eyes as she accepted her fate, having realized there was no way to reverse the damage done. Chapter 23. The Elegant Dance Instructor. Lu Bingyan, the beautiful dance instructor, is a figure of grace and poise, well known in Tang City as a dedicated dance teacher. She maintains her appearance impeccably, with a rosy complexion, fair skin, and a captivating figure that commands attention. With a physique reminiscent of the fitness models of later generations, ample bosom, slender waist, long legs, and a shapely posterior, one would hardly guess that her daughter is already a third-year university student. She possesses an extraordinary talent for dance and once secured third place in a national dance competition, a feat that stirred the entire Tang City and solidified her status as a local celebrity. It is no wonder that Chen Qianqian would lend her an enormous sum of 500,000 yuan. After graduating from a dance academy, Lu Bingyan leveraged her fame and expertise to establish her own dance school, which flourished, allowing her to lead a life of comfort and affluence, placing her firmly within the upper echelons of society in Tang City. Despite having gone through a divorce, she found herself surrounded by numerous admirable suitors and accompanied by a lovely daughter, living a life seemingly untroubled. However, she never anticipated that a casual foray into sports betting would lead her to such dire straits. As the 2002 World Cup in South Korea and Japan approached, the timing coincided perfectly with the domestic time zone. Furthermore, with the national football team qualifying for the World Cup, it became a topic of national conversation. Even those indifferent to football found themselves glancing at the matches. On one occasion, Lu Bingyan ventured to a bar with friends and inadvertently encountered the world of sports betting. Prior to this, she had scarcely engaged in card games or mahjong. Her friends assured her of guaranteed wins, and she, swept up in the excitement, partook in a few bets. To her astonishment, she won. It seemed effortless, prompting her to dive deeper into betting. Yet, her fortune quickly turned, and losses began to accumulate. Convinced that if she wagered double the amount lost, she could recoup her previous losses, she naively believed that a single win would restore her fortunes. However, fate played a cruel game. She continued to lose, her situation deteriorating dramatically. The more she lost, the more desperate her attempts to recover became. Ultimately, not only did she squander her entire fortune, but she also found herself burdened with a staggering debt of 500,000. Ensnared in this quagmire, she foolishly sought to borrow $1 million to recover her losses. Yet, as a dance instructor in 2002, even with a modicum of fame, who would lend her such a substantial sum? Chen Qianqian denied her request, inadvertently saving her from further ruin, as she lacked any true understanding of football and merely placed reckless bets. Now, stripped of everything save for her still enchanting figure, Lu Bingyan hailed from an educated family. Her parents both educators who had nurtured her since childhood as a cherished daughter, immersing her in the world of dance. She had never envisioned herself on such a path of despair. However, the harsh realities loomed before her, should she contemplate ending her life. Her creditors would not spare her daughter or her aging parents. She understood that the money was borrowed from them, and repaying debts is a matter of principle. With no words left to express her plight, she could only grit her teeth in silent suffering, tears of sorrow streaming down her face. At this juncture, a bald man named Lu, with an unsettling demeanor, leered at her and remarked, "Lu, the beautiful lady, since you've chosen this path, let me guide you." The The women who sell themselves are not the same as respectable women. He lunged toward Lu Bingyan with an alarming intensity. Unable to endure such humiliation, she quickly sidestepped. Lu, observing her reaction, shrugged and said, "See, I told you this requires someone to show you the ropes. You think selling yourself is an easy task? Humph, among clients. I consider myself quite handsome. Regardless of whether they are old, crippled, blind, or foolish, you must accept them. Remember my words, to succeed in any profession, one must love their work. That is how you make money." As he laughed heartily, he relentlessly attacked the last vestiges of Lu Bingyan's psychological defenses. The torment of his words made her wish for an end to her suffering. Lu continued to taunt. "You owe Sangu over 500,000. Tell me, even if you sell yourself for 1,000 each time, how many times would you have to sell? In the future, one may inevitably encounter individuals like myself. Allow me to pave the way and impart some wisdom. Is that not a delightful notion?" The onlookers gazed at the enchanting young woman, Lu Bingyan, and erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, if one desires to earn, one must not shy away from the unseemly. We, in our esteemed positions, could potentially become your patrons. Today, we shall illuminate the path for you." Faced with the shy yet graceful beauty, how could they not feel a pang of desire, chuckling with lascivious intent? "Yes, yes. Count me in," they chimed in playful tones. Lu Bingyan, a notable figure in Tang City, found herself under the glow of celebrity, which only served to stoke the desires of the men around her. They laughed heartily, eager to partake in the spoils. Lu Bingyan felt a surge of indignation, yet found herself powerless to resist. For the sake of her daughter, she could only grimly nod in acceptance, knowing that this was the only path left for her. Her dance school could hardly repay such debts. At that moment, bald Lu, upon witnessing the scene, laughed boisterously and moved to embrace Lu Bingyan's slender waist. Suddenly, a girl burst into the room, calling out loudly, "Do not touch my mother." The sharpness of her voice startled everyone present. They turned to see a tall, attractive girl, clad in denim overalls and a white shirt, her playful ponytail bouncing as she rushed in. She bore a striking resemblance to Lu Bingyan, but with a touch of youthful innocence. This girl was none other than Lu Bingyan's daughter, Lu Duoduo. In a flurry of emotion, she rushed to her mother's side, shielding her from the crowd. Seeing this, Lu Bingyan quickly exclaimed, "Duoduo, why have you come? This does not concern you." With tears in her eyes, Lu Duoduo replied, "Mom, what are you doing? You cannot give up on yourself. We can sell everything we have to repay them." She clung tightly to her mother, unwilling to see her endure such humiliation. Having overheard snippets of their conversation, she could not fathom the thought of her mother resorting to such a fate. "Mom, no. This is absolutely unacceptable." Lu Bingyan sighed in resignation, saying, "Duoduo, our house is already mortgaged, and the dance studio is too. I have lost everything, my dear. There is no other way." Upon hearing this, Lu Duoduo was left in shock. During this time, she had noticed her mother's obsession with gambling, fixating on the television during late hours. Initially indifferent, she later realized that her mother had been borrowing money from friends and relatives. Yet, she never imagined her mother had fallen so deeply into despair, losing their home and incurring debts to the underworld. She was aware that the sum owed was 500,000, as Chen Qianqian had previously sent someone to demand repayment. Today, Lu Duoduo grasped the gravity of the situation. Her mother was on the verge of making a grave mistake, prompting her to rush over, leading to this dramatic encounter. However, she never anticipated that their home and assets had vanished. She stood frozen, fully aware that they had reached a point of no return. Chapter 24. The dance beauty Lu Duoduo in the room. Chen Qianqian regarded the innocent girl with a smile, saying, "Were it in the past, I, Chen Qianqian, would undoubtedly have made things difficult for you. However, to be candid, I find your meager sum rather unworthy of my attention. My sole desire at this moment is to reclaim the money I lent your mother, with both principal and interest duly returned. It remains a universal truth that debts must be repaid. My assertion holds merit regardless of the audience. As long as the funds are returned, I am amenable to any arrangement." He cast his cards onto the table, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Duoduo. In an instant, Lu Duoduo's spirit waned, only to be rekindled as she exclaimed, "Mother, let us seek out my father for assistance." Lu Bingyan sighed with a bitter smile. "I have long implored your father, but he lacks the means, and he is already remarried. How could he possibly aid me?" She was loath to lose her dignity entirely in front of her daughter. Having always been a paragon in Lu Duoduo's eyes, guiding her in dance and the pursuit of her dreams. The current scene, reminiscent of a desperate bargain, was one she wished to shield her daughter from witnessing. Yet some truths are inescapable. With a heavy sigh, she replied, Duo, focus on your studies. Let the adults handle their own affairs. I shall bear the burden of my own debts. Gently, she nudged Lu Duo away. Lu Duo could not bear to witness her mother's plight. Grasping her arm insistently, I will seek out my father to repay you. We must devise another plan. Come, let us go. She tugged fervently. Yet Lu Bingyan understood that she had exhausted all possible options. She was utterly bereft of alternatives. Determined not to allow Chen Qianqian to disrupt her daughter's life further, she had come to this point of no return. Now, with her daughter witnessing her despair, her heart felt as though it had turned to ashes. Resigned, she implored, Duo, let the grown-ups handle this. Please return home. No, that cannot be, Lu Duo cried, pulling with fervor. In the midst of this struggle, her eyes fell upon Liang Feng, who had been observing quietly from the sidelines. She froze momentarily, taken aback to encounter an acquaintance here. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was indeed Liang Feng, well known at school for his striking appearance and commendable academic performance. He particularly shone during basketball matches, making him familiar to Lu Duo, albeit their interactions had been minimal. Now, confronted with this awkward situation, her face flushed crimson. Mortified that a familiar face bore witness to such an embarrassing scene, she turned away, hoping to remain unrecognized by him. Yet, such hopes were futile. In that moment, Lu Duo wished desperately for a place to hide, having realized that Liang Feng had indeed recognized her. Liang Feng, equally surprised to encounter a classmate here, surveyed the chaotic scene before him, contemplating the fate that might await Lu Duo. Upon noticing her glance in his direction, he understood the gravity of the situation. Her downfall, he realized, stemmed from this very circumstance, and a pang of compassion surged within him. Resolute, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward to rescue her once more, declaring, Duo, is this your mother? At his words, an astonished silence enveloped the room. The onlookers, who had anticipated an entertaining spectacle, turned their bewildered gazes toward Liang Feng, including Chen Qianqian. Chen Qianqian paused momentarily, shocked, and inquired, Young Master Liang, do you know each other? Liang Feng nodded and smiled, remarking, what a coincidence. She is my classmate. Ah, your classmate, Chen Qianqian said, momentarily taken aback. He glanced between the two, quickly grasping the situation. With a hearty laugh, his tone became noticeably more courteous as he rose from the card table, surveying the scene. Isn't this akin to a flood washing over the Dragon King Temple, where family members fail to recognize one another? Very well, since you are acquainted with young Master Liang, I shall not make things difficult for you and your mother. Thus, I shall grant you another month to consider how to repay the debt. As for the interest, let us disregard it. Simply return the principal. With another hearty laugh, he turned to Liang Feng and added, Young Master Liang, this money was genuinely lent from my own pocket. I must recover the principal. So this is the only way forward. That sounds quite reasonable, Brother San. Liang Feng nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Chen Qianqian waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, what is there to be courteous about? In terms of our camaraderie, this is but a trifling matter. After another hearty laugh, he gestured for everyone to leave, saying, all right then, enough of games. The front courtyard should be prepared. Let us indulge in wine and meat. As they passed by Lu Bingyan and Lu Duo, Chen Qianqian added with a smile, Miss Lu, why didn't you mention earlier that your daughter is classmates with young Master Liang? Had you done so, we could have avoided such a scene. He then turned to Lu Duo, saying, Young lady, do not overthink this. Simply discuss matters with young Master Liang. If it does not work out, I will extend another month, reiterating, just return the principal. With that, Chen Qianqian left, all smiles, accompanied by his entourage. This display undoubtedly honored Liang Feng's reputation. Liang Feng felt compelled to express his gratitude once more, saying, Brother San, thank you. With me, there's no need to mention such formality, Chen Qianqian replied, embodying the spirit of a generous brotherhood, before departing with his companions. In the room, only Liang Feng, Lu Bingyan, and Lu Duo remained. Neither Lu Bingyan nor Lu Duo could fathom how the situation had so swiftly transformed from despair to hope. Their eyes blinked in disbelief, their minds buzzing with shock at the sudden shift. The catalyst for this remarkable change was none other than Liang Feng. Lu Duo gazed at Liang Feng in astonishment. her eyes sparkling with admiration. Their previous interactions had been limited to mere greetings and polite nods. She had never anticipated he would render such significant assistance, especially upon hearing Chen Qianqian address him with the respectful title of Young Master Liang. She gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth and timidly asking, "Liang Feng, you know them? And why do they call you Young Master?" She was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the incredibility of the situation. Everything before her felt surreal. Lu Bingyan, too, was enveloped in astonishment, fully aware of Chen Qianqian's notorious reputation for ruthlessness, a figure well known in the underworld of Tang City. Yet here he was, treating Liang Feng with such deference. It all stemmed from a single, simple statement made by Liang Feng. "She is my classmate." Chen Qianqian not only required the principal amount without interest, but also extended the repayment period from 3 days to a month, and subsequently to 2 months. This indicated that the young man before them must be a person of considerable stature, possibly the offspring of a notable individual. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Duo, is this your classmate? Are there such individuals at your school?" Lu Duo's eyes sparkled as she nodded, responding, "Yes, his name is Liang Feng. He attends our school. We are merely not in the same class." With that, she flashed a sweet smile at Liang Feng, saying, "Thank you so much." Liang Feng waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. We are classmates. How could I not assist when I have the opportunity?" Chapter 25. The charming Liang Feng's decision to lend a hand was primarily motivated by his concern for Lu Duo's future. Such a beautiful young lady deserved better than this. If it were someone like Lu Bingyan, a notorious gambler, he would have turned a blind eye. For such individuals hardly warranted sympathy. Even upon learning of Lu Duo's mother, he remained silent, thinking it well-deserved. However, Lu Duo found herself entangled in this predicament, her fate taking a sharp downturn. He had always held a favorable impression of Lu Duo, as she consistently greeted him with polite smiles and warm demeanor. After graduating from university, they had crossed paths several times in society, each encounter marked by utmost courtesy. Hence, even now, Liang Feng remembered the girl who always greeted him with a sweet smile, the dancing goddess, Lu Duo. Thus, he felt compelled to intervene. To his surprise, Chen Qianqian afforded him such courtesy, and he chuckled as he clarified, "I have some business dealings with Chen Qianqian. He merely extended me a favor. It's not as exaggerated as you think." "You do business?" Lu Duo exclaimed, gazing at Liang Feng in astonishment and playful jest. "How surprising. You never revealed this in school." "That's because I concealed it quite well," Liang Feng replied with a light-hearted chuckle. "Oh, indeed. We truly had no idea." Lu Duo laughed, the atmosphere instantly brightening. Her gaze toward Liang Feng grew increasingly intense. The lightness of their banter was soothing, as she recognized that he was intentionally lightening her spirits, helping her recover from her earlier distress. Overcome with gratitude, she expressed, "Thank you, Liang Feng, for alleviating our pressing predicament. I'm not sure what we would have done without you." Lu Bingyan quickly nodded in agreement, conveying her thanks. "Yes, we are immensely grateful." Deep down, she understood that Chen Qianqian's deference indicated Liang Feng's significant standing. Their unexpected encounter today felt serendipitous. However, Lu Duo was aware that Liang Feng was not from a wealthy background. She had never heard of his family being particularly affluent. Moreover, she knew that, like Zhang Yun from their class, Liang Feng hailed from a steel mill family. How could someone from such humble beginnings become so formidable? Why was he referred to as Young Master Liang? Her curiosity remained piqued, and with wide, sparkling eyes, she further inquired, "Liang Feng, what exactly does your family do? Why do they call you Young Master Liang?" Liang Feng chuckled heartily, saying, "Did I not mention that my connection with Chen Qianqian is merely business-related? That is simply a term of respect." He then continued, Duo, your mother is right. We are about to enter our 3rd year, and you must focus on your studies. I believe Auntie will manage to resolve this issue, won't she?" He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Bingyan, harboring a profound disdain for her. Though she possessed beauty, to him, a gambler was no better than a wastrel, perhaps even worse. A wastrel would not burden their family. At most, they would become a mere parasite, consuming a few bowls of rice. In contrast, a compulsive gambler would indeed drag their family into despair. His intention was to awaken Lu Bingyan, urging her not to jeopardize Lu Duo's future, nor allow such a bright and cheerful girl to suffer a fate akin to her past life's misfortunes. Lu Bingyan understood his words well and quickly nodded, saying, Yes, yes. Duo, Liang Xiao is right. You need not worry. Just concentrate on your studies. Liang Xiao has already managed to extend our debt by 2 months. During this time, I will find a way to repay it. Lu Duo, still in a daze, could only respond vaguely with a muffled, However, her heart was heavy with worry. Where could she possibly gather 500,000 yuan in just 2 months? Even without interest, that sum was no trifling matter. Their home and dance studio had long since vanished. The looming debt felt like a cloud of despair overhead, inescapable. Turning to Liang Feng, she expressed her gratitude. Liang Feng, thank you once again. If it weren't for you, my mother and I would be at a loss. Stepping forward, she suddenly bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Yes, thank you. Lu Bingyan followed suit, bowing deeply as well. The two women were acutely aware that without Liang Feng, their lives would have been utterly ruined that day. Thus, they remained bowed for an extended moment. Liang Feng quickly helped them to their feet, saying, Duo, please do not do this. Did not the teacher say that students should support one another? With a soft giggle, Lu Duo smiled, recognizing Liang Feng's playful teasing, which only made her find him even more handsome and charming. He seemed transformed. She pondered, no wonder the stunning Lin Yuxin, who shared her name, had been so flirtatious with Liang Feng. He was indeed quite an admirable young man. At that moment, the birthday celebration for Chen Qianqian commenced outside. Naturally, Lu Bingyan and Lu Duo, having received no invitation, needed to take their leave. Suddenly, a tall girl with an avant-garde hairstyle sauntered in, leaning against the doorframe. Arms crossed, and smirked. The gallant Liang Xiao has yet to finish his conversation. The festivities have begun on Chen Qianqian's end, and you're the only one missing. With a disdainful glance at Lu Bingyan and her daughter, she added, Today, Chen Qianqian has shown you considerable favor. If you do not join him for a drink, you won't be able to express your gratitude. Very well, I understand, Liang Feng remarked, casting a glance at Lu Bingyan without uttering a word. He then turned to Lu Duo, saying, Duo, you should return home without worry. Leave the adult matters to the adults. And remember, if I discover that your grades decline or you become distracted in your studies, I will instruct Chen Qianqian to come to your home daily for interest payments. Just think about whether that frightens you. Fear, oh such fear. Lu Duo chuckled softly, nodding as she replied, All right, I understand. That's the way it should be. Liang Feng laughed heartily, waving his hand as he followed the non-mainstream girl outside. As they walked, the girl glanced at Liang Feng and remarked, You certainly know how to amuse girls, don't you? But why are you so cold towards me? What makes me any less than that girl, Lu Duo? I can see it. You just enjoy playing the innocent. Noticing Liang Feng's silence, she continued, What's the matter? I'm talking to you. Liang Feng mumbled, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by her presence. The girl decided to be direct, stating, Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Qianqian, the cousin of Sangu, sharing a grandfather with him. Oh, I'll remember that, Liang Feng replied, glancing at her with a smile. Chen Qianqian, what a lovely name. Indeed, Chen Qianqian said curiously. By the way, tell me, how did you know the results of the World Cup? Is it true that those big casino owners in Las Vegas manipulated? Liang Feng had no knowledge of such matters, but feeling the need to provide some explanation, he chuckled and fabricated, not just the World Cup, but the Olympics, the European Championship, and even our Asian Cup and the top 5 European leagues. All the outcomes are predetermined and controlled. I see, Chen Qianqian said, her eyes widening in astonishment. In this world, nothing is genuine. She sighed and added, If I had known you were so clever, I would have had my parents sell our house and land, placing more bets. Then we could have built a 2-story villa. Liang Feng laughed heartily. All right, when the European Cup comes around in 2 years, I'll keep you posted. Chen Qianqian beamed, wrapping her arms around Liang Feng's, excitedly exclaiming, That's a promise. All right, Liang Feng replied, finding this non-mainstream beauty quite entertaining. Chapter 26. The fate of Lu Duo transforms in early July. Tang City's nights lingered long. The rural courtyard was still brightly lit. There were at least 20 tables, each laden with a variety of chicken, duck, fish, and meat dishes. Friends and relatives filled the space, and even a song and dance troupe was invited to perform on stage. Liang Feng immersed himself in the festivities, enjoying food and merriment, as Chen Qianqian honored him today. Naturally, Liang Feng indulged in a few more drinks. On the periphery of the crowd, Lu Bingyan and Lu Duo quietly emerged from the backyard. Observing Liang Feng and Chen Qianqian toasting and laughing together, they discreetly slipped away. Liang Feng, despite his youth, just over 20, was impressively familiar with these seasoned figures, earning admiration. Indeed, ambition knows no age. On the way home, Lu Bingyan reflected on the day. She had ventured to Chen Qianqian's house in desperation, determined not to allow them to block her home and demand money. Unexpectedly, fate intervened with Liang Feng's timely appearance, rescuing her. She couldn't help but clasp her hands in prayer, silently beseeching, "Heavenly blessings, let me turn this peril into safety. If I can get through this, I promise to never gamble again and will honorably worship on the 1st and 15th of every month." With a gentle shake of her head and a smile, she sought the heavens for protection, realizing that the crux of the matter lay in encountering Liang Feng. Suddenly, the words of Liang Feng echoed in her mind. She was acutely aware of Liang Feng's intentions, wishing to shield Duo from involvement. Had Duo not come today, it was likely that subsequent events would not have unfolded. Grasping Lu Duo's hand earnestly, she said, Duo, heed your mother's words. Focus on your studies and do not concern yourself with my affairs. I will find a way to gather 500,000 within 2 months. She reassured her daughter, though our house and dance studio are mortgaged, they remain in our possession. And the interest is manageable. You should concentrate on your education without worry. How could Lu Duo feel at ease? 500,000 was an intimidating sum, and the mere thought of it sent shivers down her spine. Unable to contain her anxiety, she asked, "Mom, how do you plan to raise the money?" 2 months is a fleeting time. Lu Bingyan pondered briefly before responding, "Your grandparents still have some old acquaintances. I will borrow some money from them. I also have classmates and friends who might lend a hand. We shall first see how much I can procure, and I will repay them gradually. Of course, you must study diligently. Only when you succeed can you assist your mother. Otherwise, all my efforts would be in vain." After a pause, she added, "This is all my fault. I promise never to gamble again. Duo, trust your mother. One misstep can lead to a lifetime of regret." Lu Duo suddenly embraced her mother, declaring, "Mom, I certainly believe in you. Rest assured, I will study hard and not let you down." "Good," Lu Bingyan replied, embracing Lu Duo tightly. The mother and daughter wept in each other's arms, their figures appearing fragile against the backdrop of the night. Yet, thoughts of Liang Feng brought a sparkle to Lu Duo's eyes. Without this man, perhaps they would have truly been lost. Thankfully, fate had brought him into their lives, instilling in her a sense of resilience and the belief that they would overcome this challenge. "Mom, let us both strive forward." "Yes, let us persevere." Lu Bingyan nodded in agreement. Inspired by her daughter's determination, she steeled herself to endure it all, assuring her, "You need not worry, your mother will manage." "I will succeed too," Lu Duo affirmed, her gaze resolute, filled with confidence about the future. Her life, her destiny, had suddenly transformed. Meanwhile, Liang Feng had spent the latter half of the night drinking with Chen Qianqian, determined not to leave until he was thoroughly intoxicated. The following morning, he awoke with a throbbing headache from his hangover. He had to take a hot shower to regain some semblance of normalcy. Leaning against the side of the bed, he pressed his thumb to his temple, preparing to rest for a moment to gather his thoughts. Despite the youth of his body, it had little resistance to alcohol. Suddenly, a loud call broke the silence. Wang Shan, habitually standing by the window, shouted, "Liang, don't forget. We are heading to Hulasanshui Reservoir today. Hurry up. We're just waiting on you." "Oh, right," Liang Feng replied, realizing that it was indeed Sunday, a detail he had forgotten. He quickly dressed and stepped outside. Beneath the large locust tree, Feng Yin, Wang Shan, Zhang Yun, and several others from the previous gathering stood youthful and vibrant, yet Chen Feng was conspicuously absent. "Where's Chen Feng?" Liang Feng inquired, scanning the surroundings. Feng Yin snorted. "What? Do you wish to return his favor? He had a last-minute engagement and will not be coming. I miss him, but that's impossible." Liang Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Initially, he had agreed to help Wang Shan because Wang Shan expressed his fear of being beaten by Chen Feng. Now, seeing that Chen Feng was absent, he glanced at Wang Shan and said, "Now, you have nothing to fear, right?" "I fear him. I could never take him down." Wang Shan shot Liang Feng a sidelong glance. Liang Feng chuckled softly, falling silent thereafter. Wang Shan, invigorated, revealed his light blue swim trunks, declaring, "Ladies, have you all prepared your swimsuits? I have been ready for quite some time." Feng Yin rolled her eyes at him and turned to a tall, beautiful girl standing beside her, saying, "Hong Yao, we've always been wild since childhood. In summer, We often swam in the reservoir, so don't mind us. But rest assured, the reservoir is enclosed, resembling a small lake with a lovely little waterfall. It's truly picturesque. Zhang Hongyao. So, she is indeed Zhang Hongyao. Liang Feng hadn't seen her at the previous gathering, but now, he found her to be exceptionally lovely. With a statuesque figure exceeding 1.7 meters, her long hair elegantly pinned up, and her fair skin radiating an exceptional purity. Her large, expressive eyes and prominent nose lent her an approachable charm, yet there was an air of aloofness about her. Having grown up in the capital, she came from a privileged background, the cherished daughter of her family, and had little opportunity to swim in a reservoir. However, she had often heard her father recount stories of swimming in the moat and the reservoir during their youth, so she was rather looking forward to this outing. No worries. I am a good swimmer and am curious to experience swimming in the reservoir, she said. That is splendid. Feng Yin replied with a sweet smile, glancing at the time. All right, let us go. As for swimsuits, we can purchase them when we arrive. A group of them proceeded towards the community exit. At that moment, Zhang Yun, a fellow third-year business administration student from North China University, suddenly spoke up. Liang Feng, what is your relationship with Lu Duo from our class? Last night, she called me out of the blue inquiring about you. Zhang Yun, a child of the steel mill, had not been acquainted with Liang Feng, Wang Shan, or Feng Yin until they enrolled in North China University. Since their parents all worked at the Tang City Steelworks, they shared a common bond. Liang Feng recalled that Lu Duo and Zhang Yun were classmates and scratched his head, chuckling. What relationship could I possibly have with Lu Duo? You are imagining things. Zhang Yun, round and fair with wide eyes, placed his hands on his hips and retorted, what nonsense am I spouting? She called me specifically to ask about you, your family situation, and your well-being, almost inquiring if you have a girlfriend. He continued, Liang Feng, I've noticed that girls seem quite fond of you. You have Lin Yuxin smitten and are involved with Lu Duo as well. Impressive. Liang Feng, you and Lu Duo are involved. Is that true? Wang Shan instantly became intrigued. Liang Feng had never anticipated that his heroic act would lead to such consequences. He shook his head vigorously, insisting, Zhang Yun is just joking around, and you all believe him? Zhang Yun exclaimed, I swear to heaven, if I utter a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me with thunder. Boom. Crack. Liang Feng laughed and shouted, even the heavens cannot bear it any longer. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhang Yun attempted to speak again, but Liang Feng signaled him to be quiet. With an eye roll, Zhang Yun sulked and closed his mouth. In front, Feng Yin remarked, Hongyao, there's a bus to Hulu Mountain Reservoir right outside our community, Route 49. It's quite convenient. Let us take the bus. She added, let Liang Feng treat us, since he is the last one to arrive. All right, I'll treat. Liang Feng readily agreed, producing a 10-yuan bill and saying, is this enough? Enough, enough, enough. Laughter filled the air. Zhang Hongyao smiled and nodded along. For her, taking the bus seemed like a delightful experience of life. Chapter 27. A serendipitous encounter at Hulu Mountain in early July, with the scorching heat unbearable, swimming and hiking emerged as splendid choices. Liang Feng, Wang Shan, Zhang Hongyao, Feng Yin, and Zhang Yun leisurely rode the bus, chatting and laughing until they reached the foot of Hulu Mountain. To their surprise, Lin Yuxin and a group of students from North China University were already waiting there, and the crowd was quite substantial. My goodness, why are there so many people? Wang Shan exclaimed, astonished. Feng Yin chuckled, I don't know. Perhaps it's because you invited me, and I invited you, so it multiplied? Spotting Lin Yuxin waving energetically, Feng Yin nudged Liang Feng and said, I intentionally didn't tell you Lin Yuxin would be here, just to give you a surprise. What do you think of this surprise? Liang Feng replied with a smile, indeed, it's quite nice. For some reason, upon seeing Lin Yuxin, his thoughts inadvertently drifted to You Siyan, conjuring up chaotic images of their time together. He shook his head, attempting to dispel such thoughts, and quickened his pace toward Lin Yuxin, raising his hand to signal her. Yuxin, how is your mother's leg? Lin Yuxin, clad in a white cartoon t-shirt and light blue denim shorts that showcased her fair legs and slender neck, approached with a smile, saying, my mother was better the next day. She even asked me to thank you properly. Liang Feng mused that he was likely more aware of her condition than she was. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he smiled slightly. That's a relief. Yes, my mother is quite impressive. She returned to work the very next day. Now she is as lively as ever, Lin Yuxin said sweetly. Liang Feng responded vaguely. That's great. Today, A considerable number of students from North China University had come, perhaps 2 or 3 dozen. Familiar faces greeted each other warmly, showing no inclination to hike. They lingered in the shade at the foot of the mountain, still waiting. Lin Yuxin blinked her large eyes, glancing around curiously, and asked, "Besides us, who else is coming? Why aren't we leaving yet?" Liang Feng, equally unsure, looked around and queried, "Yes, who are we still waiting for?" Hualei and Gu Yuan said they would come, Zhang Yun explained. The crowd suddenly understood. It turned out to be those two. Gu Yuan is renowned as the most beautiful girl in the school, a ballet dancer celebrated as the goddess of ballet, garnering considerable fame among her peers. Naturally, word of her arrival has sparked anticipation among the students. As for Hualei, hailing from a privileged background and possessing striking looks, he is the heartthrob of the school, the object of many girls' secret affections. It is no wonder that numerous female students have come for this occasion. So many people have shown up, it seems this couple is indeed coming, Feng Yin remarked with a hint of admiration. Wang Shan scoffed disdainfully. Hualei is just a show-off. He annoys me to no end. Zhang Yun rolled her eyes and chuckled. Wang Shan, you can't compete with him. You're just envious. Envious? Nonsense. Not at all, Wang Shan retorted, her face flushing slightly. Oh, but you are, Zhang Yun teased. I am not, Wang Shan insisted, her cheeks growing warmer in irritation. Feng Yin interjected, enough already. Even if you envy him, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Hualei's family is worth millions, and his parents are business people. Who wouldn't be envious of him dating a stunning ballet dancer like Gu Yuan? I'm not envious, Wang Shan stubbornly insisted. All right. You're not envious. Feng Yin dismissed her stubbornness. As fate would have it, just as they were speaking, 3 cars suddenly sped into view. Leading the convoy was a Toyota Land Cruiser, flanked by 2 taxis. In 2002, such a vehicle was a rare sight, costing over 600,000 due to various tariffs. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. They must be here to hike. Let us step aside, someone suggested. Yes, we shouldn't block the entrance, another agreed. In the minds of the average citizens of Tang City in 2002, those who drove a Toyota Land Cruiser were undoubtedly wealthy and often had some underworld connections. Who else would drive such a vehicle? The students quickly made way. Then, Hualei, wearing sunglasses, swaggered out from the driver's seat, confidently waving his hand. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Simultaneously, the passenger door opened, revealing a stunning beauty clad in a white dress, tall and graceful, who cheerfully said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone." This was none other than Gu Yuan, the ballet goddess they had just discussed. With her slim waist and long legs, she rivaled the school's other 2 popular girls, making her one of the 3 campus flowers. Upon seeing them, a chorus of gasps erupted. Goodness! It's Hualei and Gu Yuan. When did you learn to drive, Brother Lei? Yes, Brother Lei, you look incredibly cool, they exclaimed, gathering around in astonishment. Unlike later years, in 2002, few 18-year-olds possessed a driver's license, which explained the students' amazement. Hualei stood about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a classic black Adidas t-shirt, paired with iconic black and white Adidas sneakers and Levi's jeans. His slightly long hair added to his charm as he playfully removed his sunglasses and tucked them into his shirt, smiling. I've known how to drive for ages. After my birthday, I got someone to help me obtain a license, and now I'm just enjoying the road. Indeed, Brother Lei's driving skills are exceptional. He is quite the handsome one. The individuals disembarking from the 2 taxis are classmates of Hualei, or rather, his entourage, numbering over 10, a mix of both genders. They are predominantly students from the public administration department alongside Hualei. The atmosphere is undeniably vibrant. At this moment, Wang Shan quietly mutters, "I told you so." Hualei is the master of pretense. You didn't believe me, did you? Now you see the truth. It takes genuine prowess to put on such a facade. You can't just pretend without substance. Zhang Yun rolls her eyes, showing her support for Hualei. It is evident that this chubby girl harbors feelings for him, as he is her secret crush. Wang Shan, hands on her hips, quips, "Zhang Yun, why do you always defend Hualei? Don't forget, he has a girlfriend, Gu Yuan. Hee. You're not secretly in love with him, are you?" "Nonsense, Wang Shan. How could you say that?" Zhang Yun's face flushes crimson, and she raises her fist to chase after her. Wang Shan laughs heartily, running away while exclaiming, I see it. If you dare say that again, I'll knock you out." Zhang Yun's face burns with embarrassment as she pursues him fervently. Wang Shan runs up the hill, teasing, "All right, let us hurry up. Zhang Yun can't wait." Wang Shan, Don't let me catch you, or I'll bite you. Zhang Yun retorts, her cheeks still flushed as she races after him. Wang Shan, still laughing, challenges, catch me first. The onlookers chuckle, urging one another to ascend the mountain. Come on, let us get climbing. Yes, let us hurry. Some boys, unable to tolerate Hua Lei's showiness, shout as they ascend. Everyone begins their climb together. Hua Lei and Gu Yuan intended to showcase his Toyota Land Cruiser, hoping to impress their classmates as if they were entering a grand estate. Alas, due to the commotion, their opportunity vanished, and they dejectedly waved, "All right, let us go." With that, they officially commenced their ascent. Lin Yuxin, following Liang Feng, suddenly leaned closer to his ear and playfully said, after watching for a while, "I still think you're the most handsome," far surpassing him. "You have good taste," Liang Feng chuckled, leaning in to whisper, "After all, I find you to be the most beautiful. You're so annoying." Lin Yuxin giggled, then questioned, "How am I more beautiful than Gu Yuan? Tell me." She scrutinized Liang Feng, eager to hear his response. He leaned closer and replied with a grin, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You're infuriating." Lin Yuxin laughed. The pairing of handsome men and beautiful women is truly a match made in heaven, inciting envy among many. Chapter 28. The troublemaker Lu Duoduo Gourd Mountain is quite famous in Tang City, named for its gourd-like shape. At its summit and halfway up, charming pavilions have been constructed, and well-maintained stairs line the path. Many visitors frequent this place, including numerous couples seeking solace. At this moment, although the summer heat is unwelcoming for strenuous activity, entering the woods brings a refreshing coolness. The young men and women share laughter and joy as they ascend, hardly feeling fatigued. Surrounded by the dancing shadows of trees and the gentle mountain breeze, they find themselves quite invigorated. Liang Feng blends seamlessly into the lively atmosphere. He has grown accustomed to life after his journey and has gradually developed a fondness for this sensation, feeling the vitality encapsulated in his youthful form. And gazing upon his youthful companions with their exuberant smiles, he cannot help but reflect, youth truly is a treasure, as one ages. Even scaling mountains may become a daunting task. He and Lin Yuxin are not engaged in playful banter. At this moment, Lin Yuxin, clad in her casual slippers, ambles along, when suddenly, she loses her balance and starts to fall backward. Liang Feng, quick-witted and swift, reaches out, one hand supporting her waist, the other cradling her rounded form. Lin Yuxin lets out a soft gasp, her cheeks flushing crimson, and hastily swats Liang Feng's hands away, chiding him. "What are you doing?" Wang Shan, having ceased his playful antics with Zhang Yun, trails behind Liang Feng and, witnessing the scene, teasingly remarks, "Where else could he touch? I saw everything." Liang Feng hastens to clarify, "I was merely a gallant hero saving a damsel in distress. It was absolutely unintentional. Whether it was intentional or not, you should discuss that with the beautiful Yuxin." Wang Shan chuckles. Lin Yuxin, her cheeks still tinged with pink, chooses not to elaborate further, pinching Liang Feng playfully and saying, "All right, let's continue our ascent." As Liang Feng follows behind, the conversations among the others predominantly revolve around the imminent transition into society, filled with both trepidation and aspiration. A collective sigh escapes them. "If only I were like Lei Gu, with a wealthy family, I wouldn't need to struggle so hard." Who can argue with that? Yet, we are not blessed with Lei Ji's fortune. Indeed, there is no comparison. They do not forget to flatter him. Someone adds, Lei Gu has already made plans. He will study abroad in Los Angeles after graduation. Really? That is incredibly enviable. Yes, Lei Gu, don't forget about us. A chorus of flattery ensues, with everyone turning to gaze downwards. Hua Lei, striding confidently in the middle, waves his hand and laughs heartily. "Rest assured, I will not forget you all." He adopts a demeanor befitting someone in a position of privilege. Wang Shan cannot help but scoff. This guy is really something. "All right, enough of that. Let us keep climbing." Liang Feng urges, following Lin Yuxin closely. At that moment, a classmate of Liang Feng suddenly speaks up. "By the way, Liang Feng, Lu Duoduo called me last night, inquiring about you in great detail. She wanted to know if you would be joining us today to climb Gourd Mountain." He chuckles. "How did you end up getting close to the stunning Duoduo?" Upon hearing this, all eyes instinctively turn towards him. At school, Hua Lei and Gu Yuan are an open couple, yet many perceive Liang Feng and Lin Yuxin as a pair, albeit an unacknowledged one. Now, upon learning of Liang Feng's connection with the dance goddess Lu Duoduo, everyone is momentarily taken aback. Lin Yuxin, clearly displeased, pouts and glances back at Liang Feng. Zhang Yun, reveling in the unfolding drama, chimes in. I told you earlier that Lu Duo was asking about Liang Feng. You didn't believe me, but now you do, huh? With that, the atmosphere becomes even more animated. Wang Shan, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle, chuckled. Brother, haha, it seems I cannot save you this time. You'd better explain yourself. Feng Yin wore a similar mischievous grin, adding, Indeed, how did you end up entangled with Lu Duo? The others cast envious glances, silently pondering how one could be involved with both Lin Yuxin and Lu Duo, which seemed rather infuriating. Even Hua Lei and Gu Yuan turned their astonished gazes toward Liang Feng. Lu Duo was renowned as the school's dance goddess, proud and unattainable. During their freshman and sophomore years, many upperclassmen had pursued her, and her contemporaries had shown even greater interest. Yet, Lu Duo had spurned all advances. Why then? Was she suddenly inquiring about Liang Feng? With a wry smile, Liang Feng helplessly explained, Please, refrain from your fanciful speculations. Lu Duo and I have barely exchanged a few words. What connection could we possibly have? As for her inquiries about me, I have no idea. His tone turned somewhat serious, prompting the group to chuckle and drop the subject. Observing the situation, Wang Shan chimed in to ease the tension, suggesting, perhaps there is something amiss. It's not as scandalous as you think. Exactly, Yuan Xia concurred. She is likely just worried about Lin Yuxin's feelings. Gradually, the atmosphere began to lighten. Liang Feng raised an eyebrow at Lin Yuxin, signaling her not to overthink it. Lin Yuxin pouted and continued climbing ahead. Keep up, Liang Feng called out, mentally lamenting the chaos that had ensued from his chivalrous deed. Why on earth is Lu Duo inquiring about me? Fortunately, Lin Yuxin still trusted him. If there were any romantic involvement with Lu Duo, it would not have remained undisclosed until now. Thus, she chose not to dwell on it and continued the ascent. As their pace slowed, they enjoyed the mountain breeze, stopping intermittently to admire the scenery. Someone then suggested playing a riddle game to pass the time. As the turns went around, someone called out, Liang Feng, you share one. Yes, do tell us something. Stop being so cozy with Lin Yuxin, came the teasing retort. Lin Yuxin's cheeks flushed. Liang Feng had many riddles in mind, so he smiled and agreed. All right, let me share one for everyone's amusement. After a moment's thought, he grinned and asked, how many brothers does Aladdin have? This unexpected question left everyone bewildered. Who didn't know Aladdin from the tales of 1001 Nights? Yet, none had ever heard of Aladdin having brothers. As they climbed the mountain leisurely, they scratched their heads in confusion, murmuring, that can't be right. I've watched the animated movie about Aladdin, and it's just him. No siblings at all. Exactly. Where would he have brothers from? I've read the story in 1001 Nights, and it never mentioned any siblings either. They exchanged perplexed glances, each wearing a look of confusion. Lin Yuxin stared at Liang Feng, her mind racing with questions, sensing there was more than met the eye in his words. So, how many? Lin Yuxin finally inquired. Chapter 29. The master of riddles Liang Feng chuckled, extending 4 fingers as he proclaimed, Aladdin has 4 brothers, and he is the youngest. The eldest is named Alagia, the second Alai, the third Alabing, and the youngest is Aladdin. Haha, what do you think? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter, rolling their eyes at Liang Feng's antics. You really are something, Liang Feng. What kind of riddle is this? It's utterly nonsensical, one remarked. Indeed, this hardly qualifies as a riddle, it's more of a brain teaser. Who could possibly guess it? Another chimed in. Aladdin is a translated name. There is no such thing as A, B, C, or D in this context. Despite their complaints, the students wore smiles, finding amusement in the absurdity. Even Hua Lei, Gu Yuan, and the usually observant Zhang Hongyao couldn't help but smile when they grasped the answer. Feng Yin, holding her waist, exclaimed, this riddle is delightful. Liang Feng, give us another. Sure. Liang Feng, in high spirits, decided to share another riddle from the future, stating, let us try an easier one. Aladdin has an uncle. What is his name? Huh, another Aladdin? The crowd was taken aback. Ha, Aladdin has an uncle too. I've read 1001 Nights. There is no mention of an uncle. Stop making things up. Just tell us his name. At that moment, Zhang Hongyao's mind sparked with inspiration, and she suddenly exclaimed, Isnt he called Alabo? Brilliant. Liang Feng clapped his hands, laughing. Indeed, the uncle of Aladdin is named Alabo. Haha. Zhang Hongyao's face flushed with delight, and the students burst into laughter, standing on the staircase, pointing at Liang Feng and exclaiming, "Liang Feng, your creativity knows no bounds. How do you come up with these riddles? Right, Aladdin's uncle, Alabo. Haha, you're truly something. Keep going. We're all ears for your next peculiar riddle." Eagerly, they urged Liang Feng to continue, forgetting about climbing the stairs as they anticipated more riddles. "Yes, Liang Feng, share another one." Gu Yuan smiled, joining in. Liang Feng grinned and posed another question. "Aladdin has a dog. Can you guess its name?" "Here we go again with Aladdin." The crowd chuckled. First it's Aladdin's brother, then his uncle, and now his dog? This is quite amusing. Standing confidently on the staircase, Liang Feng looked down at everyone and said, "Hurry and guess. Once you figure this one out, there's more to come." The audience quickly understood Liang Feng's game, sensing it was all about wordplay. But what could the dog's name possibly be? They exchanged glances, pondering, yet none could arrive at the answer. Zhang Hongyao, Gu Yuan, Hualei, and Wang Shan furrowed their brows, mulling over the riddle for quite some time, without success. At that moment, Lin Yuxin suddenly had a flash of insight and declared, "I've got it. It's Alaskan, right?" Liang Feng raised his thumb in praise and remarked, "It must be our classmate Lin Yuxin, truly clever. It's Alaskan." "Indeed." Zhang Hongyao sighed, tapping her head, lamenting why she hadn't thought of it herself. "Oh dear, why didn't I think of that?" Gu Yuan echoed her sentiments, stamping her feet. Lin Yuxin happily explained, "Alaskan refers to a type of sled dog from Northern Europe. My aunt has one, and I've seen it, which is how I remembered." "So Aladdin has a dog named Alaskan?" "Huh, Liang Feng, you're quite impressive." Feng Yin chuckled, adding, "Keep going, Liang Feng. I want to hear what other peculiar questions you have." "Yes, continue." Everyone looked at Liang Feng with anticipation. Not so much for the answers as for the amusement of his riddles, which had proven quite entertaining. Liang Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "Now, for my final riddle. You all surely want to guess it. Go ahead," they urged, their faces filled with eager expectation. Lin Yuxin, Zhang Hongyao, and Gu Yuan were particularly determined to solve it. Liang Feng leisurely stated, "Aladdin has a sister. What is her name?" Instantly, minds were set to work. How could Aladdin have a sister? Surely, she too must have an Al name. What could it possibly be? "Ah, today feels like we've delved into Aladdin's lair," someone joked. "Indeed, we've even checked Aladdin's household register," another chimed in. As they laughed and strained their brains in vain, their gazes then shifted to Zhang Hongyao and Lin Yuxin, hoping the two girls might succeed since they had guessed correctly earlier. However, both Lin Yuxin and Zhang Hongyao fell into contemplation. Only Gu Yuan's eyes lit up as she cheerfully announced, "I know. It's the protagonist from DR. Slump. Her name is Aral, right, Liang Feng?" Liang Feng smacked his forehead and laughed. "Correct. Aladdin's sister is indeed named Aral." "Impressive, Gu Yuan." "What? Aral? I've never seen that animated series." "How did I not know?" the others exclaimed, taken aback. Gu Yuan proudly explained, "In our country, the series is called DR. Slump, and Aral is the main character, also known as Little Snow." The others finally understood. "Oh, she's the little girl who always plays with poop." "Haha, yes, that's her. Her name is Aral. I thought it was Little Snow." They all came to a realization, then questioned Liang Feng, "Where did you learn this set of riddles? They're so interesting." "Yes, we've never heard of them before. Your riddles are truly delightful." Liang Feng waved his hand, saying, "I stumbled upon them by chance and just remembered them. Now, let us continue our hike." After this series of riddles, they paused for a moment, then hastened their pace, involuntarily reflecting on Aladdin's companions, Aladdin A, Aladdin B, Aladdin C. Aladdin's uncle was Alarab. Aladdin has a dog named Alaska. He also has a sister named Alai. Haha, Liang Feng, you truly are remarkable. Indeed. I have taken note of it. Sharing this with others is sure to elicit laughter. Quite right. This is both a riddle and a joke. Everyone is exchanging words and laughter, finding it rather amusing. Liang Feng certainly has stolen the spotlight. At this moment, Hualei appeared somewhat uncomfortable. He had driven here today, hoping to show off, yet he hardly had the chance to flaunt his car to his classmates before embarking on the hike. Instead, he found himself drawn into Liang Feng's riddles, diverting the conversation. His girlfriend, Gu Yuan, was quite enthusiastic about Liang Feng. Instantly, he felt displeased, muttering under his breath, "Bah? They're merely riddles heard from others. What's so funny? I've heard them before, just chose not to expose him." Indeed, one of his sycophants chimed in, loudly proclaiming, "Brother Lei, you must have heard these before." Brother Lei, being well informed, must have known long ago. I was just wondering why Brother Lei looked so disdainful. Turns out he was already familiar with them. In Brother Lei's presence, Liang Feng's riddles surely paled in comparison, particularly to those young ladies. That's all he is capable of, just his clever tongue. Indeed, how could he compare to Brother Lei? Amidst the laughter, they belittled Liang Feng while elevating Hua Lei, causing the previously jovial atmosphere to plummet to an icy silence. Chapter 30. The fates of individuals. The once vibrant laughter dissipated in an instant, as everyone discerned that Hua Lei was mocking Liang Feng. The two had previously clashed at school during their sophomore basketball match. Liang Feng had led the Natural Sciences Department to victory over Hua Lei's Public Administration Department, resulting in considerable discontent. However, that had been nearly half a year ago, and everyone had long since forgotten. At this moment, Hua Lei suddenly struck, prompting recollections to resurface, and the group fell silent. Only Wang Shan interjected, stating, "I told you. Some people just love to act foolish, but you wouldn't believe me. Who are you referring to?" Hua Lei's follower immediately responded with a shout. With an innocent expression, Wang Shan shrugged and replied, "I merely said someone enjoys acting foolish. Why are you so anxious? Turns out it's you. Damn, are you looking for a fight?" The individual glared, appearing ready for a confrontation. The boys from the Public Administration Department glared fiercely, preparing to take action. They were numerous, and with Hua Lei backing them. They were accustomed to bullying in school, hardly considering Wang Shan a threat. They surged forward, intent on attacking Wang Shan. Fortunately, Feng Yan stepped in to obstruct them, saying, "We all came out to have fun, right? If you want to fight, take it elsewhere. Don't spoil the mood for everyone. Wang Shan, continue your climb." With a vigorous wave of his hand, Wang Shan cheerfully declared, "Let us climb." Striding upwards, he exclaimed, "Haha, let us climb." Those who were discontent with Hua Lei joined in the cheer. The crowd resumed their ascent. The members of the Public Administration Department gritted their teeth, harboring a grudge that seemed to fuel their desire for retribution against Wang Shan. Lin Yuxin, walking beside Liang Feng, grasped his hand and whispered, "Do not stoop to the level of that fool. He envies your spotlight." "Yuxin, you just used some strong language," Liang Feng pointed out. Lin Yuxin chuckled softly. Shaking her head defiantly, "I do as I please. What of it?" She then tugged him onward, declaring, "All right, let us continue climbing." "Very well," Liang Feng replied with a smile, and hand in hand, they began their ascent, resembling a couple in love. Feng Yan, attempting to lighten the mood, playfully remarked, "Liang Feng, Lin Yuxin, are you two about to go public with your relationship?" "It certainly seems that way," Zhang Yun chimed in, quickening his pace alongside them. The ascent of Hulu Mountain was not steep, and in less than 20 minutes, they reached a pavilion situated halfway up the hill. Once seated, they caught their breath, enjoying the mountain breeze and gazing down at the scenic view below. A wave of nostalgia swept over them as one of them mused, "Do you think once we graduate and enter society, we will still be able to gather like this?" Another responded, "Let us strive for that. Indeed, we must endeavor to maintain these moments together. They are truly delightful." The atmosphere was filled with a sense of joy and camaraderie. Though there was a hint of apprehension about the impending junior year, their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the future. Yet, Liang Feng was already acutely aware of the disparate paths that lay ahead for his classmates. Observing their youthful exuberance and boundless dreams, he felt a deep-seated happiness. However, reality bore a harsh truth. Among them, some would encounter tragic accidents, leaving this world prematurely. Others might succumb to alcoholism, facing debilitating strokes by their 40s. Some would face financial ruin, resulting in broken families. Still, others would quietly fade away, severing all ties with their peers. Such is life, Liang Feng reflected. Fortunately, they were all still young, capable of savoring the beauty that youth brings. Enjoy it while you can. Once this moment passes, it will be gone forever. At that moment, Lin Yuxin, seated next to Liang Feng, suddenly shrugged and asked, "Liang Feng, do you know what I regret the most right now?" Liang Feng was caught off guard, quickly inquiring, "What is it?" "Not cherishing our university years, not having experienced love during college. In the blink of an eye, we are already in our junior year," Lin Yuxin lamented, her big eyes sparkling as she sighed at Liang Feng. Liang Feng smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "It's all right, there is still time." Just then, amidst their laughter and chatter, a sudden commotion echoed from the staircase. They turned to see Lu Duo and another girl, both breathless, climbing hurriedly up the steps. Lu Duo donned a pair of light blue tight-fitting jeans that elegantly enveloped her long, slender legs, complemented by a pink camisole. Her long hair was styled into a ponytail, and as she approached, glistening with perspiration, she placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "You all couldn't have waited for us. It's quite annoying chasing after you." "Ah, Duo, you're coming too?" exclaimed a classmate from the business administration department, surprised that the belle of their department would also attend. "Had I known, I would have waited. If you had mentioned it earlier, we wouldn't have been kept in suspense." "Indeed, why didn't you say so in advance? Hurry and wipe off your sweat." Lu Duo accepted a tissue, dabbed her forehead, and retorted, "Did I not say? I would come if Liang Feng came. And look, he is here, isn't he?" Her words rendered everyone speechless. It was unexpected for Lu Duo to make such a bold proclamation. Earlier, someone had mentioned that she was inquiring about Liang Feng and whether he would come, only for Liang Feng to deny any connection, claiming it was baseless gossip. Yet now, it was evident that Lu Duo had come for Liang Feng, and her direct statement was almost akin to a public confession. Everyone's astonishment shifted towards Liang Feng, their eyes widening in disbelief, especially since he was seated next to another beauty, Lin Yuxin. How infuriating! Liang Feng nearly choked, quickly standing up to say, "Gorgeous Duo, please don't jest like that. I cannot bear it." Lu Duo smiled coyly, wiping her brow, and approached Liang Feng with an innocent demeanor, saying, "I brought you a soda. Are you thirsty?" She produced a chilled can of cola from her pocket, adding, "I specifically brought this from home, so drink up." The atmosphere instantly shifted, and the attendees could hardly contain their surprise. This gesture clearly indicated her affection for Liang Feng. Recall the tales from military training when a girl bought an ice pop for a boy, which could spark rumors for years. Here, Lu Duo had brought a drink from home, a gesture that left everyone astonished. Was it possible that Lu Duo had feelings for Liang Feng? All eyes turned toward Lin Yuxin, who had just been holding hands with Liang Feng and sweetly stroking his head, seemingly confirming their relationship. Now, with Lu Duo's sudden appearance, everyone was bewildered, especially Lin Yuxin, who pouted and glared at Liang Feng in anger, realizing he had deceived her. Liang Feng had denied any relationship with Lu Duo, yet the evidence suggested otherwise. In exasperation, Liang Feng looked at Lu Duo and raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Gorgeous Duo, you cannot repay kindness with enmity." Lu Duo feigned innocence, pouting as she held the cola, her hands suspended in the air, shaking her head. "I did nothing wrong. I merely brought you a drink because of the heat." Logically, it was indeed a trivial act, but to those in their early 20s, it bore the weight of a confession. Otherwise, why would a girl intentionally bring a bottle of cola from home to a boy? Their relationship must be rather extraordinary. Liang Feng's reputation has certainly grown. Fortunately, he was ready to clarify the situation, merely assisting Lu Duo with a favor, and he must not misinterpret Lin Yuxin's goodwill. Suddenly, Lu Duo turned to Lin Yuxin and earnestly asked, "Yuxin, are you upset?" Lin Yuxin's hair seemed to bristle with indignation. This was clearly a provocation directed at her. However, in that moment, everyone sensed that a spectacle was about to unfold, as two stunning beauties were poised to clash over Liang Feng. Such a scene was indeed rare. "Haha, Liang Feng, you truly are impressive," Wang Shan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The envy was palpable. Within the school, there were only a few acknowledged beauties, and here Liang Feng had managed to captivate two of them, Lin Yuxin and Lu Duo, the objects of countless boys' affections. Who wouldn't envy him? Even Hua Lei felt overshadowed. Gritting his teeth, Hua Lei was visibly displeased. He had come specifically to make an impression, only to have the spotlight repeatedly stolen by Liang Feng. Frustrated, he shot a meaningful glance at his companion, Chao Ming. Chao Ming, a towering figure at over 185 meters, with a broad frame, quickly grasped the situation. With a wave of his hand, he brought a few of his friends over, grumbling, "Wang Shan, what are you laughing about? Who are you calling pretentious? Speak clearly. You brat." A group of 4 or 5 boys surrounded them, exuding an aggressive demeanor. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Wang Shan instinctively took a step back, feeling apprehensive. Liang Feng quickly rose to confront them, retorting, "I was talking about you. So what? No, you're not even worthy. I was referring to that pretentious Hua Lei. What is the issue? Damn it, are you looking for a fight?" Chao Ming, known as second brother among their group and notorious for his fighting prowess, threw a punch. Wang Shan, not foolish, recognized Liang Feng defending him and swiftly picked up a brick to shield himself from Chao Ming, shouting, "Yes, I was insulting Hualei, so what? A pretentious fool. What do you have to boast about? Beat them." Hualei, accustomed to bullying in school, clenched his teeth and shouted from behind. Following Chao Ming were 4 or 5 others, and with Hualei's entourage, they numbered 7 or 8, quickly closing in. Liang Feng and Wang Shan realized they were outnumbered. The other boys from their natural sciences department had already retreated, unwilling to provoke this notorious group from the public administration department. Only Feng Yan, Lin Yuxin, and Zhang Yin stepped forward, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Bullying others?" "Yes, do not bully," they insisted, trying to intervene. Wang Shan, wielding the brick, shouted, "If you have the guts, let us settle this in a duel." "Do you dare? A duel? Fine. But first, we'll teach you a lesson," Chao Ming retorted, shoving Feng Yin aside and attempting to push Lin Yuxin as well. Liang Feng seized the brick from Wang Shan's hands and, with a swift motion, advanced and struck down. Bang! With a resounding thud, a brick struck Chao Ming's head. In an instant, blood gushed forth, streaming down his face like a crimson waterfall. No one anticipated that Liang Feng would dare to resort to violence. Immediately after the blow, without allowing anyone a moment to react, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the dazed Chao Ming sprawling to the ground. Mounting him, Liang Feng brandished the brick and mercilessly rained down blows, the sound echoing like the rhythm of a relentless drum. After 7 or 8 strikes, Chao Ming's head resembled a grotesque bloodied gourd. At this moment, even the most audacious and reckless students, accustomed to brawls, were rendered speechless with shock. The audacity of someone willing to inflict such brutal harm was unfathomable. Striking someone with a brick was already alarming, but the relentless pounding that followed, as if smashing a watermelon, signified a true intent to kill. The chilling reality of the situation left everyone frozen in fear. Girls like Feng Yan, Lin Yuxin, and Zhang Hongya covered their mouths in disbelief, their eyes wide with horror. The boys, including Wang Shan, were equally stunned, particularly Wang Shan, who had forgotten to intervene, astonished by Liang Feng's ferocity. After delivering a barrage of 10 more blows, Liang Feng finally stood, spitting at Chao Ming, who lay unconscious. "Dare to touch Yuxin, and I swear I will end you," he declared, glancing around, his teeth clenched. He added, "If I have to do this again, I will not let you insignificant pests bully me." Feng Yin stammered, her words tumbling out in disarray, utterly paralyzed by fear, as if a grave crime were about to unfold. Instinctively, everyone began to retreat, including the boys from the public administration department, who watched Liang Feng with trepidation, fearful that they would be the next victims or implicated in this impending tragedy. Each of them cast frightened glances at Liang Feng, who stood there, brick-stained with blood, surveying the crowd, prompting them to scatter. There was no denying it. This young man was dangerously ruthless, not just fierce, but recklessly so. As the saying goes, one fears those who have nothing to lose. With fire in his eyes, Liang Feng rose, ignoring any unnecessary words, and confronted Hualei. Such insignificant scum was beneath his notice. If a fight were to occur, it would be with Hualei. "Wealthy. Just because you drive a flashy car doesn't make you impressive. I have 50 million in my account. Do you think I fear you?" Liang Feng strode towards Hualei, who appeared equally bewildered. This group, accustomed to ganging up on others, had never witnessed such ferocity, treating a head like a watermelon to be smashed. As Liang Feng advanced towards him, Hualei recoiled in fear and shouted, "Old San, Delu, let us take him down together. We can take him." But none dared to move, believing Liang Feng had already committed murder. Thus, Liang Feng approached Hualei, grabbing him by the collar and delivering a fierce blow. "I'm aiming for you, you bastard." However, Hualei, anticipating the attack, raised his arm to block it and desperately fought to break free, exclaiming, "Liang Feng, you've lost your mind." He struggled to evade, refusing to retaliate. "Crazy? You've no idea," Liang Feng retorted, delivering another strike. With a few more strikes, most landed upon his arm, yet a few found their mark on Hualei's face. Instantly, Hualei's face became swollen. It was at this moment he broke free and fled in a haste. The remaining students from the public administration department, including the girls and Gu Yuan, witnessed this scene and began to frantically retreat, shouting, "Liang Feng has gone mad." Their cries reverberated throughout the entire Hulu Mountain. As they all fled in disarray, Liang Feng, now smiling, tossed aside the brick and remarked, I thought they were formidable. But it turns out they are merely a bunch of fools. Chapter 32. A lifelong doctor on the mountainside of Hulu Mountain. The remaining individuals gazed at Liang Feng and the motionless Chao Ming on the ground, whose head was reminiscent of a bloodied gourd, with terror in their eyes. They were utterly paralyzed with fear, particularly at the sight of Chao Ming lying still, which deterred them from approaching even a step closer. Wang Shan was the first to regain his senses. He hurriedly crouched down to check Chao Ming's breath and found it still present. We must get him to the hospital quickly. This could turn fatal, he urged. Indeed, let's take him to the hospital, Feng Yan echoed, suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation. Lin Yuxin, however, burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably as she rushed toward Liang Feng, wailing, "What are you doing? Are you throwing away your future? How could you act in such a manner?" She clung to Liang Feng's neck, weeping as if experiencing a profound separation. The others felt similarly, perceiving Liang Feng as someone who had abandoned everything in a desperate struggle. Even Lu Duo shared this sentiment. Initially, she regarded Hua Lei and his companions as mere clowns, mere juniors in comparison to Liang Feng. Yet, as Liang Feng's sudden violence unfolded, she was left astounded, feeling that his actions were recklessly impulsive. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke up, "Liang Feng, you ought not to behave this way. It is far too reckless." Liang Feng's life plan was not to be a brash individual, allowing his blood to boil and endangering himself. Thus, he was discerning in his actions, ensuring he did not inflict any life-threatening harm. After completing his studies in natural sciences, he pursued a graduate degree in medicine and dedicated his life to being a doctor. This echoed a widely publicized incident in later years, where a girl stabbed her ex-boyfriend over 30 times, meticulously avoiding any vital areas. Liang Feng, despite striking with bricks, ensured that no fatal damage was inflicted. With a hearty laugh, he reassured everyone, "Fear not, my strikes were measured. He will be fine after a moment." He patted Lin Yuxin's back, yet she continued to cry, unable to absorb his words, pleading, "Liang Feng, you cannot act this way. Do you understand?" I understand. "It won't happen again," Liang Feng replied with a playful chuckle. Wang Shan, still unable to grasp the situation, anxiously interjected, "Enough of this nonsense. We must get him to the hospital." He attempted to assist, calling for help. "Someone, come quickly. He is too heavy." Liang Feng, with a smirk, dismissed the concern. "No need for that. Rest assured, he will awaken shortly." With a lifetime of experience as a doctor, Liang Feng was confident in his assessment. As expected, after a few shakes from Wang Shan, Chao Ming suddenly stirred, exclaiming, "Oh, oh!" He cried out in pain, awakening with a hand pressed against his head, even sitting up and lamenting, "My head, my head. My heavens, I am truly awake." Wang Shan was taken aback, while the others, who had been anxiously holding their breaths, finally relaxed. "Oh, that scared me to death," sighed Zhang Hanyao. Lu Duo, Feng Yin, Zhang Yun, and Yuan Xia expressed similar sentiments, collectively exhaling in relief. "It's good that nothing happened. It's good that nothing happened." Indeed, it was a relief that all was well. The fright had been overwhelming. Lu Duo leaned forward, peering with concern. "Chao Ming, are you all right?" It hurts terribly," Chao Ming replied, clutching his head, blood covering his hands, his expression one of utter shock, as if his mind had exploded. "Am I going to die? I don't want to die. I don't want to die," he sobbed. "Fool," Liang Feng said, giving him a kick. "Rest assured, I struck your forehead, the hardest part. You're perfectly fine. Get up." Chao Ming glanced around to see that everyone else had already fled, leaving only Liang Feng, Wang Shan, and a few others, all cowering and clutching their heads, feigning illness. He lay back down, lamenting, "No, I can't go on. I can't move. Oh dear, I must call the police. Dial 120, I can't handle this." "Haha," Liang Feng chuckled. "Go ahead, call 120, I'll watch you do it. I don't have a phone. You all go down the mountain and call for me. I can't move. I'm in pain. My head hurts terribly." Chao Ming, regaining his composure, began plotting to extort Liang Feng. Liang Feng snorted, "Then just wait." He glanced down the mountain, frowning in contemplation, wondering if the time was about right. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Hua Lei and the others who had rushed down were pulled back up, much to the astonishment of onlookers. "Damn it. You all ran away, didn't you? Run on, then. What a hassle," the leader, the formidable Chen Qianqian, exclaimed, accompanied by a group of nonconformist boys and girls. All wielding baseball bats and clad in leather jackets, they dragged Hua Lei, Gu Yuan, and the others back up. Liang Xiao, if you don't invite me for drinks tonight. This matter is far from over, Chen Qianqian said, her signature wild hairstyle bouncing as she kicked Hua Lei to the ground, her marten boots thudding against him. Earlier, at the mountainside, Liang Feng had sensed a potential for conflict. To avoid being caught off guard should a fight break out, he had sent Chen Qianqian a text beforehand, requesting her assistance. They had exchanged numbers the day before, a decision forced by Chen Qianqian. Little did he know it would come in handy so soon. Furthermore, Hulu Mountain was not far from Chen's village, allowing her to arrive swiftly, resulting in this current scene. You little brat, think you can run? You even darted into the woods, ruining my leather jacket. I swear I'll make you pay. A tall, nonconformist man struck Hua Lei hard across the face, leaving 5 distinct finger marks. Terrified, Hua Lei cradled his face, trembling in fear, tears welling in his eyes, utterly speechless. Those who had once acted tough in school, the so-called little bullies, became nothing more than frightened children when faced with real society. Chen Qianqian and her entourage exuded the unmistakable aura of a true criminal syndicate, instilling fear in those who beheld them, their lips trembling as tears threatened to spill. I found myself at a loss for words. After the nonconformist man had dealt with the situation, he raised his hand to intimidate Hua Lei before grinning mischievously at Liang Feng, saying, "Young Master Liang, this cost me over 500, a Roman, and all because of this fool. It's now ruined. We'll discuss it over dinner." Liang Feng strode over with an air of confidence. This sudden turn left everyone in a state of shock. How could this group, dressed like gangsters, have captured Hua Lei and Gu Yuan? In that moment, they all began to call out to Liang Feng, indicating they recognized him. Their bewilderment only deepened. Lin Yuxin, Feng Yan, Wang Shan, Zhang Yun, and even the previously detached Zhang Hongyao were left astounded, jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Who would have thought these individuals were summoned by Liang Feng? Especially with that address, young Master Liang, it could only refer to him. In an instant, all were left speechless, their mouths agape. Only Lu Duoduo's eyes sparkled with excitement, aware that the true spectacle was just beginning. This was the unparalleled, incredibly handsome Liang Feng. He was simply breathtaking. Lu Duoduo clasped her hands together, beaming as she watched. Chapter 33. No more pretense. I reveal my hand. Feng Yan, Wang Shan, and Liang Feng had grown up together, their childhoods intertwined in carefree innocence. Yet, at this moment, they felt as if they no longer recognized Liang Feng. The two could not help but rub their eyes, questioning whether this was truly the Liang Feng they knew. Upon confirming, the incredulity deepened, for the scene before them was utterly surreal and breathtaking. How had Liang Feng ascended to young Master Liang? They had met his father, who was neither a high-ranking official nor a wealthy magnate. Wang Shan and Feng Yan murmured their thoughts. Others shared their astonishment, all equally bewildered. Even Lin Yuxin felt as though the Liang Feng she knew, a charming, ambitious young man with whom she shared a budding flirtation, had vanished. As she stared in disbelief at him approaching the group, she could not fathom how he could possibly know these individuals. Chen Qianqian, with her flamboyant hairstyle adorned with eye makeup, wielded a baseball bat, lighting a cigarette as she confidently declared, "Young Master Liang, what shall we do? This bunch of worthless scoundrels has all been captured without question." Without inquiring about who these individuals were or how they had offended him, she simply posed the question. What now? Liang Feng scrutinized the very fools who had once swaggered with bravado around the school, full of themselves, and remarked, "Haven't you all been acting tough? Don't you think you're so impressive?" He continued, "You bunch of fools, start slapping each other, or I swear I'll break your legs." They were taken aback, not anticipating Liang Feng's mercilessness. Hesitation flickered in their eyes as they exchanged glances. Chen Qianqian strode forward and slapped Gu Yuan across the face, asserting, "You little minx. Didn't you hear him? Get to it." Well, let us leave the women out of this." Liang Feng chuckled wryly, signaling with his eyes. Chen Qianqian reached out and pulled Gu Yuan and several girls from the public administration department out, brandishing a baseball bat as she pointed at the group, declaring, "Now, let the rest of you slap each other. If you don't, I shall break your legs." This proclamation instilled fear, and they all began to wail, pleading, "Liang Feng, we acknowledge our mistakes. We won't dare again. Please spare us. Let go, speak up." Despite being in their 20s, their childishness had not entirely dissipated. Fear still brought them to tears. Hua Lei, covering his face, mustered his last ounce of courage to shout, My father is Hua Daqing. My family is wealthy. I'll tell you, if you provoke me, I will inform my father. How embarrassing it was for someone of his age to resort to invoking his parents. Chen Qianqian swiftly delivered a decisive kick, sending Hua Lei sprawling to the ground. She then turned to the others, asking, who is he referring to? Hua Daqing. Do you know him? The group of alternative boys and girls all shook their heads. One of them exclaimed, oh, I know. Doesn't he your family run a repair shop? Yes, yes. Hua Lei eagerly nodded. The Daqing repair shop is indeed my family, yes. Now you understand. The person laughed heartily. Chen Qianqian, smoking, chuckled. I thought it was someone significant. Isn't it just Hua Daqing? Your father still owes my third brother money. By the way, is that SUV at the foot of the mountain yours? Consider this as repayment. Hand me the keys. She directly searched Hua Lei and retrieved them. Hua Lei, dumbfounded, whimpered. That was brought in by a customer for repairs. It's not ours. I just borrowed it. I don't care. Debts must be repaid. It's a matter of principle. Chen Qianqian cheerfully toyed with the keys, chuckling. Today is quite fortuitous. A twofold achievement. She then remarked, didn't Liang Xiao just say? Slap each other. Get to it. If you don't, we will. One by one, they raised their baseball bats, preparing to strike. The men from the public administration department, seeing no escape, glanced at each other and began slapping each other with a resounding smack. Smack. Earlier, they had been terrified into running away, only to realize halfway through that they had been summoned by Liang Feng, understanding now that he was not to be trifled with. They had fallen into a trap, completely unprepared for Liang Feng's might. Now, none dared to speak. They could only continue slapping one another with force. Chen Qianqian shouted, harder. The sound of slaps echoed, including Hua Lei, who was both receiving and delivering blows, all of them sobbing while they struck. The cacophony of slapping was utterly spectacular. You really know how to play. Liang Xiao. Chen Qianqian laughed heartily. Liang Feng had long been aware that Hua Lei's family was not wealthy and had merely been putting on airs. This incident would later resonate in Liang Feng's life when he became a doctor and unexpectedly encountered Gu Yuan, who would recount her bitter experience of being deceived, having wasted a decade of her youth. At this moment, it felt as if he was aiding her in extricating herself from her suffering. Liang Feng chuckled as he approached Hua Lei. Hua Lei, trembling with fear, finally witnessed Liang Feng's formidable prowess, realizing that such a formidable figure was hidden within the school. His previous bravado dissipated, replaced by an inability to meet Liang Feng's gaze, his eyes evading the confrontation. Your family is poor. Why pretend to be wealthy? He scoffed. How many girls in this school have you deceived? You deserve a good beating. With a forceful kick, Liang Feng sent him sprawling to the ground. Clarify your circumstances before your classmates. What is the truth about your family? I. Hua Lei could barely muster the courage to speak. Almost everyone had been misled by him. His girlfriend, his friends, without exception. Shrinking back in fear, he was reluctant to confess. It seems you haven't had enough of a beating. Liang Feng exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap across Hua Lei's face. The sting caused blood to trickle from his mouth, prompting him to stammer, my family runs a repair shop. We have some money, just not as much as I claimed. Nonsense. Speak the truth, Chen Qianqian interjected, fully aware of his background. I know how much Chen Dada has. It's barely enough to cover his gambling debts, let alone the meager earnings from that shabby repair shop. Another kick sent Hua Lei tumbling. His head bowed in shame. Chen Qianqian continued, that rundown shop barely makes 10 to 18,000 a month. His mother is resourceful, but his father is a perpetual gambler, drowning in debt. The son flaunts himself, driving clients' cars to show off and chase girls. He deserves to be punished. A baseball bat swung down with a tremendous crash. Hua Lei cried out as it struck his back, pain coursing through him as he writhed on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Tell your father that it is I, Chen Qianqian, who demands repayment. If not, I shall continue to beat you, she scolded. Hua Lei could only sob in response. Having come to school to show off, only to find his dignity shattered and his pride obliterated. He could not bear to meet the stares of those around him, particularly Gu Yuan, who felt so ashamed she wished to vanish. Hit me. Keep hitting each other, Liang Feng remarked dismissively, finding Hua Lei too cowardly and inept to warrant further attention. Hua Lei, terrified, stood up and began to swing his arms, slapping back in a desperate attempt to retaliate. Liang Feng turned his gaze toward Chao Ming, arching an eyebrow. Are you still in pain? Chao Ming, bewildered, shook his head vigorously, clutching his head. No, it doesn't hurt at all. Then get out of my sight, Liang Feng ordered, giving him a swift kick. Chao Ming complied, moving to the side, bewildered by the peculiar turn of events. Despite having been knocked unconscious, he felt surprisingly unscathed upon waking, truly a mystery. Chapter 34. The Art of Persuasion. Half an hour earlier. At the foot of the mountain, Hua Lei had been brimming with confidence, commanding attention. In the blink of an eye, however, he found himself humiliated. It turned out that Hua Lei's family was not as wealthy as he had suggested. Fengyan, didn't you say his parents were businesspeople worth over 10 million? Oh, I heard that from someone else. I had no idea it was false. Greetings, it appears you are merely a pretentious individual. Wang Shan seized the opportunity to speak, placing his hands on his hips and chuckling. I have long asserted that this fellow is nothing but a show-off, yet you all remain skeptical. Now you see, do you not? Zhang Yun, blushing, rolled his eyes and retorted, you are correct. Your discernment is commendable. We were indeed misled. Are you satisfied now? That is more like it. Wang Shan laughed heartily. Yet, amidst all this, the crowd still found the situation hard to believe, unable to suppress their curiosity regarding the true nature of Liang Feng. However, Liang Feng stood there, rendering them hesitant to voice their inquiries, and they remained silent. Lin Yuxin, too, harbored numerous questions but felt the moment was inappropriate for speaking out. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of slaps, the dignity of Hua Lei and his group was thoroughly shattered. Their faces were swollen, and blood dripped from the corners of their mouths. Liang Feng exhaled a breath of relief, nodding slightly. Chen Qianqian understood the situation and shouted, damn it, a bunch of insignificant rascals. Today, young Master Liang has spared you. Should you dare to flaunt your bravado again, I shall ensure your demise. She approached Hua Lei, declaring, remember this name, I am Chen Qianqian, and my elder brother is Chen San. If you desire a vehicle, come to me. With a forceful kick, she sent Hua Lei sprawling to the ground. Yet Hua Lei, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily attempted to flee. Chen Qianqian scolded, why the hurry? All of you, express your gratitude to young Master Liang for his magnanimity in sparing you. If it were up to me, I would have you all beaten until dusk. The crowd paused momentarily, but still turned to Liang Feng, expressing their thanks. Thank you, young Master Liang. We appreciate your generosity. Thank you, young Master Liang. They all bowed in unison. Away with you. Chen Qianqian waved her hand dismissively. Hua Lei and his companions hurriedly fled. Gu Yuan and several girls, including Chao Ming, lowered their heads and followed suit, descending the mountain. Haha. Wang Shan was the first to break into laughter, exclaiming, a bunch of pretentious fools. I wonder what you will flaunt in the future. Haha. The others joined in the laughter, feeling a sense of vindication. Even some girls found it amusing. Over the course of 3 years at university, Hua Lei and his gang had caused considerable trouble and bullied others. Typically, when encountered in the corridors, one had to yield to them. Failure to do so would result in a forceful shove. Who would have thought they were merely pretenders, utterly ineffectual? It was astounding how cowardly they truly were. Indeed, Liang Feng is formidable. Liang Feng, you truly are a marvel. When you choose to act, you leave a lasting impression. Indeed, you are exceedingly impressive. Spare us the trivialities, silence yourselves. Chen Qianqian, uninterested in further banter, huffed. The crowd immediately fell silent, refraining from laughter. Enough of this nonsense. Liang Feng waved his hand. Chen Qianqian chuckled, moving closer to Liang Feng, teasing, you must treat us tonight. Failure to do so will not be forgiven. She waved her baseball bat and added, young Master Liang, no worries, we shall take our leave now. Very well, see you tonight. Liang Feng waved goodbye. All right, let us not lose touch. Chen Qianqian gestured, and the group nodded and smiled at Liang Feng, calling out, young Master Liang, see you tonight. We shall be on our way. With cheerful laughter, they all departed. For these individuals, brawling and fighting were merely commonplace occurrences, taken with a light-heartedness that suggested amusement. Suddenly, Chen Qianqian turned her gaze towards Lu Duoduo and remarked, all right, you are Lu Duoduo, aren't you? Have you already pledged yourself to Liang Xiaonuan in the warmth of his embrace? If not, that would be rather inconsiderate of you. Liang Feng felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, thinking, why bring that up now? In that fleeting moment, everyone recalled that prior to the scuffle, Liang Feng, Lin Yuxin, and Lu Duoduo had been entangled in a love triangle. They instinctively turned their attention back to the 3 central figures, with curiosity particularly piqued regarding Liang Feng. All eyes were fixed upon him, eager for an explanation. Why was it that these people held Liang Feng in such high regard? Moreover, why did they address him as Liang Xiao? Numerous questions lingered in the air, including those regarding Lu Duoduo. As soon as Chen Qianqian and her entourage departed, Lin Yuxin, Feng Yin, Wang Shan, and others were ready to inquire. Liang Feng, however, was the first to raise his hand, saying, "Hold your questions for now. First, allow me to explain. Once I finish, everything will become clear." The story unfolded as follows. Last night, I was at an internet CAF playing games until the early hours. On my way home, I encountered Lu Duoduo, who was being harassed by 3 ruffians. I intervened to rescue her, but alas, I was no match for them. At that moment, Chen Qianqian and her companions happened to pass by, the very woman who had taken the lead, known as Chen Qianqian. She often played games with me and recognized the situation. Without hesitation, she rallied her friends to assist and drove off those ruffians. Thus, Lu Duoduo sought me out to express her gratitude, bringing me refreshments. As for my reluctance to elaborate, it stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. He cast a stern look at Lu Duoduo and inquired, "Is this how it transpired?" "Yes, that is indeed the case," Lu Duoduo replied, fearing any dissent would jeopardize their friendship. Furthermore, she could not divulge that her mother had been gambling and lost, leading to dire circumstances. Thus, she promptly affirmed, "Yes, that's exactly what happened. I was out late last night, around 10 o'clock, when I was confronted by 3 drunken men. Had it not been for Liang Feng's timely intervention, I might have been in serious trouble, which is why I specifically came to thank him. Now do you understand?" Liang Feng exhaled in relief. The group collectively grasped the situation, nodding in realization. "So, Liang Feng, you indeed performed a chivalrous act. No wonder Lu Duoduo has been so attentive." It became clear why Chen Qianqian was acquainted with Lu Duoduo. She had participated as well. Lin Yuxin nodded in understanding, but felt something was amiss, prompting her to ask, "But how did you come to know these so-called gangsters?" Liang Feng chuckled. "They are not gangsters, merely a group of fringe individuals who enjoy flamboyant hairstyles. As for how I became acquainted with Chen Qianqian, it was through our shared passion for gaming that she extended her assistance to me. The reason she refers to me as young Master Liang is simply due to my in-game name, Liang Xiao, which led them to believe that it is my actual name, with Xiao signifying youth rather than the more formal young master. Now you are enlightened." He surveyed his surroundings, having spun a tale that seemed impeccably crafted. Wiping away the sweat from his brow, and inwardly marveled at his own cleverness, his tongue as deft as a bard's. Chapter 35. Seamless fabrication. Lin Yuxin, Feng Yin, and Wang Shan had grasped the general narrative, finding no apparent discrepancies. The events and timeline aligned, and Lu Duoduo could corroborate the story. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, a sense that something was amiss. For instance, how did Chen Qianqian and her friends arrive here, and why did they assist in apprehending Hua Lei? It felt far too coincidental. Wang Shan hesitated, inquiring, "Liang Feng, you claim that Chen Qianqian is a close online friend willing to help you, which is not unusual. Some online friendships surpass those with real-life acquaintances. However, how did they know you were in trouble?" "Foolish boy, you're the one in trouble," Liang Feng retorted. "When you were arguing with Hua Lei and his gang, I sensed they might resort to violence. So, I texted Chen Qianqian, asking her to come and assist me. She lives nearby, hence her timely arrival." He produced his phone from his pocket, waving it slightly. "My goodness, you possess a phone," Wang Shan exclaimed, snatching it for a closer look. Liang Feng quickly reclaimed it, stating, "It's not mine. It's my older sister's, which she lent me for the summer." "Is that so?" Wang Shan inquired, eyebrows knitted in skepticism. "Indeed, that's the case," Liang Feng insisted firmly. "Moreover, the truth was as stated. If you wish to verify, you may examine the text messages I sent." Wang Shan glanced at the messages and nodded. "It truly is as you say, without a doubt." He could not help but marvel. "You truly possess an uncanny foresight. You anticipated this predicament remarkably well." "Naturally," Liang Feng replied with a smug grin, inwardly acknowledging yet another hurdle surpassed. However, Lin Yuxin, Feng Yin, and the others remained unconvinced, sensing inconsistencies. After a moment of contemplation, they probed further. "Wait. Something still feels off. Initially, you summoned Chen Qianqian for help. Weren't you concerned about potential retaliation from Hua Lei and his associates? Or did you already know that Hua Lei's family is financially challenged and merely pretending to be affluent?" Liang Feng chuckled. "You have unwittingly hit the nail on the head. I was indeed aware that this fellow lacks genuine talent, merely a poser. How did you come to know this? Why didn't you inform us? Zhang Yin queried with a pout. Liang Feng responded with a smile. I encountered Hua Lei's father, who is quite impoverished. How could such a son possess wealth? As for why I didn't mention it, it's quite simple. If he doesn't provoke me, there is no need to expose his shortcomings. You should have revealed that sooner. Zhang Yun sighed, pouting. Wang Shan interjected with a scoff. Even if you had, it might not have made a difference, as few would have believed you. That is indeed true, Feng Yin conceded, nodding in agreement. Ultimately, the outcome was that Liang Feng had forged connections with a formidable group of online acquaintances, demonstrating his prescient abilities by forewarning them, while Hua Lei remained merely a blustering fool. Thus, this scene unfolded. Everyone comprehended the sequence of events, nodding in realization, as it appeared that Liang Feng's account of the situation was indeed accurate. However, Lin Yuxin remained skeptical and queried, but when you struck that Xiao Ming so forcefully, weren't you concerned about causing serious harm? Such actions could lead to expulsion, or worse, imprisonment, considering we are all of age now. In many northern cities, schooling begins later, and by the third year of university, most students are around 21 years old. The recollection of Liang Feng's fierce strike instilled fear among them, as it was this very act that had intimidated Hu Lei's group, leading to subsequent events. Otherwise, it could have easily been Liang Feng and Wang Shan on the receiving end of the blows. The group turned once more to Liang Feng, eager to hear his explanation. With a smile, he shrugged and replied, My life ambition is to become a doctor, so I have studied various cases and know precisely where to strike to disorient someone, causing considerable bleeding without endangering their life. You see him bleeding profusely and appearing severely injured. However, in reality, I targeted areas rich in capillaries, resulting only in minor abrasions. The crowd stared at him in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Liang Feng's unexpected skill. Even Zhang Hongya, who had remained a silent observer, could not resist interjecting. You are truly remarkable, maintaining such composure in that situation. I genuinely thought you had lost your mind. Who would have guessed it was all part of your meticulous design? Well, sort of, Liang Feng chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow. He was reluctant to reveal his true circumstances too early, as he wished to relish the carefree and innocent moments that life in one's early 20s should entail. Regarding whether his explanation would suffice, he scanned the room and found that most seemed convinced. Yet, Lin Yuxin, still furrowing her brow in suspicion, pressed on. If you genuinely aspire to be a doctor, why didn't you apply to medical school instead of enrolling at North China University? Wang Shan chimed in. I can attest to this. I have heard him express his desire to become a doctor, and even his family wishes for him to pursue that path. As for university, we had similar scores and decided to apply to North China University together, but Liang Feng's ambition has always been to enter the medical field. It's just surprising that you can strike without causing fatal injuries, which is quite a skill. He chuckled, giving a thumbs up. Liang Feng shot him a glance and said, This situation arose because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have called Chen Qianqian, and none of this would have transpired. So next time, please refrain from speaking out of turn, understood? Wang Shan shrugged, unconcerned, and replied, Honestly, I think this situation turned out quite well. It allowed us to see Hu Lei's true colors. Otherwise, we might have mistakenly believed he was just a privileged rich kid. Indeed, Liang Feng, you acted wisely. Revealing his true nature, echoed Feng Yin, nodding in agreement. Liang Feng sighed in resignation. You don't need to invite Chen Qianqian and the others to dinner. They probably have already dined. Laughter erupted, as the group finally grasped the underlying humor in the situation. Chen Qianqian and the others repeatedly insisted that Liang Feng should treat them to a meal. Given the significant assistance they had provided, it was only natural for him to host. With smiles and nods, they encouraged him, affirming that since he had gained some prestige, it was fitting for him to treat them. Liang Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling that he had finally passed this hurdle. Even Lin Yuxin, who had previously harbored doubts, now believed him, pouting and asking, Is that how things are? Liang Feng, you truly are remarkable. Indeed, you are quite impressive, Lu Duo exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up in a double entendre of praise. Haha, just average, Liang Feng chuckled modestly. In the crowd, Zhang Hongyao observed with a cold gaze, her enigmatic smile suggesting she saw through everything. He couldn't help but scratch his head, awkwardly laughing. Zhang Hongyao, forgive me for the spectacle. No need for apologies. It was quite captivating and rather amusing, Zhang Hanyao replied with a shrug and a smile. Liang Feng sighed inwardly, wondering where the amusement lay, as it had been quite terrifying. Yet, upon reflection, he couldn't help but admire his own eloquence. The fabrication had been seamless. Chapter 36. The You sisters at the same time. In a different location, You Siyan stretched her voluptuous legs, leisurely seated in the island CAF on the top floor of a department store, stirring her coffee and savoring the delightful moment. She had resigned from a decent job in a foreign enterprise to focus entirely on managing her internet CAF. The decision to leave her job was spurred by the imminent completion of the CAF's operating procedures, which required her full attention. Having invested a significant amount of money, she could not afford to be distracted by work matters, lest she betray Liang Feng's trust in her. The mere thought of him brought a sweet smile to her face. Since encountering this little rascal, her life had undergone a dramatic transformation. Previously, she had been mired in gloom due to her divorce, but now, her thoughts were solely occupied with that mischievous boy and her future endeavors. She picked up her phone and quickly typed a message. "What are you up to? I miss you." After sending it, she couldn't help but giggle incessantly, feeling that nothing brought her greater joy. "You are truly something, You Siyan," she mused, never imagining she would evolve in this way. It seemed as if Liang Feng had flipped a switch that completely altered her life, prompting another fit of gleeful laughter that attracted the attention of those around her, leading her to compose herself. Today, she had completed her work early, allowing herself some leisure time, and had invited her younger sister, You Siyan, out for shopping. The sisters had just indulged in a shopping spree, purchasing numerous clothes and cosmetics, and now sought refuge in the CAF to chat. You Siyan, 3 years younger than You Siyan, remained unmarried and led an unstable work life, often drifting aimlessly. Recently, she had been employed as an accountant at a trading company. As a result of a conflict with her superior, she left her job in a fit of frustration and has been feeling quite disheartened these past few days. When her sister invited her out, she decided to accompany her. After a brief visit to the restroom, upon her return, she noticed her sister, You Siyan, wearing a constant smile, prompting her to glance around and inquire, "Sister, what is so amusing?" This meeting revealed a significant transformation in You Siyan, who exuded joy with her beaming demeanor. While shopping, she extravagantly purchased numerous beautiful garments, luxury cosmetics, and even some enticing lingerie and stockings, leaving her sister in disbelief. The typically conservative You Siyan had indulged in such purchases, especially following her divorce. You Siyan chuckled lightly, offering minimal response, merely suggesting, "Sister, you should quickly find someone to marry, otherwise, our parents will incessantly urge you, and it'll become bothersome." You Siyan sighed in resignation. "At my age, who would want to marry me? I wouldn't prefer someone who has been divorced. Yet where can I find a well-suited partner who is still single at this age?" She stirred her coffee absent-mindedly, her expression clouded with gloom. Once upon a time, You Siyan was a striking beauty, with countless admirers. She had even become engaged to a university lecturer, with both families having met in a formal engagement banquet held. However, just before their wedding, she discovered his inappropriate involvement with a female student, leading her to call off the marriage in a fit of rage. In the mid to late 1990s, an engagement was almost tantamount to marriage. The ensuing scandal, coupled with his persistent attempts to reconcile, prolonged her single status until she reached 30, at which point he had married someone else. Years passed, and although she went on several blind dates, none proved suitable, leaving her single as she approached her 35th year. She frowned, discontented with her circumstances. You Siyan gently patted her sister's hand in a gesture of comfort. You Siyan then remarked, "Enough about my troubles. Tell me about my new brother-in-law. What is he like? Does he have children? You'll need to be prepared for stepmotherhood." You Siyan shook her head, laughing softly. "Rest assured, he has never been married, so there are no children." "Never married? That seems improbable," You Siyan responded, momentarily taken aback. You Siyan covered her mouth with a laugh, saying, "There are certain things I cannot yet share with you. Now, let us enjoy our coffee." The more she withheld information, the more curious You Siyan became. "At your age, how could you possibly find a man who has never been married?" Leaning forward, she pressed, "You haven't found someone younger, have you?" "How much younger?" You Siyan smiled coyly, unwilling to divulge further. "Let us not pursue this now. I will tell you when the time is right. Even you are keeping secrets from me?" You Siyan was eager to continue her inquiries when suddenly, You Siyan's phone rang. Seeing it was the Toyota dealership, she quickly answered. The caller greeted her cheerily. "Ms. Yu, your car has arrived. You can come pick it up now, or choose an auspicious day for collection. We can arrange everything for you. You Siyan felt a surge of delight and exclaimed, I'll head there right away. Today I have the time. Very well, we will make the necessary arrangements. The dealership concluded the call. You Siyan, filled with joy, busily prepared to retrieve her very first car. You Siyan, with a look of confusion, inquired, Sister, what is the rush? You Siyan smiled and replied, The car I ordered has arrived, a Toyota Camry. Come, accompany me. You Siyan was taken aback, her mouth agape. A Toyota Camry was priced above 400,000, an astronomical sum in 2002, far beyond the imagination of the average citizen. Sister, have you struck it rich? You Siyan could only think this. You Siyan smirked and said, Indeed, you could say that I've secured a wealthy benefactor. What? You Siyan was even more astonished. Did you divorce brother-in-law because you found someone else? You Siyan rolled her eyes and replied, I met him after the divorce. Is that so? You Siyan's expression turned skeptical, doubting whether her sister really could afford a Toyota Camry. Upon arriving at the dealership, a brand new silver Toyota Camry gleamed before them. The owner was none other than You Siyan, and at that moment, You Siyan finally believed that her sister truly had captured the heart of a wealthy man. Chapter 37. United Sisters Miss You. Welcome to collect your vehicle. This car suits your elegance perfectly when you stand beside it. You truly embody the essence of beauty and grace, the sales manager flattered, eager to please. Filled with elation, You Siyan opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, grasping the steering wheel with immense pride. Indeed, I am beautiful. And this car is even more stunning. Cheerfully, she asked, Manager, is there any other paperwork I need to complete? Miss You, we have already arranged your temporary license plate. And everything else is nearly finalized, the sales manager assured her, having taken care of the necessary formalities. That is wonderful, You Siyan replied, stepping out of the car. Flicking her long hair, exuding an air of confidence and competence, as though she radiated light. Observing from the side, You Siyan felt an increasing sense of envy. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How fortunate my sister is. Less than a month post-divorce, and she encounters a wealthy suitor. Why can't I have such luck? She pouted, having experienced the complexities and hardships of life. Now, at her age, she naturally harbored certain fantasies, dreaming of a wealthy man who might be captivated by her beauty, nurturing her like a prized canary, allowing her to live a life of indulgence. She was acutely aware that she had passed the prime age for marriage and motherhood. This arrangement seemed to be the best possible outcome. Yet, she had not encountered such fortune. Her sister, having divorced, had instead found a new path. Once again, she lamented, My sister is truly blessed. Especially at this moment, watching You Siyan engage in lively conversation with the sales manager, her heart sank further. Following behind, she felt a heavy gloom settle over her. Both shared the same parents. How could their destinies differ so dramatically? Miss You, in all my years of selling cars, I have yet to meet a car owner so perfectly matched with a silver Camry. You could easily model for this vehicle. Wherever you stand, you will undoubtedly draw attention. The sales manager, while processing the paperwork, lavished compliments with great enthusiasm. You Siyan covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, At my age, manager, you truly have a sense of humor. Not at all. I see Miss You, and you scarcely look a day over 27 or 28, certainly not 30. The sales manager replied, holding You Siyan's ID, fully aware of her actual age, yet sweetly flattering her. Delighted by his words, she laughed. Well, I'll strive for that. I'll only be 30 next year. Haha. The sales manager joined in her laughter. Once all the formalities were completed, she pressed the accelerator. Driving her very first car, a Toyota Camry, out of the dealership. Bathed in sunlight, she sped along the road, drawing the attention of many onlookers. You Siyan even rolled down the window, letting the wind tousle her long hair, reveling in her joy. This sensation was unlike anything she had ever experienced before. The little rascal and naughty aunt. How exhilarating. To make a woman wholeheartedly follow a man is, in fact, quite simple. When her material desires, physical needs, and vanity are all satisfied, she will undoubtedly remain devoted, unshakable in her loyalty. At this moment, You Siyan found herself completely entranced by these three desires. You Siyan, observing her sister's elation, sat beside her, enviously pouting her lips. Fortuitously, she too opened the window, allowing the summer breeze to tousle her hair, humming, Sister, It seems that my wealthy brother-in-law truly adores you. He bought you a car right away. You Siyan chuckled, pressing the gas pedal. What more? He even opened an internet CAF for me, making me the boss. You Siyan was even more astonished. An internet CAF? Sister, really? Yes, indeed. I am the general manager, and he is the chairman, You Siyan replied with a smile. Then picked up her phone and sent a text to Liang Feng. The naughty aunt's car has arrived. Let us meet tonight. The car is quite spacious. Perfect for the naughty aunt and her little rascal husband to relive old dreams. After sending the message, a beaming smile graced her lips. Zooming past 2 more cars, You Siyan exclaimed, Sister, slow down. Her envy was palpable. Initially, she believed her sister's marriage to be unfulfilling, revolving merely around mundane household chores and caregiving, thinking that remaining single would be preferable. Yet, witnessing her sister's new car, envy overflowed. Sister, tell me more about your new brother-in-law. He is so wealthy. He can't possibly be a 60-year-old man, can he? You Siyan teased, a hint of jealousy in her tone. You Siyan rolled her eyes, laughing. Do I look like someone who has been nurtured by a 60-year-old man, glowing as I am? Then he must be a young lad in his 20s? You Siyan retorted playfully. You Siyan giggled, close enough. You really dare to say that? You Siyan shook her head in disbelief, then sighed wistfully. If I could meet a young man in his 20s who could buy me a car and open an internet CAF, I would gladly be his mistress. You Siyan couldn't help but laugh, thinking to herself, you've hit the nail on the head. He is indeed a young man in his 20s, who bought me a car and opened an internet CAF. As she pondered these thoughts, her heart swelled with joy, and she pressed down on the accelerator, weaving through traffic with an exuberance that mirrored the renewed trajectory of her life. You Siyan felt an increasing pang of jealousy and envy. Such is the nature of sisterhood. When one struggles, the other is ever mindful, yet when one thrives, envy can take root, leading to discontent. It is an inescapable reality among those born of the same womb. You Siyan, understanding this dynamic, playfully patted You Siyan's thigh and said, Siyan, stop overthinking. I could never forget you. Before coming here today, I planned it out. I need someone to assist me in procuring computers. Why don't you help me with that? I'll pay you 2,000 a month. What do you say? 2,000. You Siyan gasped, her surprise evident, and quickly replied, that sounds great. Previously, her salary had hovered around 600 or 700, often falling to 400 or 500. Now, the prospect of a 2,000 monthly income was exhilarating. Though she furrowed her brow and admitted, but I don't know anything about computers. I don't either, but we can learn, You Siyan replied with a smile. It's the 21st century. Everyone must be computer literate. Those who are not will be left behind. Look ahead, seeing, and stop dwelling on past troubles. This resonated deeply with You Siyan, who had yet to fully emerge from the shadows of previous events. It was indeed time to embark on a new chapter. Watching her sister navigate the streets in her Toyota Camry with elegance, You Siyan felt a surge of admiration and nodded resolutely, saying, You're right, sister. I'll work hard and learn. That's the spirit, You Siyan exclaimed, pressing the accelerator once more, relishing the thrill of speed. Come, let me show you our internet CAF. Okay, You Siyan replied, her eyes sparkling with newfound determination, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Chapter 38. The girls in swimsuits. The waters of the Hulu Mountain Reservoir were exceptionally cold. Upon arrival, a few boys, including Liang Feng and Wang Shan, quickly shed their clothing, donned swim trunks, and dove in with a splash, creating a cacophony of excitement. The girls, however, hesitated, lingering behind as they changed. It had been a long time since they had all gathered for a swim, and the sight of their female classmates in swimsuits was undoubtedly a focal point. The boys lingered in the water, eagerly anticipating the moment. Yet, the earlier scenes replayed in their minds. Wang Shan, submerged, suddenly produced a wooden stick about a foot long, bringing it close to Liang Feng's mouth, and with a mischievous grin, inquired, Liang Xiao, may I interview you? How did you come to know the formidable Chen Qianqian? Could you share the details with our curious audience? Yes, please do. The others chimed in, surrounding Liang Feng with laughter and encouragement. Liang Xiao, you're incredible for knowing someone like her. Indeed, she is quite stunning, and everyone is captivated. Indeed, we all feel a sense of pride. That extraordinary girl is simply too cool, wielding a baseball bat, sporting an explosive hairstyle, and donning combat boots. She appears to have stepped straight out of an anime. Truly magnificent. Not only is she striking, but also remarkably beautiful. Indeed, she is quite lovely. Unbeknownst to them, a group of boys has developed an affection for Chen Qianqian, this nonconformist girl with her flamboyant hairstyle. There was no help for it. Her entrance was simply too impressive. Liang Feng chuckled heartily and remarked, "How else could we get to know her? We meet online, of course." Wang Shan, feigning seriousness while holding a small stick, interjected, "Liang Xiao, your response is rather diplomatic. With so many online games available, is it legend, miracle, or something else entirely? Could you elaborate, as our friends are eagerly awaiting the details?" The group nodded in agreement, urging Liang Feng to share more. "Let us be informed," they implored. Liang Feng playfully swatted the stick from Wang Shan's hand and retorted, "Speak properly. Call me Liang Feng." "All right then," Wang Shan replied with a grin, leaning closer to Liang Feng. "Liang Feng, no, I mean brother Liang, or Win brother. You look exceptionally dashing today, truly astonishing. I can hardly believe you are the Liang Feng I know. Indeed, today you are simply magnificent. With just one phone call, all your friends arrived. Truly impressive. This year, you have become the leader of our third-year cohort." The crowd surrounded Liang Feng, showering him with praise. Naturally, Liang Feng remained unfazed by their adulation, chuckling softly and saying, "All right, third year is still about diligent study. Why waste time on frivolities?" Noticing that some were still curious, Liang Feng decided to be forthright. "All right, let me clarify. I met Chen Qianqian at an internet CAF. Their group couldn't defeat me, so they approached me for friendship. Later, when they faced another group in a match, I helped them win, and we became friends. Simple as that. Is it really that straightforward?" Wang Shan inquired, astonished. Liang Feng countered, "What other explanation is there? How else would I come to know this group? Besides, they are only 2 or 3 years older than us, so it is quite natural to become friends." The group suddenly understood and collectively remarked, "Overall, Liang Feng, you truly are impressive." "Yes, incredibly so. You exposed Hua Lei's facade and boldly asserted your dominance. It feels exhilarating to reflect on it. It is amusing to recall how they strutted about at the foot of the mountain, their arrogance now a source of laughter. Indeed, it feels gratifying. This grudge against Hua Lei has finally been avenged. They had long harbored disdain for him, and now, praising Liang Feng brought them a sense of relief. With Win brother around, they won't dare to act so arrogantly again. Absolutely, indeed. They continued to extol him. Liang Feng, however, did not relish being elevated to such heights. Rather, he preferred this playful banter among friends. Otherwise, he would not have spun such a grand tale. He waved his hand and said, "All right, enough of this idle chatter. Let's quickly take a stroll around. Staying in the water without moving will only make us cold." "Agreed. Let us go." Everyone laughed joyfully, genuinely admiring Liang Feng. There was no denying it. Today, Liang Feng was exceptionally handsome, captivating everyone's attention and inspiring them to express their admiration. At that moment, Liang Feng suggested going for a swim, prompting everyone to prepare for a lap in the water. It was only around 10:30 in the morning, and the reservoir's water was still quite chilly. Remaining still would only intensify the cold. With a splash, everyone dove in. As this unfolded, the girls emerged, having changed into their swimsuits, moving gracefully with youthful exuberance, giggling and playfully teasing one another as they approached. "They're coming," Wang Shan exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting them. "My goodness, quick, take a look. We cannot miss this." The boys craned their necks to catch a glimpse, particularly captivated by Lin Yuxin, Lu Duo, and Zhang Hongyao. Among them, Zhang Hongyao exuded an elusive, frosty aura, earning her the nickname Ice Goddess among the boys. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yuxin appeared to be the tallest, while Zhang Hongyao was nearly on par with her, and Lu Duo seemed to be a bit shorter. Wang Shan nudged Liang Feng, saying, "Brother Liang, you are indeed fortunate." However, as Liang Feng gazed at Lin Yuxin, a peculiar sensation welled within him, reminiscent of his feelings for You Siyan in her youth. He mused that it would be delightful to encounter a younger You Siyan. Chapter 39. A fright at the reservoir. Lin Yuxin's figure mirrored that of her mother, You Siyan. Almost perfectly, she was a youthful embodiment of her mother. You Siyan stood over 1.7 meters tall, her long legs exceeding a meter, and her physique was nothing short of flawless. Liang Feng vividly recalled Lin Yuxin's appearance after her development. She possessed a grace that contrasted with You Siyan's allure, exhibiting a more poised demeanor. Unconsciously, Liang Feng's thoughts drifted back to You Siyan, and he recalled a text message she had sent previously, suppressing a smile as he reflected. In this light, Have I inadvertently found myself enamored with the adult version of Lin Yuxin? Oh. The greatest regret of Liang Feng's life was to win Lin Yuxin's affection. Now that it seemed within reach, he was determined not to let it slip away. Even if he were to gain the affection of You Siyan, it would not alter his intentions. He vowed that Lin Yuxin must never fall into the arms of another man, not ever. Clenching his teeth, he waved at Lin Yuxin, calling out, "Yuxin, over here." But then, Lu Duo interjected, jumping up and down, gesturing, "Liang Feng, I'm over here." Laughter erupted among the crowd as they realized the scenario unfolding before them. Liang Feng had heroically come to Lu Duo's aid. Whether out of gratitude or being charmed by Liang Feng, Lu Duo seemed eager to express her appreciation. What was meant to be a romantic tale of heroism and beauty turned complicated, for Liang Feng's heart already belonged to Lin Yuxin. The onlookers were fully engaged, reveling in the unfolding drama, a rivalry between two women for one man. How enviable Liang Feng is. They chuckled. Wang Shan, seemingly from nowhere, procured a small stick and playfully inquired of Liang Feng, "Liang Xiao, my brother Liang, may I interview you? If given the choice, would you prefer Lu Duo or Lin Yuxin? Please, do not ponder, simply utter your first response." "Get lost," Liang Feng retorted, dismissively swatting away Wang Shan's stick. His tone laced with irritation. All right. Wang Shan chuckled, flailing his arms as he swam away, but not before whispering, "I see, you wish to have both. Straddling two boats. Get lost." Liang Feng shot him an exasperated glance. Wang Shan laughed heartily and swiftly swam off into the distance. The girls, such as Feng Yin and Zhang Yun, who frequently visited Hulu Mountain Reservoir to swim, displayed nimble movements, taking a few quick steps before leaping into the water with splashes. Other girls, slightly more reserved, cautiously entered the water one by one, shivering momentarily before quickly adjusting and swimming about. The Hulu Mountain Reservoir was vast, stretching several hundred meters, with clusters of people swimming and playing in various areas. Liang Feng and his companions occupied their own section, enjoying a sense of tranquility, undisturbed by others. However, the appearance of several vibrant young women drew the attention of many nearby gentlemen, causing the girls to feel a bit bashful, prompting them to hasten their movements and jump into the water in succession. As they first entered, the icy sensation made them instinctively retract their necks. But after a brief period of swimming, their bodies acclimated, and they found the water not only bearable but quite delightful. The water in the reservoir was distinctly different. "Oh, how deep and clean it is," they exclaimed, feeling as though the water was denser, making swimming feel more laborious. "I share this sentiment," chimed in the newcomers, visibly impressed. Tangchung was a coastal city, and North China University stood as the pinnacle of academia within the city. Prior to enrollment, a set of courses would be assigned, with swimming being a compulsory subject. It was essential for everyone to learn, albeit without examinations, yet most children would indeed be taught to swim. Thus, those who could not swim were exceedingly rare. Moreover, Zhang Hongya showcased her remarkable prowess as soon as she hit the water. Her hands sliced through the surface with remarkable speed while her long, graceful legs propelled her powerfully, executing freestyle strokes that sent her swiftly far away. The other girls gasped in awe, exclaiming, "My goodness, Zhang Hongya swims exceptionally well. Indeed, she is incredibly fast. Her skills surpass many of the boys. Absolutely, she is stunning." They watched as her slender figure glided through the water, her pristine legs moving with professional precision, quickly reaching the depths of the reservoir. Feng Yin hurriedly called out from behind, "Hongya, do not swim too far. The water is too deep over there." "All right, I understand," Zhang Hongya responded with a smile. Yet seemed to crave more adventure, diving back into the depths. In typical swimming pools, the water depth usually reaches only about 2 meters, with diving pools rarely exceeding 4 meters. In contrast, the reservoir's deepest points could reach 7 or 8 meters. Zhang Hongyao had never felt such exhilaration. She felt like a fish, diving freely into the depths of the water, plunging down to a depth of 5 or 6 meters before swimming back up. She moved with the grace of a fish, surfacing with a swift motion, her spirits soaring as she became completely immersed in the joy of swimming. Oblivious to the shouts of those around her, continuing to swim at her leisure. "The ice goddess swims so beautifully," one of the boys exclaimed. "Indeed. It feels just like being a fish," he concurred. The girls, giggling, suddenly surrounded Liang Feng, playfully exclaiming, Liang Feng, you look so handsome today. Yes, absolutely stunning. Another chimed in. I just saw you swim. It was incredibly impressive. Why don't you teach me? Well, I can only do the breaststroke, which looks rather awkward. Please teach me the freestyle instead. Before Lu Duo could make her move, the other girls launched their playful assault. Lu Duo pouted in frustration, gliding through the water to say, if anyone should be taught, it should be me. Teach me, teach me. The girls insisted, pulling Liang Feng into their playful schemes. Overwhelmed, Liang Feng could only manage a wry smile, especially as he noticed Lin Yuxin sulking with jealousy, which only added to the humor of the situation. The boys nearby watched with envy. Wang Shan chuckled, encouraging, come on, teach us. With time, feelings will naturally blossom. The others echoed, yes, do teach us. Liang Feng, feeling helpless, rolled his eyes and replied, if you want to learn, let's all learn together. By the way, Yuxin and Yuan Xia, you two don't know either, right? I'll teach you all. Yuan Xia, concerned that Lin Yuxin might not be proactive enough and fearing Liang Feng would be snatched away, nodded eagerly. All right, please teach us. Our freestyle isn't very good either. She dragged the reluctant Lin Yuxin over to join them. All right, pay close attention, Liang Feng said, demonstrating his high proficiency in freestyle. Executing the movements with precision. He instructed, first, lie flat on the water's surface. With that, he pushed off with his legs, his body rising smoothly and evenly upon the water. So handsome, exclaimed the girls in unison. Indeed, Liang Feng, you look amazing. Their mindless flattery left Liang Feng speechless. After all, they could swim too. Why the fuss? He thought. Whatever you do, Liang Feng, it's always impressive. The girls giggled, leaving him scratching his head. Lin Yuxin and Lu Duo watched with a frown, adding to his bemusement. Come on, let's learn. Stop dawdling. Liang Feng initiated a live demonstration. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A sudden rush of water splashed, followed by Feng Yan's terrified shout. Oh no, Hanyao is cramping. Who? Everyone turned at the sound. And there, at the far end of the reservoir, Zhang Hanyao was in distress. Due to excessive swimming, she had suddenly cramped in her legs, her body thrashing in the water as she desperately fought to stay afloat, sinking uncontrollably. She tried to call for help, but instead swallowed several mouthfuls of water. The situation was dire. Oh my God, how did this happen? The boys, including Wang Shan, were taken aback, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Stop watching. Save her. Liang Feng shouted loudly and leaped forward, swiftly swimming towards the direction of Zhang Hanyao. The girls were terrified, their faces drained of color, each one's expression changing in an instant. How could this happen? Just a moment ago, everything was perfectly fine. Indeed, how did it come to this? It must be the cold water. They were not accustomed to it. The boys, including Wang Shan, quickly regained their senses and swam towards the scene. Moments before, they had been enviously watching Liang Feng, completely oblivious to Zhang Hanyao, who had already drifted into the deep waters. Fortunately, Feng Yan had been keeping a watchful eye, otherwise, they would not have known when she had disappeared beneath the surface. Chapter 40. A desperate rescue. The Gourd Mountain Reservoir was equipped with lifeguards. A man in his 50s, performing his duties voluntarily, sat on a bench by the shore, monitoring the area with a flag in hand. At that moment, he was leisurely enjoying a cigarette, seemingly indifferent. However, upon hearing the girls' cries, he sprang to his feet, alarmed by the scene unfolding before him. He discarded his cigarette, but swiftly grabbed a life buoy and hurled it forward with all his strength, shouting, "Young man, grab the life buoy." The throw was powerful, landing squarely between Liang Feng and Zhang Hanyao. Liang Feng paddled desperately, intent on reaching the buoy to save Zhang Hanyao. Yet, she had ventured too far, completely entering the deep water, and had already begun to gulp down mouthfuls of water. The excruciating pain from her cramps rendered her incapable of swimming effectively. In the depths of the cold water, the severity of her cramps only intensified. The muscles on the inner side of her thighs bulged, indicative of the extent of her suffering. At just over 20, her body was still developing, making her more susceptible to cramps, and the sudden plunge into the frigid water exacerbated her plight. She had entirely lost control of her body, instinctively thrashing about, her eyes filled with terror as she gasped for air. Liang Feng, hurry, hurry. Everyone understood that if Zhang Hanyao sank beneath the surface, the situation would become dire. Feng Yan and several other girls began to cry, their sobs piercing through the chaos, and the scene descended into utter turmoil. Onlookers from nearby areas turned their concerned gazes towards the commotion. Rumors had long circulated about the reservoir, claiming that every year someone drowned here. Previously dismissed as mere tales to frighten children, the reality of the perilous scene before them left everyone in shock. My heavens, she must be cramping. How did she swim so far? What incredible audacity. Enough talk, let us save her. Those proficient in swimming hurriedly made their way towards the scene. A considerable number of them joined the effort, but the closest were still Liang Feng and the boys following Wang Shan, all paddling frantically through the water. However, the agony of cramps was a formidable adversary, difficult to suppress. Gulping down water, Zhang Hongyao was completely submerged. This is bad. She has lost consciousness. Cries erupted from both the shore and the water, urgent pleas for rescue echoing in the air. Call for Liang Feng, remind him, since Liang Feng is the closest one. He still has a swimming ring. He has arrived. Liang Feng gritted his teeth and finally swam to Zhang Hongyao's side. With a sudden plunge, he swam several strokes before firmly grasping Zhang Hongyao, who was on the verge of sinking. He swiftly secured the life ring around her. At that moment, Zhang Hongyao had already lost consciousness, her mouth agape and eyes vacant. In such circumstances, it is quite challenging to pull someone up. Fortunately, the buoyancy of the life ring provided support. As it enveloped her body, she began to slowly rise to the surface. With a splash, Liang Feng emerged from the water, bringing Zhang Hongyao with him. What a fright. Finally saved. Hurry, bring her back. The collective anxiety of the onlookers began to ease slightly. Meanwhile, Wang Shan and others swam over, panting as they assessed the situation. What should we do? Quickly, pull her up. Liang Feng gasped for breath and shouted loudly. Upon seeing this, the others immediately rallied together to drag Zhang Hongyao's body toward the shore. Holding onto her arm with one hand while paddling with the other, Liang Feng extended his free hand to Wang Shan, who mimicked Liang Feng's actions to help pull her ashore. The others assisted by pushing the life ring or Zhang Hongyao. After considerable effort, they finally managed to bring Zhang Hongyao onto the bank. Is she all right? Feng Yin and the others gathered around, tears streaming down their faces. How could she be all right? The lifeguard rushed over, and upon seeing the situation, he felt overwhelmed. This lifeguard was not a professional, and faced with such an urgent scenario, he was momentarily at a loss. Before he could even gather his thoughts, Liang Feng had already laid Zhang Hongyao flat on the ground and shouted, "Everyone, step back! Step back!" The crowd was momentarily taken aback, stepping back in confusion. Liang Feng knelt beside Zhang Hongyao's abdomen, rhythmically pressing on her chest with remarkable skill and swiftness. It was then that everyone recalled Liang Feng's aspiration to become a doctor. It seemed he must have learned some first aid techniques. Do not disturb Liang Feng. He must have studied this. Yes, everyone, let him work. The crowd parted immediately. Feng Yin trembled with fear, repeatedly murmuring, Liang Feng, you must save Hongyao. If you can't, we're all done for. What do you mean done for? This is a life at stake. Young man, keep going. The others gathered around, their faces etched with concern. Lin Yuxin, Lu Duo, and the others were equally anxious, their palms clammy with sweat and eyes reddened, never expecting such a situation during their outing. With focused determination, Liang Feng pressed down forcefully. 1 push, 2 pushes. After 7 or 8 compressions without any response, he quickly turned to Zhang Hongyao's mouth and began administering artificial respiration. He took a deep breath and forcefully blew air into her mouth. Life and death hang in the balance, rendering trivial matters such as kissing and indirect kisses inconsequential. For this is a living being, and she is merely in her early 20s. Liang Feng, truly remarkable in his professionalism, evoked a sense of admiration from Wang Shan. Indeed, it was evident to all that Liang Feng's expertise shone through, and everyone was riveted by his efforts to save her. With determination, Liang Feng exhaled forcefully 3 or 4 times before straddling Zhang Hongyao once more, pressing down with renewed vigor. Time dragged on, each second stretching interminably. The lifeguard, anxiously perspiring, stood by, while others, unable to bear the sight, turned away. Oh heavens, it's taking too long. Surely this cannot end well, someone murmured. It's been far too long. She may not survive this ordeal, another echoed, their voices tinged with despair. Look at her, she's turning purple. Those faint of heart, fearing the sight of death, hastily withdrew. Feng Yin, Zhang Yun, and others could not contain their grief, weeping openly. The lifeguard sighed, young man, how much longer will this take? We must call for an ambulance immediately. How long will it take for them to arrive? By then, it may be too late. They lamented. Indeed, we are too far from the city. They may not reach us in time. What can we do? The air was heavy with resignation. I fear she is beyond saving, came the disheartening conclusion. She is already gone. Feng Yan's sobs intensified. Her heart burdened with guilt for not having cared for Zhang Hanyao properly. If anything were to happen to her, she could not bear to face her parents. Nor could she forgive herself, as it was her suggestion to go swimming. Amidst her cries, she pleaded, Liang Feng, you must save Hanyao. If you cannot, then I shall not live either. Feng Yan, please do not cry, Lin Yuxin interjected. Let us not disturb Liang Feng. He is capable. Yes, he can do it. Lu Duo added, her gaze filled with unwavering belief, clenching her fists in silent encouragement. Liang Feng persisted, methodically adhering to the steps of CPR, pressing and breathing life into her repeatedly. After 7 or 8 cycles, he felt his own body nearing its limits. Suddenly, Zhang Hanyao began to cough, her body instinctively reacting, expelling water from her lungs. In an instant, realization dawned upon the crowd. The girl had been revived. A wave of astonishment swept through the gathering. She is alive. Incredible. Young man, you are extraordinary. It's all right now. She has come back. Cheers erupted as people celebrated the miraculous turn of events. You were on the verge of giving up, yet you succeeded. Truly remarkable. Some called out to those who had turned away, she is alive. This young man has saved her. Is it true? He managed to bring her back? Those who had departed hurried back, astonished to witness the scene. Indeed, Liang Feng had lifted Zhang Hanyao, cradling her against him, his hands supporting her abdomen to help her expel the remaining water. With a few more heaves, she coughed up additional water, a sign of hope amidst the chaos. The complexion of her face had gained a hint of rosy vitality, and she was able to breathe, exhaling with a sigh of relief. My heavens, she has truly been revived. The young man, remarkable indeed. The admiration echoed around, as everyone was in awe of Liang Feng's unwavering dedication to saving lives. Suddenly, a spontaneous applause erupted, an overwhelming wave of appreciation that persisted. Exhausted, Liang Feng gently set down Zhang Hanyao, who had regained her senses, and let out a long sigh, his body weary and aching, exclaiming, Goodness, I am utterly exhausted. Chapter 41. You owe us a feast of roast chicken, Liang Feng. You are extraordinary. My goodness, you truly brought her back to life. Liang Feng, you shall henceforth be my idol. Liang Feng, you are simply miraculous. At one moment, despair had engulfed them all, for Zhang Hanyao lay still, her pallid form reminiscent of a lifeless body from a film, as limp as a noodle. Feng Yan and Zhang Yun were inconsolable in their tears. Yet, through sheer determination, Liang Feng performed resuscitation after resuscitation, pulling Lin Yuxin back from the clutches of death, igniting a wave of exhilaration among the crowd. The girls, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears, including Lin Yuxin and Lu Duo, who wept profusely. Liang Feng, you are so handsome. Liang Feng, you are truly remarkable. We owe you our gratitude today. Wang Shan was practically jumping with excitement, declaring, Liang Laoda, you are now my leader. You are incredible. Indeed, Liang Laoda, you are phenomenal. You are so impressively fierce. I am in awe of you. Without your perseverance, Zhang Hanyao would have surely perished. Absolutely, you are astonishing. The boys expressed in admiration. Lin Yuxin and Lu Duo wiped their tears, utterly captivated by Liang Feng's actions. While hope had faded for everyone else, Liang Feng alone continued to exert himself in the noble effort of saving lives. He spoke not a word, but his commitment to saving others spoke volumes. Ultimately, he successfully brought her back. This sensation compelled Lin Yuxin to draw closer, tearfully exclaiming, Liang Feng, you are destined to become an excellent doctor. Indeed, echoed Yuan Xia and her companions, dabbing their eyes. The preceding moments had been terrifying, yet only Liang Feng maintained his relentless resolve, a determination that left everyone in profound admiration. Liang Feng, you are surely destined to become a great physician, they all concurred. Lu Duo, with a cheerful smile, snapped her fingers and remarked, I had already anticipated this outcome, for Liang Feng is the most formidable. Laughter ensued among the group, though Lin Yuxin merely rolled her eyes. As for Zhang Hanyao, she continued to cough, expelling water in great gulps, her body still weak and her consciousness somewhat hazy. Her nose streamed with water, and breathing seemed laborious, her throat gurgling as she struggled to contain the influx. The discomfort was undoubtedly immense. At that moment, the crowd remained hesitant to approach too closely. Feng Yan, wiping her tears, inquired, Liang Feng, what shall we do next? Yes, what do we do now? It seemed Zhang Hanyao had not yet fully recovered. The lifeguard, arms crossed, smiled reassuringly. No need to worry. Her ability to breathe indicates she has escaped peril. Once again, I cannot help but express my admiration for the young man. Truly, you are remarkable, and I commend you wholeheartedly. A round of applause erupted from those around, echoing sentiments of astonishment. Indeed, I had thought her fate was sealed. Yet here she stands, saved. Young man, you must be from a medical school. Your emergency response was exceedingly proficient. Indeed, it was exceptionally skillful and demonstrated remarkable tenacity. You possess the heart of a healer. If you were a physician, you would undoubtedly be an exceptional one. Waves of praise surged forth, drawing the attention of nearly all the swimmers nearby. Liang Feng lay there, waving his hand with a smile, declaring, she is merely fortunate. I had no part in it. That is not fair to say, retorted the lifeguard. Without your intervention, she would have perished multiple times. Indeed, we owe it all to you, another chimed in. Young man, you are her savior. At that moment, the lifeguard noticed Zhang Hanyao had regained some consciousness and could lift her head. He remarked, young lady, this is your fault. Your audacity is excessive. Why swim so far? That part of the water is both deep and cold. You had barely entered when you ventured toward it. It is no wonder you nearly experienced cramps. Observing the situation closely, he could not help but feel aggrieved. Had something gone awry, he too would have been implicated. Feng Yan, in a fit of tears and indignation, rebuked the lifeguard. Since you are aware of the dangers, why did you not alert us beforehand? A warning sign would have sufficed. Instead, you merely lounged about, smoking and dozing. Had we been forewarned, we would not have panicked. The lifeguard scoffed. Am I to be blamed for this? You dared to swim in the reservoir. Surely, you must have been aware of the potential hazards. This young girl is merely fortunate. Had there been a tragedy, you all would share in the responsibility. His words were sharp and unyielding. Feng Yan, unfazed, turned to Liang Feng and inquired, Liang Feng, may I pat Hongyao's back? Liang Feng, lying down and catching his breath, replied, go ahead, she is fine now. He was utterly exhausted. Despite merely having brought Zhang Hanyao back and performed artificial respiration and cardiac resuscitation, the exertion had drained him significantly. He had hardly paused for around 3 minutes, and his entire arm felt numb, even experiencing a touch of cerebral hypoxia. At that moment, reclining, he had no desire to move. Come, our hero, drink some water. Lu Duo offered, presenting a bottle to Liang Feng. Understanding the situation well, he was indeed parched. Rising, he accepted it and gulped down nearly half, eventually pouring some over his head for relief. Not enough. There is more. Lin Yuxin, showing no signs of jealousy, handed him another bottle. Liang Feng took it, drank a few more sips, and then sprinkled some on himself, exclaiming, I am utterly exhausted. Indeed, it is evident. Our hero, Lin Yuxin chuckled. Observing Liang Feng basking in the attention of the crowd, she felt genuine joy in his prowess, and even contemplated offering to massage his shoulders and hands. Knowing he must be fatigued, yet she felt too bashful to approach him. In the end, Lu Duo moved closer, kneading Liang Feng's shoulders, stating, hero, let me give you a massage as a reward. Huh? Liang Feng laughed, finding such treatment delightful. However, he noticed Lin Yuxin seemed displeased. He chuckled again, waving his hands. You are the hero. You can do as you please. Haha. They all laughed together. Liang Feng's laughter grew louder. This time, he had truly played the hero and rescued the damsel in distress. Zhang Hanyao continued to cough, her throat still constricted despite the passageway between her mouth and nose. She felt as if her nostrils were filled with water. Feng Yan, Zhang Yun, and a few other girls hurried over, gently patting Zhang Hongyao's back with great patience. One steady slap after another for nearly 5 or 6 minutes, until she gradually regained her breath. As she surveyed the scene before her, understanding dawned upon her. Her entire body felt weak and trembled as she recalled the perilous moment, her fear amplifying her sense of helplessness. She shook uncontrollably, cold and frightened. In a daze, she sat there, her body limp, unable to utter a single word. Feng Yan quickly ran to fetch a garment and wrapped it around Zhang Hanyao, who began to sob, exclaiming, oh, thank goodness you're all right. If anything happened to you, I could never forgive myself. The earlier incident had been terrifying, leaving everyone shaken. Zhang Yun remarked. We owe it all to Liang Feng. Otherwise, it could have been a tragedy. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, young lady, you are fortunate. Had you not crossed paths with this young man, your fate would have been sealed. I have never witnessed such professional rescue efforts. While we all thought it was futile, he never gave up and persevered to save you. You must express your gratitude to him. With a smile, they added, Young lady, your life was saved by this young man. You ought to treat him to a roast chicken. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhang Hanyao, still trembling from her fear and feeling discomfort in her nasal passages, turned to Liang Feng and, with a quivering voice, said, Thank you, Liang Feng. May I treat you to a roast chicken? Liang Feng chuckled, waving his hand. Next time, please don't be so reckless. The water in the reservoir is not the same as that in a swimming pool. At the very least, familiarize yourself in the shallow area first. Zhang Hanyao anxiously shook her head. I will never swim again, not for the rest of my life. I won't even go near the swimming pool water. Laughter continued to resonate among the crowd, fully aware of her genuine fear. The onlookers gradually dispersed, the excitement fading. The ordeal at the reservoir, while frightening, ended without tragedy and concluded on a positive note. Chapter 42. A heart still racing eventually, with the assistance of Feng Yin and Zhang Yun. Zhang Hanyao took a taxi home. Feng Yin had initially intended to call her parents for a ride, but Zhang Hanyao declined, wishing to avoid alarming the adults. Unable to persuade her otherwise, they accompanied her in the taxi. In the end, Zhang Hanyao returned to her usual self and expressed her gratitude to Liang Feng once more, saying, Liang Feng, thank you. I will never forget you. There's no need for such formality, Liang Feng replied, recalling that in his previous life, no such incident had occurred, and he had little interaction with Zhang Hanyao. This time, however, the gears of fate had shifted, altering everything. He had become the wings of a butterfly, stirring the destinies of all involved, leading to a different outcome for everyone, including Lu Duo, Gu Yuan, and Lin Yuxin. But what about Zhang Hanyao? Perhaps her fate would change as well. He pondered aimlessly for a moment, then waved his hand and said, Go home, take a hot shower, drink some ginger soup, and avoid catching a cold. Zhang Hanyao, feeling disoriented after narrowly escaping death, had no inclination to linger and merely nodded before departing. With such commotion, the others lost their enthusiasm for swimming. Each person's interest waned. They had initially planned to enjoy lunch together and then explore other venues, but at this moment, most were no longer inclined to continue the outing. Today was truly terrifying. Indeed, our nerves are still frayed. Fortunately, Liang Feng saved Zhang Hanyao. Otherwise, we would all bear the brunt of it. Right, it was frightening. Others lamented. Thankfully, it did not culminate in a grave mistake. That is indeed a silver lining amidst our misfortunes. This sentiment rang true, for the facade of Hua Lei had been unveiled, making the trip not entirely in vain. Yes, indeed. They recalled the incident involving Hua Lei, and laughter erupted among the crowd. However, it was undeniable that this singular event had transformed everyone's perception of Liang Feng. They no longer referred to him simply as Liang Feng. Liang Xiao felt too distant, while Liang Laodao seemed ill-suited to his character. Thus, they settled on calling him Liang Feng or Liang Xiaoxia. Having saved the damsel in distress twice, he rightfully earned the title of hero. At that moment, Yuan Xia sighed. Liang Xiaoxia, it feels like I have not seen you for 3 days. Yet it feels like 3 autumns have passed. Or perhaps, you are advancing secretly while we remain stagnant. Indeed, you have now reached a level beyond our grasp. We can only admire from afar. Certainly, Liang Xiaoxia, you are truly remarkable. The group echoed their admiration, their gazes towards Liang Feng filled with reverence and respect. Lin Yuxin and Lu Duo mirrored this sentiment, their large eyes sparkling with delight as they beamed at him. Liang Feng waved dismissively. All right, I merely performed a cardiac revival. Is it truly that impressive? Look, we don't even know what to call ourselves. This is the disparity. Liang Xiaoxia, you are destined to become an excellent doctor. Yes, Liang Xiaoxia. They chorused in unison. Liang Feng found the moniker quite agreeable, refraining from objection as he sheepishly scratched his head and said, All right, let us not dwell on trivialities. We are about to miss the bus home. Yes, the bus is here. I'm off. I'm leaving too. I'll head to the front to catch a ride. One by one, they donned their clothes, waved their farewells, and boarded the bus. What had begun as a joyous outing concluded in such a manner that no one wished to witness. Yet, This was the best outcome possible. With their spirits unsettled, they gathered at the bus stop, waiting to return home. Some still remembered Chen Qianqian and could not help but inquire, Liang Xiaxia, could you introduce us to that formidable Chen Qianqian? Yes, she seems so cool. Not only cool, but also quite beautiful. Indeed, very beautiful. Liang Feng suddenly recalled his evening plans with Chen Qianqian. Fortunately, he remarked, oh, I almost forgot about that. He then turned to Wang Shan, saying, you all go ahead. I'll find Chen Qianqian and return later. Oh, that works. Wang Shan and his companions boarded the bus and returned home. Upon their arrival, they were inevitably met with the familiar admonishments from their family members. Accompanied by Zhang Hanyao, their spirits were notably subdued, and they appeared quite dejected. The buses arrived one after another, with classmates boarding in succession. Eventually, only the two stunning beauties, Lin Yuxin and Lu Duoduo, remained. Lin Yuxin had intended to leave after Lu Duoduo, but seeing her still there, she stepped forward and said, Liang Feng, you should avoid getting too close to someone like Chen Qianqian. They don't give off a good impression, and your life shouldn't be entangled with theirs. Liang Feng replied with a smile, rest assured, we only play a few games together. They have merely assisted me this time, and I'm treating them to a meal. That is all. After saying this, he patted Lin Yuxin on the shoulder and added, you should head home first. I'll give you a call later. All right. Lin Yuxin nodded, glancing at Lu Duoduo. Lu Duoduo, exuding carefree charm, shrugged and said, Yuxin, stop worrying about me. My bus has arrived. With that, she waved goodbye to Liang Feng, exclaiming, Liang, you look quite dashing today. I'm off now. She departed with a skip in her step. Goodbye, goodbye. Liang Feng bid farewell to the two ladies, who waved back from the bus as they drove away. Picking up his phone, Liang Feng prepared to call Chen Qianqian. As Qinjia village was nearby, he thought it would be prudent to invite her for lunch, thus avoiding an additional trip in the evening. Just as he lifted his phone, it vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from You Siyan. Remembering the provocative messages she had sent, he felt a stir of excitement and answered with a smile, my mischievous aunt, what is this? Unable to resist sending a flurry of texts and now calling? How annoying. Why don't you ever reply? You Siyan's cheerful voice came through. I sent you over 10 messages, and you didn't respond to a single one. When I find the time, I will certainly reply, Liang Feng said as he wandered around the bus station. You Siyan laughed. Did you see the messages I sent you? The bus has arrived. Haha, I'm currently cruising on the road. Where are you? Liang Feng couldn't help but glance around, hoping she was nearby, which would certainly be convenient. Sure enough, You Siyan giggled. Right now, I'm near the highway. Do you want me to pick you up? No problem. I am your dedicated beauty driver. Liang Feng felt a surge of joy, thinking how their minds seemed to be in sync. I'm at the Hulu Mountain stop. Haha. Please come and get me. There aren't many taxis around, and it's almost lunchtime. Besides, spending time with this mischievous aunt wouldn't be so bad. You Siyan eagerly nodded. That's south too close. Just wait 10 minutes. I'll be there shortly. Okay. Liang Feng hung up, found a shaded spot, lit a cigarette, and waited. After approximately 15 or 16 minutes, a silver Toyota Camry sped towards him. You Siyan, seated in the driver's seat, spotted Liang Feng and excitedly rolled down the window, waving her arm enthusiastically. Once the car came to a halt, she greeted him with a bright smile. She cheerfully alighted from the car, standing beside Liang Feng, pointing at her beloved vehicle with a smile, inquiring, what do you think of this car? Isn't it beautiful? Liang Feng examined it thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is quite lovely, even more so than I had anticipated. In his eyes, the design was somewhat dated. Yet this particular model was a classic, entirely imported. In pristine condition, it remained impressive. He glanced at the alluring You Siyan, who was dressed provocatively, revealing a hint of her snow-white shoulders, and remarked, with you standing there, it's a perfect picture of a stunning car and its beautiful owner. You Siyan giggled. Covering her mouth, the sales manager said the same. The car is beautiful, but the person is even more so. Chapter 43. Revisiting old dreams with a smile gracing her lips, You Siyan felt a surge of joy that brightened her entire being. Having just dropped her sister, You Siyan, at an internet CAF, she had sent her off to attend to her own matters. She was eager to find Liang Feng and showcase her newly acquired car. To her delight, she had indeed encountered him. When a woman truly falls for a man, every aspect of him captivates her, especially the physical attraction, which becomes irresistible. This was the case for You Siyan with Liang Feng, a dual affection encompassing both the physical and emotional realms. Consequently, upon seeing Liang Feng, she found herself unable to resist, playfully flirting and even yearning to inhale his scent. It felt as if even his aroma was enticing. "Oh, mischievous husband, how wonderful you are." Yet, she also felt a twinge of embarrassment at being so playful with someone younger than herself. Ultimately, Liang Feng affectionately pinched her nose, chuckling. "Why be shy with your husband?" "Husband." You Siyan called him her mischievous husband, but hesitated to address him directly. In that moment, Liang Feng's self-reference as husband brought her joy, instantly lifting all her inhibitions. She playfully declared, "Husband, I love you. I find myself increasingly enamored with you as well." Perhaps this is the essence of love blossoming over time, Liang Feng mused. This was the truth. Initially, he had perceived You Siyan as merely a reflection of Lin Yuxin. But that had changed. The notion of love developing gradually was no mere cliché. Sometimes, it genuinely unfolds that way. Did Liang Feng have feelings for Lin Yuxin? Certainly. She remained a profound regret in his life. Yet at this moment, he found himself wildly infatuated with You Siyan. With the wisdom of his soul, he did not perceive her age as a disadvantage. Rather, it harmonized beautifully with his spirit. Engaging in youthful romance had its allure. But this direct and forthright connection captivated him even more. Liang Feng lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke. You Siyan laughed, playfully snatching it from him. Taking a drag and releasing her own smoke ring. The wisps of smoke intertwined between them, and they shared a hearty laugh. It was midday, and both felt their stomachs rumble with hunger, yet neither wished for this moment to conclude. Exchanging glances, they tossed their cigarette butts out of the window. Chapter 44. Under house arrest. The incident involving Zhang Honyao nearly drowning had spread like wildfire. Liang Feng and You Siyan spent the evening entwined in each other's company. He initially intended to call home to request a leave of absence and treat Chen Qianqian and the others to dinner in order to express his gratitude to this group of friends. However, as soon as he dialed the number, his father, Liang Qinggong, erupted with a barrage of reprimands, exclaiming, "You little rascal, I've been looking for you. Hurry back home." Upon hearing this, he immediately grasped the situation, shrugged, and replied, "All right, I'm on my way back." After hanging up, he sighed helplessly at You Siyan. "It seems the gathering will have to be called off. I must return home and face the music." "What happened?" You Siyan asked, her face a picture of confusion as she drove. Liang Feng managed a wry smile. "There was a little mishap while we were swimming." "Well, let's not dwell on it. Let us go home. Who knows what awaits me there?" "Fine, I'll follow your lead. After all, I am your lovely chauffeur," You Siyan replied with a playful smile. Stopping the car near Liang Feng's residence. Despite the age discrepancy, she felt no burden of years in their interactions. Instead, she sensed herself being cared for, which alleviated any psychological pressure. Nestling against him like a little bird, she coquettishly called out, "Hubby, hubby, hubby." "Humph, your hubby is about to be lectured by your father," Liang Feng said with a resigned smile. The two reluctantly parted ways as he strode home. As expected, upon entering, Liang Qinggong immediately launched into a loud tirade. "You little rascal, where have you been? Didn't I tell you not to swim at the Hulu Mountain Reservoir? That reservoir claims 1 or 2 lives every year, and yet you still went. Do you know who Zhang Hongyao's father is? His name is Zhang Yaoyao, the director of our main factory. If anything happened to his daughter, it would cause an uproar." Liang Qinggong worked as a shift leader at the first steel rolling plant. A position of modest authority, he didn't work shifts but certainly didn't sit in an office either. Liang Feng's mother, Bai Jing, engaged in organizational work at the union. Observing his parents' animated demeanor, Liang Feng could hardly contain his laughter. He found joy in their youthful spirit. Bai Jing gave him a sharp poke and said, "You dare laugh? Your father and mother's livelihood depends on them. One word from him could put us out of work. And you find it amusing?" Liang Feng shrugged and assured them, "Don't worry, I promise I won't go again." Liang Qinggong grunted, "If you go swimming at that reservoir again, I'll break your legs." Bai Jing chimed in, "Yes, from now until school starts, you are not to go out. You'll stay home and study, no excursions." "What?" Liang Feng was taken aback, not expecting such a sudden ultimatum. He quickly protested, "Mom, Zhang Honyao is fine. And I even saved her. You can't restrict my freedom. I'm an adult now. How can you claim to be an adult?" "No means no," Bai Jing retorted. "You think saving someone is a game? In that reservoir, if someone is drowning, you'll get pulled under by the water spirits. How reckless of you. I'm telling you, before school starts, you won't be going anywhere. There's food and drink at home. You won't starve. Liang Qinggong added, gritting his teeth. Liang Feng felt overwhelmed. How could one's own savior unexpectedly summon a water ghost? Yet, upon reflection, it becomes clear that it matters little whom one saves. In the eyes of parents, their precious son is of utmost importance. However, confinement is not an option, as it is far from what he envisioned. He quickly bowed and pleaded, saying, Mom, Dad, I understand my mistake. I want to go again. Is that not enough? You cannot deny me the freedom to step outside. I will suffocate. Liang Qinggong scoffed. Suffocate? Better that than drown, and with that, he turned away. Bai Jing fiercely jabbed Liang Feng, asserting, indeed, suffocating is preferable to drowning. Just endure it. With that, she too departed. Goodness. Liang Feng felt utterly dejected, sighing inwardly at the absurdity of the situation. Yet, he could not oppose his parents, and thus had to silently accept his fate. The next day, as expected, before Liang Feng could sneak out, they had locked the door and taken away his keys. Your breakfast and lunch are prepared. Remain at home and focus on your studies. You are not permitted to go anywhere, they declared, leaving with a huff. Liang Feng attempted to open the door, but it would not budge. Residing on the ground floor, he could jump out of the window. However, the balcony awning thwarted his escape. Staring blankly at the children playing beneath the large locust tree, he realized that his friends, such as Wang Shan and Feng Yan, were nowhere to be seen. They too were grounded. With a long sigh, he picked up his guitar, yearning to strum a tune of melancholy. Iron bars, iron windows, iron chains. Leaning against the iron bars, gazing outside, how splendid the world beyond appears. Alas, Liang Feng faced the most significant challenge since his arrival in this realm, confinement. How could he possibly escape? No amount of effort could pry the door open, and his spirits sank to an all-time low. In this era, there were no locksmiths at one's beck and call. Consequently, he sat by the window, gazing at the great locust tree, shaking his head in resignation. Fortunately, at that moment, his phone rang. He hurriedly checked and saw it was a call from You Siyan. He answered, lamenting, how delightful it is to have a caring wife who worries about her mischievous husband. What's the matter? Did you face some reprimand last night? You Siyan giggled as she drove, on her way to find Liang Feng. After finishing her work that morning, she longed to spend time with him. Much like a young girl in love who simply wishes to be together, no matter the activity. Liang Feng sighed in resignation. I wasn't reprimanded, but rather grounded. Grounded? You Siyan was taken aback, slowing her car. Liang Feng sighed again. Indeed, yesterday at Hulu's mountain, a girl nearly drowned. And her father happens to be the factory director at my parents' workplace. Alas, poor me, unable to go out. Here I sit by the iron bars, singing my lament. With a chuckle, You Siyan replied, Iron bars, really? You have quite the flair for drama. The image of the scene brought a smile to her face. However, when I think about my mischievous husband, I can't help but pout and say, what about that wicked aunt? I was on my way to find you. Pouting in frustration. I never expected my father-in-law and mother-in-law to be so unreasonable as to force us apart. Darling, I miss you. I miss you too. Liang Feng sighed in resignation. But the problem is, I can't open the door. If I could, you could come to my home. My parents won't be back until after 5 in the afternoon. The issue is, I can't go out, and you can't come in. Even if you come, it would be in vain. Sigh. Let us just have a chat over the phone. Liang Feng sat at his desk by the window, gazing at the large locust tree outside, contemplating how nice it would be to have You Siyan over, even if it meant being confined. Just the two of us. But alas, You Siyan cannot come in. He sighed again. Please chat with me to pass the time. All right. Seeing Liang Feng bored, You Siyan complied and found a secluded corner to park her car, asking, I've parked. Let us talk. Chapter 45. Days of confinement. The relationship between Liang Feng and You Siyan naturally progressed further. This exchange brought Liang Feng immense satisfaction, as he learned about You Siyan's preferences and some of her true thoughts. Of course, she had many questions for him as well. You Siyan gained a deeper understanding of Liang Feng, and their feelings for each other blossomed. Thus, the first day of confinement was not so dull after all. He secretly wished for video calls. That would have been splendid. Unfortunately, such technology did not yet exist in this era. Fortunately, the first day of confinement passed in a haze. By evening, upon seeing his parents, Liang Feng rushed forward to take their bags, rubbing his shoulders in a plea. Mom and Dad, I was exceptionally obedient today. I completed 3 sets of practice papers. Don't believe me? Go check. The 3rd year of university is quite demanding. And if I don't enjoy my vacation now, I truly won't have time later. This is my early 20s summer, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing ignored him, grunting, just focus on studying at home. Don't think about anything else. Yes, concentrate on reviewing. After graduation, you'll have plenty of time to play. The two were in complete agreement as they locked the door tightly, fearing Liang Feng might sneak out during the night. What? Liang Feng completely broke down. How could he find the motivation to study? Under such conditions, he wouldn't learn anything well. Mom and Dad, studying requires a balance of work and rest. Could we alternate days of confinement? At this rate, I might fall ill from being cooped up. Liang Feng once again bowed in supplication. Though he felt joy seeing his youthful parents, this feeling of being controlled was incredibly stifling, and he found it hard to bear. In response, Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing completely disregarded his pleas, dismissively stating, "Son, just give up on that thought. Focus on your studies. It's more important than anything else. Yes, tell us what you want to eat, and I'll prepare it in advance." Oh my heavens! Liang Feng was utterly exasperated. The next morning, Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing locked the door tight and left. Goodness gracious! Liang Feng stood by the bedside, guitar in hand, once more strumming the melancholic tune of Tears Behind Iron Bars. Oh, the iron gate, the iron window, the iron chains. With one hand resting against the iron window, he gazed longingly outside. How splendid life appears beyond these confines. Alas! He took out his notebook and inscribed, July 15th, the 2nd day of confinement. I shall embark on a hunger strike in defiance. With fervent strokes, he pinned his resolve to retaliate against tyranny. He must not remain passive. Just then his phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered it was Chen Qianqian. The previous night, Liang Feng had stood up Chen Qianqian, claiming he would treat her the following day. Yet he had failed to show. Surely, she was calling to confront him. He hurriedly answered, forcing a smile, Sister Qianqian, I sincerely apologize for my absence last night. But today, I fear I cannot venture out either. Are you toying with me? Chen Qianqian exclaimed. You said you had matters to attend to the day before yesterday. Then you flaked on me last night, and now again today. Do you look down upon me, and our circle? Look down upon you? Why would I seek your help if I did? Liang Feng hastily replied. I was caught up in a situation where a girl nearly drowned while swimming, and as a result, I have been grounded at home. I assure you, I am still under house arrest. Keep spinning your tale, Chen Qianqian scoffed, unconvinced. Grounded? They have locked you inside your house. Surely you can climb out the window. Or perhaps, you could break down the door of your building. My parents once grounded me. I merely consumed laundry detergent, and after that, they never dared again. You should try it. 3 spoonfuls won't kill you. Dear sister, you are audacious. I dare not follow your lead. Liang Feng was at a loss for words, thinking to himself how brazen this rebellious girl was. He had never contemplated such drastic measures, knowing the potential dangers involved. However, acknowledging his breach of trust, he sought to placate her gently. Sister Qianqian, grant me just a few more days, perhaps 3 or 5. After this period, my parents will surely allow me to step outside. That won't do. I cannot wait. Chen Qianqian, known for her straightforward nature, huffed through the phone. Why don't you tell me where you live? I shall come see for myself. Otherwise, this matter will remain unresolved. Liang Feng was reluctant to disclose his address to Chen Qianqian. One must exercise caution when dealing with individuals from the underworld. Yet, Chen Qianqian had been quite helpful that day. Moreover, he suspected she was already aware of his predicament, so he conceded. Very well, I shall let you witness the reality. Come over, and you will see. Okay, provide me the address, and I shall head over immediately. Chen Qianqian was resolute. Liang Feng relayed his address. Approximately half an hour later, a buzzing sound filled the air. Chen Qianqian, crouched low on a sleek black Yamaha scooter, zoomed into the community, revving the throttle as she entered. The roar startled the entire neighborhood, her appearance strikingly conspicuous. Clad in a black jacket and form-fitting leather pants, adorned with a helmet and stomping in combat boots, she exuded an aura of confidence. As she circled the community, the buzzing continued. Passing by Building 11, Wang Shan, on the 4th floor, craned his neck to see, immediately recognizing her, and shouted, Chen Qianqian? Chen Qianqian removed her helmet and looked up, frowning as she asked, Who are you? Haha, it's me. Oh, you don't recognize me? You should look for Liang Feng. He's in Building 9, Room 101. Chen Qianqian understood and nodded, saying, I know it's building 9. I'm on my way there. She then chuckled. Kid, you've been grounded too. Yes, we are all grounded. Sister Qianqian, you're truly stunning. Wang Shan exclaimed, stretching his neck to call out. Chen Qianqian laughed heartily. Thank you. She then buzzed towards building 9, and as she lifted her gaze, she spotted Liang Feng standing by the window, guitar in hand, gazing at her with a look of despondency. Haha, Chen Qianqian instantly smiled, pointing at him. Now I believe it. Seeing is believing. Chapter 46. The unconventional Chen Qianqian. Around 10 in the morning, the family building was mostly devoid of adults, save for a few who were on a rotating rest schedule. This is disruptive. Liang Feng sighed helplessly from his window. Sister Qianqian, you've seen the situation. I haven't deceived you, right? So, in 3 days, I shall treat you all. Humph, it's just a meal. Chen Qianqian, holding her helmet and tossing her explosive hair, declared, I merely wanted to see if you were telling the truth. Now that I see, I indeed believe it. Thus, I shall liberate you, my caged little bird. Liberate? How? Liang Feng asked in confusion. Chen Qianqian produced a Nokia 8250 from her pocket and dialed a number, saying, just watch, you'll know soon. She smiled triumphantly. Liang Feng had a hunch. This girl was well prepared. Sure enough, after her mysterious call, approximately 10 minutes later, a scruffy young man with a wild hairstyle arrived on a Suzuki. He immediately inquired, Sister Qianqian, which door? This one. Chen Qianqian dismounted the motorcycle, cradling her helmet, and led him to Liang Feng's door. Liang Feng understood and cautioned from inside. Sister Qianqian and this brother, please don't cause a ruckus. My door can't withstand a collision. You can rest assured, crashing doors is too rudimentary. That's not what I do. Chen Qianqian winked. The young man took out his tools and began his work, the sounds of clicking and clacking echoing. Liang Feng remarked, brother, please don't damage the lock. It has been around for quite some time. Don't worry, I've got this, the young man replied, continuing with his tools, the noise persisting. After 3 to 5 minutes, he still hadn't succeeded in opening the door. Chen Qianqian scratched her head, exclaiming, Taozi, you boast about your prowess daily. Yet, this is proving difficult. Isn't this embarrassing for me? Sister, it's only been a few minutes. Just wait a moment. He reassured her, switching tools. Liang Feng, waiting inside, chuckled, Sister Qianqian. You truly came prepared, if you managed to open it. Just as he uttered the word if, with a decisive click, the door swung open. There you go. Taozi stood up proudly. I suppose you weren't exaggerating after all. Chen Qianqian strode in, helmet in hand, fanning herself as she exclaimed, it's sweltering. Quickly turn on the air conditioning. She glanced around, impressed. Wow, you truly can make it work. Liang Feng looked at the door and then at the tools strewn about by the young ruffian, giving him a thumbs up. My friend, you are quite the talent. Taozi, plump and jovial, chuckled. It's nothing. I can pick harder locks than this. While tidying up, he added, Sister Qianqian, what about me? Head home, when the chance arises. Young Master Liang will treat you to a meal. Chen Qianqian surveyed Liang Feng's home and waved her hand. All right then, young Master Liang, Sister Qianqian, I'm off. After Taozi finished putting away the furniture, he took his leave. Thank you, brother. Liang Feng waved him off, saying, why not come in for a bit? We have air conditioning. No need, young Master Liang. You and Sister Qianqian enjoy your chat. The tactful one took his leave. Liang Feng closed the door and turned to Chen Qianqian, unable to suppress his admiration. Sister Qianqian, impressive. You seem to know quite a few people. Of course. Who do you think I am? Chen Qianqian replied, looking around proudly. Isn't their air conditioning? Hurry and turn it on. I'm melting. You're aware of the heat? I thought you had air conditioning tucked in your marten boots. Liang Feng chuckled as he activated the air conditioning. Chen Qianqian, feeling the coolness, unzipped her tight black leather jacket, revealing her fair skin beneath. Ah, that's refreshing. Come, let us have some fruit. Liang Feng went to the kitchen, bringing back fruit and drinks, arranging them on the table. Let us finish lunch before you leave. It's on me, just for you. That's a must. Chen Qianqian replied, sinking back into her seat, unzipping her jacket further, and casually remarked, but young Master Liang, your place is rather ordinary. I expected something grand and opulent. I can't imagine how you connect with those big casino bosses in Las Vegas. She picked up an apple and began to eat, crossing her legs. Liang Feng smiled. The internet is a marvelous tool. With a mere tap on the keyboard, in less than a second, you can find yourself in Las Vegas, Monaco, Australia, or anywhere in the world. Therefore, it's not about where a person is, but what they are doing. You are truly impressive. I'm genuinely in awe of you, Chen Qianqian said, giving him a thumbs up. This was her sincere thought. She had once idolized her older brother, Chen San, but after meeting Liang Feng, her admiration shifted towards him. Growing up in a small town, she was filled with longing for the wider world, feeling that Liang Feng was intimately familiar with it, naturally drawing her admiration and desire to be closer to him. At that moment, observing Liang Feng's cheerful demeanor, she suddenly inquired, "Do you have a girlfriend?" "No. How about we give it a try?" Liang Feng replied. "To be honest, I have feelings for you." Sister Qianqian is indeed direct, he thought. Liang Feng chuckled, shaking his head. "But I'm sorry, I'm taken." Chen Qianqian poked him playfully, standing up. "What? Is it that Lu Duo? "Wrong guess," Liang Feng shrugged. Chen Qianqian huffed, visibly displeased, and declared, "Boring, I'm leaving." Grabbing her helmet, she strode purposefully towards the exit. Liang Feng seized her arm, chuckling, "Why the rush? Now that you've arrived, I must treat you to a meal. Even Yunnan Baiyao 1 tea suffice." Chen Qianqian tugged insistently, determined to leave. "Qianjia, don't be difficult. I haven't properly thanked you for that day yet. I absolutely must treat you to dinner. Speak up, what do you wish to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Or we can dine out if you prefer. You can cook?" Chen Qianqian turned, her large eyes sparkling with interest. Liang Feng, puffing up with pride, replied, "Who do you underestimate? A simple home-cooked meal is no trouble at all." "All right, then I must taste your skills." With her wild hair bouncing, Chen Qianqian tossed her helmet onto the sofa and sat back down. Liang Feng rolled up his sleeves and assured her, "Rest assured, I shall showcase my culinary prowess." Chapter 47. The genuine Chen Qianqian. Liang Feng ventured into the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets until he discovered lamb in the refrigerator. Turning back with a beaming smile, he announced, "Qianqian, our first dish will be clear stewed lamb." "Ah, splendid. I adore lamb," Chen Qianqian exclaimed, leaning against the kitchen door, arms crossed, showcasing her long legs and the fullness of her chest as she gleefully observed him. Liang Feng then produced cucumbers and green onions, stating, "Your Highness, the royal kitchen has prepared smashed cucumbers and stir-fried pork with green onions for today's lunch, or perhaps a cucumber and shredded green onion salad. Make your selection." "How annoying." Chen Qianqian replied with a playful smile, taken aback by Liang Feng's sudden reference to a classic tale. "Smashed cucumbers and stir-fried pork with green onions." "Yes, Your Highness," Liang Feng responded, mimicking a courtly bow. Chen Qianqian, unable to contain herself, warned, "If you continue this, I shall kick you." I won't, Liang Feng laughed, continuing to search but finding nothing. "Then let's add another dish, a signature of mine, fried eggs. With clear stewed lamb, smashed cucumbers, stir-fried pork with green onions, and fried eggs. That makes 4 dishes." "No, we need one more," Chen Qianqian said, counting on her fingers and playfully challenging Liang Feng. Liang Feng rummaged once more, producing apples, bananas, and pears. "Let us add a fruit platter." "That works. 5 dishes will suffice." Chen Qianqian chuckled, standing at the kitchen door, eagerly watching Liang Feng at work. Donning an apron, Liang Feng began his culinary endeavors. As the lamb thawed, he chopped the cucumbers and green onions, preparing the ingredients, knowing the lamb required a lengthy simmer. If he cooked it now, it would be cold by mealtime. Observing Liang Feng's deft movements, Chen Qianqian couldn't help but praise, "Liang Xiao, I must commend you. Your mother has raised you remarkably well, as you truly know how to cook. Your mother raised you well too. Even confined, you knew how to eat laundry detergent." Liang Feng teased. Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes, retorting, "That was in my childhood. I am quite sensible now. Thank you very much." "Such as?" Liang Feng inquired. Chen Qianqian pondered but couldn't find an example, huffing, "Why are we discussing me? Focus on your cooking." "Haha, all right." As the lamb thawed, he began to cut it into cubes, placing them in the pot to blanch. Liang Feng then retrieved a frying pan, starting to stir-fry the green onions with pork, fry the eggs, and prepare the cucumber salad, while also arranging the fruit platter. Finally, the braised lamb was served. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. Liang Feng's flushed cheeks glistened with sweat as he chuckled. "Don't rush, there are more delights to come." "What is it?" Chen Qianqian asked, her curiosity piqued. As she craned her neck towards the kitchen, Liang Feng smiled, retrieving several bottles of beer from the refrigerator and remarked, "Isn't this a stroke of luck? We have beer too." "That's great," Chen Qianqian exclaimed, taking 2 bottles, and with a satisfying pop, she opened them, boasting, "Aren't I impressive?" "Absolutely," Liang Feng replied. After all, who is my Qianqian? Just one word, impressive. Initially, Liang Feng felt a slight aversion towards this unconventional girl, but as he spent more time with her, he gradually became enchanted. He sensed a unique charm about her that he had never encountered before. She was carefree, capable, and unapologetically herself, complete with her explosive hairstyle. At this moment, although he still found her appearance somewhat peculiar, he had grown fond of it over time. He cheerfully took a beer bottle, raised it, and said, "Here's to you. Qianqian, without you, I might not have had the heart to cook today. Enough with the chatter, let us go." Chen Qianqian tilted her head back and gulped down the beer, the liquid flowing down her neck and into her abdomen. She finished the entire bottle in a single go, relishing the moment. "I'll join you." Liang Feng followed suit and downed a bottle, declaring, "Isn't that generous? Quite manly, wouldn't you say?" Chen Qianqian laughed heartily. Picking up her chopsticks, "Now, let us eat." "Indeed, let us feast," Liang Feng replied. They enjoyed the cool air from the air conditioner, sipping beer and leisurely savoring the array of delectable dishes Liang Feng had prepared. "How is it?" Liang Feng inquired. After tasting a piece of the braised lamb, Chen Qianqian gave a thumbs up, bestowing her highest praise. "Tastes just like from a restaurant." "That's good to hear," Liang Feng said, munching heartily while sipping beer. He expressed his gratitude once more. "If you hadn't come to find me, I certainly wouldn't have been in the mood to cook, so thank you." "You're being overly sentimental. Just get to the point," Chen Qianqian replied, raising an eyebrow as she attacked the braised lamb, clearly relishing it. As they ate, she grew warm and effortlessly shrugged off her leather jacket. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that she was, without a doubt, a stunning beauty, though her explosive hairstyle gave her a rather unconventional appearance. At that moment, Liang Feng couldn't help but find her beautiful, a distinct kind of beauty that compelled him to steal glances. Chen Qianqian, while drinking her beer and devouring the braised lamb, caught Liang Feng's gaze and playfully huffed. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" Liang Feng's lips curled into a smile as he replied. "The other day you said you were as good as Lu Duo from our school, and looking at you now, I must say, you truly are." With a teasing smile, Chen Qianqian shot him a glance and continued to feast. Fearing her pride might swell, Liang Feng added with a grin, "However, your hairstyle is quite eye-catching. If you wore a long braid or a ponytail, you'd be undeniably a pure and beautiful lady." Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes, one foot thumping onto the stool. She deftly extracted a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, flicked open a lighter, and ignited it with a sharp snap. Inhaling deeply, she exhaled a cloud of smoke and retorted, "I am who I am. Why should I conform my hairstyle to your aesthetic? I like it this way." "Is that a crime?" Liang Feng hurriedly shook his head, saying, No, it's not a crime at all. My Qianjia is simply one of a kind. The more I look, the more I believe this is the authentic you. If you had braids, a ponytail, or long flowing hair, it would not reflect your true self. This is your style, and it is quite beautiful." He spoke the truth. Chen Qianqian had porcelain skin, a long neck, and a perfectly oval face that epitomized beauty. Her ample bosom and flat abdomen evoked the image of her wielding a baseball bat, reminiscent of Nami from One Piece. Truly a stunning beauty on par with anime standards. Unfazed, Chen Qianqian, cigarette in mouth, raised an eyebrow and queried, "Humph, would you dare to marry a girl like me?" The sudden shift to marriage caught Liang Feng off guard. The conversation had veered unexpectedly into such an intimate territory. Chapter 48. Chen Qianqian faces pressure to marry with one elegant leg perched on the stool. She continued to smoke while sipping her beer, her tone laced with a hint of melancholy as she remarked, "My mother often laments that a woman like me would scare any man away, fearing I might never find a suitor." Liang Feng chuckled, realizing the truth. Chen Qianqian was being pressured by her parents to marry. The year 2002 was markedly different from later times. Marrying before the age of 30 was considered acceptable, while in 2002, a woman not wed by the age of 23 was seen as late to the altar. Once past 24, the prospects of marriage dimmed significantly. At her age, her family was likely anxious for her future. With a smile, Liang Feng shook his head and said, "Qianjia, that notion is misplaced. Remember when you came to Hulu's mountain to help me? So many boys at our school were inquiring about you, admiring you for your beauty, charm, and cool demeanor, as if you had stepped right out of a comic book." Chen Qianqian seemed indifferent, responding with an impatient huff, "Let them try to marry someone like me. They wouldn't dare." As she spoke, she turned abruptly, revealing a stunning butterfly tattoo on her lower back. vibrant and captivating, as if it might take flight between her curves. She turned back, raising an eyebrow, and asked, "Would you dare to marry a woman with tattoos?" In 2002, in some small cities, people held conservative views. Women with tattoos were often deemed untrustworthy. If one were to associate with unsavory characters, they would surely be labeled as promiscuous. Chen Qianqian was well aware of this perception. Yet she reveled in her lifestyle, unabashedly sipping beer and smoking while perched on the stool. Liang Feng, observing her, smiled and replied, "What is there to fear? What is wrong with tattoos? A woman with tattoos isn't necessarily a bad girl. Society is evolving, and people's perceptions of tattoos are changing. It's outdated to think that having a tattoo makes one a bad girl." Chen Qianqian smirked, teasingly responding, "Stop saying what I like to hear. I am acutely aware of society's perceptions of individuals like us. However, I choose to live my life with a sense of carefree elegance, indifferent to their judgments." Having said this, she lifted her glass and proclaimed to Liang Feng, "Let us refrain from discussing such dreary matters. Here's to you. Today, I have come to collect a debt, and at long last, we are enjoying this meal together." With that, she tilted her head back, exhaling a plume of smoke as she downed her beer in one swift motion. Observing this, Liang Feng quickly interjected, "Qianjia, consuming alcohol in such a manner is detrimental to your health." Chen Qianqian waved her hand dismissively, declaring, "I am unconcerned, as long as I am happy." Noticing that Liang Feng had yet to drink, she urged, "What are you waiting for, fishing? Hurry and drink up." "Drink, drink, drink," she insisted, with no other choice. Liang Feng complied and raised his glass to his lips. Despite being under house arrest for the past few days, which had left him feeling quite stifled, he found solace in the company of You Siyan on the first day and Chen Qianqian on the second, making the situation far from tedious. He retrieved another bottle of beer, opened it, and said, "Let us indulge in a few more drinks today and share our innermost thoughts." Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes playfully and teased, "I see you're attempting to intoxicate me so that you can take advantage of the situation." Though she jested, she raised her chopsticks and, with a resounding pop, removed the cap from her beer bottle. The cap soared through the air, landing quite a distance away. Liang Feng chuckled, "I fear you might drink me under the table and engage in reckless behavior, so I must exercise caution." "Blather," she retorted, pouring a glass for Liang Feng and another for herself, exclaiming with laughter, "This drink is refreshing and exhilarating." She looked at Liang Feng and added, "Conversing with you feels nothing like speaking to someone in their early 20s. Your composure suggests you are even older than I." Unable to contain his curiosity, Liang Feng inquired, "By the way, how old are you this year?" "I am 24, soon to be 25, Chen Qianqian replied with a hint of nostalgia. In youth, one can afford to squander time, but as age creeps in, such aimlessness loses its charm. Today, having consumed some alcohol, she expressed a multitude of her innermost feelings, undoubtedly influenced by her parents' pressure regarding marriage, which cast a shadow over her mood, prompting her to indulge in this quiet drinking session. At that moment, she turned to Liang Feng and asked, "And you? Surely, you are a model student, destined to graduate from university and leave Tang City?" Liang Feng nodded. "Well, whether I leave Tang City remains uncertain. Those with ambition will undoubtedly depart. What is there to cherish in Tang City?" As Chen Qianqian and Liang Feng continued to drink and converse, they shared a vibrant camaraderie. On appearance, Chen Qianqian seemed merely 21 or 22, yet she was indeed 24. Her voluminous hair embodying a youthful spirit. Liang Feng could sense her underlying discontent and willingly accompanied her in this revelry. Unbeknownst to them, they consumed 11 or 12 bottles of beer, exhausting Liang Feng's stock, while the table of delicacies was left entirely cleared. Eventually, they paused, both feeling the effects of their indulgence. Liang Feng's head began to spin, and he felt somewhat dazed. He grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, tossing it aside as he suggested, "Qianjia, why not rest here for a while? It wouldn't be safe for you to ride your motorcycle home in this state." My parents' 1T returned before 5. The clock read just past 1 in the afternoon. Chen Qianqian, feeling woozy from the alcohol, nodded and said, "Yes. I drank a bit too quickly today. I'll just lie down on your bed for a while." She staggered into Liang Feng's room and collapsed onto the bed, drifting off into a hazy slumber. Liang Feng glanced at her a few times, but chose not to intervene. He left the table and kitchen in disarray, reclining on the sofa himself, soon succumbing to sleep. Time passed, and the warm hues of the setting sun began to filter into the room. Liang Feng, roused from his dreams, rubbed his eyes, and turned to the window. The sun had dipped low in the sky, casting shadows as dusk approached. A glance at the clock in the living room revealed the hour was already 20 minutes past 5. Alarms surged through him. This was a predicament. He swiftly turned to check on the room, and there lay Chen Qianqian, still deep in slumber. He urgently called out, "Sister Qianqian, wake up. My parents are about to return, hurry." His anxious cries finally stirred her. Chen Qianqian, groggy and disoriented, rubbed her eyes for a moment before asking, "What are you saying?" She surveyed her surroundings, mumbling, "What time is it?" Liang Feng, in a frantic rush to tidy up, urged her, "My parents will be home any minute. Get dressed quickly. We must leave now, or it will be too late." Confused but compliant, Chen Qianqian began searching for her leather jacket. Meanwhile, Liang Feng scrambled to collect the scattered beer caps and various items strewn about the room. Just as he was making progress, the door creaked open with a click. Bai Jing's voice echoed in, laced with curiosity. "I distinctly remember locking the door when I left. How was it open? Surely that boy didn't manage to sneak out." "No way." Liang Qinggong's voice followed suit. As they conversed, they approached the living room. Liang Feng and Chen Qianqian exchanged a glance, their pupils widening in alarm. Fortunately, Liang Feng reacted swiftly, pointing toward his bedroom. Chen Qianqian understood immediately, hurriedly retreating inside and shutting the door with a resounding thud. Bai Jing and Liang Qinggong entered the living room, instantly noting Liang Feng's panicked demeanor, along with the beer bottles and leftover food on the table. Their understanding of the situation dawned on them in an instant. "You little rascal. Have you taken to drinking now?" Chapter 49. Chen Qianqian hidden in the bedroom, Liang Feng's heart raced as he glanced towards the bedroom. Relieved to see the door securely shut, he attempted to mask his anxiety with a chuckle, saying, "I was home alone, feeling rather down. So I indulged in a few bottles of beer." Bai Jing walked over, counting the bottles, and remarked, "A few bottles? You've quite the capacity, haven't you? 10 or so beers. Are you trying to kill yourself?" Liang Qinggong peered into the kitchen, complaining, "All my beer has been consumed by you. What have you been up to all day?" Liang Feng, noticing the 2 cups and sets of chopsticks on the table, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly laughed it off while tidying up, saying, "I've been drinking from morning till night. Since you wouldn't let me go out, I resorted to drowning my sorrows in drink." Liang Qinggong scoffed, "I think you're just asking for a beating." Bai Jing, however, focused on the door, questioning, "What else with the door? Why is it open?" Liang Feng pretended to be oblivious, saying, "How would I know? Didn't you lock the door? If it were open, I would have left long ago." Bai Jing, slightly annoyed, replied, "You always cause trouble. Let me make this clear. No matter what, you are not to run off. Wang Shan, Feng Yan, and that Zhang Yun, I've heard they are all at home. You better behave." Liang Qinggong gazed gloomily at his beer bottle. Liang Feng hastily tidied up anything that might reveal their secret, saying, "You all eat. I won't have dinner. I've already stewed the lamb and cooked the vegetables. I'm full." Bai Jing chuckled and poked him, saying, "So you can stew lamb, huh? Impressive." "I have many skills," Liang Feng replied, feeling satisfied with his tidying. Worried about his parents entering his room, he quickly returned to his chamber, slamming the door shut and locking it. "This guy has quite the temper," Liang Qinggong remarked. Bai Jing said, "As long as he doesn't go out causing trouble, it's fine." He began to clean up the remaining mess. Inside the room, Liang Feng and Chen Qianqian exchanged blank stares, both startled. Chen Qianqian had just considered climbing out the window, but the balcony was sealed, leaving no escape. She lowered her voice, afraid to speak, and texted, "What should we do? I need to get out." Liang Feng thought for a moment, bit his lip, and replied on his phone, "My parents go to bed early. Wait until they are asleep before you leave." Chen Qianqian, feeling helpless, typed back, "How long will that take? This isn't going to work." 10 o'clock, at the latest 10:30, Liang Feng wrote, nodding at Chen Qianqian. She felt overwhelmed, but had no choice but to slowly lie back down. She had been startled awake and hadn't quite regained her composure. Deciding it best to rest for a moment, Liang Feng tossed and turned nearby, filled with anxiety, fearing that his parents might lock the door again, making it nearly impossible to leave later. The situation was also painfully awkward, particularly with Chen Qianqian glaring at him. He felt exasperated. Had he just spoken up initially, he could have clarified things, but now it was more complicated. "Stop fidgeting. Your restlessness is making me anxious," Chen Qianqian typed, and showed it to Liang Feng. He reluctantly sat still, ceasing his pacing. Thus, Silence enveloped them for half an hour. Outside, Bai Jing called, "Son, are you really not eating? If not, we'll eat without you." Liang Feng responded loudly, "I'm not eating. I'm full, and I've had too much to drink." Bai Jing chuckled. "That's what you get for drinking too much. Just sleep, just sleep." Outside, Bai Jing and Liang Qinggong turned on the television, chatting idly. Inside, Liang Feng sat to one side, while Chen Qianqian reclined on the bed. They exchanged glances, hardly daring to breathe, continuing their typed conversation. Chen Qianqian sent a long message, stating, "If I can't go back tonight, I'll have to sleep on the bed, and you'll have to find somewhere else." Liang Feng's room was already cramped, accommodating only a bed and a desk. If that were the case, he would have to sleep on the floor. Yet, given the current circumstances, he could only nod in agreement, typing back, "All right. If we cannot go out tonight, you can sleep on the bed while I take the floor." Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes and wrote back, "As if I were keen to sleep in your bed. Humph, drinking really complicates matters. If I don't return, my parents will surely come looking for me." Liang Feng was well aware that having such a daughter stay out all night would undoubtedly cause concern at home. Yet, given the current situation, what could he do? He replied, "Thank you for coming to see me. I am truly delighted and grateful. It is also my fault for having brought several bottles of beer. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Chen Qianqian responded, "You cannot blame yourself for this. We both drank the same. All right, my parents are too lazy to worry about me, so let us just stay here for now." She shifted to make herself more comfortable, silencing her phone and engaging in the built-in game, Tetris. Liang Feng, sitting nearby and feeling quite bored, leaned in to watch. "Oh, we're all friends here. You should lie down too." Chen Qianqian signaled with her eyes. Liang Feng, having been seated for so long that his backside ached, lay down beside her. And they both began to play Tetris. Having experienced countless large-scale games in later years, Liang Feng found Tetris still quite enjoyable. "You're quite skilled," Chen Qianqian whispered into Liang Feng's ear. Liang Feng quickly pressed buttons, clearing layers one by one. Many games in the future, such as Match 3, are essentially variations of Tetris. Playing on the black and white screen was rather engaging. Indeed, Liang Feng replied softly. Whoosh, whoosh. He continued to rack up points. Chen Qianqian leaned on Liang Feng's shoulder, her eyes wide with delight. Their movements became increasingly intimate, especially since Chen Qianqian was wearing a revealing outfit. Some contact was inevitable. Liang Feng stole a glance, chuckling. Chen Qianqian shot him a look, then laughed in return. Just then, a loud knock echoed through the room. Liang Feng and Chen Qianqian jumped in surprise, exchanging glances, their hearts racing. Bai Jing's voice called out, "Son, would you like some fruit? I've washed some apples." Liang Feng took a moment to respond. "Mom, I've had too much to drink. I'm feeling dizzy. I'm going to sleep now. Please don't disturb me." "Then turn off the light. Don't leave it on all night," Bai Jing insisted. Reluctantly, Liang Feng got up to switch off the light. The phone emitted a faint glow, and Chen Qianqian quickly tucked it away. In an instant, they were enveloped in darkness. Fortunately, the bright moon outside provided enough light to prevent total darkness. "That should do it. Let us endure this," Chen Qianqian murmured near Liang Feng's ear. Hesitant to take out her phone to type, so she leaned closer, whispering softly. Yet, this hushed murmuring only heightened the intimacy. Chapter 50, Jianghu Children. Chen Qianqian's voluminous hairstyle occupied too much space, leaving Liang Feng feeling quite uncomfortable. She too was frustrated and muttered, "You're squishing my hair." "It wasn't intentional," Liang Feng replied, continuing to evade. Their contact grew more frequent. Yet Liang Feng was cautious not to be too forward, primarily opting to avoid. Time passed slowly, and they both began to close their eyes to rest. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, in accordance with their usual routine, Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing had retired to their respective rooms for the night. Having toiled diligently throughout the day, their schedule was invariably disciplined. Liang Feng leaned closer to Chen Qianqian and whispered softly, "Prepare yourself, shortly. I will step outside for a moment. When I open the door, you must run." Nodding in agreement, Chen Qianqian hastily donned her attire. With a gentle twist of the doorknob, Liang Feng feigned nonchalance as he ventured out, mimicking a trip to the restroom. Upon reaching the threshold, he silently approached the front door, only to find it locked securely. A tightness gripped his chest as he realized his parents had indeed locked the door, and with a key, rendering it impossible to open. He turned to Chen Qianqian, who was peeking from the doorway, and shook his head in disappointment. Retreating back into the room, he hastily typed a message on his phone, It's bad. They've locked it. Chen Qianqian, visibly disheartened, snatched the phone to respond. Is your mother afraid you might sneak out at night? Liang Feng sighed. I never anticipated they would be so resolute. It seems you will have to stay the night. Though Chen Qianqian had mentally prepared for this outcome, nature's call was becoming urgent. Biting her lip, she typed, I need to use the restroom. Liang Feng's bedroom was positioned diagonally to the bathroom, necessitating passage through his parents' room, which would undoubtedly expose their secret should they be discovered. Chen Qianqian insisted, You are far too timid. I can no longer hold it in. I must go. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Feng pinched his nose and, holding a chamber pot, awkwardly exited, the situation proving exceedingly embarrassing. At that moment, Bai Jing's voice echoed, Liang Feng, what are you scurrying about for? Don't even think about going out. I've locked the door. Liang Feng, feeling helpless, replied, I drank too much and feel unwell. I need to vomit. Liang Qinggong's voice followed. This is what happens when you drink. Let's see if you dare to do it again next time. Once Liang Feng had relieved himself and returned with the pot, he was apprehensive of Chen Qianqian's potential needs. Frustrated, she rolled her eyes and pinched him hard. Liang Feng winced in pain but remained silent. Resorting to his phone once more to type, Dear sister, just endure it for one night. You take the bed, and I will sleep on the floor. Tomorrow morning, when my parents leave for work, you can call your friends to unlock the door, and you will be free. I owe you a favor. Reluctantly, Chen Qianqian acquiesced, but not without delivering another sharp pinch to Liang Feng. He bore the discomfort with a sheepish expression. Humph, she murmured, resigning herself to the fact that she would be staying the night. Once settled, however, she found herself uncomfortable. Fortunately, she removed her marten boots, leather pants, and jacket, donning only her undergarments, and nestled into Liang Feng's blanket, taking a deep breath to ascertain there were no unpleasant odors before relaxing. Dear sister, you truly are my sister, Liang Feng thought, overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness as he lay on the floor, his expression a mix of embarrassment and regret. Chen Qianqian softly declared, You are to sleep on the floor. Do not think of coming up. Had it not been for you, I would not be in this predicament. With that, she turned away, shutting her eyes resolutely. The door was securely locked, alleviating any fears of Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing barging in unexpectedly. Liang Feng lay on the floor, tossing and turning, yet no position offered comfort. It was simply too hard, and the chill of the night was biting. Time dragged on, and midnight passed slowly. Chen Qianqian listened to Liang Feng tossing and turning on the floor, and softly said, Could you please stop fidgeting? I can't sleep. She then added, Come up here. Sister, you truly know how to care for me, Liang Feng replied. Despite the discomfort in his back, he could no longer endure it and climbed onto the bed. However, it was merely a single bed, rather small in size. With two adults lying on it, some contact was inevitable. Fortunately, Liang Feng was still dressed, otherwise, the situation would have been even more awkward. Chen Qianqian had already removed her outerwear and, feeling a bit miffed, pinched Liang Feng several times to vent her frustration. Sister, rest assured, I will remember this kindness. Liang Feng winced in pain and whispered into Chen Qianqian's ear, Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Anything you desire, it shall be yours. Chen Qianqian mumbled softly, I want to feast on your flesh and drink your blood. Liang Feng quickly replied, All right. Suddenly, Chen Qianqian bit Liang Feng's arm, giving it a strong nibble. Liang Feng nearly yelped, but refrained from pushing her away, silently enduring the pain. Seeing his reaction, Chen Qianqian released her grip, sighed, turned her back to him, and ceased her conversation. Liang Feng distanced himself slightly and closed his eyes. As drowsiness overtook him, he truly fell asleep. In his dreams, he turned over and, in a moment of carelessness, fell to the floor with a loud thud. Fortunately, it was the latter half of the night, and his parents were not awakened. However, it startled Chen Qianqian. Having just fallen asleep, she awoke abruptly, turned her head to look, and whispered, What are you doing? Why can't you sleep quietly? Liang Feng, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, I'm used to sleeping alone. He quickly climbed back into bed. Chen Qianqian tugged at him, and he cautiously nestled beside her once more. The moonlight streamed through the curtains, and their eyes met, leading to an inevitable turn of events. The next day, Liang Feng was awakened by a kick from Chen Qianqian. She craned her neck to listen outside and said, Stop sleeping. I just heard some noise, and it seems your parents have already left. Liang Feng rubbed his eyes and leaned against the window to look outside. Indeed, his parents were leisurely riding their bicycles to work. He sighed in relief and smiled. Now we can speak freely. By the way, we're both from the same world. So don't take it too seriously, she added as she put on her shoes, clothes, and pants. After giving Liang Feng a playful poke, she headed for the door. Liang Feng chuckled. Why not have your friend come unlock the door? My mom has probably locked it. Chen Qianqian slapped her forehead and exclaimed, I completely forgot about that. She twisted the doorknob, only to find it was indeed locked, and with a mix of amusement and frustration, she remarked, Your mother guards you more fiercely than a thief. One could certainly say that. Liang Feng replied with a resigned smile. He turned to the bathroom and suggested, There's a shower available. Why not freshen up before you leave? You look rather disheveled. That works. I can wait for Taozi, she agreed. Chen Qianqian first made a call, requesting Xiao Tao to come and unlock the door. And only then did she enter the bathroom. She playfully remarked, What secrets are you hiding, you rascal? I already know. With a haughty laugh, she shut the door behind her. Liang Feng, feeling a surge of frustration, lamented, Sister Qianqian, after being married for a day. There should be a bond of 100 days. Aren't you being a bit unreasonable? It was you who initiated things last night. You cannot escape responsibility. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Chen Qianqian replied with a smile. I have already stated my intentions. I wish to marry. And there shall be no reckless entanglements between us. Hence, I shall unlock the door, but if you dare to marry me, you may enter. With a decisive click, the door was indeed unlocked. At this moment, Liang Feng found himself momentarily at a loss, caught in a dilemma. After a prolonged silence, Chen Qianqian's disappointment was palpable as she scoffed. What's wrong? Do you disdain me for not being pure? Or is it because you look down upon my social standing? Liang Feng found himself at a loss for words, for the truth was evident. At her age, it was entirely understandable not to be a virgin. For someone like Chen Qianqian, he would not consider marrying her. Thus, with a sigh, he remained still. Chen Qianqian scoffed, Though young, you are rather traditional. Enough of this pointless chatter. Let us forget our fleeting affair. The sound of water continued to cascade. She took her time in the bath, and only when the first signs of others arriving to knock on the door did she finally dry her hair, transforming into the fierce persona of a leader. Grabbing her motorcycle helmet, she confidently declared, You little rascal, I'm off now. Call me if you need anything. With a click, the door swung open. Taozi greeted her with a smile. Sister Qian, what a surprise to find you inside. Trapped at home, I presume? Is that not a predicament? Chen Qianqian shot him a sideways glance. Well, of course, it's not a problem. Taozi chuckled as he gathered his tools. Chen Qianqian strode purposefully towards the exit, adding, Lock it up again, return it to its original state. Taozi looked puzzled. Chen Qianqian kicked him lightly and said, Lock it again. Do you not understand? Got it. Got it. He replied, glancing at Liang Feng inside before he slammed the door shut and proceeded to make a key, securing the lock once more. With a buzzing sound, Chen Qianqian mounted her motorcycle and sped away with an air of nonchalance. Liang Feng, feeling utterly helpless, recognized that he had likely shattered her heart. With a deep sigh, he lamented, You are always too soft-hearted, weeping alone until dawn. You love that person selflessly, and I know you need not force yourself so. Seated by the window, Liang Feng strummed his guitar, having grown accustomed to his confinement. Yet, he could not shake the guilt he felt towards Chen Qianqian, especially after she had opened the bathroom door and he had hesitated to enter. It felt as though he had toyed with her emotions, leaving him in a dismal mood. He continued to play his guitar to alleviate his sorrow, transitioning from New Butterfly Lovers to Sorrowful Pacific, then to Once You. One song after another he played, drawing the attention of several elementary and middle school students in the neighborhood who gathered beneath the old locust tree to listen to Liang Feng's melodies. A group of young girls, their eyes sparkling with excitement as though they were gazing upon a celebrity, even rummaged through their meager allowances to purchase beverages. Offering one to Liang Feng. Brother Liang Feng, please enjoy this coke to soothe your throat. Liang Feng, strumming his guitar with a melancholic demeanor, replied, as a professional singer. Indulging in coke is hardly a commendable habit. The girls paused in surprise. With a hearty laugh, Liang Feng continued, I jest. You all enjoy it yourselves. It's sweltering outside while I relish this cool breeze. He poured himself a cup of tea, sipping contentedly. Yesterday, he had finished off his father Liang Qinggong's beer. And today, he had opened a cherished stash of pu'er tea, brewing and sipping it in tranquil delight. These girls were children of steel mill families. Having heard the troubling tale of Liang Feng's swimming escapade that nearly ended in tragedy, one girl, fair-skinned and tall, approached the window with a smile, exclaiming, "Brother Liang Feng, your guitar playing is truly enchanting, far superior to our school's music teacher." "Indeed," Liang Feng smugly inquired. "Are you from the Steel High School? Those few talents there can manage cotton, but guitar? Nonsense." "Yes, yes. I am Wei Yinyan, about to start my senior year this autumn. My aspiration is to attend North China University like you." She introduced herself, adding, "But by the time I enroll there, you will have graduated." "Such a pity." "Not at all. North China University is most deserving of you," Liang Feng remarked, recalling that she would blossom into a great beauty in the future. Albeit known for her fleeting romances, a topic of gossip among the locals. As he pondered, he couldn't quite remember if she had indeed been accepted into North China University, so he continued idly strumming his guitar. With her eyes aglow, Wei Yinyan smiled, saying, "My mother informed me of your adventures and cautioned us against wandering off, especially forbidding us from swimming at the Haludio Reservoir." Liang Feng chuckled wryly. "It seems our escapades have caused you trouble. I sincerely apologize." He then offered, "Allow me to dedicate a song to you, Back to Lessa." He began to play and sing. "Back to Lessa is to return to the Patala, cleansing my heart in the Yarlung Tsangpa River, awakening my soul upon the snowy peaks." The young girls listened, mesmerized, their eyes wide with admiration. Liang Feng had become a captivating sight in the community. Passers-by could not resist halting their bicycles, praising, "This boy Liang Feng is truly talented. His guitar playing is delightful. Indeed, with time, he might become a star. Haha, young Liang Feng, keep practicing." They encouraged before riding away. Thus, Liang Feng remained by the window, passing the tedious hours of his confinement, bound by iron bars and chains. Chapter 52. The Cost of Communication. At noon, Feng Yin called Liang Feng, informing him that their confinement was due to the considerable uproar surrounding the incident involving Zhang Hongyao. It was not only Zhang Hongyao's father who was aware, but even her mother, a diplomat, had caught wind of the situation. Ultimately, the few of them faced confinement, which was considered the lightest punishment. The incident even reached the school authorities. Fortunately, the academic year had not yet commenced. However, once classes resumed, it was likely that the school would utilize this incident as a cautionary tale, thoroughly educating these negative exemplars and undoubtedly subjecting them to criticism. This outcome was something Liang Feng had never anticipated. Feng Yin even mentioned that Zhang Hongyao's mother intended to take him abroad, citing his father's irresponsibility, and so on. In any case, the situation had escalated to an impasse, and it seemed best for them to remain at home. Very well. Liang Feng recalled that Zhang Hongyao had departed Tang City after merely half a semester, vanishing from their lives. It appeared that this time, the departure would be premature. His little butterfly effect seemed to wield only limited influence. As for Wang Shan, was he still cooped up at home? Where could he possibly go? He too was likely confined. Feng Yin glanced at the time and remarked, "All right, I just wanted to touch base with you. I'll hang up now. If my mother finds out I'm making random calls, she'll definitely have something to say. Goodbye then." Click. In 2002, phone bills were exorbitantly high, costing 4 dimes per minute. During an era when lamb skewers were merely a dime for 5, one could easily gauge the inflation. Thus, conversations were kept brief, and upon reaching 50 seconds, one would hastily end the call. Liang Feng had grown accustomed to this, continuing to strum his guitar to pass the time. However, news of his and Wang Shan's, as well as Feng Yin's, confinement had already spread among their classmates. Before long, the phone rang again. "Hello, who is this?" Liang Feng answered. Lin Yuxin, with a cheerful tone, responded, "Liang Xiaoxia, why do you sound so glum?" "Hee. I was wondering why I hadn't heard from you these days. Turns out you've been confined." "Yuxin," Liang Feng replied with a wry smile, as a free spirit. "You shouldn't mock my confinement. I'm quite vexed." Lin Yuxin, sitting on her sofa and stretching her lovely legs, playfully asked, "Didn't you clarify things with your parents? You are the hero who saved Zhang Hongyao. Without you, he would have perished. How could you also end up confined?" Liang Feng sighed helplessly. "In my parents' eyes, saving anyone is inconsequential. They even believe there are water ghosts in the reservoir. They think that while I'm rescuing someone, a water ghost might drag me down, turning me into a scapegoat. Hence, my act of heroism is perceived as improper." Lin Yuxin understood immediately. Naturally, her parents' greatest hope was for their child's safety, rather than engaging in reckless bravado. She nodded, "Your parents are right. One must not act recklessly." But when you mention water ghosts, it does sound a bit eerie, as if Zhang Hanyao was indeed being pulled down by one. What nonsense. Liang Feng laughed heartily. We are the exemplary youth of the new era. Let us not propagate such absurd tales. Being confined and unable to go out is simply too dull. Lin Yuxin covered her mouth and giggled. I heard from Feng Yan that you sit by the window every day playing guitar. And many middle school girls come to watch you, making it feel like a concert. Is that true? Our superstar, Feng Yan, with her garrulous nature, called me to lament about the high cost of phone bills, fearing her parents would find out. After a brief exchange, she hung up, yet she divulged everything to you. Liang Feng shook his head in resignation, stating that he was merely passing the time out of boredom. Lin Yuxin cheerfully responded, expressing her desire to see him and witness his singing prowess. Liang Feng quickly declined, saying, No, that would be too awkward. I'm grounded and cannot invite you in. Perhaps in a few days, once this tempest passes, my parents will likely release me, and then I shall sing for you. That is a promise, isn't it? Lin Yuxin giggled in delight and continued, By the way, I have a little secret to share with you. My parents have divorced. Oh, I see. Do not be too sorrowful. Liang Feng feigned comfort, while secretly thinking, Your mother has found a new partner, and that person is me. We are quite inseparable at the moment, so you need not worry about her well-being. She is being cherished. In his mind, he mused with a hint of dark humor. Chuckling softly, divorce does not always imply fault. Sometimes love simply fades. Rather than forcing those who no longer love each other to remain entangled, it is better to allow them to seek their own happiness. You speak so lightly of it, but it is not your parents, Lin Yuxin sighed. I heard from my aunt that my father had an affair, which led to their divorce. Thus, I live with my mother. However, there seems to be something off with her lately. Intrigued, Liang Feng inquired with a smile, What seems to be the matter? My mother has been dressing exquisitely, far more than I ever remember. Every night she applies facial masks, exercises to lose weight, and buys an array of beautiful new clothes. Oh, and she even purchased a car, which I don't quite understand, but it has become the talk of our community, costing over 400,000. Therefore, I suspect she has found a new boyfriend, Lin Yuxin murmured. I only hope that before I enter university, my mother does not bring that man home, for I truly cannot bear it, she added. Rest assured, that will not happen, Liang Feng assured her. Lin Yuxin sighed, You say it 1T. But my mother is so happy now, smiling every day. It must be that man knows how to make her feel cherished. Yet, I cannot help but feel that my family is no longer whole. Her tone carried a hint of sorrow. Liang Feng hurriedly replied, Yuxin, you must not think that way. Your family will always exist. Your mother is still your mother, and your father is still your father. No, my father speaks to me coldly now. I heard from my grandmother that the woman he has taken up with is pregnant, and it's a boy. My grandmother is overjoyed, making me feel like I am surplus to requirements. As Lin Yuxin continued, her sadness deepened, and tears welled in her eyes. I initially intended to call you to provide comfort, but unexpectedly, I find myself seeking solace from you. My apologies. It is perfectly fine. The fact that you can share these thoughts with me brings me joy. It shows that you do not regard me as a stranger. Liang Feng chuckled heartily in response to the unfolding revelations. You Siyan had never mentioned it to him, leaving him unaware. Now, upon reflection, there seemed to be quite a bit to consider. Indeed, after their divorce, each had managed to find their own peace, a situation that could be deemed mutually beneficial. Those devoid of love ought not to entangle themselves with one another. Lin Yuxin pursed her lips and scoffed. You only know how to say these trivial things. All right, the phone bill is exorbitant. If my mother finds out, she will definitely investigate me. So that's that. I will call you when I have the chance. All right, Liang Feng replied as he ended the call. Yet, the thought of it lingered, prompting him to contemplate contacting You Siyan again. His fondness for this beautiful young woman had only grown. She had been preoccupied with matters concerning an internet CAF recently, mentioning that the paperwork had been processed. He was curious about the progress and thought it fitting to check in on his mischievous anti-wife. Chapter 53. The nonchalance of Chen Qianqian. The sun hung high in the sky, casting down its relentless heat. In mid-July, Tang City had not yet fully succumbed to the sweltering summer, but the coolness had dissipated. By early afternoon, the heat became particularly oppressive, making one feel lightheaded. Liang Feng, ensconced in his room, reveled in the comfort of air conditioning while sipping tea, enjoying a leisurely moment. He picked up his phone, intending to call You Siyan to express his concern and engage in lighthearted banter. Suddenly, a buzzing sound pierced the air as a Yamaha motorcycle approached. Ridden by a tall and striking young woman, crouched low on the bike. Sister Qianqian, Liang Feng exclaimed as he rushed to the window, recognizing Chen Qianqian. He hastily set down his phone and called out, Here. Chen Qianqian, upon reaching the window, removed her helmet without casting a glance in Liang Feng's direction. From her back pocket, she pulled out a set of keys and tossed them casually, saying, These are what I had Taozi make for you. Take them. Feel free to go out whenever you wish. With that, she donned her helmet again, revved the engine, and prepared to leave. Liang Feng reached out to catch the keys, but missed, letting them fall to the ground. He hurriedly called out, Sister Qianqian, I didn't catch them. Chen Qianqian glanced back, rolled her eyes, and paid him no heed as she sped away. Sighing, Liang Feng quickly grabbed his phone, contemplating sending her a message of thanks. Yet, after much deliberation, he found himself at a loss for words and ultimately settled on a simple, thank you. He marveled at the remarkable nature of this sister, who spoke incessantly of the rivers and lakes. It was uncommon for an ordinary girl to personally deliver a set of keys. Thus, his admiration for Chen Qianqian deepened. As for the keys that had fallen, Liang Feng was undeterred. He rummaged through his belongings until he found a magnet, tied it to his shoelace, and effortlessly retrieved the keys from the ground by tossing it from the windowsill. With keys in hand, he dashed to the door, and with a satisfying click, he unlocked it, relishing the sensation of freedom as he exhaled deeply. It felt liberating. He had been preoccupied with the substantial sum of 45 million in his account, eager to set the money into motion for greater returns. However, his thoughts were once again drawn to Chen Qianqian. Unable to resist, he picked up the phone and dialed her number. After a few rings, she answered, her tone irritable. What do you want? I've already delivered the keys. Is that not sufficient? Do you want me to come in and keep you company? Liang Feng felt a warmth rise in his cheeks and hastily replied, Sister Qianqian, you misinterpret my intentions. I merely wish to express my gratitude to you in person. Chen Qianqian's tone softened somewhat as she retorted, Don't forget. During the Euro Cup in 2004, you promised to tell me the results in advance so that I too could profit from it. She then sighed. If I can't find a good man, I shall earn more money. This way, even without a man, I can live freely. Liang Feng nodded earnestly, rest assured. I will definitely inform you when the time comes. Chen Qianqian scoffed lightly. This is quite the empty promise, isn't it? 2 years from now, who knows what will happen? She added, Now, do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I shall hang up, as I am currently riding my motorcycle and it is inconvenient. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Feng suggested, Sister Qianqian, why not come back for a visit and take me out for a spin? He expressed, Suddenly feeling free is akin to having been imprisoned for over a decade. I am at a loss as to where to go. Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes and replied, What's this, feeling guilty? There's no need. We are all children of the rivers and lakes. Such matters are trivial and should not weigh heavily on your mind. Liang Feng found himself at a loss for words. If he claimed not to care, it might anger her, but if he expressed concern, it would portray him as lacking in nonchalance. Thus, he fell silent. Fortunately, Chen Qianqian chuckled and added, All right, I won't waste more time with you. If you wish to spend time with me, you can come find me yourself, as I am too busy to pick you up. Fine, I'll be there shortly. Liang Feng replied as he hurriedly dressed and exited his home. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he spotted Chen Qianqian waiting beneath a willow tree. Perched on her motorcycle, Liang Feng hurried over, beaming, My dear Sister Qianqian, where are you taking me for fun? With a cigarette hanging from her lips. Chen Qianqian took a few puffs before flicking it to the ground and crushing it underfoot. Stop with the flattery. Humph. I have a great place in mind. Let us go. Get on. All right. Liang Feng responded as he climbed onto the motorcycle, wrapping his arms tightly around Chen Qianqian's slender waist. She huffed. Why are you holding on so tightly? I told you. Last night was merely a misunderstanding. It's all in the past now, understood? Liang Feng nodded. I understand. We are all children of the rivers and lakes. But when riding a motorcycle, one must hold on tightly. Otherwise, it affects your driving speed. You seem quite experienced. Chen Qianqian remarked with a glance back. Aren't we supposed to be back by 5? Liang Feng confirmed. Yes, it's best we return before 5. You truly are a good child, she teased, to which Chen Qianqian coldly snorted before pressing the throttle, and the motorcycle roared down the road. In 2002, Tang City's roads were predominantly narrow, with most being two-way 4-lane or even two-way 2-lane, but fortunately, The traffic was light, allowing for a smooth ride on the motorcycle as they sped toward the southern part of the city. Where are we actually going? Liang Feng pondered as he donned his helmet. Riding a motorcycle was perilous, and wearing a helmet was essential. Chen Qianqian turned to him and said, "Just follow me. Do you not trust me? Get off if you don't." "I trust you," Liang Feng thought to himself, feeling helpless against this sister. He merely hoped to ease the tension in their relationship, for otherwise, it would be quite awkward. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, he realized how sudden everything had transpired. Chen Qianqian came to see herself, and together they indulged in alcohol, becoming intoxicated and ultimately finding themselves in a muddled entanglement. What a perplexing situation. At that moment, observing Chen Qianqian, who radiated confidence as she rode her motorcycle, one couldn't help but smile. This woman was truly extraordinary. Nevertheless, despite everything, the relationship between the two had not softened. Chapter 54. Chen Qianqian's secret base in the southern part of the city. There once lay a barren expanse of land that was requisitioned by the government a few years ago to establish a high-tech development zone. Numerous foreign investments and enterprises flocked here to build factories. The asphalt roads were exceptionally wide, with 8 lanes in both directions, surpassing the imagination of the era. However, the traffic was surprisingly sparse. This scarcity made it a favored practice ground for driving schools, while energetic young people, brimming with hormones, often came here to race their motorcycles for fun. Chen Qianqian brought Liang Feng to this place. It was midday, with the sun hanging high in the sky. The road was nearly devoid of vehicles except for the occasional passing truck. A group of young men and women joyfully rode their motorcycles, unabashedly expressing their youth. Chen Qianqian was somewhat of a local celebrity in this area. As she roared in on her Yamaha, the thunderous sound of the engine instantly captured the attention of the revelers. Everyone gathered around, shouting, "Sister Qian, you've arrived. Haha, we've been waiting for you." With a swift and stylish break, Chen Qianqian dismounted and removed her helmet, tossing her hair back with a flourish, and playfully chided, "What's all the ruckus? I'm here, aren't I?" "No ruckus, but we see you brought a stranger, and we're curious," they replied, eyeing Liang Feng. He too removed his helmet, and the crowd suddenly realized, "Oh my goodness, it's young Master Liang. We heard you were grounded. How did you manage to get out?" "Yes, young Master Liang. We were all waiting for you to treat us to a meal," they chimed in. Liang Feng recognized a few familiar faces in the crowd, especially noting a friend with a torn leather jacket, which jogged his memory. He smiled and explained, "If it weren't for Sister Qianqian's timely assistance, I would still be confined." "Then, young Master Liang, you must fulfill your promise and treat us to a meal," they insisted. "Indeed, we agreed on that. And it has been several days. My friend here is still waiting for compensation for his jacket," said the man with the damaged leather, tugging at his clothing with a comically pained expression. Chen Qianqian interjected, "This is Lin Wu. We all call him Woozy. He is the fiercest in a fight. Just call me Woozy, young Master Liang," Lin Wu chuckled. Liang Feng replied, "If your jacket is damaged, it must be replaced. Let us find an opportunity to buy you a new one." As for the meal, he was eager to treat them, but he felt it best to return home by 5 to avoid displeasing his parents. Chen Qianqian revved her engine and said, "A meal doesn't have to be at noon. We can eat in the evening, or we can eat now." By then, it was nearing 2 in the afternoon. Under the scorching summer sun, Liang Feng pondered for a moment and found her reasoning sound, responding, "All right then, let us eat now. Just tell me what you all would like." Upon hearing this, the crowd, which had been in a state of drowsiness, suddenly became exuberant. Unlike those in later generations who are often seen as aimless and perpetually hungry, these individuals had some savings, allowing them to afford motorcycles, yet they still lacked disposable income. Their usual meals were far from lavish. At the mention of Liang Feng treating them, someone immediately suggested, "There's a barbecue place up ahead. Shall we go there?" "I think that's a splendid idea." "Yes, barbecue sounds delightful." The men and women expressed their joy. With a grand gesture, Liang Feng proclaimed, "Let us have the owner set up the barbecue grill right here. We can eat while we play. It's too constraining to go into the restaurant." "Well said, Liang Xiao." The crowd cheered. Liang Feng generously splurged, handing the owner 1,000 yuan, with more if needed. The owner, elated, promptly brought the barbecue chef, lamb, beer, and other necessities to their lively gathering. At the roadside, they set up the grill and began skewering the lamb. Initially, about 13 or 14 people gathered, but soon word spread, and the crowd swelled to around 20. Liang Feng didn't mind. He was happy to cover the costs. allowing 3 grills to be set up for their enjoyment. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and merriment as they sipped beer, savored the grilled skewers, and blared raucous music, their spirits soaring. It's great to hang out with Liang Xiao. There's always meat to enjoy. Indeed, good fortune follows Liang Xiao. Don't forget us, brothers. We follow your lead. Absolutely, Liang Xiao, we heed your call. The camaraderie was palpable, with many even inviting others to join them. Seated on the roadside, Liang Feng gazed at the expansive road, his mood equally bright. In a few years, he mused, this place would see an influx of vehicles, and with environmental regulations tightening, roadside barbecues might soon be a thing of the past. Relishing this moment felt particularly gratifying. Barbecues are best enjoyed by the roadside, otherwise, they lose their charm. Liang Feng tossed the bamboo skewer aside and laughed heartily. Chen Qianqian, equally fond of the ambience, joined him, beer in hand, and playfully scolded. You know riding motorcycles can be deadly, right? Don't go fooling around, or I'll strangle you. To hit is to love, to scold is to care. Those who don't fight don't love, and they disperse quickly, Liang Feng chuckled. Chen Qianqian smiled coyly and, aiming to lighten the mood, inquired, by the way, from your earlier remarks, I gather you can ride a motorcycle? Shall we have a little competition? Liang Feng quickly declined, stating, drunk driving is not permissible. What do you mean, drunk driving? Chen Qianqian was taken aback. This term was foreign to her. In the early 2000s, drinking and driving were not taken seriously, and traffic police seldom enforced regulations, leaving Chen Qianqian unfamiliar with the concept. Liang Feng explained earnestly, alcohol impairs reaction time and heightens impulsivity, making it dangerous to drive. This includes motorcycles, as it can lead to tragic outcomes. It is indeed unfathomable to think that consuming a mere pint of beer could impair one's reflexes. Chen Qianqian, with an air of arrogance, remarked, sometimes, a little alcohol invigorates my riding speed. Liang Feng, shaking his head in disapproval, cautioned, this is reckless behavior. You are being irresponsible not only to yourself, but also to your family and friends. This is absolutely unacceptable. Chen Qianqian retorted with a smirk, what nonsense. If one drinks, does that mean driving is off the table? What about the law? Chapter 55, A Chance Encounter with a Beautiful Classmate. Liang Feng, bemused, thought to himself, who is truly disregarding the law here? While it is indeed true that one should not drive after drinking, the way Chen Qianqian is behaving makes me feel as though I am the one being unreasonable. Amused, he burst into laughter, giving her a thumbs up, exclaiming, you are quite something. Your unreasonable arguments leave me at a loss for words. Chen Qianqian stood up and called out, let us settle this. Liang Xiao insists that one cannot drive after drinking, but isn't that a joke? A little alcohol is fine, as long as one doesn't overindulge. Exactly. Just don't drink excessively, the crowd echoed. Drunk driving is certainly unacceptable. Indeed, our neighbor, after a night of heavy drinking, crashed into a truck, resulting in a horrific accident. However, as long as one remains sober, everything is fine. Each person clutched a beer and savored skewers, steadfast in their belief that as long as they did not become intoxicated, they would be safe. Liang Feng, with a wry smile, addressed Chen Qianqian, Sister Qianqian. If you truly wish to compete with me, refrain from drinking. Have some lamb skewers to mitigate the effects of alcohol, take a breath of fresh air, and we shall compete later. Otherwise, I cannot possibly match you. Even a small amount of alcohol can affect one's reflexes. Rolling her eyes, Chen Qianqian muttered, you are such a worrywart. Fine, I want tea drink. I'm eager to see what you can do. Agreed, it's a deal. Liang Feng replied with a cheerful grin as he set out to select a vehicle. After much deliberation, he chose a Yamaha identical to the one Chen Qianqian had. He had indeed ridden this model for a while, yet he was uncertain of his ability to outpace her. Taking the keys, he mounted the bike and declared, let me take it for a spin. Please wait a moment. Go ahead, Liang Xiao, we're rooting for you. Many encouraged him. With feet firmly planted on the pedals, Liang Feng revved the motorcycle, and with a swift motion, he zoomed ahead. Observers quickly recognized his expertise, showering him with compliments. Liang Xiao rides quite skillfully. Indeed, he hardly appears to be a novice. He handles everything with remarkable finesse, revealing a seasoned rider. The crowd watched Liang Feng test the bike before turning back to Chen Qianqian, advising, Sister Qianqian, you must be cautious. Losing would be quite embarrassing. You must win. Yes, you absolutely must triumph. Chen Qianqian waved her hand dismissively, smiling. Fear not, I am confident. She stopped drinking, indulged in some lamb skewers, and began to refresh herself in the breeze. In the year 2002, a time still steeped in conservatism, onlookers admired Liang Feng's seamless maneuvers, feeling as if they had found a kindred spirit, growing increasingly fond of him. Among them was a girl named Chen Qianqian, the second in beauty only to Chen Qianqian, who was indeed strikingly lovely. Under the explosive atmosphere, she sported a head of golden hair, her fair skin complementing it with an exotic allure. Her delicate oval face, high-bridged nose, and large eyes adorned with makeup created an undeniable beauty, highlighted by her charming almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks. Particularly striking was her slender waist, clad in denim hot pants that hugged her round, pert dairy swaying enticingly as she moved. She leaned closer to Chen Qianqian, grinning mischievously, and remarked, "Sister Qianqian, Liang Xiao seems rather solitary without a female companion. Perhaps I should make an attempt. It could benefit us all." Her inquiry stemmed from a concern that Chen Qianqian might harbor feelings for Liang Feng. Otherwise, she would have acted sooner. Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes and retorted, "You should reconsider. Someone of your caliber may not catch his eye. What is wrong with me?" Chen Jing countered, showcasing herself. "What makes me any less desirable? After all, the older sister often bears the golden bricks, and I am merely 3 years his senior, which is quite acceptable, don't you think?" She looked at Liang Feng with confidence, asserting, "Such young men typically prefer older women. Give me 3 days, and I shall surely win him over." Chen Jing had always been unwilling to concede to Chen Qianqian. Yet, in every aspect, she fell short, relegated to the role of the second choice. Now, feeling thwarted, she rolled her eyes and added, "Sister Qianqian, if you have feelings for him, just say so. There's no need to belittle me." Lin Wu, observing from the side, chuckled, "Little Jing, can't you see? Liang Xiao calls us Sister Qianqian. There must be something between them. You should step aside." Chen Qianqian pretended to strike him, prompting Lin Wu to laugh heartily and evade her. Chen Jing, exasperated, began to search for an opportunity. Meanwhile, Liang Feng was attempting to maneuver the vehicle when suddenly a driving school car appeared ahead. Chen Qianqian, with her keen eyesight, quickly stood up, waving her arms and shouting, "Liang Feng, there's a car." Liang Feng noticed and swiftly maneuvered to the side. The student driver, a girl, seemed startled, causing the car to sway in her panic before finally stopping. Liang Feng removed his helmet, gesturing for her to proceed, saying, "No worries, you can go ahead." The girl nodded in a daze, her movements sluggish as she cautiously drove past. Resuming his driving practice, Lin Wu teased, "Sister Qianqian, you seem quite concerned for our Liang Xiao. Is there truly something brewing between you two? I must say, you both seem well suited for each other. If there is indeed a connection, it wouldn't hurt, after all. You have been single for quite a while. Sister Qianqian, make your move." Chen Jing chimed in, egging her on. Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes again, exasperated, and huffed. "Why all this idle chatter? Go enjoy your lamb skewers." All right, we shall indulge," came the jovial responses. The group continued to laugh and savor their skewers, washing them down with chilled beer. The barbecue chefs were busy, preparing every ingredient available in the establishment, with 3 grills set up to accommodate Liang Feng's generous spending. It is noteworthy that in 2002, lamb skewers cost merely 20 cents each. Thus, 1,000 yuan represented a considerable sum. Consequently, everyone was particularly delighted, as the grills overflowed with skewers, vanishing in an instant as they were served. The grilling continued unabated. A group of people laughed heartily as they indulged in food and beer, their spirits exuberant. Suddenly, the driving school vehicle leisurely circled back, suggesting that they had been practicing in this area for quite some time. Liang Feng had no choice but to pull over again, remove his helmet, and wait for them to pass before resuming his practice. He observed keenly that there were 4 students and an instructor in the car. As they drove by, they couldn't help but glance in his direction, undoubtedly curious about the lively group. Out of the blue, someone rolled down the car window and called out loudly, "Liang Feng, is that really you?" Taken aback, Liang Feng leaned closer to peer inside, but couldn't discern who it was. Chen Qianqian and the others turned their gazes in curiosity as well, surprised to find someone who recognized Liang Feng in this place. The driving school vehicle came to a halt, and 2 girls hopped out. Liang Feng instantly recognized one of them as Gu Yuan. The other girl was likely from their public administration department, someone he remembered as quite well known on campus, though he couldn't quite recall her name. He never expected to encounter classmates in such an unexpected setting. Chapter 56. The discerning Gu Yuan on the broad asphalt road, A row of willow trees swayed gently. The scorching sun seemed to make the asphalt shimmer with heat. Gradually, the driving school car found a spot and came to a stop. Gu Yuan elegantly stepped out, her long legs accentuated by a white shirt and light blue denim shorts, revealing her fair, delicate skin, standing over 1.7 meters tall. Her oval face possessed a classical beauty, and her shy smile radiated warmth as she admired Liang Feng's dashing figure on the motorcycle. She exclaimed, "I just saw you. I can't believe it's really you." The girl beside her promptly chimed in, "I saw him first." Gu Yuan didn't even notice. Gu Yuan shot her a playful glance, and the two approached with laughter. However, as they neared Liang Feng, their steps faltered, apprehensive of the intimidating group behind him. Noticing this, Liang Feng quickly rode his motorcycle toward them and asked, "Are you two learning to drive?" Gu Yuan, clad in her white shirt and light denim shorts, looked radiant. She replied, "Yes, I enrolled in a driving school for the summer and have been practicing. The exam should be coming up soon, right?" Liang Feng, observing that they were already on the road, thought it might be soon and casually inquired. "In about half a month," Gu Yuan said with an awkward smile. "I'm a bit slow at learning. Nana is doing better than me." Liang Feng then recalled that the other girl was named Jean Nana, Gu Yuan's close friend. She wore a blue shirt and matching light denim shorts, her legs equally fair, though her features were slightly less striking than Gu Yuan's. Nonetheless, her large, expressive eyes and wide smile exuded a wild charm. With a bright gaze fixed on Liang Feng, she remarked, "Liang Feng, you looked super cool riding that motorcycle. I never noticed how amazing you are back in school." As she spoke, she glanced nervously at the group behind him. Gu Yuan had already noticed that Chen Qianqian was among them, the very person who had slapped her previously, causing her demeanor to become somewhat uneasy. Yet, with words of flattery, they exclaimed, "Indeed, Liang Feng, you are truly handsome." Liang Feng glanced at Chen Qianqian behind him and said, "Gu Yuan, please do not be upset. I never intended for her to strike you. I apologize, I never wished to lay a hand on a woman." Gu Yuan, however, was magnanimous, shaking her head with a smile. "No, upon reflection, that slap was quite beneficial. It awakened me. Or else I would have remained oblivious to that deceiver for far too long." Her words struck a chord within Liang Feng. He vividly recalled that he was around 32 or 33 years old at the time, and that it had been nearly a decade since he last encountered Gu Yuan after their university graduation. Back then, Gu Yuan's long hair flowed elegantly, her beauty captivating. Yet her words were heavy with sorrow. She had visited the hospital for treatment and fortuitously encountered Liang Feng, who was clad in a white coat and brimming with vigor. Gu Yuan, in need of assistance, found help from Liang Feng at the hospital, leading to a dinner invitation. During the meal, Gu Yuan poured her heart out over drinks, revealing the deceit of Hua Lei, who had spun tales of attending university in America, of wealth, and influential relatives, all mere fabrications that squandered Gu Yuan's youth. At that time, she had yet to fully extricate herself from the emotional entanglement. In hindsight, that slap proved more enlightening than a decade of stagnation. Liang Feng nodded in agreement. "It is wonderful that you can perceive it this way. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude for unveiling his true nature." Gu Yuan smiled gratefully once more, her sincerity evident. This girl possessed clarity of mind from the very beginning, a quality Liang Feng deeply admired. Jean Nana, with a cheerful nod, chimed in, "Yes. We all believed Hua Lei's family to be affluent. He truly deceived us, that scoundrel." Gu Yuan, intrigued, inquired, "By the way, Liang Feng, I dated Hua Lei for over half a year and failed to see through his deception. How did you come to know?" Liang Feng replied with a smile. "I happened to meet his father by chance, which revealed the truth." Gu Yuan glanced at Chen Qianqian and the others behind her, speculating, "Did you encounter them together?" Liang Feng could only respond vaguely, "No, it was with another friend. She too was deceived by Hua Lei and informed me." Gu Yuan paused, puzzled, unable to deduce who it might be. Liang Feng thought to himself, "That person was you, albeit 10 years into the future. At that time, you were not nearly as captivating." Gu Yuan pouted, swinging her fair legs, and sighed, "I have already broken up with Hua Lei, not solely because of his lack of wealth, but primarily due to his deceit. I have no desire to be involved with a fraud." Jean Nana concurred, "Indeed, Hua Lei is nothing but a charlatan, constantly boasting about his wealth and prowess, yet possessing nothing at all. And look at you, Liang Feng, so understated. Had it not been for that commotion with Hua Lei, we would have been unaware of your capabilities." You are truly remarkable, she continued, gazing at Liang Feng with admiration. With a playful pout, she earnestly declared, a man should embody humility and steadiness. Those who are always loud seldom possess true talent. Your charm is undeniable, Liang Feng. You are exceptionally handsome and a true man. If I were to seek a boyfriend, it would be someone just like you, with a pair of large, expressive eyes. She spoke quite directly. This aligned perfectly with her untamed beauty. She was indeed a bold and passionate young woman. Liang Feng pondered thoughtfully for a moment, realizing he knew quite a bit about Jean Nana's life. It had just occurred to him that her romantic journey had not been smooth, as she was in her 30s without having married. Beyond that, he was not well informed, as they were not in the same class, which created a distance between them. Liang Feng decided to steer the conversation in that direction. However, Chen Qianqian grew impatient, throwing her cigarette down with force and exclaiming, "All right, enough of this. My buzz is fading. Let's get started. I have no time to watch you two flirt." The crowd echoed her sentiments, urging, "Yes, yes, let's begin. Stop dawdling. Liang, let us get on with it," they called. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about what was about to commence. Liang Feng executed a stylish U-turn on his motorcycle, declaring, "I made a bet with Chen Qianqian to see who has better riding skills. You all can cheer for me." He added in a whisper, "Her friends are over there, so I'm counting on you to cheer loudly for me. Don't worry, we've got your back." Gu Yuan assured, though slightly bewildered. Jean Nana, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Liang Feng, we'll cheer for you." She quickly pulled Gu Yuan to the roadside. Gu Yuan smiled and nodded. "Yes, we'll support you. Go, go." The two tall beauties waved their hands in encouragement. This was the right atmosphere. Liang Feng, grinning, rode his Yamaha over to Chen Qianqian's side, saying, "All right, let us follow your rules. I'm ready." "Don't get cocky. Prepare to lose," Chen Qianqian retorted, determined to outdo Liang Feng. At that moment, Chun Jing sauntered between the two motorcycles, mimicking a scene from a violent racing video game, swaying her hips and shedding her top to reveal her graceful figure. She glanced at Liang Feng and Chen Qianqian, asking, "Are you ready?" "Good, good." Both donned their helmets and leaned over their bikes, giving a thumbs up. The buzzing of engines filled the air, sending adrenaline surging. Jean Nana, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, "Liang Feng is so cool. Go, go." Gu Yuan, who enjoyed being in the spotlight, joined in, shouting, "Liang Feng, go." Their cheers drowned out the noise from the surrounding crowd. Chen Qianqian turned back, scolding, "Why is everyone so quiet? Shout for me. Go, Qianqian. You can do it." Came the rallying cries, led by Lin Wu. The atmosphere grew increasingly electrifying. "All right, ready." Chen Jing swayed her hips and tossed her shirt into the air. As it landed, with a roar, Chen Qianqian surged ahead, Liang Feng hot on her heels, racing like the wind. Chapter 57. The open-minded Gu Yuan. The speed of the motorcycles was astonishing, appearing even swifter than cars to the naked eye, zipping past in an instant. Jean Nana's hormones ignited instantly, and she erupted into joyful screams, jumping and waving her arms. "Liang Feng is so cool. How did I never notice this before? Indeed, he is so handsome. Go, go." Gu Yuan was equally astonished, feeling the exhilarating rush of hormones, and sighed. "Did you not mention that understated men possess charm?" Indeed, upon closer inspection, it holds true. Jean Nana, unable to suppress a tinge of disappointment, replied, "Unfortunately, neither of us has a chance. Lin Yuxin has already secured him, which is truly enviable." Gu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her and said, "That's enough. Let us focus on the competition. Liang Feng, give it your all." "Liang Feng, you are truly handsome." "Ah, go for it," Jean Nana shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth. Gu Yuan joined in. "Liang Feng, you can do it." The road was wide and straight, making the straight-line acceleration rather predictable. Chen Qianqian took the lead. As they approached the bend, Liang Feng executed a graceful maneuver, drawing nearly even with Chen Qianqian. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Good heavens, Liang Xiao's skills are exceptional, far surpassing Sister Qianqian. Indeed, where did he acquire such prowess? Truly impressive, they marveled. When it comes to motorcycles, men often exhibit a natural affinity for control, inherently surpassing women in this regard. Liang Feng had previously ridden motorcycles in his past life and possessed decades of life experience, naturally outshining Chen Qianqian. Before long, Liang Feng had firmly latched onto Chen Qianqian's tail. No matter how fiercely she twisted the throttle, it proved futile. As they approached the next turn, Chen Qianqian was moving swiftly, yet Liang Feng, leveraging his superior driving skills, deftly maneuvered past her. My heavens, that was stunning. Liang Feng, keep going. He won. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana couldn't help but shriek, their voices rising in fervent cheers. Liang Feng, you can do it. Liang Feng, you can do it. Liang Feng is so handsome. The other students from the driving school gathered around Gu Yuan, showering her with compliments. Gu Yuan, is this your classmate? Your classmate is quite dashing. Indeed, so impressive. Fellow students in their 20s exhibited a certain admiration for those naturally gifted. And Liang Feng's crouched riding posture bore resemblance to Andy Lau in If Heaven Has Feelings. Yes, it truly resembles him. The driving school instructor, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a towel draped over his shoulder, nodded in approval, remarking, this young man possesses remarkable skills. Is he really just in his 20s? Yes, he is my classmate, just over 20, Gu Yuan affirmed. The crowd was inevitably astonished. That is quite remarkable. He clearly is a seasoned rider. As they reached the third intersection, Chen Qianqian accelerated in a straight line, gradually closing the gap on Liang Feng. But upon reaching the bend, Liang Feng once again seized the advantage. This time, he slammed down on the throttle, surging ahead to cross the finish line first. How was that? Liang Feng executed a flawless stop, then, with an air of coolness, removed his helmet and shook his hair. Chen Qianqian, visibly frustrated, threw her helmet to the ground, exclaiming, let us go again. Liang Feng shrugged and chuckled, Sister Qianqian, this doesn't quite align with your usual style. In our circle, we uphold our word. Gritting her teeth, Chen Qianqian kicked the helmet in exasperation and conceded, all right, I admit defeat. Laughter erupted among the crowd, marking the conclusion of this spirited contest. Someone playfully suggested, Liang Xiao, bullying women hardly counts as an accomplishment. Yes, bullying women is not a feat. Let us have a match ourselves. Indeed, we shall compete against you. Chen Qianqian scoffed. You think you can compare yourselves to young Master Liang? Go on then. Enjoy your lamb skewers. Laughter erupted among them. All right, young Master Liang, until next time. One by one, they dispersed. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana approached, both smiling. Jean Nana, her face alight with excitement, exclaimed, Liang Feng, you looked so dashing on that bike. Absolutely stunning, beyond comparison. Indeed, you are quite handsome. Reminiscent of Andy Lau in A Moment of Romance, Gu Yuan chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Both girls had a penchant for attention and were drawn to the charmingly rebellious type. The films of 2002, still cherished by the youth, showcased various male stars riding motorcycles, leaving an indelible impression on the hearts of many. They couldn't help but cheer for Liang Feng, feeling he embodied that captivating allure. Liang Feng gazed at Gu Yuan's youthful visage and thought of her vibrant 20s, smiling as he said, I merely ride for fun, it's nothing special. But you, Gu Yuan, the beautiful lady, look ahead. There are plenty of good men in this world for you to choose from. Don't dwell in gloom. Gu Yuan nodded, understanding his sentiment and feeling delighted, sensing Liang Feng's concern for her. Jean Nana, slightly jealous, interjected, what about me, young Master Liang? Do you have anything to say to me? I've been cheering for you until my throat nearly gave out. Well, Liang Feng pondered. Don't set your sights too high. If you meet someone suitable, perhaps consider a romance. It's not fitting for students not to explore love. Oh, you're quite attentive. How did you know I haven't been in a relationship? Jean Nana's eyes sparkled as she playfully leaned closer. Just a guess. Liang Feng replied with a grin. Your guesses are spot on. Jean Nana giggled, increasingly enchanted by him, feeling as if he harbored countless secrets waiting to be discovered. Liang Feng, you are truly handsome. Thank you. Liang Feng laughed heartily, mimicking Andy Lau while adjusting his hair under his helmet. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana chuckled again, finding Liang Feng approachable and genuine. You have such a wonderful personality, Jean Nana remarked, her eyes twinkling. In the eyes of a lover, Liang Feng appeared as a paragon of virtue, so admirable in their view. Liang Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment and wished to conclude the topic, but just then, Lin Wu called out, Hey, you two long-legged beauties, come join us for lamb skewers. Young Master Liang is treating. A group of trendy boys beckoned enthusiastically. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana exchanged glances, feeling a tad shy. Liang Feng turned and shouted, Stop yelling. They still need to learn to drive. Gu Yuan added, Yes. We have to focus on our driving lessons. We'll see you later. Right, we still need to practice driving. Let's connect again another time. The two girls waved cheerfully as they turned to leave, their spirits lifted. Once in the car, Jean Nana glanced back at Liang Feng blending into the crowd and felt a twinge of reluctance. She hadn't expected him to fit in so well with everyone, and indeed, he was so striking. Truly, who would have thought? Gu Yuan glanced back, a smile playing on her lips. Jean Nana pouted thoughtfully and remarked, I sense he cares for you. Why not give it a try? After all, you've already parted ways. Gu Yuan contemplated for a moment before responding, forget it. I plan to dedicate this year to my studies in my junior year and focus on excelling academically. I shall not dwell on anything else. But I can't help but think about it, Jean Nana replied, pouting again. Liang Feng is just too handsome. I feel like I've already fallen for him. Besides, yes, right. It's a pity not to experience romance during our school years. But who would I date? She glanced at Liang Feng, letting out a sigh. Gu Yuan chuckled. All right then, let's focus on learning to drive first. If you don't obtain your license, you'll be quite embarrassed. Jean Nana replied with a sweet smile. Yet her mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of Liang Feng, which she couldn't shake off. Chapter 58. The reluctant Chen Qianqian under the evening's gentle glow, at 5 o'clock. Liang Feng embraced Chen Qianqian's slender waist as they returned home on his motorcycle. Dismounting with a smile, Liang Feng suggested, Would you like to come to my room for a cup of tea? My father has some exquisite pu'er tea that I opened. It tastes absolutely divine. Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes as she sat atop the motorcycle, retorting, Yesterday it was your father's liquor, and now you offer me his tea. What do you plan to do tomorrow? Well, I need to ponder that. Liang Feng chuckled, pulling her playfully. Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes again. Why don't you invite those two beautiful classmates of yours? I'm not worthy. Are you feeling jealous? Liang Feng asked, bemused. Ever since their chance encounter with Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, Chen Qianqian had been rather indifferent to him. He had attempted to console her, thinking it was behind them. But it seemed she was still waiting for him to address it. Liang Feng smiled. It was merely a coincidence. Let us not make a fuss. They can't compare to you. You are my wonderful sister. Unable to resist, he embraced her and placed a quick kiss on her cheek. Let go of me. Chen Qianqian exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she playfully pushed him away. I'm not so petty. I merely fear being caught by your parents and having to stay overnight in your room. Liang Feng laughed, and what of it? I'm already quite accustomed to it. Forget it, Chen Qianqian said as she twisted the throttle. I had a terrible scolding from my parents this morning. Just getting out is a relief. With a grin, she added, You see, I've tasted laundry detergent once, and even at 22, my parents still don't dare to control me. You should try it. I guarantee no one will dare to reprimand you. Liang Feng clasped his hands together in reverence. In this regard, I bow to your superiority. I have always admired you, and can only aspire to your level. Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes and laughed. Enough with the flattery. Hurry and get inside before your parents spot you. In their eyes, you are the model student. With that, she revved the engine, ready to leave. Liang Feng held her back, casting a knowing glance. What are you doing? Chen Qianqian couldn't resist and dismounted, glancing at the time. Your parents will be home any moment. If they catch you, it will be quite embarrassing. I'm not worried, Liang Feng said, pulling Chen Qianqian back gently. Thank you for today. You took me to such a wonderful place and introduced me to so many friends. If you are content, that is all that matters. I am merely concerned that you may not approve of my rather unconventional friends. Chen Qianqian, noticing Liang Feng's fondness, felt a surge of joy. Liang Feng chuckled. How could that be? They are all quite nice. That's good to hear, Chen Qianqian replied, glancing around nervously, worried about encountering Liang Feng's parents. She bid farewell, saying, I truly must be on my way. All right then, Liang Feng waved goodbye. As Chen Qianqian mounted her motorcycle, she inquired, should I straighten my hair? No need. I adore your lion-like mane. Liang Feng responded with a laugh. I might just hit you, Chen Qianqian retorted, rolling her eyes as she slinked away on her bike. Liang Feng returned home, reflecting on the day's events, feeling exceptionally elated. This moment is rather delightful, he thought, smiling to himself. He realized that Chen Qianqian had developed feelings for him, willingly engaging in playful antics. He, too, found himself quite enamored with her unique and vibrant persona. As for the future, he decided to leave that for another day, confident that he would treat Chen Qianqian well. Grabbing his phone, he texted, Tomorrow morning. I crave the beef noodles and scallion pancakes from outside our community. Please grab me a portion. Chen Qianqian replied, Dream on. The following morning, after Liang Qinggong and Bai Jingsua had locked the door and departed, Chen Qianqian entered the room, carrying breakfast, muttering under her breath. I must have owed you in a past life to be bringing you breakfast so early when I haven't even eaten myself. Liang Feng opened the bag to discover the beef noodles and scallion pancakes he had desired, and to his delight, there were 2 servings. He joyfully exclaimed, Sister Qianqian, you truly are wonderful to me. Seizing a moment when she wasn't paying attention, he planted a kiss on her cheek. Chen Qianqian quickly wiped her face and asked, What was that for? Have you brushed your teeth? Of course, Liang Feng replied with a grin. Now let us eat. He dug in heartily, feeling an immense sense of happiness, relishing the fact that these days of confinement felt more enjoyable than usual. He cheerfully beckoned, Qianqian, you should try some. It's absolutely delicious. Let me have a taste, Chen Qianqian said as she casually sat down and began to eat, unable to restrain herself from praising. The beef noodles here are quite impressive, far superior to those back home. Our noodles are just salty. Yours have a delightful aroma. Indeed. You should indulge in the good things with me, Liang Feng teased. Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes. Is that all? That is considered good? Don't worry. I meant in the future. Liang Feng raised an eyebrow. Chen Qianqian huffed. The future? Who knows what that holds? And continued to focus on her meal. Rest assured. Liang Feng encouraged, patting her wild hair affectionately. Chen Qianqian pouted. Don't mess with my hair. It'll get all out of shape. All right. Liang Feng laughed heartily, content to enjoy his meal. After they had both eaten their fill, Chen Qianqian stood to leave, waving goodbye. Do you have anything else to attend to? If not, I'm off, she stated. Liang Feng, unwilling to let her go, chuckled, moved closer, and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Chapter 59, Serendipity in Unintentional Encounters. Chen Qianqian cast a glance at Liang Feng and said, Let me tell you, being with you is akin to seeking out a fine gem. You are handsome, impeccably clean, and quite commendable in other aspects, so do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Liang Feng felt a twinge of headache. Engaging in a verbal spar with this woman meant he would never emerge victorious. He conceded, All right, no matter how you perceive me, I find it quite delightful, both in body and spirit. Now, kindly step aside. Chen Qianqian chuckled heartily and remarked, Your confined existence is rather enviable. Someone brings you breakfast, and another warms your bed. If it were me, I would gladly embrace such confinement rather than resort to drinking laundry detergent. Alas, I suppose I am simply fortunate. Liang Feng gazed at the graceful and fair Chen Qianqian. From their initial encounter to this moment, he could hardly have anticipated such a turn of events. It was as though he was charting a course far removed from his life's plan, akin to his feelings for You Siyan. He had never imagined he would be drawn to a girl with a flamboyant, voluminous hairstyle, yet now, he found it quite appealing. Your hairstyle is truly explosive. How do you achieve such a look? With a bit of blow drying, otherwise, it becomes quite chaotic, Chen Qianqian replied while adjusting her hair. Didn't you say you disliked such a style? Have you changed your mind? Why do you keep touching my hair? Liang Feng laughed. People can change over time. I find your current hairstyle quite endearing, alluring, and captivating. Chen Qianqian smiled coyly and planted a kiss on Liang Feng's chest, her joy palpable. A man who appreciates her authentic self is worth more than anything else. Liang Feng continued to admire her hair, saying, I noticed that Chen Jing dyed her hair a lovely shade of yellow. I'm certain you would look even more stunning with a similar hue. Yellow? You like it? Chen Qianqian inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. He nodded. Indeed, with your fair complexion, a yellow dye would undoubtedly enhance your beauty. I'll dye it when I find the time, she replied, giggling as she nestled closer to Liang Feng. He was momentarily taken aback and playfully pinched her nose, saying, My dear sister, I sense you are rather infatuated, aren't you? I make one suggestion, and you're off to dye your hair. What do you mean by infatuated? Chen Qianqian asked, puzzled. Liang Feng explained, It means that once one falls in love, their intelligence tends to diminish as they become overly attentive to their partner, almost as if they become less astute. That does seem quite accurate, Chen Qianqian sighed. What if I've been deceived? Deceived? What do you mean? Liang Feng inquired, intrigued. It's nothing. Let us not dwell on it, she said, playfully tousling her hair. To be honest, I've longed to dye my hair yellow, but my mother forbade me. This time, I must ensure it is even prettier than Chen Jing's. You will certainly look more beautiful. Your fair skin will shine. Liang Feng replied with a hearty laugh. Chen Qianqian beamed with delight, wrapping her arms around Liang Feng and teasingly said, You must not deceive me, or I shall bite you to death. She playfully nibbled at him. Rest assured, I shall only love you and never deceive you, Liang Feng assured her with a smile. You rogue, Chen Qianqian, with a hint of shyness, nestled against Liang Feng and remarked, I suppose I have succumbed to your charms, dear rival. Oh well, it shall be as it is. She then looked up and added, by the way, Xiao Wu and the others have invited me to join them at noon. Will you accompany me? Glancing at the time, Liang Feng noted that there were still over 3 hours remaining, with the journey taking less than an hour each way, leaving them 2 hours to revel. Although weariness lingered from the cacophony of activity, a midday nap would suffice, and he replied, let us go, together. All right, Chen Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, as she carried Liang Feng along the spacious roads of the high-tech development zone. Liang Feng mused to himself, reflecting on how, in the future, the internet would be rife with videos showcasing the lives of spirited young individuals. Observing the group before him, he thought they might very well be the predecessors of those vibrant souls. Joining them each day, he found it rather enjoyable. Of course, in the eyes of many, these individuals were deemed aimless, squandering their youth, and contributing little to society. Yet perhaps they were the ones truly savoring the essence of a free-spirited life. Liang Feng pondered aimlessly. He had even requested the barbecue restaurant owner to prepare a whole roasted lamb. At this moment, the roasted lamb at the roadside sizzled, exuding a tantalizing aroma that heightened appetites. The proprietor, astute in business, had also prepared a variety of stir-fried seafood, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling night market. The crowd swelled to 40 or 50 people, some familiar with Chen Qianqian and Xiao Wu joining in the merriment, while others approached the barbecue vendor directly to place their orders. Witnessing this unexpected surge of customers, the owner, Mr. Ma, was overjoyed. He quickly constructed a makeshift shelter to formally accommodate the bustling crowd. As a result, the area was destined to grow increasingly vibrant. Rumor had it that just the day before, after Liang Feng and Chen Qianqian's departure, workers from nearby factories had flocked to the barbecue stand around 5 or 6 in the evening to enjoy the offerings. An unintentional act by Liang Feng had inadvertently ignited this newfound popularity, and the establishment soon adopted the resounding name of Liang Feng's Kitchen, a tribute to the original suggestion made by him. The owner hung a conspicuous sign reading Liang Feng's Kitchen in bold letters. Liang Feng, like a small butterfly flapping its wings, had managed to alter the world, if only slightly. Young Master Liang, thanks to you, business here has surpassed that of my own establishment. I was busy until after 2 in the morning last night, Mr. Ma exclaimed with gratitude. He brought over a bottle of beer and raised it in a toast. Cheers. He drank deeply from the bottle, declaring, Young Master Liang, this one is for you. Liang Feng lifted his own bottle, taking a hearty sip, and remarked, your barbecue is simply delightful, otherwise, no one would come. You are too kind. You are a significant figure. This may not impress you, but for us, earning a little more is invaluable, Mr. Ma replied with a cheerful demeanor. Very well. Let us toast to your prosperous business, Mr. Ma. Liang Feng laughed heartily. Mr. Ma responded with a smile. Indeed, to prosperous business, and merrily returned to his bustling tasks. This is what it means to be influenced by Liang Feng and have one's fate altered, he mused to himself. Chen Qianqian, gleefully holding a chilled beer, handed it to Liang Feng, exclaiming, My dear brother, you are truly exceptional. Your endeavors always stand apart, captivating all who behold them. Just look at how effortlessly you've set up a barbecue stand here, and it has become a sensation, truly remarkable. Lin Wu, Chen Jing, and others gathered around, chiming in. Indeed, after you all departed last night, the crowd here has swelled significantly. Absolutely, those finishing work nearby have flocked here. Liang Xiao, you are indeed impressive. Oh, really? Liang Feng chuckled wryly. The expansive road was flanked by greenery. With a barbecue stall now established among the greenery, it was inevitable that someone would oversee it. However, at this juncture, there were no city management officials, so it seemed it would thrive for a time. Well then, do come by and enjoy yourselves, and contribute to the merriment. Everyone joyfully indulged in food and drink, reveling in the exuberance of their youth. Chapter 60. To mix is also a way of life. The driving school's daily training routines were rather consistent. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana accompanied the vehicle to this location once more. Upon seeing Liang Feng still present, they quickly leaped from the car, their faces beaming with delight. Liang Feng, you're here. I thought you wouldn't come today. It's such a pleasure to see you. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, both statuesque beauties standing over 1.7 meters tall, were indeed eye-catching. Yet, Gu Yuan's grace was somewhat more striking in comparison. On the other hand, Jin Nana, with her full lips and large eyes, possessed her own charm. Both young women were clad in dresses that day. Gu Yuan wore a green and white belted off-shoulder gown, her snow-white collarbones and elongated neck on full display, her hair styled into a fringed ponytail, accentuating her tall and graceful figure. With a curvaceous bust and a slender waist, she wore a pair of transparent sandals that added to her allure. Jin Nana donned a sandy white dress with a fitted waist and straps, equally captivating, and her more pronounced bosom hinted at her maturation. She approached enthusiastically, saying, "Liang Feng, your life is truly enviable, so carefree and relaxed. What is there to envy?" Liang Feng gestured toward the whole roasted lamb behind him, asking, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. I see a whole lamb being roasted over there." At the mention of the roasted lamb, Jin Nana couldn't help but lick her lips. Gu Yuan's eyes also sparkled with interest as she nodded in agreement. "If it's a whole roasted lamb, I would love to try it." "Yes. I've never had roasted lamb before," Jin Nana shyly added. "Let us go?" Liang Feng led Gu Yuan and Jin Nana to the roasted lamb, inquiring, "Old Ma, is it ready?" Boss Ma grinned and replied, "It will be ready shortly." With that, he made a few incisions on the lamb and sprinkled it with seasoning. The entire roasted lamb was golden and enticing, making one's mouth water. Just then, Chen Qianqian approached, noticing the two girls with a disapproving glare. Her brows furrowed as she coldly remarked, "Why are you here instead of focusing on your driving lessons? Go and play elsewhere." Jin Nana and Gu Yuan felt a bit shy and were about to retreat. Liang Feng hurriedly said, "Qianqian, do not cause trouble. It is better to resolve enmity than to escalate it. This is a perfect opportunity to ease our relations." He introduced, "This is Chen Qianqian, affectionately referred to as Sister Qianqian by everyone. She is quite the heroine of the underworld, possessing an unwavering sense of justice and exceptional character." He continued, "These two are Gu Yuan and Jin Nana, my classmates. Although we are not in the same class, we are all alumni." Chen Qianqian, without even glancing at them, declared, "Lama, I'll take that leg of lamb." All right. Boss Ma responded, noticing it was nearly done. With a swift motion, he sliced off a leg of lamb and handed it to Chen Qianqian, saying, "Sister Qianqian, do give it a taste." She took a bite and remarked, "The flavor is delightful." With a roll of her eyes, she walked away. Boss Ma, knowing how to please, promptly cut another leg of lamb and offered it to Liang Feng, saying, "Young Master Liang, do have a taste." Fearing that Chen Qianqian might feel jealous, Liang Feng began to eat without sharing with Gu Yuan and Jin Nana, merely saying, "Why don't you two join in?" Gu Yuan and Jin Nana had anticipated Liang Feng would share with them. Feeling somewhat awkward, they bit their lips and pointed out, "Then we'll have the shank meat." "Please. Indeed, the shank meat must be delicious." "Very well," Boss Ma responded, swiftly handing over 2 small legs of lamb to Gu Yuan and Jin Nana. "Oh, the taste is truly splendid. Roasted whole lamb is simply unparalleled, so fragrant." The two ladies savored their meal, their mouths glistening with juices. "Thank you, Liang Feng," they exclaimed. Sitting by the roadside, Gu Yuan and Jin Nana mimicked Liang Feng's posture, legs crossed, indulging in their feast. "Ladies, do mind your posture. It is easy to reveal too much," Liang Feng chided with a sideways glance. "Oh right, we must behave like ladies." The two quickly adjusted their positions, covering their laps with their skirts, giggling as they enjoyed the roasted lamb. Gazing at the expansive asphalt road and the cerulean sky, one's heart felt lightened. And they couldn't help but open their arms, embracing it all, exclaiming, "Liang Feng, we truly envy you. You live so freely. Indeed, we really admire your life." They said earnestly. Liang Feng, munching on the roasted lamb, chuckled, "Do not worry, there is no need for envy. Your lives are just beginning, and the future will surely be splendid. Strive for it," he encouraged. "Yes, strive for it," they echoed, filled with a sense of uncertainty about the future, unsure of what it would hold for them. At that moment, Chen Qianqian, flaunting her beautiful legs, approached with 2 bottles of beer, provocatively challenging, "Dare you drink some beer?" Jin Nana's eyes lit up as she eagerly nodded, "Sure, thank you, Sister Qianqian." "Oh my." Chen Qianqian had originally intended to bring it to Liang Feng, but was slightly annoyed when Jin Nana intercepted her. Jin Nana felt awkward, scratching her head. "Here you go." Chen Qianqian firmly grasped the 2 bottles, and with a swift twist, the caps popped off with a satisfying sound, though some spilled. The gesture was undeniably impressive. Nana praised, Sister Qianqian, you are truly cool. The boys at our school say you resemble a character from an anime, living so effortlessly. Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes, choosing not to respond. As for Gu Yuan, she initially had no desire to drink beer, but with Chen Qianqian having opened the bottles, she felt compelled. She took the meat, savoring the tender lamb leg while sipping on her beer, saying, Thank you, Qianqian. So you do know to thank me. You're not as foolish as you seem, Chen Qianqian replied, settling herself down, alongside Liang Feng, Gu Yuan, and Nana. As they gazed at the expansive asphalt road and the sky, a brilliant azure. What a striking blue the sky is, and how wide the road appears, Liang Feng remarked in admiration. Chen Qianqian, Gu Yuan, and Nana wholeheartedly agreed, raising their bottles. Come, let us drink to that. Indeed, let us. The three girls joined Liang Feng, lifting their beers and gulping down a hearty swig. The icy refreshment was truly thirst-quenching. The barbecue shop owner, adept at catering to his patrons, sliced a generous portion of succulent lamb chops, presenting it on a plate, and said, Young Master Liang, Sister Qianqian. While the lamb leg is delicious, the chops are equally delightful. Do give them a try. He set up a small table, placing the lamb chops atop it. Chen Qianqian, putting down her beer bottle, smiled and said, We can't have just meat. We need something fresh. Look over there at that watermelon stall. Unbeknownst to them, it had already been set up. Wu Zi, go buy a few watermelons for everyone to enjoy. All right, Lin Wu replied, striding over. In no time, the watermelons were sliced, the crisp sound echoing as they were placed on the table. Liang Feng picked up a piece, took a bite, and remarked, Quite sweet, though a bit warm for my liking. The heat of the day had warmed them, sitting by the roadside. Chen Qianqian indulged heartily. Noticing Gu Yuan and Nana's shyness, she encouraged, Go on, eat without restraint. It's all on young Master Liang. He has plenty of money to spare, enough to astonish you. The two girls nibbled on the lamb leg, finding it a tad rich, and laughed as they turned to the watermelon. At that moment, Chen Qianqian seemed to open up, stating, You are all students from North China University, right? Good students indeed. Just don't be like us, drifting aimlessly without a future. I take offense at that. Lin Wu interjected, I'm from Haigang, and what's wrong with following you? Besides, what's wrong with drifting? I find it quite enjoyable. Why don't you go away? Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes, dismissing him. However, her words were clearly directed at Gu Yuan and Nana, particularly Gu Yuan, urging her not to let her feelings for Huali hinder her studies. Gu Yuan understood, nodding as she replied, Sister Qianqian, I comprehend your message. I will focus on my studies, and thank you for awakening me that day. That is good to hear. Chen Qianqian said, munching on her watermelon. The sun blazed overhead, but the group found comfort in the shade of the willow trees, with a gentle breeze occasionally wafting by, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Liang Feng chuckled, enjoying the watermelon and observing the scene, pondering that Gu Yuan might strike a rapport with Chen Qianqian, given their similar temperaments. Both eager for the spotlight. Suddenly, Liang Feng raised his beer bottle and thoughtfully declared, Qianqian, I must disagree with your earlier statement. I believe what Xiao Wu said holds considerable merit. Drifting, what's wrong with it? It is a way of life, a path of its own. To drift does not equate to moral decline. One must drift with grace, with fervor, and with unwavering determination. Drifting is, indeed, a social discipline. Moreover, being a drifter is no easy feat. Chapter 61. The Drifter's Bible. My goodness, Liang Xiao, what are you saying? This is simply astounding. It is akin to our Drifter's Bible. Lin Wu listened, utterly astonished, clutching his head in disbelief. He had never anticipated such profound words that so clearly articulated the life goals of a drifter. Chen Qianqian, Gu Yuan, and Nana were equally taken aback, surprised by Liang Feng's eloquence. It was refreshing and enlightening. Drifting is also a way of life, Chen Qianqian mumbled, momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, What does all of this even mean? Yet, it sounds remarkably intriguing. Indeed, it is quite fascinating. Gu Yuan and Nana, possessing a trace of rebellious spirit, found themselves drawn to these notions, acknowledging the wisdom behind his words. To drift with unwavering commitment, to drift with grace, to drift with flair. My goodness, how insightful. Liang Xiao, you are remarkable. Lin Wu was so exhilarated he nearly embraced Liang Feng, then leaped and shouted, Xinjing, come quickly. Everyone, come and listen to Liang Xiao repeat himself. He is incredibly talented. What is it? Chen Jing and the others, enjoying roast lamb, had not paid attention until Lin Wu called them over, asking, Liang Xiao, what did you say? Yes, what was it that excited Xiao Wu so much? Is there good news? Liang Xiao, if there is good news, do include us. They all gathered around. Lin Wu excitedly proclaimed, it's even better than good news. Haha, Liang Xiao, please say it again. I must remember it because this is our Drifter's Bible. The Drifter's Bible? What is that? Chen Jing blinked her large eyes, looking perplexed. Lin Wu urged, please. No more dilly-dallying. Just listen to Liang Xiao. He gazed at Liang Feng with pleading eyes. Liang Feng shrugged and smiled. I merely spoke off the cuff. Did you take it seriously? He did not wish for them to stray from the right path. It is one thing to drift for fun in youth, but quite another to adopt it as a life's ambition. Liang Xiao, please, go on, Lin Wu implored eagerly. Chen Qianqian, reflecting on Liang Feng's words, found them quite amusing. Though she had not caught every detail, she urged, Liang Xiao, please share, don't keep Xiao Wu waiting. All right, Liang Feng said, taking a sip of beer before continuing. What I mean is, drifting is not inherently negative. It is a way of life, a path. Drifting does not signify descent into depravity. One must drift with elegance, with brilliance, and with tenacity. Drifting is also an academic pursuit. Furthermore, being a drifter is no simple endeavor. He shrugged, that is all. My heavens, Liang Xiao. Where did you hear such words? This is incredibly insightful. They laughed, filled with amusement. No wonder Brother Wu was so excited. These words are akin to the sacred scriptures of the vagabond. After hearing them, each person felt as if they were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, discovering their own life motto. To drift is also a way of living. One must drift with brilliance and unwavering dedication. Indeed, this sentiment resonates profoundly. Everyone expressed their admiration. Chen Qianqian diligently noted this passage, exclaiming, next time someone asks me what I'm aimlessly drifting about, I shall tell them that drifting is also a social discipline. With that, she burst into hearty laughter. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana found great delight in these words, unable to restrain themselves. Liang Feng, you truly excel. No wonder you navigate life so well. You've seen through it all. Indeed, Liang Feng's words encapsulated the essence of a drifter's existence, eliciting giggles from all. Lin Wu, with a grand flourish, declared, look at that wall. I shall inscribe these words there. Humph. Anyone who drifts in Tang City and doesn't come to see it will have wasted their time. Behind the greenery lay the wall of a factory, freshly painted white. If inscribed, it would surely be erased within days. Chen Jing scoffed. Go ahead, write it. Even if no one erases it, the rain will wash it away. Nonsense. I'll use waterproof paint, impervious to erasure, unless they demolish the entire wall. Lin Wu was determined. He turned excitedly to Liang Feng, saying, Young Master Liang, you are incredibly talented. This place is not just your kitchen. It is our sacred ground as vagabonds in Tang City. Indeed, a sacred ground where all must come to pay homage. Because drifting is also a way of life. Everyone reflected on Liang Feng's words, savoring them, finding them deeply interesting. They each found themselves in the act of drifting, resonating with the notion that they had perhaps stumbled upon their life's purpose. Indeed, young Master Liang is right. One must drift with dedication, with brilliance, and with a carefree spirit. They laughed. Liang Feng recalled this passage from a novel he had read, though it was certainly not well known yet. Upon hearing Lin Wu mention it casually, he was surprised by their enthusiasm and said, I'm glad you like it. Of course we do. Come, young Master Liang. Let us toast to you. Lin Wu exclaimed, raising his beer in excitement. I shall definitely write it on the wall, ensuring that all drifters see it. Drifting does not equate to falling from grace. Indeed, let it be written for all to see. Chen Qianqian gazed at her young paramour, pride swelling within her as he shone in front of others. She smiled and said, let us not say anything more. Come, let us drink to this passage. Yes, yes. Cheers to young Master Liang. They chorused, lifting their glasses joyfully. Liang Feng laughed. Then let us toast to the discipline of drifting. Yes, yes, cheers. They echoed, raising their glasses high, downing quite a bit, with some even finishing an entire bottle in one go. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana took several hearty gulps, joyfully wiping the remnants of wine from the corners of their mouths, exclaiming, Liang Feng, how wonderful it is to know you. Truly, Liang Feng, you are exceptionally talented. The two women had never envisioned that they would be drinking alongside this group, a notion that seemed almost surreal. Yet here they were, reveling in the moment. Gu Yuan then remarked, Liang Feng's words have become so entertaining. Not long ago, he recited a riddle that had us all in stitches. What riddle? Chen Qianqian, eager to learn more about Liang Feng, could not help but inquire. Gu Yuan chuckled, something about Aladdin's siblings, perhaps. She then asked, Sister Qianqian, you're not familiar with it? I don't know what you mean by Aladdin's siblings, Chen Qianqian replied, slightly taken aback. Gu Yuan laughed and said, let me tell you. Meanwhile, Lin Wu had moved to the front, diligently contemplating how to document Liang Feng's words, seemingly determined to proceed with his task. Liang Feng observed him, smiling and sipping his drink, thinking that this chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere was quite delightful. Chapter 62. Sister Bamboo Leaf Green. On the wide asphalt road, the sun blazed down, rendering the air almost scalding. Liang Feng, Chen Qianqian, Gu Yuan, and Jean Nana sat in the shade, continuing to enjoy their chilled beer and roasted lamb, savoring the essence of freedom. Even Gu Yuan and Jean Nana's driving classmates, along with their instructor, joined in the merriment, partaking in the feast and embracing this liberating experience. Only Lin Wu remained preoccupied, leaning against the wall, earnestly pondering how to compose the Rogue Bible. At that moment, a buzzing sound arose. Suddenly, a motorcycle gang appeared from the east, clad in attire reminiscent of Chen Qianqian and her companions, all donned in leather jackets, helmets in hand, and impeccably dressed. As they dismounted and approached, the leader, also a woman, caught everyone's attention. Upon their arrival, Chun Jing shouted, Sister Qianqian, it's Sister Snake and her crew. The group instantly froze, hastily setting down their skewers and beer bottles, rushing to their vehicles to retrieve makeshift weapons. The tension between the two factions was palpable. Chen Qianqian seized her helmet, tossing her hair back with flair, and declared, what's with the sister nonsense? Bamboo Leaf Green is just Bamboo Leaf Green. You have only one sister. And that's me, Chen Qianqian. With that, she picked up a baseball bat and boldly approached the gathering, shouting, Bamboo Leaf Green, this is our territory. You've clearly crossed the line. The opposing group, comprising around 20 to 30 individuals clad in leather, bore no visible weapons, only helmets in hand. The woman at the forefront exuded confidence, standing at approximately 1.62 meters, her figure voluptuous, with a tiny waist and ample hips, her black leather attire accentuating her curves. Adorned in striking red high heels, she moved with an alluring grace and smiled lightly. Sister Chen Qianqian, you certainly know how to have fun. Setting up a little night market here with barbecues and roasted lamb. You truly know how to indulge. Chen Qianqian, clad in black leather and donning Martin boots, approached with confidence, wielding a baseball bat. We engage in trivial skirmishes for amusement, unlike you, who merely becomes a plaything for others. As soon as these words left her lips, tension escalated between the two parties. Hey, Chen Qianqian, repeat that, and I'll smack you, a burly man shouted, pointing angrily at her. Chen Qianqian laughed heartily, retorting, so what if I did? She is indeed a plaything. Without hesitation, Lin Wu grabbed his weapon and rushed to stand behind Chen Qianqian. The opposing group seethed with rage, one of them whispering to the so-called snake sister, I told you we should have brought weapons. This Chen Qianqian is a lunatic. There's no reasoning with her. Absolutely, her arrogance is intolerable. We must not be at a disadvantage. Several members of the group contemplated returning for their weapons. Snake's sister, biting her sensuous lips adorned with crimson lipstick, halted them, saying, let us not rush. We've come to discuss serious matters. She then turned to Chen Qianqian with a smile, adding, you don't seem like a novice either. Pretending to be so lofty. This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Chen Qianqian, especially with Liang Feng present. She gritted her teeth and snapped, damn it. I'll tear your mouth apart. With that, she lunged forward, ready to confront her adversaries. The opposing group, equally eager for confrontation, prepared to charge, prompting Gu Yuan and Jean Nana to gasp in alarm and ask Liang Feng, what should we do? They're about to fight. Are you joining in? Liang Feng, casually munching on a roasted leg of lamb and sipping beer, chuckled, of course, in this world, one must never show weakness in such a scenario. With that, he tossed the beer bottle to the ground and, with half a lamb leg in his mouth, charged ahead, declaring, watch me, I'll leave them utterly defeated. Striding forward, he shouted, make way, everyone, clear the path. Young Master Liang, young Master Liang, they called out, instinctively parting to make room. Liang Feng reached the front, one hand clutching the lamb leg and the other wrapping around Chen Qianqian, stating, she is under my protection. What? Do you want trouble? Chen Qianqian blushed instantly, pushing him away and retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is none of your business. Step aside, or you'll get blood on you." Liang Feng scoffed. "When men speak, women ought to keep silent." He then advanced toward the opposing group, addressing them, "And you lot, don't let a woman take the lead. If there's an issue, let those with bats step forward." "Wow, this guy is quite arrogant." "He is Liang Feng." "Indeed, that's him," the crowd murmured, pointing in recognition. "Oh, so he is Liang Feng." They became slightly intimidated. At that moment, the alluring snake sister stepped forward with a faint smile, saying, "So you are Liang Feng, quite the sensation lately. I heard you won over 100 million betting. Is that true?" Liang Feng smiled, responding, "So what if it is? Why the inquiry? Are you secretly enamored with me?" Lin Wu, Chun Jing, and the others burst into laughter. "I think that's exactly it." Right. It turns out that Zhuaiqing has a crush on our young master Liang. What's the point of secret admiration? Just say it. However, our young master Liang does not fancy loose women. Indeed, he has no interest in loose women. A group of people jested and teased one another. Sister Snake bit her alluring lips, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Damn it," she muttered in frustration. "Lin Wu, you little brat, your mouth must be full of nonsense. You really deserve a beating." "Just wait, Lin Wu." Her subordinates, each donning helmets that hardly qualified as weapons, were clearly at a disadvantage if a fight ensued, and thus, they restrained their words to some extent. Sister Snake mirrored their restraint, suppressing her urge to retort. Strutting in her red high heels, flaunting her curvaceous figure, she approached Liang Feng, stopping just under a meter away to declare, "You, a grown man, should not speak like a woman. We are here to discuss serious matters today." "What serious matters? You tell me," Liang Feng replied, gazing at the alluring Sister Snake with awe. Her leather attire was almost bursting at the seams. She was undeniably captivating. "Wow, she's stunning," he thought, admiring her slender waist. Chen Qianqian, on the other hand, felt overshadowed. Nevertheless, she too possessed her own merits with her long legs and shapely figure, making her no less impressive. Both were enchanting figures reminiscent of animated heroines. At that moment, Chen Qianqian observed Liang Feng's demeanor and initially intended to pull him back, wishing to keep him out of her affairs. Yet, seeing his unwavering confidence, she felt a sense of security. She was drawn to men who bravely faced challenges and took on responsibilities, so she silently positioned herself behind Liang Feng, remaining quiet. Lin Wu and his companions naturally followed Liang Feng's lead, brandishing baseball bats, standing resolutely behind him. Liang Feng stood at the forefront, raising an eyebrow. Sister Snake smiled, twisting her slender waist, and said, "Young Master Liang, I have done my research on you, but don't get ahead of yourself. I am not secretly in love with you. I merely wish to establish a barbecue joint nearby." Before Liang Feng could respond, Chen Qianqian burst into laughter, saying, "Last time you lost to us, this area now belongs to us. You promised not to go back on your word and not to challenge us again. How dare you show your face here?" Chapter 63. The growth of Chen Qianqian, what was once an empty expanse, had become bustling due to the commotion. The barbecue shop owner seized the opportunity, erecting a stall, and even fruit vendors joined in. The area was destined to become increasingly lively. Liang Feng's kitchen reputation would surely grow, attracting more patrons. Lin Wu and his cohorts, brimming with pride, chuckled, "Bamboo leaf green, we won't bully you. If everyone here calls out Sister Qianqian once, we will let you share in the spoils. What do you say?" Sister Snake and her group felt a surge of frustration upon hearing this. They were eager to get involved, not just for the excitement, but also because they saw an opportunity. Although they often idled around, unlike Chen Qianqian's crew, they were contemplating ways to earn some money rather than relying on their families. With more factories springing up around them, workers would dine in the factory canteen at noon. But after work, the area would surely be bustling. Setting up a barbecue stall or restaurant would undoubtedly be profitable. They harbored this idea, yet unexpectedly faced such ridicule. Sister Snake blinked her large eyes and, through gritted teeth, scoffed, "Chen Qianqian, the martial world is merely a circle. Everyone knows each other quite well. Losing to you back then was a defeat, and we never intended to retract our words. Now, with all this commotion, I was contemplating setting up a barbecue stall or a restaurant here so that my brothers could earn some pocket money, hence my appeal to you. Let us speak amicably and avoid unpleasantness. Who knows, perhaps in the future, you might seek my assistance as well." Chen Qianqian gazed at the baseball bat, retorting with a smirk, "Unpleasantness is precisely what I desire." "What? Do you wish to fight? A group behind her joined in, clamoring for action. Indeed, do you dare? If you win, it's yours. They shouted. Yes, do you dare? I doubt your capabilities. Sister Snake's subordinates held back their tempers. Sister Snake, biting her alluring red lips, intervened and advised gently. Today, we come empty-handed, bearing only sincerity. We have no intention of brawling. However, do not mistake our demeanor for fear. Moreover, I have heard that this was instigated by Liang Feng, unrelated to you, and I will inquire with him. She turned her gaze towards Liang Feng. Liang Feng, with his arms wrapped around Chen Qianqian's slender waist, puffed out his chest and boasted, "What my girl means is what I mean. Is there a problem?" Chen Qianqian, elated by his words, embraced Liang Feng and exclaimed, "Yes, we share the same sentiment." She waved her hand, saying, "Zhuaiking, you'd best take your people and leave swiftly. You know well that your subordinates are unarmed. Today, we will let you go, but should you return, we shall not be so forgiving." With the conversation growing increasingly tense, both parties exchanged no further pleasantries. Sister Snake, gritting her teeth, gestured for her followers to leave, their spirits visibly deflated. The onlookers erupted in cheers. They actually came to plead with us. What a relief. Sister Qianqian, Zhuaiking has truly been bested this time. Yes, it feels great. Zhuaiking, you've been stepped on. The jubilant crowd continued their raucous celebration. Yet, Chen Qianqian fell into contemplation. Zhuaiking's words reminded her that while the festivities grew, merely spending money would not sustain them for long. Their group possessed little savings, and they had no steady jobs, often relying on their families for support. Recently, Chen Qianqian had accompanied Liang Feng to gamble on football, earning several thousand. Others had made some profits too. Yet, it was insufficient to maintain a one-sided financial outflow. It would be wiser to invest this money as capital to establish a stall or a restaurant, providing sustenance for her brothers. Spending their days aimlessly might not lead to starvation, but it certainly wouldn't yield any substantial earnings. In a few years, as they aged, survival would become even more challenging. Chen Qianqian had previously owned a motorcycle repair shop, but due to her numerous friends and her generosity, the business ultimately faltered. Having learned her lesson, she was particularly attentive to this new opportunity. She resolved to ponder this matter thoroughly. Who exactly was Zhuaiking? She seemed quite capable. Bringing her subordinates along to establish a restaurant, Liang Feng inquired, to which Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes, responding, "What? Do you find her enticing and wish to test the waters? What nonsense are you spouting?" Liang Feng shot her a glare. Chen Qianqian chuckled, "It's merely a worn-out shoe. There's no need for you to concern yourself." She then cheerfully beckoned, "Come on, everyone, that's enough. They're just a bunch of defeated foes. What is there to celebrate? Let us continue enjoying ourselves." The group resumed their merriment, laughing and playing. "By the way, what prompted such impulsiveness? You charged in so directly," Chen Qianqian remarked, casting a glance at Liang Feng. "Do you even know where they come from? Mind your words. Be careful they don't block your way." Liang Feng, unfazed, sneered. "Wherever I stand, that's where I belong. Who dares to provoke me? I am Liang Feng. Boastful, aren't you?" Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes at him, but soon burst into laughter, finding his words amusing. She secretly noted that if anyone ever asked her where she belonged, she would respond similarly, "Wherever I stand. That is where I belong." At that moment, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana approached, their faces shining with admiration. "Liang Feng, you are so handsome. How did we not notice this while we were in school? Indeed, you are truly remarkable. It's as if we hardly recognize you now." They then turned to Chen Qianqian, exclaiming, "Sister Qianqian, you look splendid too." "Yes, absolutely stunning," they echoed. Chen Qianqian beamed with pride. "I have always been handsome. Take your time to appreciate it." Gu Yuan and Jean Nana giggled like starry-eyed admirers. This incident seemed to have come to a close, yet Chen Qianqian's thoughts were elsewhere. Once seated, she murmured, "Liang Feng, do you think opening a restaurant here would be feasible?" "Of course it would work," Liang Feng replied thoughtfully. "This place is buzzing with activity. Many of the large factories from Tang City are gradually relocating here, including the colossal Tang City Steel. With more people, business is bound to thrive." He smiled and added, "Are you hoping to open a restaurant with your gang to earn some pocket money? Just be sure you don't end up with nothing. Rest assured, I've previously run a motorcycle repair shop, and they nearly ran it into the ground. I won't let that happen again this time," Chen Qianqian remarked. Her interest piqued further. However, she decided to deliberate on it longer and shifted her gaze toward Gu Yuan and Jean Nana. "Did you notice? While we appear quite impressive with our group, in reality, we're merely at the bottom of the social ladder, planning to open a restaurant or perhaps a barbecue joint. You two should focus on your studies. You'll surpass us in the future. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana discerned the heartfelt advice in Chen Qianqian's words, feeling deeply moved. They hadn't expected the fierce-looking leader to possess such depth. Gradually, their admiration for Chen Qianqian grew, and they replied earnestly, Sister Qianqian, you can count on us to study hard. Yes, Sister Qianqian, you truly are a good person. Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes, choosing not to engage further in that conversation. Her mind still occupied with thoughts of opening a restaurant. At that moment, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana inquired, Sister Qianqian, why do you call Liang Feng young master Liang? Yes. What does that mean? They had never considered the implication of young master, and were somewhat puzzled. Chen Qianqian laughed, because he is wealthy, incredibly wealthy. Didn't you know? Extremely wealthy. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were taken aback. Earlier, Chen Qianqian mentioned it, but they did not think much of it, feeling it was merely a bit more than the average person. However, the phrase super wealthy was a different matter altogether. Do you truly not know? Chen Qianqian wrapped her arm around Liang Feng's neck and chuckled. This lad is quite the enigma. His net worth is at least 100 million, not in yen, but in real currency, genuine wealth, indeed. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? My heavens. What? 100 million. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were taken aback. They were aware of Liang Feng's prowess, far beyond their imagination. Yet, the revelation of his worth left them utterly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor as they gazed at Liang Feng. Liang Feng, you are a billionaire. Something like that, Liang Feng replied with a chuckle. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were completely astonished, realizing that Liang Feng had already surpassed their expectations and perceptions, becoming an unattainable figure in their eyes. A billionaire, indeed. Chapter 64. The young ladies are easy to deceive. Young Master Liang, do you need a follower? Young Master Liang, do you require a runner? Young Master Liang, do you need someone to carry your bags? Young Master Liang, may we join you from now on? After processing the shocking news, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana hurriedly plastered smiles on their faces and approached Liang Feng, saying, Young Master Liang, please accept our admiration. You are truly remarkable. Indeed. Young Master Liang, you are astonishing beyond our imagination. Yes, Young Master Liang, may we serve as your followers from now on? The two young ladies' eyes sparkled with admiration. They had already considered Liang Feng to be impressive, but they had not anticipated that he would be so infinitely more remarkable, beyond their wildest dreams. In an era where the average income hovered around 400 yuan, the concept of a billionaire seemed utterly fantastical, an unimaginable notion. Liang Feng chuckled wryly. You too? How easily deceived you are. You actually believe that? Truly remarkable. Casting a glance at Chen Qianqian, he added, she was merely jesting. I've earned a bit of money. But how could I possibly have 100 million? You two are far too naive, too easily misled. That is 100 million, after all. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana were momentarily stunned, awkwardly scratching their heads. Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, how could someone in their early 20s possibly accumulate such wealth? They sat back down, pouting. Chen Qianqian laughed. Ladies, you see? You are ill-suited for our line of work. Your innocence is overwhelming. Most of us speak very few truths, especially the men. It's all lies to entice you into bed, and then they simply walk away. So, focus on your studies. Oh yes. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana awkwardly chuckled, surprised by this turn of events. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed entirely reasonable. Earning 100 million was no small feat. Even Liang Feng, impressive as he was, could not possibly amass such a fortune. They felt foolish for their naivety, scratching their heads in embarrassment. Haha, Liang Feng laughed. Enough with the awkwardness. It was merely a joke. Indeed, do not take it to heart. Chen Qianqian cast a glance at Liang Feng and chose not to elaborate further. She had discerned that Liang Feng preferred a low profile, hence she refrained from making proclamations. Indeed, we have been rather naive. No. I believe it is our unwavering trust in Liang Feng that has led us to this. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana reflected on this, yet Jean Nana inquired, but, Qianqian, why do you call Liang Feng young Master Liang? Yes, why indeed? Chen Qianqian, resting her arm casually on Liang Feng's shoulder, chuckled, because he is handsome. Ah, I see. The two girls laughed, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he is quite handsome. Young Master Liang, you truly are charming. The laughter subsided as they decided not to delve deeper into the topic, instead choosing to relish in the ease of the moment. However, the two girls still had driving lessons to attend, and as time pressed on, they followed the driving school vehicle. Young Master Liang Qianqian, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. Chen Qianqian glanced at the girls and then at the time, remarking, our esteemed young Master Liang, it is about time for your departure, is it not? Yes, it's nearly time. Liang Feng calculated the hours before rising, mounting his motorcycle and waving farewell to the others. Wu Zi, Sister Jing, my friends, see you tomorrow. All right, see you tomorrow. Young Master Liang, till tomorrow. The gathering waved goodbye as the sun began to set. As Liang Feng rode his motorcycle, carrying Chen Qianqian, they gradually faded from the view of the crowd. Chen Qianqian, wrapping her arms around Liang Feng's waist, playfully pressed her face against him and pouted. Why not speak the truth? Tell them you are wealthy. Then, these two leggy beauties would be within easy reach. So naive, I do not appreciate that. Liang Feng leisurely rode, his back to the sunset, navigating the road at a relaxed pace. Chen Qianqian smiled coyly, tightening her embrace, and murmured, drive faster. You mustn't be late. Such a caring soul. Liang Feng quickened his pace, merrily weaving through the streets with Chen Qianqian. Feeling inspired, she remarked, meeting you has been truly wonderful. Indeed, as she reflected on their journey from their initial acquaintance to this moment, it seemed almost surreal. Yet, fate is peculiarly whimsical. She felt content, holding Liang Feng tightly as if afraid he might slip away. Liang Feng had never experienced such carefree joy in his past life. This time around, he found it quite delightful, albeit a tad indulgent. Yet, happiness, he mused, is the greatest reward. Thus, his fondness for Chen Qianqian grew stronger, and he turned to her, saying, meeting you has been rather lovely as well. How annoying. Chen Qianqian felt enveloped in sheer bliss, completely consumed by happiness. Eventually, they arrived at the foot of Building 9 in Steel City Community, precisely at 5 o'clock. Liang Feng's residence was on the first floor, room 101. Conveniently located by the stairway, he retrieved his key and opened the door with a smile, saying, as you mentioned yesterday, next time, isn't that today? You cannot escape now. No, truly. I cannot. Chen Qianqian protested, feeling a twinge of fear. This was no mere game. It was quite alarming. Liang Feng chuckled. Oh, come now, be obedient. Chen Qianqian felt a sudden flutter within her heart, slightly disoriented by his words. Nevertheless, she quickly retorted, really, I cannot. Stop teasing. What if your parents find out? No, that won't do. Wasn't the last time quite pleasant? Liang Feng exerted a firm tug, pulling Chen Qianqian to the doorway. Clutching the doorframe, she pleaded, please, dear brother. I promise I will come over first thing tomorrow. I swear I won't deceive you. No, you must accompany me tonight. I refuse to be alone in an empty bed. With that, Liang Feng fortunately lifted her into a princess carry and strode into the room. Chen Qianqian, flustered, began to kick about in a frenzy, exclaiming, stop it. You little tyrant, you can't do this. Liang Feng chuckled heartily, tossing her into the bedroom before returning to the entrance to lock the door with a decisive click. At that moment, Chen Qianqian dashed into the living room, witnessing the unfolding scene, and gritted her teeth, declaring, if your mother discovers this, I won't take responsibility. You better count your blessings. As long as you cooperate, there will be no issues, Liang Feng reassured her, heading to the kitchen to fetch 2 bottles of cola. Handing one to Chen Qianqian. Here, have some cola to cool off. You needn't worry about anything else. Chen Qianqian felt a mix of trepidation and inexplicable excitement. This scenario seemed to be more thrilling than she had anticipated. She approached the window and peered outside, inquiring, what time do your parents return? They should arrive in about 10 to 20 minutes, give or take. Typically, they get home around 5:20. If they encounter someone they know, they'll chat for a bit. Liang Feng gulped down several mouthfuls of cola, the heat of the summer motorcycle ride dissipating. Well, you better be prepared. If we're caught, I won't be afraid. Chen Qianqian shot him a glance. Liang Feng laughed. Rest assured, my dear, I've got everything under control. Chapter 65. A hidden beauty. As the clock struck 5:30, the sound of 2 clicks echoed through the air. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing returned home from work. Chen Qianqian, too shy to utter a word, curled up beneath the covers and pointed outside. Liang Feng smiled, placed a gentle kiss on her lips, and strode out to greet his parents, who were laden with groceries. I must inform you, I have commenced a fast. I didn't even eat lunch, he declared with a mock seriousness. Bai Jing shot him an exasperated look, retorting, "Starve if you wish. If you don't eat, it'll save food." With that, she turned and entered the kitchen. Upon realizing he truly hadn't eaten, she added, "I'll reheat something for dinner. We can eat that." Liang Qinggong grunted, "You drank my beer the day before yesterday and my fine tea yesterday. I'm curious to see what mischief you'll conjure today." He began to inspect the house. Fearing his father would enter the bedroom, Liang Feng smilingly said, "I didn't touch anything today. I studied all day, and my head feels heavy." "That's more like it. Studying is far more beneficial than anything else," Liang Qinggong remarked. Reassured that nothing was amiss, he proceeded to help in the kitchen, casting a glance at Liang Feng, and added, "You look rather listless. Do you wish to go out for some fresh air? Just return before dinner. I'll give you half an hour." Liang Feng dared not venture outside, hastily replying, "I'm feeling a bit dazed. I'll just rest in my room. Call me when dinner is ready." "With such a request, you still won't go outside?" Bai Jing grumbled. "This child seems quite well behaved. Our son has always been good. Once this tumult passes, we should let him go out and have some fun. Keeping him cooped up isn't ideal." In the kitchen, two individuals exchanged playful banter. Liang Feng returned to the bedroom, gently securing the door behind him, and observed Chen Qianqian curled up on the bed, reminiscent of a hidden treasure. He gestured toward his phone, a smile gracing his lips as he proposed, "Shall we indulge in a game of Tetris?" Chen Qianqian quietly nestled into Liang Feng's embrace, nodding in agreement. They took turns playing, each round heightening their excitement and thrill. As mealtime approached, Liang Feng stepped out for a few bites before retreating back to the sanctuary of the bedroom. Bai Jing, sensing something amiss, noticed her son's unusual demeanor. His cheeks flushed and knocked on the door, inquiring, "Son, why are you holed up in your room? Come out and chat with your parents. We haven't had a proper conversation in days." Liang Feng held Chen Qianqian close, who stifled a giggle in his arms. "Mom," he responded with a hint of annoyance, "I have quite a bit of homework today. Please let me rest for a while and don't bother me." "All right, rest then. You're growing up. It's not fitting for me to intrude too much," Bai Jing replied, lingering at the door before turning to join Liang Qinggong in watching television. However, she still felt something was off with her son, pondering if his confinement might be affecting his health. Within the room, Liang Feng and Chen Qianqian reveled in their intimate moments, basking in the comfort of each other's company. Chen Qianqian typed, "Your parents could never imagine that their son shares his room with a woman in such a state of undress. Indeed, I am the perfect child in their eyes." Liang Feng chuckled, understanding the humor that elicited a smile from Chen Qianqian. The following morning, Chen Qianqian felt reassured once Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing left the house. With her romantic spirit shining through, she cheerfully declared, "The last time you made me lunch. Today I shall prepare breakfast for you." "Sounds great," Liang Feng replied, reclining with his legs crossed. "Go on, there's likely no one at home." Chen Qianqian donned her attire and, with a beaming smile, hurried into the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, she discovered eggs and noodles prepared by Liang Feng's mother. "I'll boil 2 eggs and whip up some vegetables to accompany the noodles," she announced. "I'll follow your lead," Liang Feng replied, watching her with delight as she busied herself in the kitchen, her disheveled hair adding to her charm. This wasn't tea confinement. It was a delightful coexistence with a nonconformist girlfriend. "My dear, you are truly remarkable." "You are just flattering me," Chen Qianqian smiled back, her heart swelling with joy. It is often said that men are captivated by beauty, while women are enchanted by promises of devotion. Women are creatures of sound. Sometimes, sweet words can wield great power. A sentiment Liang Feng wholeheartedly agreed with. "Hurry and freshen up. Breakfast will be ready soon." Chen Qianqian, standing at the kitchen doorway, cast a loving glance at Liang Feng. "All right, I shall heed the words of my beloved Qianqian." Liang Feng rose to wash up, and upon finishing, he found the noodles, poached eggs, and stir-fried bean sprouts ready. "You've done quite well," Liang Feng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight. Chen Qianqian chuckled, "I am in my 20s as well. If I can't manage this, I would truly be a fool." She laughed again and said, "Let us see how it tastes." After taking a bite of the fried egg, Liang Feng gave a thumbs up. "Not bad, quite tender." He then sampled the stir-fried bean sprouts and added, "This flavor is also delightful. Paired with your noodles, it's a perfect match." "That's great." Chen Qianqian giggled, feeling increasingly like a young couple. As she ate, a smile played at the corners of her mouth, her heart filled with joy. She found herself bemused, wondering how she had fallen for this little rascal. Yet, The experiences they shared brought her immense happiness. She sensed that Liang Feng was a dependable man, someone she could entrust herself to, allowing their relationship to flourish. How did I end up under your spell, you little scoundrel? Humph, you've left me utterly enchanted, and I'm entirely at your mercy. Liang Feng grinned mischievously. I assent it because you care for me, dear sister. You simply say sweet words. Though she retorted, her heart was elated, and her eyes were solely focused on Liang Feng. She was utterly captivated. Liang Feng equally relished this sensation. Chen Qianqian was unlike You Siyan. He joyfully exclaimed, "Come, sit in your husband's embrace while you eat. What are you doing? Stop it." Chen Qianqian blushed, never having anticipated such a scenario. She was the big sister outside, after all. She couldn't allow herself to appear too delicate. "Come here." Liang Feng beckoned with a playful expression. Chen Qianqian pouted. But eventually, she took her noodles and settled on Liang Feng's lap, saying, "Why do I always obey your words? Have you cast a spell on me?" "Because you love me," he replied. "Of course, I love you too." Liang Feng, with a honeyed tone, wrapped his arms around her slender waist and said, "Let us share a bowl of noodles. How can you be so bold? Aren't you embarrassed?" Chen Qianqian blushed deeply, feeling quite bashful. "What I say is true," Liang Feng teased, raising the bowl. Chen Qianqian reluctantly complied, saying, "This is so dull." Chapter 66. Chen Qianqian's future girls like Chen Qianqian, despite sporting a wild hairstyle and donning leather jackets and pants, are truly those who dare to love and hate passionately. Such a girl would abandon everything to elope with a boy she loves, indulging in a carefree life. The so-called obedient girls would not act similarly. They would scrutinize your possessions, consider your car, deliberate over your dowry, and analyze your family background, ultimately caring less for the person himself. However, girls like Chen Qianqian do not behave that way. They focus on the essence of a person. Of course, this also makes them more susceptible to deceitful men, as they are easily misled. At this moment, Chen Qianqian gazed at her charming young lover, her heart brimming with joy, unable to resist planting a kiss on him. "Good little brother, you mustn't deceive me, otherwise I might just perish." "What are you saying?" Liang Feng chuckled bitterly, cupping her face and asking, "Have you been fooled several times to speak such words?" He asserted with unwavering confidence, "Rest assured, dear brother, I shall never deceive you, never." Such women, who resort to self-harm in order to intimidate their boyfriends or husbands, are often governed by a romanticized and irrational mindset. They believe that by inflicting pain upon themselves, their partners will feel remorse. When faced with challenges, they resort to self-inflicted harm as a means of manipulation, assuming their significant others care for them as deeply as they do. Little do they realize, this is far from the truth, particularly when entangled with a scoundrel. Such behavior leads to utter ruin. With the wisdom of experience, Liang Feng could discern that Chen Qianqian epitomized the type of girl prone to extreme behavior. He reiterated earnestly, "Good sister, as long as you do not disdain me, I shall never relinquish you." "Well, I shall not let you go either," Chen Qianqian replied with a smile, her delight evident. When her romantic impulses took over, she cast aside all caution. Otherwise, she would not be nestled in Liang Feng's small bedroom at such a late hour, indulging in reckless abandon. At that moment, having received a gratifying answer, she gleefully slurped her noodles, playfully pinching Liang Feng while exclaiming, "By the way, I want to discuss something serious with you. I genuinely wish to open a restaurant or a barbecue joint. What do you think? Hoping to earn some money, are we?" Liang Feng inquired, curiosity piqued as he savored his noodles. Chen Qianqian nodded vigorously, her eyes wide with enthusiasm. "Of course. Who wouldn't want to make money? I certainly cannot wait until the Euro Cup in 04. I would starve." "No need to wait that long," Liang Feng pondered, setting down his chopsticks, and replied earnestly, "Do you understand stocks?" "Stocks? Not really. Why? Do you have information on that front?" Chen Qianqian's interest was piqued, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Liang Feng. Although she lacked knowledge, she had heard whispers and seen similar news. If she could ascertain which stocks would rise, purchasing them would surely lead to substantial profits. She recalled how Liang Feng could predict the World Cup scores. Surely, he must have insights into stocks as well. Eagerly, she urged, "Come on, dear brother, tell me." Liang Feng replied thoughtfully, "I am aware of some stock trends, but they are primarily long-term. Stocks cannot yield results like football, where outcomes are revealed within 2 hours. However, I can assure you, if you hold on to them long-term, you are guaranteed to amass wealth." The dividends alone would sustain you for a lifetime. The year 2002 had just witnessed the bursting of the internet bubble, leaving many future giants with shockingly low stock prices. Compared to the future, the difference was staggering, often by hundreds of times. Liang Feng had long contemplated investing a portion of his $45 million to acquire some stocks for unforeseen needs. Noticing Chen Qianqian's desire to earn money, he considered the possibility of cultivating her as his stock trading partner. After all, he had a sense of which stocks would flourish, such as Matai. Having invested in Matai's stocks now would secure a comfortable future, free from financial worries, with dividends sufficient for a lavish life. Thus, he planned to take this good sister on a venture into the stock market. However, Chen Qianqian suddenly pouted and shook her head. Long-term means a long wait. And that's unacceptable. Besides, it makes my head hurt just thinking about it. I can't handle it. It's not difficult. You just need to dedicate yourself to learning. And it won't be a problem, Liang Feng reassured her. He hopes to provide Chen Qianqian with a bright future. Stocks have become one of the simplest investment avenues. Whether it is NetEase or Tencent, they are the titans of future generations. Investing several million could potentially make one a major shareholder, leading to a fortune of billions. Even stocks like Matai are not to be dismissed. A lifetime of indulgence and prosperity awaits. Liang Feng chuckled. Qianqian, do not lack confidence in yourself. Give yourself a month to learn, and you will master it. When the time comes, I will tell you which stocks to buy, and I assure you, you will profit. Really? Chen Qianqian smiled, finding the prospect feasible. She knew nothing about stocks, but having watched numerous dramas about the stock market from Hong Kong, she understood the potential for significant gains. If one could predict which stocks would rise, profit was certain. She grinned and said, "This is fantastic. Hey, my dear brother, you are truly remarkable to know such information in advance. However, the problem is, whenever I try to study, I feel drowsy and weak. I fear that I may disappoint you." She appeared somewhat shy and awkward. There was no remedy for her rebellious spirit from a young age. The mention of learning something made her head ache, not to mention stocks, which seemed so lofty. Chen Qianqian feared making mistakes. Liang Feng found her amusing and said, "In that case, why not try your hand at business first? Treat it as a game, and then gradually approach stocks. Once you become familiar with the business world, everything will become clear." "That sounds good," Chen Qianqian replied, her personality being rather carefree. However, she felt that stocks were still too distant for her. Opening a restaurant seemed far more tangible. She thought trying out being a small business owner would be worthwhile. "With your support, dear brother, I feel reassured. As for stocks, once I understand, you can share the information with me. Rest assured, I will only tell you," Liang Feng replied. "Regarding the restaurant, with my backing, you should proceed boldly." Liang Feng planned to invest a sum to help Chen Qianqian take her first steps. As for what the future held, that would be left to time. After some contemplation, he declared, "If we are to do this, let us do it grandly. I will invest 500,000. Go ahead and pursue your venture without hesitation." 500,000. No, that is far too much. Chen Qianqian was taken aback. Liang Feng chuckled. "It is not excessive. I have my reasons." He comfortingly patted her frizzy hair and encouraged, "Success lies in our efforts, Sister Qianqian. You can do it." Chen Qianqian remained somewhat bewildered. 500,000. She could hardly fathom it. Initially, she had intended to use her modest savings of a few thousand, but with Liang Feng's investment, her confidence soared. Nonetheless, that amount still felt overwhelming. Yet, seeing the trust in Liang Feng's eyes, she nodded. "All right, with this 500,000, I will certainly not let you down." Chapter 67. A change of plans. Chen Qianqian had to return home to report her progress, so she departed. Liang Feng passed the time by sitting back on the windowsill, picking up his guitar, and soon the melodious strains of Cinderella filled the air. "You are truly exquisite, utterly delightful. Oh, Cinderella, my Cinderella." Chen Qianqian rode her motorcycle. Listening intently, her lips pursed in a smile as she blew a kiss before zooming away with a hum. Wei Yanyan, a young girl on the brink of her senior year, heard that familiar melody from upstairs, and her eyes instantly sparkled. She joyfully dashed down the stairs, tightly clutching an ice cream, her face radiating a brilliant smile. Upon reaching Liang Feng, she presented the ice cream to him as if offering a treasure, exclaiming, "Brother Liang Feng, please have this. I saved it just for you. You must accept it." "All right, I shall indulge," Liang Feng replied with a grin, taking the ice cream and savoring a bite. "Little beauty, you are quite thoughtful. Every time I sing, you are here. Henceforth, you shall be my #1 fan." Number 1 fan. Wei Yinyan paused, her face a mask of confusion, clearly not grasping the implication, as it sounded akin to a name one might find in a brothel. Liang Feng chuckled and clarified, "It means the leader of my fans, simply put." "Ah, I see." Wei Yinyan beamed, her understanding dawning as she playfully declared, "Then I shall be your number 1 fan." Curiously, she inquired, "Brother Liang Feng, was the ice cream sweet?" "It was delightful when I had it. And I thought of bringing you one." Liang Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. This young girl, barely 17 or 18, possessed a graceful and alluring figure, already hinting at the beauty she would undoubtedly become, renowned far and wide. "Wait a moment," Liang Feng said, retreating to his room to retrieve a can of cola, which he handed to Wei Yinyan. "As my number 1 fan, you deserve a reward. Here, enjoy this sweet cola." "Thank you, Brother Liang Feng," she replied with a charming smile, opening the drink and taking a sip before leaning towards the window. "Brother Liang Feng, why didn't you play the guitar yesterday? I waited all day, but you didn't perform." Her slender shoulders and delicate waist, coupled with her playful smile, exuded an enchanting allure. Despite her youth, she possessed a captivating charm that many women could not rival. Her innate charm was unmistakable. Liang Feng laughed heartily. "You little rascal, you needn't wait for me. I wasn't feeling well yesterday and had some assignments to complete, so I didn't play. And you, preparing for your senior year, must focus on your studies and strive to gain admission to North China University." "Yes, brother, you need not worry. I have always been diligent," Wei Yinyan replied, her lips curving into a confident smile. Just moments ago, she had boldly referred to him as brother. She twirled her alluring figure, her sparkling eyes dancing as she asked, "Brother, what will you eat for lunch? Do you need me to go buy something for you?" She brandished her small wallet, adding, "I have some pocket money saved up." Liang Feng felt a surge of delight at her thoughtfulness, realizing his guitar practice had not been in vain. His fan was indeed considerate. "No need. My parents have prepared something for me, but I appreciate your kindness, my little fan." "You are too polite, brother." Wei Yinyan beamed with joy, her sparkling eyes radiating happiness. Liang Feng strummed the guitar strings, saying, "Sister, pick a song. What would you like to hear? I'll sing it for you." Wei Yinyan pondered for a moment and replied, "Brother, I would like to hear Heart Too Soft. I believe you sing it the best." "All right, no problem," Liang Feng said, gently gliding his fingers over the guitar, beginning to sing. "You are always too soft-hearted, shedding tears alone until dawn." Wei Yinyan swayed her hands in rhythm, perfectly in sync. One could only imagine how remarkable this little girl would become as she grew up, a stunning beauty who would undoubtedly captivate countless young admirers. "Brother, you're so handsome," Wei Yinyan said with a gentle smile, leaning against the window. Their conversation began to take on a hint of flirtation. Fortunately, some junior and elementary school students, drawn by the melody, gathered and made their way downstairs. Liang Feng cheerfully continued to sing, transforming the scene into a concert. "What would you like to hear? Just tell me, and I will sing it for you." The children eagerly chimed in with their requests. Wei Yinyan pouted in discontent, realizing that her chance for a private moment with Liang Feng had slipped away, yet she joined in, calling out, "Brother, you haven't finished singing Heart Too Soft yet." "All right, I'll continue," Liang Feng replied, cradling the guitar as he resumed his song. At that moment, Feng Yan's mother, Li Qinyan, unexpectedly entered from the community entrance, accompanied by a graceful and enchanting woman. From a distance, she was quite breathtaking. Liang Feng noticed them ascend to Feng Yan's residence and felt a flicker of familiarity with the captivating woman, though he dismissed the thought and continued playing. Before long, the telephone at home rang. "Little fans, please hold on. I need to take a call," Liang Feng said, setting down his guitar to answer the phone. "Who is it?" he inquired. The voice of Bai Jing came through. "It's your mother. Who else could it be?" She continued, "Feng Yan's mom, your Aunt Li, has found a tutor for Feng Yan. She mentioned that you, along with Wang Shan, Zhang Yun, and Chen Feng, should attend classes to improve your English since you all have struggled with your CET 4 and CET 6 exams. Aunt Li will come to the door shortly. Just follow her." "What?" Liang Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never expected such a turn of events. He was already in college. How could he be sent to a remedial class? "Mom, I'm a college student. It's not normal for college students to attend tutoring classes. I can study on my own," he protested, feeling frustrated as his plans for the afternoon were now in disarray. This was not how he envisioned his day unfolding. Bai Ying retorted, "You should go. As you previously complained about being home alone, now that you have the opportunity to study with others, it's a good thing. Hurry up and go. With that, she abruptly hung up. Liang Feng, feeling disheartened, had yet to process the situation when he heard a knock at the door. In walked Feng Yan's mother, Li Qinyan, smiling as she greeted him. "Ah, Liang Feng, come on, let's go to Annie's house. I've arranged an English teacher for Yan Yan, and you all can study together. Once I exchanged greetings with your mother. You should hurry over." Liang Feng was exceedingly reluctant. His fans were still by the window, eagerly awaiting his song. Wei Yanyan and several children leaned against the window, craning their necks in anticipation. Li Qinyan glanced over and said, "Stop mingling with those half-grown kids every day. Come with me. Focusing on your studies is far more important." "Oh, fine," Liang Feng replied sullenly. Under the circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. "All right, Aunt Li. Please wait a moment. Let me grab my books, and I'll be right there. Hurry up," Li Qinyan urged from the doorway. As Liang Feng gathered his books, he turned to his fans, saying, "My dear friends, I must head to class now. You all should study diligently as well. I promise to sing for you again when I have the chance." "Okay, brother, I'll wait for you." Wei Yanyan and the others waved reluctantly before turning away. Chapter 68. The beautiful teacher, Zhu Shaoqing. Li Qinyan left to inform Wang Shan, Zhang Yun, and Chen Feng, taking her leave first. Ordinarily, Chen Feng, who had not participated in the swimming incident at the reservoir, should not have been punished, yet he too was caught in the crossfire and faced confinement. Thus, he was summoned to join the class as well. When Liang Feng arrived at Feng Yan's home with his books, he overheard Chen Feng complaining. "What does this have to do with me? I wasn't even there, yet I'm still being punished. Why should I be involved?" His frustration was palpable. He was undoubtedly the most disgruntled among them. Feng Yan chuckled and said, "Stop fretting. We're out now, aren't we? Just a few more days, and it will all blow over." Zhang Yun sighed. Indeed, it was perilously close to disaster. If it weren't for Liang Feng, Zhang Hongyao might have perished. So, if we have to face confinement, so be it. Even now, remembering it sends chills down my spine. Then he remarked, "By the way, I feel quite sorry for Liang Feng. You saved Zhang Hongyao, the daughter of the factory director. You'd think your parents would be proud, yet here you are, also confined." Feng Yan nodded in agreement. "Yes, why are you being punished?" Liang Feng set his books down and rolled his eyes. "My parents scoff at my act of heroism. Instead of praising me, they chastised me fiercely, warning that there are water ghosts in the reservoir, and that trying to save someone could lead to being dragged down as a substitute victim. So, rather than commend me for my bravery, they perceive me as foolish." Chen Feng interjected with a laugh. "I feel the same. My mother has warned me about water ghosts too." "Liang Feng, you truly are daft." Wang Shan shot him a glance and retorted, "Nonsense. I went to save her too. I assisted as well. I was pushing from behind." "No, wait. Liang Feng was pulling her left hand, and I was pulling her right. I am a hero too, yet no one praises me." Zhang Yun laughed. Liang Feng even performed artificial respiration. What is it called? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation? Yes, that is it. Without him, it would be a miracle if Zhang Hongyao survived. "I concur." "Liang Feng, you are the most unfortunate," Feng Yan said with a smile. At that moment, Li Qinyan emerged, dragging a woman behind her, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Enough chatter, Teacher Zhu has arrived. Teacher Zhu, these are the children I mentioned. Please assist them with their English studies. I appreciate your efforts." The esteemed Teacher Zhu, as referred to by Li Qinyan, sported black-rimmed glasses, donned a Korean-style white blouse paired with a black pencil skirt, and elegantly stepped in black high heels. Shyly adjusting her glasses, she reassured, "It's no trouble at all, Auntie Li. You can rest assured, I will take good care of them. With your presence, I am indeed at ease. Now, let us call for the teacher." Li Qinyan called out. Only then did the others clearly see the teacher's appearance. Wang Shan and Chen Feng's eyes lit up with surprise at such a striking beauty, promptly exclaiming, "Teacher Zhu, greetings." Zhang Yun echoed, "Teacher Zhu, hello?" Feng Yan rolled her eyes, retorting, "What are you all saying? It's Zhu as in bamboo, not Zhu. It's Teacher Zhu." "Oh, Teacher Zhu, hello?" Wang Shan, Chen Feng, and Zhang Yun felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing they had misheard right from the start. Teacher Zhu smiled gently, waving her hand. "It's all right. It's an easy mix-up. My name is Zhu Shaoqing, and you may call me Teacher Shaoqing." "Teacher Shaoqing sounds lovely," Wang Shan chuckled. The others exchanged eye rolls, noting that it was indeed I who had led them astray. "Yes, it's your fault," they teased, directing their playful scorn at him. Wang Shan, awkwardly smiling, defended. I didn't mean to. Teacher Xiaoqing, please don't be upset. Not at all, Zhu Xiaoqing replied with a serene smile, exuding warmth. In just a few exchanges, she bridged the gap with her students, who eagerly gathered around her. Only Liang Feng stood back, astonished, as he realized that this very Zhu Xiaoqing was the same woman he had negotiated with the previous night, also known as Snake's sister, Zhu Yeqing. What a coincidence! Liang Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation, thinking how small the world truly is. Zhu Xiaoqing had likewise noticed Liang Feng, equally astonished. The renowned Liang Feng, boyfriend of Chen Qianqian, had unexpectedly become her student. Maintaining her composure, she introduced herself and bid farewell to Li Qinyan, assuring her, Auntie Li, you can be assured, I will ensure they excel in their entrance exams, passing the CET 4 and CET 6. All right, I shall take my leave then. Li Qinyan replied with a smile. The room was left with Zhu Xiaoqing and the students, Liang Feng, Wang Shan, and others, all gazing at their beautiful teacher with enthusiasm. Teacher Xiaoqing, you are truly stunning. Teacher Xiaoqing, how old are you? You seem not much older than us. Teacher Xiaoqing, how tall are you? You are quite tall. Zhu Xiaoqing adjusted her glasses, responding with a sweet smile. I am 3 years older than you. Really? You look so youthful. Indeed, Teacher Xiaoqing, you appear remarkably young. Zhu Xiaoqing glanced at Liang Feng and said, all right, enough chit-chat, let us commence the class. Yes, indeed. The students obediently settled into the prepared seats. Zhu Xiaoqing stood at the front, picked up her textbook, and stated, this is my first time teaching as well, but I excelled in English during my university years, particularly in the CET 4 and CET 6 exams, which I passed in my sophomore year. Therefore, feel free to ask me any questions. I should be able to assist you. Faced with the attractive teacher, Wang Shan and Chen Feng felt invigorated, while Liang Feng remained in a state of bemusement, gazing at this beautiful instructor. He found himself both amused and perplexed, pondering how delightful it would be to converse with her privately if an opportunity arose. As for the lecture content, Zhu Xiaoqing spoke with clarity and confidence, indicating that she had prepared thoroughly rather than speaking aimlessly. Soon, the class came to an end. With a parched throat, Zhu Xiaoqing quickly took a sip of water. Feng Yan, having brought the prepared herbal tea, smiled warmly and said, Teacher, please have some of this. My mother specifically asked me to prepare it for you. Thank you, Zhu Xiaoqing replied graciously, her demeanor markedly different from the previous day. Liang Feng observed from a distance, aware that Zhu Xiaoqing was looking for an opportunity to engage him in conversation. According to their agreement, she was to conduct 2 classes, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, both in English. The fee for her services was 100 yuan for the day, a considerable sum in 2002. However, even a full-time teacher would find such a schedule exhausting, especially for someone like Zhu Xiaoqing, who was teaching for the first time. As she sipped the herbal tea to soothe her throat, she discreetly watched Liang Feng, who had gained a formidable reputation in the community after winning a substantial sum in a gambling match. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoqing decided to broach the subject with him, saying, Liang Feng, I've noticed you haven't been very active in class today. With a sweet smile, she clearly sought to create an opportunity for dialogue. Is it because my teaching isn't engaging? Before Liang Feng could respond, Chen Feng, with an air of arrogance, interjected. The English proficiency at North China University has always been lacking. They only speak English in silence, unlike our Hai Gang, which boasts a plethora of foreign teachers. Teacher Xiaoqing, my spoken English is quite good, wouldn't you agree? Liang Feng rolled his eyes at Chen Feng's boastfulness. Chen Feng, having heard of Liang Feng's recent achievements, refrained from further boasting and simply asserted, it's true, my spoken English is excellent. Indeed, Chen Feng, you are commendable, but Liang Feng, you should take a leaf out of Chen Feng's book and engage more actively in class. Zhu Xiaoqing remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Your parents have invested money in your education. If you don't apply yourselves, it is you who will suffer the consequences. See, even teacher Xiaoqing acknowledges it. My spoken English is the best. We at Hai Gang have all foreign teachers, Chen Feng proclaimed with a smug expression. Liang Feng, uninterested in Chen Feng's antics, politely replied. I understand, teacher. By the way, I'm feeling hungry, so I'll be leaving now. He prepared to exit, uninterested in further conversation with Zhu Xiaoqing, who had hoped to use this moment to draw closer to him. Her face radiated with joy as she hurriedly exclaimed, I possess the keys to each of your homes. Just now, Aunt Li mentioned that you have prepared lunch, so you may return home to dine. As she waved the keys, she added, "Indeed, look." Chen Feng's expression was one of excitement. Wang Shan dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand, stating, "I have no intention of going home. I've been cooped up for days, not having stepped out of the community gate." Feng Yin chimed in, "Exactly. Let us eat out. I've been craving spicy hot pot for ages." Zhang Yun perceived this as a splendid opportunity to unwind. A gathering of the five for a meal seemed delightful. "Yes, let us go out together." Liang Feng, aware of Zhu Xiaoqing's intentions, simply remarked, "You all go ahead. My spoken English isn't very proficient. I'll practice at home." He took his own keys from Zhu Xiaoqing's hand and stepped outside. Wang Shan, noticing this, quickly said, "Liang Feng, why are you being such a lone wolf? Come on." "Yes, join us," Feng Yin added, attempting to intervene. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaoqing elegantly quickened her pace, catching up to him, and said, "It appears that classmate Liang Feng has not quite grasped my lessons. How fortuitous it is that I can offer him some individual instruction." With that, she dashed outside. This scene left the others bewildered, yet upon reflection, they surmised that Liang Feng might feel embarrassed due to his less than stellar English grades. And thus they chose not to pry further, saying, "All right, then the four of us will go eat. Where shall we go? Let us have spicy hot pot." "Sure. We can each choose our own dishes. That sounds splendid." The four of them cheerfully set off. Chapter 69. Zhu Xiaoqing's thoughts. Liang Feng hastened homeward. Zhu Xiaoqing followed closely behind, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she managed to catch up, teasingly saying, "Liang Feng, young hero, what a coincidence to meet again." Liang Feng did not spare her a glance, scoffing. Indeed, who would have imagined the illustrious Zhu Yeqing, sister snake, would come here to be an English teacher? Zhu Xiaoqing smiled softly, waving her hand dismissively, and replied, "I can hardly be considered illustrious. I am but a minor character. It is you, Liang Feng, who has become a figure of prominence." Noting Liang Feng's brisk pace, she gritted her teeth and remarked, "Could you not slow down? Do you not realize I am wearing high heels?" Liang Feng continued at his rapid pace. Zhu Xiaoqing's heels were at least 7 or 8 centimeters high, making it difficult for her to keep up. Liang Feng teased, "You've come to teach, yet you wear such high heels. You are simply inviting trouble, not my fault." He maintained his speed. Zhu Xiaoqing retorted, "I usually wear heels around 10 centimeters. You've seen me before." She tugged at her collar, loosening it slightly, and added, "I toned it down significantly for today, and you still accuse me of not being serious." This statement sparked a realization in Liang Feng. He remembered how Zhu Xiaoqing had been exceptionally glamorous yesterday. Today, she appeared somewhat subdued. It was evidently intentional. Amused, he chuckled, "Then why are you chasing me?" "I'm heading home for a meal." Zhu Xiaoqing pursued him, saying, "Who doesn't he know that young Master Liang has won a fortune through gambling? Those who associate with you are all thriving. Who wouldn't he want to get to know you and cultivate such connections?" Her meaning was quite straightforward. Everyone yearns to forge an acquaintance with you, and I am no exception. Zhu Xiaoqing, clad in high heels, diligently kept pace behind Liang Feng, who strode forward briskly. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Do not heed those baseless rumors. They are entirely unfounded." Zhu Xiaoqing smirked. "Unfounded? I dare say there is substantial truth to it. Chen Qianqian and her entourage, whose former motorcycles were far more dilapidated than ours, have upgraded to brand new ones solely due to their association with you. They have audaciously usurped our territory, a domain that rightfully belonged to us. It was your collaboration with Chen Qianqian that enabled them to prosper, consequently snatching away our rightful place. Liang Xiaoxia, you are indeed the root cause of this predicament." After an extensive explanation, Zhu Xiaoqing finally clarified the situation. Liang Feng, upon reflection, began to comprehend the dynamics at play. It became evident why Chen Qianqian and her group treated him with such deference during the World Cup. The insights he provided had allowed them to profit significantly. This revelation illuminated his understanding of Chen Qianqian's vehement reaction to Zhu Xiaoqing's approach for negotiations. There lay a history behind it. Zhu Xiaoqing was indeed the central figure. He nodded with a smile, stating, "A loss is a loss. There is no need for excuses." With that, he resumed his journey homeward. "Do take your time." Zhu Xiaoqing, struggling to maintain her pace, huffed. "Is it possible to revisit the matters we failed to negotiate yesterday?" Liang Feng continued his swift stride, asking, "What terms do you wish to discuss?" Recognizing an opportunity for negotiation, Zhu Xiaoqing hastened a few steps and proposed, "It is quite simple. That area is becoming increasingly popular, particularly at night. with its bright lights. Many are planning to establish restaurants and barbecue joints nearby. I intend to act swiftly and secure a location for my own investment. All I ask is that you refrain from causing us any trouble. Liang Feng chuckled. That territory has already been conceded to Chen Qianqian. You must honor your commitment, correct? Thus, you will need her consent, am I right? Zhu Xiaoqing nodded, affirming, indeed, that is precisely the case. We accept our defeat. But Chen Qianqian will undoubtedly resist our attempts to reclaim the territory. However, I have noticed that her group is inclined to follow your lead. So I beseech you for assistance, Liang Feng. With a wry smile and a sigh, she continued, we are not affluent like you. A person of considerable influence whose mere gesture can ensure his subordinates enjoy years of comfort. Our desire to open a restaurant or barbecue establishment stems from a genuine intent to engage in legitimate business and secure a livelihood. As they conversed, they arrived at Liang Feng's residence. He produced a key, unlocking the door with a click. Zhu Xiaoqing followed him inside, stating, your parents have entrusted me with 1,000 yuan for 10 days of lessons. During this period, I shall be your instructor. If you assist me, I will provide cover for you, allowing you to pursue any endeavors you wish. Besides, Tang City is not vast, and we may very well cross paths again in the future. So I implore you for a favor. Their dialogue continued, echoing the sentiments from the previous day. It is evident that Zhu Xiaoqing is genuinely eager to establish a shop in Liang Feng's kitchen. Liang Feng notices this keenly. Upon entering the room, he first grabs a bottle of chilled cola, takes a few sips, and then remarks, is this what you came for? Zhu Xiaoqing, with a serious expression and a pouting lip, nods and replies, to someone of your stature, this matter may seem trivial, but for us, it represents a lifeline. I earnestly beseech you. With a smile gracing her lips, she stands there, playfully clutching Liang Feng's arm, her eyes filled with imploring desire. Liang Xiao, please do me this favor. It must be said, this young woman possesses an extraordinary appearance and figure. After entering, she removed her high heels, revealing her bare feet clad in nylon stockings, her head held high, and her lips pouted in a captivating manner. She certainly knows how to draw attention, especially with the buttons of her white shirt undone, showcasing her ample bosom, rivaling even You Siyan. However, she is younger and shorter, adding to her allure with a somewhat doll-like quality. Yet, Liang Feng understands that she cannot openly express her desires, as the territory belongs to Chen Qianqian. Although Chen Qianqian is obedient to him, he cannot make decisions on her behalf. After contemplating, he shakes his head and states, this matter is beyond my jurisdiction. The territory is one you lost to Chen Qianqian. You must approach her. Seeking my assistance will yield no results. Zhu Xiaoqing rolls her eyes and retorts, then what was the point of my words? In society, she is renowned as Sister Snake, a title earned through her formidable reputation. At home, she may present herself as a docile girl, but when provoked, she can be a formidable force. She has been negotiating amicably with Liang Feng, hoping to prevent any fallout over trivial matters, as nothing is more concrete than the pursuit of profit. However, despite her persistent pleas, Liang Feng remains unmoved. Frustrated, she bites her lip, stamps her foot, and scolds. Liang Feng, I've exhausted my pleasantries. Could you not be so ungracious? Liang Feng, absorbed in his cola, replies, it is not a matter of me being ungracious. I simply cannot intervene. First, the territory is not mine. Second, those individuals are not under my command. They merely extend me a modicum of goodwill. As you mentioned, I help them earn some profit, which is why they grant me this favor. If I were to pressure them to allow you involvement, they would likely acquiesce. However, the underlying conflict remains unresolved, and further complications would arise, jeopardizing your business and potentially leading to losses. It is more prudent to first resolve the conflict for the benefit of all parties involved. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoqing nods vigorously, her eyes sparkling with understanding. She acknowledges the wisdom in Liang Feng's words, exclaiming in admiration, no wonder at such a young age. You have achieved so much. You articulated the pros and cons so clearly that even I, the party involved, am left astounded. Thank you. You truly are a remarkable individual. Chapter 70. Zhu Xiaoqing's outburst. Zhu Xiaoqing is greatly impressed by Liang Feng's insights, recognizing the validity in his reasoning. She realizes she had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Without resolving the underlying issues, even with Liang Feng's backing, her venture would be fraught with instability. It is far wiser to address the troubles before proceeding. Her eyes sparkled, and with a smile, She remarked, "Your few words have truly awakened me. You are remarkable indeed. I ought to call you teacher. Teacher Liang, you are truly impressive." Rising with a cheerful demeanor, she bent slightly. "No need for formality, Xiaoqing," Liang Feng replied with a chuckle, sipping his cola. He then inquired, "So, teacher Xiaoqing, is this considered a home visit?" The implication being, the matter has been clarified, and you may take your leave. Yet, to his surprise, Zhu Xiaoqing not only remained but elegantly settled herself, lifting her chin and extending her slender legs, boldly declaring, "Indeed, I have come for a home visit, Liang." Has your teacher not even been offered a cup of hot water or tea? Liang Feng shot her a sidelong glance and said, "All right, enough of the theatrics. We all know each other well enough. As for this matter, you should consult Chen Qianqian, not me. I am here specifically for you," Zhu Xiaoqing retorted, her playful defiance rising as she rolled her eyes. "Who told you to be my student?" She then laughed heartily, adding, "As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a mother. Humph, having been your teacher for a day makes me your mother now, haha." She continued to laugh at her own jest, while Liang Feng, irked, chose to ignore her. "Oh dear, I misspoke," Zhu Xiaoqing, realizing her joke may have gone too far, quickly apologized. "I merely jest, please don't be upset. A true gentleman stands tall. Do not stoop to the level of a mere girl like me. It would be unbecoming for you, the esteemed Liang, to argue over trifles." After a moment's contemplation, Liang Feng resumed his seat and said, "To be honest, Chen Qianqian took your advice to heart yesterday and felt inspired to engage in something more meaningful. She believes it's time to stop idling away our days. It seems you both are on the same wavelength. She too is considering opening a store." "What?" Zhu Xiaoqing exclaimed, scratching her head. "We are thinking along the same lines. That can only lead to competition. If it comes to that, she will surely oppose my involvement." With this, her tone suggested a rhetorical question, though she genuinely sought Liang Feng's guidance, her big eyes wide as she rested her chin in her hands, gazing at him. "Stop with the coyness. It's pointless," Liang Feng replied with a smirk. "Coyness? What do you mean?" Zhu Xiaoqing blinked, puzzled. "Ah, it's just that. In the language of our youth, we shouldn't feign innocence. It serves no purpose. So what do you propose we do that would be effective?" With a smile, Zhu Xiaoqing raised an eyebrow. She was dressed in a strikingly sexy manner, a white shirt complemented by a black skirt, exuding an alluring charm. Truly, she was a breathtaking beauty. After a moment of thought, Liang Feng said, "Regarding what you mentioned, I have considered it as well. And it may not be a bad idea. That area is bustling. In the next 5 to 10 years, Tang City's economy will flourish, and people will have more disposable income. Opening a store there seems prudent, and if you only launch one, it may not thrive for long. It could merely enjoy a fleeting success. However, if several establishments open, creating healthy competition, it would be even better. For instance, as more diners emerge, you could open a karaoke venue. As more singers appear, a leisure spot could follow. Ultimately, it's all about entertainment and consumption." "You are absolutely correct." Zhu Xiaoqing found Liang Feng's words quite reasonable. However, the issue lay in the fact that they had initially lost their territory and departed from it. Now, attempting to reinsert themselves would undoubtedly provoke Chen Qianqian, who would surely rally her associates to create chaos. It wasn't that she feared Chen Qianqian, but rather that she was wary of Chen San, who stood behind her. Moreover, their position was untenable, making it difficult to approach anyone for assistance. After much contemplation, she pouted and said, "My dear Liang, I beseech you for one last favor. Could you arrange a meeting with Chen Qianqian? I wish to have a proper conversation with her. If I approach her now, she will undoubtedly be too emotional to heed my words. If you could facilitate this meeting, there might be a chance for resolution." Liang Feng pondered for a moment and deemed it feasible, nodding in agreement. "That should be no problem. But whether it succeeds is beyond my control." "Very well. Your assistance in this matter would be greatly appreciated, my Liang Feng, the valiant hero," Zhu Xiaoqing exclaimed. Rising and chuckling softly, feeling relieved. Class commenced at 1:30, leaving her with an hour and a half until then, as it was only noon. Liang Feng intended to take a brief nap, disregarding her further inquiries as he made his way to the bedroom. "Once our discussion is concluded, you may leave. Do remember to close the door behind you," he instructed. However, as Zhu Xiaoqing reached the door, she turned back to ask, "By the way, haven't you all been grounded these past few days? How can you manage to go out?" Liang Feng retrieved a key from his pocket, stating, "Is there anything that can thwart my endeavors?" Zhu Xiaoqing laughed and nodded. "Indeed, I had forgotten. Who are you if not Liang the hero? With a playful giggle, she turned to leave. Once outside, she reopened the door and inquired, Liang the hero, are you truly in a romantic relationship with Chen Qianqian? If so, your taste is quite unique, favoring someone with an explosive hairstyle. With that, she laughed heartily and departed. Liang Feng shot her a sideways glance, choosing not to respond. This woman was not easy to deal with. Upon reflection, it seemed he was the one who had suffered today. Next time, I shall ensure you regret it. He vowed silently, gritting his teeth. Chapter 71. The romantic mind of Chen Qianqian during class. Liang Feng refrained from using his phone. At that moment, he lay on his bed, took out his phone, and checked if anyone had attempted to contact him during the lesson. He found 3 missed calls from Chen Qianqian and 1 from You Siyan. Noticing that no one had answered, You Siyan sent a text message updating him on the progress of the Internet CAF's paperwork, with nothing else to report. Liang Feng replied simply, understood, before returning Chen Qianqian's call. After 3 attempts, it seemed she was quite anxious. Upon answering, Chen Qianqian's displeasure was palpable as she questioned, what is going on? Why haven't you been answering my calls? Her tone was imbued with irritation, reminiscent of a young girl in love, upset at being unable to reach her boyfriend. Liang Feng chuckled ruefully, plans have changed. Chen Qianqian paused, asking, what has changed? Liang Feng sighed, my mother and several other students' parents, who have also been grounded, hired an English teacher to conduct lessons for us. I must attend classes now, and it will be even more difficult to go out in the afternoon. Chen Qianqian's face fell, and she pouted, this change in plans is rather unfriendly, isn't it? Once again, she inquired, what about the afternoon? There is not a moment to spare. Liang Feng calculated the time and replied, there should be some, but I cannot be entirely certain. Alas, my good days have come to an end. Indeed, how has it come to this? Chen Qianqian sighed deeply. Their carefree afternoon hours have vanished without a trace. Over the past few days, she had been quite joyous. Who would have thought it would disappear so abruptly? Pouting, she lamented, not long ago. Xiaowu mentioned that a traveling troupe from another city would be visiting in the afternoon. I was looking forward to taking you along. It surely would have been delightful. But now, alas, Liang Feng sighed. I too wish to witness it, but time is uncertain. He then added, however, I have something even more intriguing to share, which is sure to astonish you. What is it? Do tell quickly. Chen Qianqian's voice brimmed with curiosity. She had attempted to contact Liang Feng 3 times without success, feeling a mix of anger and frustration. However, upon hearing his explanation, she realized he was in class, and her irritation dissipated. With a cheerful demeanor, she urged, now, speak up, Liang Feng said. Can you guess who our English teacher is? How on earth could I guess? Chen Qianqian replied. Just tell me, who is it? Liang Feng articulated each word distinctly. Zhu Xiao Qing. Zhu Xiao Qing. Chen Qianqian muttered, momentarily perplexed. Then, with a sudden realization, she slapped her thigh and exclaimed, oh, I understand now. It's Zhu Yiqing. Her real name is Zhu Xiaoqing. She burst into laughter. My goodness, she is your English teacher? Just her? Haha, if this gets out, it would be absolutely hilarious. Zhu Yiqing is actually teaching you English. Ha! Chen Qianqian laughed uncontrollably, unable to fathom such an occurrence. She kept murmuring in disbelief. If you hadn't told me, I would never have believed that venomous snake could be a teacher. Liang Feng smiled wryly. Don't laugh just yet. She has become my teacher and has, under the guise of being a teacher, asked me for a favor. Chen Qianqian composed herself and asked seriously, is she requesting you to let her establish a foothold in our territory to open a restaurant? I must inform you, that is unacceptable. I wish to pursue that endeavor myself, and she can forget about it, she huffed. Initially, that territory belonged to them, and they wouldn't even let us play there. Now that we have triumphed, it is rightfully ours. If they dare to come, they will face consequences. Liang Feng had anticipated her reaction and chuckled. She didn't ask for anything else, just for me to provide you two an opportunity to meet and converse, so you can have a proper discussion. She is now my teacher, and I merely relay her message to avoid any complications during class. Is that so? Chen Qianqian pondered for a moment before saying, fine, dear brother, for your sake. I shall grant her this opportunity, she added. However, you must be cautious. This Zhu Xiaoqing is not to be underestimated. Liang Feng, uninterested in the gossip, reclined on his bed with legs crossed and chuckled. I have conveyed her message. This matter is no longer my concern. After some contemplation, he remarked, If you have nothing on your plate, do come find me. I'll be in class this afternoon, so you can wait at home until I finish. It would be perfect to bring Zhu Xiaoqing along for a chat, thus reciprocating the favor she extended as my teacher, saving us both the trouble of scheduling another time. All right, I shall go then, Chen Qianqian cheerfully replied before hanging up. According to the schedule, classes commenced at 1:30 in the afternoon, and it was still only noon. Liang Feng busied himself with reheating the meal his mother had prepared. Chen Qianqian burst in with fervor, her radiant presence nearly blinding Liang Feng, who quickly shielded his eyes and exclaimed, "My goodness, what is this brilliance? You are dazzling. You certainly moved swiftly, and you've dyed your hair golden. What do you think? Stunning, right?" Chen Qianqian twirled her voluminous golden locks, which shone brilliantly, and added with a smile, "I reported to my mother early this morning and rushed off to dye it, hoping to surprise you. Do you like it? My dear sister, you are indeed obedient." Liang Feng remarked casually, only to find that she had promptly acted upon his suggestion. He chuckled, examining her golden-haired appearance, noting that her complexion appeared even fairer, and she seemed to stand taller. However, her extravagant hairstyle resembled that of a golden lion. Yet, for some reason, Liang Feng found it quite appealing, embodying the essence of contemporary fashion, undoubtedly nonconformist. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched Chen Qianqian's delicate cheek and teased, "You love-struck fool, you just dyed your hair without hesitation. If I were to sell you, you would still help me count the money, wouldn't you?" Chen Qianqian playfully flung herself into Liang Feng's embrace, coyly expressing, "I would happily count the money for you. What is wrong with that?" All right, Liang Feng replied, pulling her closer to scrutinize her appearance once more. "You look splendid. The more I look, the more I appreciate it. Hee, our golden lion. How annoying," Chen Qianqian retorted, ruffling her hair and casting a playful glance at him. "I actually wanted to dye it long ago. Thanks to you, I finally had the confidence. Hee, I feel beautiful. Indeed, you are beautiful. How could you not be with such a striking, nonconformist hairstyle?" Liang Feng chuckled in agreement. Chen Qianqian, brimming with joy, eagerly exclaimed, "I'm also planning to get a tattoo of your name on my body, declaring that I shall be yours for a lifetime. What do you think?" Such sweet nothings were undeniably enticing. In his previous life, he had never encountered such sentiments, yet in this one, he was fortunate to have found them. Gazing at Chen Qianqian, his affection deepened. He gently grasped her delicate chin and, with a tender bite, whispered, "Keep it in your heart. I will forever love you." "And I love you," Chen Qianqian responded, as if offering her very soul to him. This was the essence of being love-struck. Such emotions were not to be taken lightly. Chen Qianqian's eyes sparkled with tears of joy, completely enraptured. Liang Feng felt the same. A woman like her was not to be forsaken. Chapter 72. Chen Qianqian and Zhu Xiaoqing. Liang Feng never anticipated encountering such a love-struck elder sister. Consequently, his affection for Chen Qianqian deepened. He even contemplated inquiring about her past, wondering what experiences had shaped her life. Yet, fearing it might displease her, he restrained himself, opting instead to express his love through fervent actions. Chen Qianqian reciprocated in kind, her cheeks flushed, shyly demonstrating her obedience and sweetness. Her romantic inclinations fostered a rather alarming notion within her, that if she complied, she could capture a man's heart and earn his love. Liang Feng, fully aware of this dynamic, had no intention of disappointing her. With a smile, he said, "Come now, let your younger brother see your heart, and reveal why you love me so dearly." "Stop it. Don't mess with my clothes." Chen Qianqian giggled, then added, "They say drinking soy milk will help one grow. I wonder if it's true. Regardless, I've decided to drink it every day from now on, ensuring that I surpass that little vixen Zhu Xiaoqing in size. Too large is unattractive. Yours is just perfect." Liang Feng chuckled. "Where's your heart? I haven't seen it yet," he teased. "How annoying." Chen Qianqian laughed, yet playfully stated, "I want to see if I reside within your heart. Come on, take a peek." Liang Feng opened his mouth wide, jesting, "Jump into my heart and have a look." Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes, pinching him, and replied, "Do you think I am the fairy Zixia? How could I possibly enter to see?" "No worries. If I open my mouth wide enough, you will see," Liang Feng said, exaggerating his expression. "How could that be? Stop joking with me." She laughed, poking him. Yet, she found delight in their banter, relishing the experience of being in love. "Liang Feng, meeting you is truly wonderful. Indeed, I feel quite fortunate to have encountered you as well," Liang Feng responded with a smile, reclining back with his arms behind his head. Class begins at 1:30 and ends at 2:30. At that time, I shall bring Zhu Xiaoqing along. Regardless of your conversation, I will have fulfilled my task. Hehe. I am curious to see how Zhu Xiaoqing performs as a teacher. The thought alone is amusing. By the way, Chen Qianqian chuckled, you should prepare for class soon. Rest for a bit. You don't want to feel drowsy during the lesson. Indeed, it is quite hot today, making one easily sleepy. I shall take a quick nap. You should too. Liang Feng and Chen Qianqian closed their eyes, indulging in a midday slumber. At 1:20, Liang Feng groggily awoke to find Chen Qianqian had already fallen asleep. He quietly got up and prepared for class. An hour passed swiftly during the lesson. As previously arranged, Liang Feng returned home with Zhu Xiaoqing. Feng Yan, Zhang Yun, Wang Shan, and Chen Feng were all intrigued by Zhu Xiaoqing's special attention towards Liang Feng, yet they did not dwell on it too much. After all, they were now more liberated, free to come and go without restrictions. Wang Shan promptly invited Chen Feng to the internet CAF, while Feng Yan and Zhang Yun set off to purchase items favored by girls, ignoring Liang Feng altogether. After class, they dispersed. When Liang Feng brought Zhu Xiaoqing home, Chen Qianqian had already awakened. With an air of nonchalance, he lounged on the sofa, his striking golden hair drawing attention. Zhu Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly covered her mouth with a laugh, teasing, Liang, your taste is truly unique. Even your hair has turned yellow. Chen Qianqian shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, our matters are not for you to meddle in. If it weren't for my Liang Feng asking me to find you, I wouldn't bother with you at all. When it comes to racing or fighting, you're all talk and no substance. Zhu Xiaoqing crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips as she replied defiantly, are you sure? In cycling, you are no match for me. What? Are you unwilling to concede? Chen Qianqian shot her a glare. Zhu Xiaoqing, seeking assistance, softened her tone somewhat and huffed, you know perfectly well how you won. It's merely because of your superior vehicle. Your wealth is merely a byproduct of following Liang Feng. Had I met him first, there would be no place for you. Chen Qianqian swiveled her body, affectionately settling onto Liang Feng's lap, and smugly declared, unfortunately for you, fate didn't favor you. Zhu Xiaoqing was left at a loss for words, exhaling a resigned sigh as she redirected her focus to the matter at hand. All right, enough of this trivial banter. I wish to inquire whether I could open a shop in Liang Feng's kitchen. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Qianqian retorted, Tang City is vast. Shops can be opened anywhere. You were the ones who relinquished your territory to us, so why come crawling back now? Seeking to profit from a restaurant? Tang City is abundant. Why fixate on this spot? It seems you still harbor greedy ambitions. This series of pointed questions left Zhu Xiaoqing speechless. She turned to Liang Feng, seeking his support, for some words were difficult for her to express, hoping he might intercede. Liang Feng made his stance clear. I am merely responsible for bringing you here. Everything else is beyond my concern. As he spoke, he gently embraced Chen Qianqian's slender waist, ensuring to honor his girlfriend. He understood that he must not stray from her side at this moment, lest he undermine her usual compliance. Chen Qianqian grew even more smug, adjusting her wild hair with a chuckle. Zhu Xiaoqing, seething with frustration yet holding her tongue, asserted, let's dispense with the frivolities. My attire is my own concern. I merely wish to discuss the shop. To be frank, opening a shop elsewhere requires renting a space. Your area is thriving, and as long as I can construct a simple structure, no one will bat an eye since it's essentially wasteland. Even if regulations arise later, by then, I would have made sufficient profit. To be candid, our group is currently short on funds, and I am not in a favorable position either. To make ends meet, I have resorted to teaching English. We all navigate life in Tang City, and it is inevitable that you will need my assistance in the future. If you agree to this proposal of mine, I, Zhu Xiaoqing, will certainly not be remiss in my support. She thumped her chest, laying her demands bare. Chen Qianqian scoffed, but she paid no heed, retorting, what do I need your help for? I currently have people, money, and influence. I lack nothing. You might as well save your breath. With a cheerful tone, she added, by the way, aren't you quite adept at being someone else's mistress? If you want to make money, why not continue in that line? The earnings come in swiftly. Chapter 73. Chen Qianqian becomes a landlord. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Xiaoqing grew agitated, no longer able to contain herself. She placed her hands on her hips and retorted, Chen Qianqian, let me make this clear. I have tolerated you long enough. Do not provoke me time and again. And about my situation, it was you who spread those rumors. When did I ever become someone's mistress or a loose woman? That man deceived me, claiming he was unmarried. I was kept in the dark. How did it become my fault for being his mistress? And you, were you not also deceived, swindled of both money and affection? We are both women. Must we expose each other's wounds? Chen Qianqian's expression darkened, and she angrily replied, "Do not bring up my matters. We are not the same. All is fair in love and war. Do not play the innocent," Zhu Shaoqing shot back. Chen Qianqian, gritting her teeth, felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. She certainly did not wish to divulge her past in front of Liang Feng, her frustration palpable, almost ready to strike. Today, we are discussing serious matters. Verbal duels are acceptable, but physical confrontations are not. Liang Feng interjected, halting the conversation. Zhu Shaoqing, with a haughty snort, retorted, "You brought it up first. Do not blame me." She then redirected the conversation, hands on her hips, stating, "Let us not dwell on this. I maintain my stance. That territory is now yours. And I accept it. However, since we both navigate the same circles in Tang City, it would be prudent to maintain amicable relations." "No way," Chen Qianqian replied through gritted teeth, adamant in her refusal. Zhu Shaoqing, feeling utterly powerless, turned to Liang Feng with a hint of desperation. "Liang Feng, noble sir, could you not vouch for me?" Liang Feng shook his head, saying, "I have already brought you here and afforded you enough face. Must I also offend my girlfriend on your behalf? That simply will not do." Upon hearing this, Chen Qianqian's heart soared with delight. She embraced Liang Feng, playfully exclaiming, "Indeed. I am his girlfriend. Why would he help you instead of me? You are quite amusing." Zhu Shaoqing was thoroughly disheartened, feeling a profound disconnect with Chen Qianqian. Her sincere desire was to lead her comrades towards success and earn some money. For herself, it mattered little. She could make ends meet as an English teacher. And if worse came to worst, she could find someone to marry. But at present, Chen Qianqian's obstinacy was infuriating. With a deep sigh of resignation, Zhu Shaoqing turned to leave. "You think it over, and then have Liang Feng inform me." Chen Qianqian watched Zhu Shaoqing's retreating figure and scoffed. "No means no. There is no need to ponder further." She then tightly embraced Liang Feng, grinning, "My dear husband, you have truly honored me. All my efforts have not been in vain." Liang Feng chuckled in response. "Of course, if I were to turn against my own in such a moment, that would indeed be foolish." Chen Qianqian sensed a deeper meaning in Liang Feng's words, pouting and furrowing her brows. Noticing that Zhu Shaoqing had walked far away, she hesitantly inquired, "Dear brother, what do you mean by that? I can't shake the feeling that you are implying something. Do you truly think what she said holds merit?" Liang Feng smiled and clarified, "Between us, I will not keep anything from you. I believe you could allow her to open a shop there. Firstly, it would foster goodwill between you. Secondly, in my view, it would be wiser for you to be a landlord than to operate a shop yourself. When landlords enjoy peace of mind and reap profits effortlessly, it constitutes the most prudent business venture. Operating a shop can be exhausting, often yielding meager returns. Moreover, I believe that land will flourish in the coming decade. And accumulating a profit of 100 to 80,000 is certainly attainable within that time frame." This notion sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Chen Qianqian, albeit accompanied by some confusion, as she murmured, "Becoming a landlord? But that land is barren, with green belts and factories nearby. How can I manage it? The land isn't even mine." Liang Feng patiently replied, "Barren land is easier to acquire. Land can indeed be bought and sold. If you purchase the land, develop it, and construct a few commercial properties to lease out, wouldn't that guarantee substantial profits? I've contemplated this, and I assure you that the area will be profitable within the next 10 years. Liang Feng illuminated a path in real estate for Chen Qianqian, encouraging her to dip her toes into the venture and assess its feasibility. If it fails, the loss would be negligible. If it succeeds, the rewards could be bountiful. In the next 15 years, nothing surpasses real estate as a lucrative business. In 2002, land prices were still quite reasonable. Acquiring some parcels could lead to significant profits, far superior to running a barbecue shop. The more Chen Qianqian pondered, the more sense it made to her. Having previously operated a motorcycle shop, she was well aware of the challenges involved in running a business, which did not guarantee profit. However, becoming a landlord seemed far less burdensome. Yet, how could she establish the necessary connections? How could she purchase the land? She found herself at a loss, feeling overwhelmed by the complexity of it all. Liang Feng, perceiving her concerns, chuckled, "Money can work wonders. I will provide you with 1 million as startup capital. enabling you to navigate the necessary connections for that parcel of land and build a row of commercial shops. In 2 or 3 years, the rental income will cover your initial investment. 1 million? Chen Qianqian murmured, feeling that the undertaking was beyond her grasp. Liang Feng reassured her. Success is in the hands of those who act. I have presented you with an opportunity and provided the initial funding. All you need to do is acquire the land. What could be simpler? Chen Qianqian fell into deep contemplation, softly muttering, to establish connections, I should seek assistance from my third brother. He is likely to help me. Then, I must construct buildings, level the land. There is indeed much to be done. Liang Feng seized the moment, grinning. The more tasks there are, the better. You have so many brothers. It's an excellent opportunity to engage them all, ensuring everyone can earn a profit. If you were to handle everything alone, what would they be doing? Waiting idly for handouts. This won't do. They must all spring into action. Many hands make light work. Let us not squander such a splendid opportunity. Gradually, Chen Qianqian's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she exclaimed, You're right. I can enlist my brothers to assist. Many hands can achieve great things, as even 3 incompetent carpenters can rival a sage. The more she contemplated, the more she found this venture credible. Becoming a landlord certainly surpassed running a shop. Though it seemed daunting, if she could indeed acquire that land, it would undoubtedly yield profits for many years to come, efforts rewarded for a decade with just one endeavor. She gritted her teeth, resolute in her decision. All right, I shall give it a try. With that, she impulsively kissed Liang Feng and cheerfully declared, Oh dear husband, you truly are my lucky star. If this matter is resolved, I shall secure my future. Liang Feng chuckled, stating, This is merely the beginning. The journey ahead remains long. He would not overlook the real estate industry. Many colossal real estate companies of the future are just embarking on their ventures, and he cannot afford to lag behind. He has been diligently searching for suitable candidates, but has yet to find anyone. Given his age, it is unwise for him to take the lead himself. Thus, he has entrusted Chen Qianqian to give it a try. Perhaps, in time, she might conjure a miracle for him. He mused cheerfully, hoping for the best. Chapter 74. A visit from Zhang Hongyao's parents. After Liang Feng and Chen Qianqian discussed their forthcoming developments, they intended to visit the site for further refinement. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as they were about to leave, the home phone rang. Liang Feng reluctantly answered, inquiring, Who was calling? Liang Qinggong's voice resonated, Son, you are remarkable. You have truly saved Zhang Yaoyong's daughter. Haha. Today, the director of our steel plant specifically summoned me to his office to commend you. He also mentioned that Zhang Yaoyong would be visiting our home tonight, so you should tidy up. Liang Feng felt overwhelmed. It had been several days since the incident, and now the news had reached them. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, he replied, Dad, I told you that day that I saved Zhang Hongyao. But you all insisted that one should never rescue someone from the reservoir, claiming there were water ghosts. Why has this changed? Liang Qinggong chuckled. Indeed, one must not intervene. Next time, even if Zhang Yaoyong falls in, do not attempt a rescue. First ensure your own safety. Yet, since you have already saved her, they wish to express their gratitude. We cannot let our efforts go unacknowledged. He continued jovially. Besides, they have already stated their intention to visit. What can we do? We cannot refuse them. All right, I understand. What do you want me to do? Liang Feng asked, holding the phone. Liang Qinggong replied with a grin, Your mother and I are unable to leave. So you must tidy up the house. Ensure it is not too chaotic, as we wouldn't want to be embarrassed. At the very least, arrange the furniture neatly and refrain from drinking. Rest assured, I understand, Liang Feng said, ending the call. Chen Qianqian, fully dressed and holding her helmet, blinked her large eyes and asked, What is going on? Has the plan changed again? Yes, there has been another change. Liang Feng sighed in resignation. Before he could elaborate, the home phone rang once more. Wait a moment, I will explain soon, Liang Feng said as he answered the call. This time, it was his mother, Bai Jing. Bai Jing, filled with excitement, exclaimed over the phone, Son, you are amazing. You saved Zhang Yaoyong's daughter. Haha, you truly are impressive. Their family is coming to our house tonight to express their gratitude. Quickly, tidy up the house. It must not be a mess. Liang Feng felt utterly disheartened and bemused by the rapid response. With a hint of sarcasm, he replied, All right, I understand. My dad has already informed me. Just make sure to clean up thoroughly, Bai Jing urged before ending the call. Liang Feng shrugged helplessly as he spoke to Chen Qianqian, saying, I have mentioned before that I saved a girl from drowning at the Hulu Mountain Reservoir. I thought that was the end of it, but unexpectedly, my parents have only just realized that I am a hero. Isn't that a good thing? Does this mean I won't even have to attend classes anymore? Chen Qianqian looked at him with curiosity. Liang Feng shook his head and replied, as for the remedial classes, the fees have already been paid, so I must attend them. However, our factory director is coming to my home to express his gratitude, which means I cannot go out. I need to tidy up the house quickly to avoid upsetting my parents. Is that so? In that case, I won't go either. Chen Qianqian said as she tossed her helmet onto the sofa and glanced around. It's quite messy enough in here. Let me help you. After all, teamwork makes the task lighter. Sounds good. Let's work together, Liang Feng replied, feeling invigorated. He added with a smile, come on, let us start with our little love nest. Certainly. Chen Qianqian removed her leather jacket and began to assist in tidying up their cozy abode, as agreed. Later that evening, Liang Qinggong and Bai Jinka politely welcomed Zhang Yaoyong and his daughter Zhang Hanyao into their home. Director, please forgive us. We are just an ordinary working-class family. Liang Qinggong said with a smile as he opened the door. Bai Jinka chimed in. Yes, we hope we do not offend you. Upon entering, they discovered the interior was quite tidy, with spotless floors, which pleased them greatly. Liang Feng stood obediently in the living room awaiting their arrival. Bai Jinka's expression brightened as she said, Liang Feng, this is our factory director, Mr. Zhang, and you know Zhang Hanyao. Hello, Director Zhang, Liang Feng said, smiling politely. Careful not to be too forward with his parents present. He then glanced at Zhang Hanyao, who wore a blue and white fitted dress. Her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Holding several gifts, she shyly stood behind her father, smiling and nodding at Liang Feng. He returned her gesture with a nod and a smile before turning his attention to Zhang Yaoyong, who stood tall, at over 182 meters, with a dignified appearance, thick eyebrows and bright eyes. Dressed in formal attire and carrying several gifts, he said with a friendly smile, young man, no need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Zhang. Yes, that is how you should address him. Bai Jinka nudged Liang Feng with a knowing glance. Zhang Yaoyong, being the factory director and several ranks above Liang Qinggong and Bai Jinka, naturally warranted their utmost respect. Upon entering, Liang Qinggong led the way for Zhang Yaoyong. While Bai Jinka went to prepare tea, Liang Feng presented himself as a well-mannered child, saying, Uncle Zhang, hello. Hello, Zhang Yaoyong replied, taking a seat and sizing up Liang Feng with a smile, saying, young man, you're quite impressive, a real gem. If it weren't for you, my daughter Hanyao might not be here today. I have heard of your bravery. It was essential that we visit to express our gratitude, or it would seem too uncaring. He chuckled, adding, if anything had happened to Hanyao, her mother would have been furious with me. Mothers are always like that. Their children are their everything. Bai Jinka laughed along, pouring the tea as she engaged in the conversation. Zhang Yaoyong graciously lifted his cup and said, no need for such formality. Please sit down and let us converse. You two have truly raised an exemplary child. Zhang Yaoyong was the general manager of several factories under Tangxing Steel, including iron smelting, steel making, various rolling mills, and slag iron plants, with a workforce exceeding 100,000. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing were merely ordinary employees among this vast assembly, and despite being in their own home, they still felt a sense of unease about taking a seat. With his thick eyebrows and bright eyes, Zhang Yaoyong scrutinized Liang Feng while sipping his tea, exuding an air of authority as he remarked, I have heard about the events that transpired. Young man, you are preparing to study medicine in university and fortuitously applied your knowledge to save Hanyao. Am I correct? Liang Feng, neither humble nor arrogant, nodded in affirmation, yes. It was quite a coincidence. Zhang Yaoyong expressed his admiration, saying, this is no mere coincidence. It is the result of your preparedness. At your age, having acquired such knowledge is impressive, truly commendable, surpassing even what I achieved in my youth. He then glanced at Zhang Hanyao, who shyly lowered her head in silence. Zhang Yaoyong continued with a smile. You are even more capable than our Hanyao, who spends her days engrossed in computer games, nearly straining her eyesight. I had intended for you to take her out for some fun, yet it turned into such an ordeal. He added, I hear your parents have grounded you due to this incident, but there is no need for that. The blame rests with me. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing quickly protested. How can you, the factory manager, be held responsible? Indeed, it cannot be attributed to you, they echoed. Zhang Yaoyong chuckled. No, the fault lies with me. I often tell my daughter about our university days, swimming in the city moat, and frequently visiting the reservoir. She must have taken my words to heart, which sparked her desire to swim in the reservoir, nearly resulting in disaster. Hongyao, would you agree? Zhang Hongyao pursed her lips and nodded, feeling compelled to express her gratitude towards her savior. Uncle, Auntie, thank you for raising Liang Feng to be so exceptional and for saving my life. Otherwise, I would have perished. She sincerely bowed deeply. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing waved their hands in modesty, exclaiming, "Oh, what a lovely young lady. Please do not venture to swim in such places again." They often cautioned the children against visiting the Hu Mountain Reservoir, yet the children insisted on going, primarily blaming their recklessness. "Yes, indeed, it is the children who are too bold," they concurred. No, the blame still lies with me. I was careless." Zhang Hongyao discreetly stole a glance at Liang Feng, who happened to look back, their eyes meeting briefly. She quickly averted her gaze, feeling bashful in the presence of the boy who had unwittingly stolen her first kiss. For reasons unknown, their encounters left her flustered, unable to meet his gaze directly, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 75. Zhang Hongyao's gratitude. Liang Feng remained composed, standing obediently and affording his parents the respect they deserved, responding to Zhang Yaoyong's inquiries with poise. Bai Jing and Liang Qinggong felt a swell of pride, silently marveling at how their son had matured, their hearts brimming with joy, smiles nearly spilling over. Zhang Yaoyong took a sip of tea and a bite of apple, yet continued to scrutinize Liang Feng, exclaiming with admiration, "Young man, I have grasped the entirety of the situation, all thanks to you. First, you saved lives at the reservoir, and then you revived the heart. Truly remarkable. In the future, whatever you pursue, you will undoubtedly be a promising talent." Indeed, Liang Feng may be playful, but when he sets his mind to learning, he exhibits remarkable determination. Quite exceptional. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing chimed in cheerfully. Indeed, they affirmed, a man must possess a certain vigor. Zhang Yaoyong smiled and continued. As for the swimming incident at the reservoir, do not hold it against him. It was my subtle influence on Hong Yao that led to this. Regarding their outing to the reservoir, I had actually suggested it to Li Qinyan, asking her daughter to take Hong Yao out for some fun. As she was always at home playing on the computer, I feared she might develop myopia. Thus, the matter does not rest with these children. The blame lies with me and with Hong Yao, who, lacking an understanding of the water's depths, swam recklessly. Hearing her father's repeated admonitions about her computer usage, Zhang Hongyao could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Dad, please stop." Haha. Zhang Yaoyong laughed heartily. I shall refrain. He then remarked, "The children you have raised are indeed outstanding. They remain calm in adversity and possess perseverance. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of her mother, who is far away in Europe." Rising abruptly, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle towards the family of three. Both Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing were taken aback. While they were accustomed to Zhang Hongyao's bow, Zhang Yaoyong's gesture left them feeling overwhelmed. "Director, please, do not," they exclaimed, waving their hands in protest. Zhang Yaoyong, his face flushed, finally stood up and said, "I am over 40 now, and with only Hong Yao as my precious daughter, if anything were to happen to her, I truly do not know what purpose my life would serve. Therefore, I am immensely grateful." He had prepared a large red envelope as a token of appreciation, but upon reflection, he felt that presenting money would be somewhat abrupt and might tarnish the atmosphere, as no amount of money could adequately express his gratitude for the life-saving assistance rendered. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Have you not yet had dinner? Let us dine out together. It shall be my treat as a gesture of thanks." Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing hurriedly replied, No, we can manage something simple at home. It is only natural for the two children to assist each other. You are far too courteous, Director." Indeed, they agreed. "We have instilled in our children the importance of valor and the value of being useful to society and the nation." Liang Feng, taken aback, mused silently. "When did you ever educate me in such a manner? Did you not rather instruct me against intervening in others' affairs?" He glanced at Zhang Hongyao, her cheeks flushed, gazing downwards. Suddenly, it struck him that he had once believed Zhang Hongyao would vanish from their lives to pursue her journey in Europe. However, it now appeared that she would follow the original timeline after all. Stealing a moment while the adults conversed, he discreetly waved at Zhang Hongyao. Upon noticing, she smiled and waved back. Meanwhile, the parents continued their back-and-forth exchange, revealing a palpable bond between the families. Zhang Yaoyong holds his daughter in the highest regard, showering her with a plethora of compliments. Beyond mere flattery, his words resonate with heartfelt gratitude. At this moment, he earnestly declares, "I shall forever remember your family's kindness. I am a man who believes in repaying favors. Rest assured, nurture this child well. Who knows, she may very well become an excellent doctor in the future." Indeed. "You need not worry, Director. Our Liang Feng is exceptionally obedient," comes the reply. "Yes, very obedient indeed. She has been diligently reviewing her studies at home these past few days." Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing find themselves rather restrained in such a setting. However, as they hear Zhang Yaoyong praise Liang Feng, they cannot help but feel a swell of pride. As for the events that transpired, they remain blissfully unaware. Only now do they grasp that it was not merely a matter of saving someone from the water, but also involved the intricate art of resuscitation, leading them to regard Liang Feng with newfound admiration. "Hongya, you should also express your gratitude to uncle and aunt, as well as to your future classmate, Liang Feng," Zhang Yaoyong suggests. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, and thank you, Liang Feng," Hongya replies earnestly. Later, "I heard from Feng Yan that it was you who risked everything to save me. At that moment, everyone believed my fate was sealed. Yet you persistently fought for my life. I am truly grateful." "There's no need for such formality," Liang Feng responds with a gentle smile, embodying a demeanor of humble confidence that prompts Zhang Yaoyong to exclaim once more, "When this child completes her studies, you need not worry. I will surely secure her a promising position." Indeed, Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing nod enthusiastically. They glance at Liang Feng and notice Hongya standing awkwardly, prompting Bai Jing to say, "My dear, do enjoy some fruit while you're here. Please, make yourself at home." "Certainly," Hongya replies as she accepts an apple and takes a bite. Liang Feng playfully interjects, "What about me, Mom? I can't be left out." Bai Jing laughs as she hands one to him, her face brimming with pride. There's no shame in believing one's son to be exceptional. Rather, it is a true testament when others share that sentiment. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing cannot help but view their son through a lens of newfound admiration. "Director, to be candid, my son never mentioned a word about the rescue upon his return. I had no inkling of what transpired, and I thought they were merely causing trouble. Nearly dragging your daughter into it," Liang Qinggong confesses. "Yes, otherwise he wouldn't have been so reticent," Bai Jing adds with a chuckle. Liang Feng finds this amusing and thinks to himself, "Oh, dear parents, you are quite the hypocrites." Yet, he can also sense their embarrassment and silently encourages himself, "Fear not, dear parents. Your son shall undoubtedly become even more distinguished." Meanwhile, Zhang Yaoyong continues to express his gratitude in circles of conversation. Liang Feng and Hongya stand there, feeling a bit awkward. At that moment, Bai Jing suddenly smiles and says, "You two children need not stand there foolishly. Why not go to Liang Feng's room for a chat?" "Huh?" Hongya is taken aback. If they were still children, it would be one thing, but at their age, being alone together in a room might not be proper. Fortunately, Zhang Yaoyong chimes in, "Yes, let the adults converse. You two should go and talk in Liang Feng's room." With a smile, Hongya steps towards Liang Feng, who scratches his head in mild confusion. Because Chen Qianqian was still in the room, he quickly called out to her, saying, "All right, I'll take Zhang Hanyao to my room for a look." He left Chen Qianqian behind, finding the situation rather thrilling. Chen Qianqian, infatuated and devoted to Liang Feng, readily agreed. At that moment, to be on the safe side, she hid in the wardrobe, though it was not the most discreet choice. Fortunately, upon his entrance, the room was empty, save for a guitar resting on the desk. Once inside, Zhang Hanyao smiled and remarked, "By the way, I heard from Feng Yan that you've been sitting by the window playing guitar every day. Many children in the neighborhood come to listen. Is that true?" She leaned toward the window to take a glance. Liang Feng, noticing the tightly closed wardrobe, felt reassured and replied with a smile, "It's nothing, just finding joy amidst hardship." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hanyao appeared somewhat embarrassed. "It's actually my fault for causing you trouble. Had I not been so anxious and reckless, none of this would have happened." She lowered her head in gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I later heard from Feng Yan and Zhang Yun that it was all thanks to you. Without your help, I might not have survived, so I am truly grateful." She bowed deeply once more in a gesture of thanks. Chapter 76. The Mundane Zhang Yaoyong Zhang Hanyao. "You've expressed your gratitude multiple times, and your father has thanked me countless times. There's really no need for further thanks," Liang Feng remarked, observing Zhang Hanyao. Initially, he believed she would depart from his life, heading to Europe to establish herself there, with no further intersections between their lives. However, it seemed she would continue at North China University for another semester. His small fluttering wings had not altered Zhang Hongyao's fate, and he felt a sense of relief. If his presence had led to unfortunate events, that was something he did not wish to witness. Zhang Hongyao, with her long, flowing black hair and wearing a blue and white dress, stepped lightly in her sandals, murmuring, "No amount of gratitude can truly express my feelings. To be honest, I am still haunted by nightmares every day. I wake up terrified, gripped by fear that I might be dead, merely a wandering soul. Or perhaps in a parallel universe where I have perished. Thankfully, it's all just a nightmare because you saved me. Thank you." Liang Feng could only smile wryly. "I've already said you've expressed your gratitude numerous times. I appreciate it, and that suffices. Also, you should watch fewer American movies. There isn't that much supernatural sixth sense in life. There are many unexpected events. Once they pass, they are gone, so there's no need to dwell on them." "You've seen The Sixth Sense too?" Zhang Hongyao's eyes sparkled with surprise. The Sixth Sense is a film about a person who believes he is still alive while actually being dead, ultimately realizing his fate. Zhang Hongyao had projected herself into the narrative, spiraling into endless thoughts. Liang Feng sighed. "Yes, I've seen it, but that's just a movie. You're alive and well." At that moment, Zhang Hongyao, trembling in fear, vowed never to swim again, which was quite understandable. Her innermost fears lingered. If it were she in such a situation, Liang Feng imagined he would feel similarly. He reassured her, saying, "Look ahead, let this lesson suffice. Avoid engaging in overly perilous activities. There is no need for excessive fear." Zhang Hongyao replied softly, a smile gracing her lips. "Conversing with you has made me feel much better." She glanced around Liang Feng's room and continued, "If the opportunity arises, I would love to hear you play the guitar. Perhaps we could even team up for some gaming." Liang Feng remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the wardrobe, wary of Chen Qianqian's movements. Thus his focus wavered. He muttered absent-mindedly, "Gaming together?" Zhang Hongyao looked puzzled, momentarily taken aback. This was a term popularized in later years. Liang Feng, unaware of his slip, explained, "It means to team up in a gaming context. Online, it refers to two or more individuals joining forces to compete against others, colloquially termed gaming together." "Oh," Zhang Hongyao exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. "I consider myself a seasoned internet user, yet I was oblivious to the meaning of gaming together. It seems in your presence. You are the expert, while I am but a novice." Expert? How nostalgic that term felt. It had been used in 2002 to describe internet veterans. Expert? Liang Feng chuckled, a shiver of nostalgia running down his spine. "I am merely an experienced user, not an expert by any means." "Well, let us seize the opportunity to game together someday." Zhang Hongyao smiled in agreement. Indeed, the two found common ground. Thus their conversation flourished. Outside, Zhang Yaoyong, Liang Qinggong, and Bai Jingtan were engaged in animated discussion, each contributing their thoughts. Zhang Hongyao craned her neck to listen, murmuring, "Upon hearing about my situation, my mother became quite upset and intends to take me to Europe. My grandparents share her sentiment, blaming my father for not keeping a closer watch on me, while I insisted on remaining. The foreign environment is not easily adaptable. If you wish to go, you could acclimate before the winter break. If it doesn't suit you, returning would be an option," Liang Feng suggested. Zhang Hongyao shook her head, replying, "No, that's not the reason. I used to visit my mother in Europe every summer and am already accustomed to it. My decision to stay stems from my desire to learn more about you, my savior." Liang Feng was taken aback. Such a sudden confession left him momentarily speechless. Especially with Chen Qianqian still in the wardrobe, it would be disastrous if she overheard. Zhang Hongyao chuckled. "Rest assured, I merely wish to understand you better. There are no ulterior motives." "That's a relief." Liang Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. If Chen Qianqian were to overhear and cause a commotion, it would indeed spell trouble. Fortunately, Zhang Hongyao chose not to pursue the topic further, diverting the conversation to online games. She discussed various titles such as StarCraft, Warcraft, and even Legend and Miracle, demonstrating her thorough engagement with the online community. Thus, they conversed for over an hour until night fell completely. Zhang Yaoyong finally stood and announced, "Let us call it a night for now. We must ensure to gather our families again in the future, and I must express my gratitude to your family." Sounds good. Liang Qinggong, Bai Jing, and Zhang Yaoyong wished for Zhang Yaoyong to depart swiftly, for the conversation had become exceedingly awkward. Hong Yao had already taken her leave. Zhang Yaoyong stood up and glanced at Liang Feng, saying, "Young man, strive to be an excellent doctor. Who knows, in the future, when your uncle falls ill, I might seek your assistance." Liang Feng smiled in response, assuring, "Uncle, you need not worry. I will study diligently." "Very well, then we shall part for now." Zhang Yaoyong politely nodded once more, accompanied by Hong Yao. "Goodbye, uncle and aunt," Hong Yao added. Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing escorted them to the door. "Director, please take care," they urged. Once the door was firmly shut, Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing were overjoyed, unable to contain their exhilaration, exclaiming, "Now we have become the benefactors of the general factory director. Who would dare to trouble us in the factory now?" Bai Jing remarked, "Indeed. The director just mentioned that he remembers us. Perhaps he might even promote you." The two continued their cheerful banter, noticing Liang Feng standing there. Filled with pride, they exclaimed, "Son, you are truly remarkable. Haha, what would you like to eat tonight? Mother will prepare it for you." Liang Feng, seeing his parents' delight, felt a surge of happiness and pondered before saying, "I would like some roasted chicken." "All right, we'll get it for you," Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing eagerly replied. Liang Feng pointed to one of the many gifts, which included a roasted chicken, and remarked, "They brought it." He couldn't help but express his admiration. Zhang Hongyao's father has truly done his homework. He even knows this. "If we have it, let us eat it." "Yes, roasted chicken it is." Liang Qinggong and Bai Jing laughed heartily, their joy surpassing even that of the New Year celebrations. Outside, Zhang Hongyao looked at Zhang Yaoyong and said, "Dad, they saved me, and we exchanged merely a few words? It feels rather perfunctory." Zhang Yaoyong chuckled, "Rest assured, I will arrange better jobs for Liang Feng's parents." He continued, "However, do not overthink this. Liang Feng is indeed a commendable young man and your savior, but as you have observed, his family background is vastly different from ours. Leave this matter to your father. Do not involve yourself further." These words left Zhang Hong Yao feeling somewhat uncomfortable and bashful. "Dad, what do you mean? This has nothing to do with family. He saved me. He is my savior, and you are well aware of the entire situation." Zhang Yaoyong laughed. "He even took your first kiss, did he not?" Zhang Hongyao hastily punched him playfully. "Dad, what nonsense are you speaking?" Zhang Yaoyong chuckled, glancing at their somewhat dilapidated home. "Children from such family backgrounds are not worthy of you." Zhang Hongyao frowned slightly, pouting in discontent. Yet, she chose not to respond and walked alongside Zhang Yaoyong. Chapter 77. Cousin Bai Ying to reward Liang Feng. Bai Jing took him to the department store the following Saturday, intending to buy him new clothes and shoes, and to treat him to a sumptuous meal as a well-deserved reward. They had also invited Liang Feng's maternal uncle's family. Liang Feng's uncle, Bai Yuzhong, served in the city's criminal police force, while his aunt, Jiang Ping, worked at a bank. They had a daughter, Bai Ying, who was of similar age to Liang Feng, being 2 months older, thus making her Liang Feng's cousin. She was studying at Haigang University. Bai Ying, heavily influenced by the students of Haigang University, often adorned herself in designer labels, speaking in the same tone as Chen Feng, constantly boasting about how exceptional Haigang is. Her demeanor suggested a sense of superiority over others. When Liang Feng was accepted into North China University, her grandfather celebrated extravagantly, basking in the glory. As his beloved granddaughter, Bai Ying found herself overshadowed. Fortunately, Bai Yuzhong and Jiang Ping leveraged connections and financial resources to secure her admission to the private institution of Haigang. From that moment on, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Upon meeting, Bai Ying proudly flaunted her designer attire: pink Adidas sneakers, matching black Adidas sweatpants, and a white Adidas top. Her long ponytail framed a face dotted with youthful blemishes. Noticing Liang Feng in his simple canvas shoes and jeans, she scoffed, "Cousin, I heard you were grounded recently. What happened?" Liang Feng had never particularly liked this cousin of his, who had always been excessively self-satisfied. Despite her youth, he found her amusing and could not resist teasing her, replying, "Guess." Bai Ying was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond with the cliché retort, "You guess, I guess." And instead huffed, "You're so boring. I'm asking you a question, and you want me to guess? How could I possibly do that?" She then boasted, "By the way, our Haigang is holding a summer camp soon. Does North China University have one?" Her tone was as self-important as ever, unchanged by age. Liang Feng, finding her amusing rather than irritating, continued his playful banter, "You mispronounced it. It's Xia Ling Ying," with a falling tone, "not Xia Ling Ying." Bai gasped, indignant, and retorted, "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And why correct my pronunciation? Humph. Our school emphasizes well-rounded development. Take me for instance. I'm already a lead dancer in the dance team. Participating in the summer camp is to enhance various life skills. One cannot afford to be a bookworm." Casting a sidelong glance at Liang Feng, she added, "Honestly, you wouldn't understand. Students from North China University are all bookworms. Once in society, they'll be eliminated, unable to become the talents needed in the 21st century." Seeing Liang Feng still smiling, as if he were enjoying her folly, Bai Ying felt a twinge of discomfort. This was unlike the usual comparisons she made between Haigang and North China University. It made her feel somewhat insecure. Nevertheless, she persisted in her boastfulness, stating, "Our Haigang has many students who can directly obtain opportunities to study abroad without taking exams. Even with excellent grades, there's no guarantee of a chance. That's the gap between your school and ours." She held her head high, exuding an air of arrogance and self-importance. Liang Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the thought that Bai Ying did eventually go abroad, claiming it was for further studies. Yet she ended up at a subpar institution, returning home with a degree that held no value and having acquired many undesirable habits, depleting the family savings in the process. Bai Yuzhang and Jiang Ping both belong to the diligent working class, and they have worried considerably to support Bai Ying's studies abroad. Bai Yuzhang even came close to making a grave mistake for this cause. However, those are tales for another time. At this moment, Bai Ying, having been influenced by her teachers at Haigang, is blissfully confident about her future, reveling in her good fortune. This competition has become a tradition between them. Every year during the New Year celebrations at her grandfather's house, they would compare their grades, with Liang Feng typically emerging victorious. Bai Ying has always felt a sense of discontent, and upon arriving at Haigang, she found the perfect outlet for her frustrations, relishing the opportunity to show off. "Liang Feng, why are you smiling? Speak up," she challenged him. "Oh, how delightful." Liang Feng grinned widely. Bai Ying nearly choked in disbelief, feeling as though he was mocking her. Their parents had long since grown accustomed to such exchanges. Jiang Ping, tall and slender, carrying a khaki handbag, smiled as she remarked, "Our Bai Ying has really become ambitious. I enrolled her in 3 classes during the summer break: dance, English, and etiquette lessons. She absolutely loves them. The teachers praise me for it." Bai Ying, with a defiant tilt of her nose, seized the opportunity to boast, not willing to let it slip away. Bai Jing, her uncle, held a fondness for his niece. Being an only child, he praised her enthusiasm, saying, "That's wonderful. You must study diligently and not let your parents' money go to waste." He added, "But don't neglect your studies. During your junior year, grades are paramount." "Aunt, you are mistaken," Bai Ying retorted dismissively. "Life is not a sprint, but a marathon. Excelling in exams does not signify everything. One must develop comprehensively and always be prepared to run." She cast a scornful glance at Liang Feng. Upon hearing this, Liang Feng nearly burst into laughter. At the turn of the century, such rhetoric about holistic development for children was exceedingly popular. However, as time has passed, it has become apparent that for children from ordinary families, exams remain the most effective path to altering one's destiny. Everything else holds no real significance and merely sounds pleasant. To change one's life, one must delve into their studies diligently. That is the reality. Everything else is mere nonsense. Bai Jing felt a twinge of discomfort from Bai Ying's retort and then turned to Liang Feng, who remained silent, and began to praise her son instead. "My Liang Feng is also quite exceptional. Recently, he rescued the daughter of our Tangqing Steel Plant's director, Zhang Yaoyong. Zhang brought many gifts to thank us. And your brother-in-law was called to the plant office today. He is likely to be promoted." Bai Ying, unfazed, replied haughtily, "What is the big deal? It's just a job. Future talents can accomplish anything with a computer." Jiang Ping, well aware of Zhang Yaoyong and having heard of this incident, chimed in enthusiastically. "I know Zhang Yaoyong. His family has strong connections. His wife serves as a diplomat in the European Union, and their daughter, Zhang Hongyao, is here in Tangqing with her father. Moreover, his father-in-law holds a ministerial position, and many relatives in his family are officials in the capital. If he could forge such connections, perhaps he could bask in their glory." This remark was primarily to remind Bai Jing not to miss this golden opportunity and to engage more. After all, the status of the factory director of Tangqing Steelworks is, in some respects, even more significant than that of a deputy mayor. It is only fitting to return the courtesy after a visit. Bai Jing understood this, naturally, and assured his sister-in-law, "Rest assured, I have worked in the trade union for most of my life. I comprehend such matters." Indeed, Jiang Ping smiled apologetically. If they could establish this connection, their family would also benefit. There was no denying it. Zhang Yaoyong's influence was indeed considerable. Even those not affiliated with Tangxing Steelworks had heard of him. As a result, Bai Ying, feeling her prominence threatened by Liang Feng, could not suppress her frustration and exclaimed, "Our country is being harmed by people like you who rely on nepotism. Those who engage in such antics lack true ability. It is essential to depend on genuine talent. Relying on someone else's influence is never as valuable as relying on one's own." Jiang Ping, hearing this, felt helpless, sensing her daughter had become somewhat bewitched. However, in the presence of relatives, she refrained from saying much, merely rolling her eyes, yet still believed her daughter was acting foolishly. Chapter 78, The Naive Bai Ying. Originally, both families had planned to visit the mall together, enjoy a meal, and engage in casual conversation. Liang Qinggong was summoned to the factory office, reportedly for good news. After all, having saved the factory director's daughter, the director himself had come to pay a visit, which surely could not be unfavorable. Bai Yuzhong was busy at the criminal police unit. Liang Feng and the others waited at the mall entrance for a while until they saw Bai Yuzhong, clad in his police uniform, jogging towards them, strikingly tall and handsome. Upon meeting, Bai Yuzhong immediately apologized. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. We've been quite busy over there." Bai Jing waved his hand dismissively. "We are family. There's no need for such formalities." Liang Feng eagerly greeted, "Uncle, you look incredibly dashing in your uniform." Bai Yuzhong glanced at himself and replied with a smile, "Have you ever seen me without my uniform?" Liang Feng laughed heartily. "Not at all. That's why I find you particularly impressive every time I see you." "I love hearing that." Bai Yuzhong chuckled, ruffling Liang Feng's hair. "You've done well. Saving the factory director's daughter at Hulasanshui Reservoir. Quite impressive. You even know how to choose whom to save." Bai Ying, listening from the side, felt quite uncomfortable. She had intended to overshadow Liang Feng, but her parents incessantly praised him, prompting her to stomp her foot and scoff. "Dad, how can you be so klitsch? Saving someone just to strengthen connections isn't that easy. It still requires one's own abilities." Bai Yuzhong, feeling exasperated with his daughter, shot her a glance and said, "How is saving someone not a skill? Have you been enchanted by your teachers day in and day out?" Bai Ying dismissed his remarks, rolling her eyes. "What our teachers teach is indeed correct. Studying abroad is essential for seizing opportunities. Here, it's all about connections, and it's beyond redemption." All right, you're right." Bai Yuzhong was disinclined to continue this conversation in front of relatives. Glancing at the time, he called out, "Shall we head inside?" "Yes, let's," came the affirmative response. The two families cheerfully entered the department store. On this bustling Saturday, coinciding with the summer vacation, the mall was particularly lively, with numerous promotional events and lotteries taking place. At the center stage, music played as a lottery drew eager participants, a large banner boldly announcing the prizes. First prize, a compact car. Second prize, a 60-square-meter apartment. Third prize, a television. Indeed, in this era, a mere apartment seemed less valuable than a car. The atmosphere was electric. Bai Yuzhong and Liang Feng, both tall, craned their necks to get a better view. Not only was there a steady stream of lottery participants, but dancers also captivated the crowd. A group of tall and graceful women, adorned in colorful fitness attire, swayed their bodies to the rhythm of the music, performing an energetic exercise routine. The lyrics echoed, urging everyone to rise early and engage in physical activity, shaking hands and feet, and taking deep breaths. The excitement was palpable, particularly among the dancers, whose forms were accentuated by their fitted clothing, showcasing every curve of their bodies. Bai Jing, observing this, scoffed, "Look at them. These women are shameless. Dressing like that just to make money." Bai Ying quickly retorted, "Aunt, this is an exercise routine. It's quite popular abroad. People there dedicate a day each week to fitness. Besides, they're not revealing much. It's just that their clothes are a bit tight." Bai Jing was momentarily silenced, thinking that if it were her own daughter, she would have scolded her already. Noticing her sister's displeasure, Bai Yuzhong admonished Bai Ying, "How can you speak to your aunt like that? Close your mouth." Bai Jing forced a smile. It's fine. Humph." Bai Ying, however, felt rather pleased with herself. Meanwhile, Liang Feng, amidst the throng of dancers, unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Lu Bingyan. Indeed, It was the same Lu Bingyan who had lost everything to gambling, almost dragging her daughter Lu Duoduo down with her. She stood at the front of the dancers, clad in blue and white form-fitting exercise pants that accentuated her graceful figure, her hair tied back, dancing with fervor. She was the most striking among them, standing about 1.7 meters tall, with a slender waist, long legs, wide hips, and narrow shoulders, far surpassing the fitness enthusiasts of later generations. An embodiment of perfection. Liang Feng recalled Chen Qianqian mentioning that Lu Bingyan had been deceived by friends into gambling, who secretly profited from her losses, coaxing her to double her bets under the guise of gaining back her losses. However, betting was inherently unpredictable, especially with the recent scandals during the World Cup, leading to her unfortunate fate. Liang Feng's disdain for Lu Bingyan lessened, contemplating that perhaps she was dancing here to earn money to repay her debts, which sparked a bit of sympathy. Just then, Bai Yuzhong pointed to a sign nearby, exclaiming, "Oh, look, I thought the lead dancer looked familiar. It's Lu Bingyan." For by Jing and Jiang Ping's generation, Lu Bingyan was quite a celebrity, having graced newspapers and television in Tangqing, bringing honor to the city and once being quite famous. Who would have thought to see her here? Indeed, it really is her. Bai Jing confirmed, recognizing the lead dancer. Upon observing the scene clearly, Jiang Ping could not help but display a look of disdain, curling her lips and scoffing. To dance in such a manner for a mere sum of money in broad daylight is utterly shameless. She then noticed Lu Bingyan waving in their direction, mistakenly assuming it was an attempt to entice Bai Yuzhong. "No more watching. Let's go." A group of enchantresses, she urged, pulling Bai Yuzhong along. In truth, Lu Bingyan had spotted Liang Feng, initially taken aback, but soon smiled and gestured. Liang Feng, noticing her, reciprocated with a wave before departing. "Doesn't Lu Bingyan run a dance studio? I recall the tuition being quite steep and admission requiring connections. Why is she here performing such a dance, nearly exposing herself?" Jiang Ping was incensed by the wave and glanced at Bai Yuzhong. Bai Yuzhong, lighting a cigarette, was oblivious to the trouble he had inadvertently stirred. Bai Ying, nodding in disdain, remarked, "Indeed, she is quite the celebrity. Does she truly need such trifling amounts?" Bai Ying then interjected, "Mother, Aunt, what kind of talk is this? Why do you always view others with such darkness? It is merely an exercise routine. And since she's already performed at the Spring Festival Gala, how can it be deemed shameless in your eyes?" "Bai Ying, do be quiet." Jiang Ping could no longer contain herself and gave her a gentle shove. Just as Bai Ying prepared to retort, Bai Yuzhong interjected, "Let us not argue. Let us enjoy our time at the mall." "Very well," Bai Ying complied, tempering her attitude. Sighing, Bai Jing observed Bai Ying's rebellious demeanor, contrasting it with the obedient Liang Feng, feeling a swell of joy and satisfaction. Unable to resist patting Liang Feng on the head in a gesture of approval, Liang Feng glanced back, smiling. He found his cousin, who often sought attention yet appeared somewhat naïve, rather endearing, and couldn't help but smile at Bai Ying. Bai Ying, puffing up in indignation, questioned Liang Feng, "Why do you keep grinning at me? Is there something on my face?" About that, Liang Feng laughed heartily. Bai Ying, feeling perplexed, touched her face, wondering. "But I checked my reflection before leaving. I looked fine." Frustrated, she was about to press further when a sudden voice called out, "Liang Feng." "Huh." Liang Feng turned towards the sound to find Lin Yuxin excitedly waving as she approached, accompanied by two strikingly elegant and statuesque beauties. One was You Siyan, while the other bore a resemblance to her, albeit slightly slimmer. She must be the petite Aunt Lin Yuxin had mentioned. You Siyan, upon spotting Liang Feng, also lit up with enthusiasm, her lips curling into a smile as she gracefully approached. Her long legs accentuated in a green qipao adorned with white dots that hugged her voluptuous form. The high slit of the dress showcased her lengthy, alluring legs, which led into a pair of cream-colored high heels, giving her an impressive height of nearly 1.8 meters, exuding an aura that felt even taller. Bai Jing, Bai Yuzhong, Jiang Ping, and the others quickly took notice, inquiring, "Liang Feng, is she your classmate?" "Yes," Liang Feng nodded, waving back, "Yuxin, Aunt. Are you here to have some fun too?" Chapter 79. The melancholy of buying Lin Yuxin responded with a soft sound through her petite nose. Smiling with her lips pressed together, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had not anticipated such fortune in encountering Liang Feng, and upon noticing his family present, she instinctively slowed her pace while walking alongside You Siyan and You Siyan. Liang Feng gazed at You Siyan, his mischievous aunt, whose graceful demeanor stirred a flutter in his heart. With a subtle nod, he introduced, "Mother, uncle, aunt. This is my classmate Lin Yuxin, and this is her mother." "Hello." They exchanged pleasantries, both parties feeling a hint of awkwardness. You Siyan's stunning attire was particularly striking. Bai Jing, as a mother herself, exuded a more matronly aura, while the other woman retained the allure of youth. This contrast evoked a sense of inferiority within her. Moreover, You Siyan donned a purple cheongsam adorned with white polka dots that accentuated her tall and slender figure. She was slightly leaner than her sister, but equally captivating. Her allure equally fiery as she stood behind. Lin Yuxin, also in a cheongsam of blue and white, showcased her tall stature, greeting them with a gentle smile. "Hello, Aunt Bai." She then nodded respectfully to Jiang Ping and Bai Yuzhong, exhibiting impeccable manners. "Oh, well, Bai Jing was taken aback, wondering how this beautiful girl, resembling a blooming flower, knew her surname was Bai. However, upon noticing the girl's persistent smiles directed at Liang Feng, she surmised that the young lady likely had an interest in her son, which prompted her to smile back. "My dear, you are truly lovely, a reflection of your mother." "Not at all," Lin Yuxin replied shyly with a smile. You Siyan chimed in cheerfully, "Sister Bai, your son is quite exceptional. The last time I sprained my ankle, Liang Feng was incredibly helpful. I've been thinking of inviting your family for a meal to express my gratitude." Bai Jing's heart swelled with joy at the praise of her son, especially since Bai Ying had been bragging previously. Her happiness intensified as she exclaimed, "Really? He never mentioned it to me." She playfully patted Liang Feng's head, saying, "So you've become a good Samaritan without seeking recognition, huh?" Laughter erupted among the group. Lin Yuxin, looking at Liang Feng with delight, couldn't believe her luck in encountering him. She teasingly remarked, "By the way, weren't you grounded? How are you out?" Liang Feng responded with a grin. "Even if one is confined, there are moments to breathe fresh air." Laughter resonated once again. Bai Jing interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting? Isn't it due to your reckless escapades at Haludio that you nearly found yourselves in dire straits? Had it not been for your grounding, you would have been utterly unruly." She then explained to Lin Yuxin, "It's all over now. He is no longer restricted." "Oh, that is splendid news." Lin Yuxin beamed with a bright smile. Standing tall, nearly reaching 1.7 meters, her cheongsam's high slit revealed her delicate, fair legs, making her feel somewhat out of place and a tad bashful. Her bosom was ample, and her waist slender, embodying grace. In contrast, You Siyan wore her cheongsam with utmost confidence, radiating an impressive aura. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at this voluptuous beauty. She smiled brightly at the woman whom she ought to refer to as her mother-in-law, accompanying her words with laughter. "Sister Bai, you are absolutely right. I heard that our Yuxin also went there, and I gave her quite a stern talking to. That reservoir is far too treacherous. It is simply not a place to visit." What could she do? After all, this was her mother-in-law. She then cast a glance at Liang Feng. Indeed, Bai Jing was utterly delighted. Liang Feng could hardly contain his amusement. Little did his mother know, this was her daughter-in-law. Their eyes met, each struggling to suppress laughter. Bai Jing gazed at Lin Yuxin, her joy evident as she thought to herself, "If only my son could bring this lovely girl home, how wonderful that would be." With a cheerful tone, she remarked, "Yuxin, if you wish to spend time with Liang Feng, feel free to invite him. He has plenty of free time." She continued, "Liang Feng, stop wandering aimlessly every day, and make sure to engage more with this diligent student." After saying this, she felt a bit too forward, and a wave of embarrassment washed over her as she glanced at You Siyan and Lin Yuxin's expressions. Playfully, Lin Yuxin stuck out her tongue and nodded, saying, "All right. When I have the time, I will invite Liang Feng." You Siyan, equally supportive, suggested, "Sister Bai, since we've conveniently met, why don't we share a meal together? It would be a nice way to thank Liang Feng for his help last time, and besides, our children are soon to be in their 3rd year. We should engage with each other more." Bai Jing felt somewhat conflicted, as today was a family gathering, and it would be inappropriate to have outsiders present. Although she was eager to interact more with the young girl, she glanced at Bai Yuzhong and Jiang Ping, who seemed unbothered. Bai Ying, however, was already sulking, feeling overshadowed by Lin Yuxin in both demeanor and appearance. Hearing about the meal, she quickly interjected, "Aunt, this is a family gathering." The atmosphere became awkward. Lin Yuxin chimed in, "Mom, this is indeed a family gathering. Let us not interfere. If we wish to invite Liang Feng for a meal, we can find another opportunity." You Siyan, upon hearing this, quickly agreed with a smile, saying, yes, yes, let us plan for next time. Sensing the awkwardness in the conversation, she turned to everyone and said, well then, Sister Bai, you all can continue your outing, and we will take our leave. Yes, yes, see you next time. Bai Jing replied politely, giving Liang Feng a discreet signal. Liang Feng promptly called out, Yusin, ain't you goodbye? Goodbye? They responded, with You Siyan laughing heartily. Unable to contain her amusement. Once outside, the laughter persisted. Mom, what are you laughing at? Asked You Siyan. Yes, sister, what is so funny? Lin Yuxin inquired, puzzled by You Siyan's exuberance. Oh, it's nothing, just recalling a delightful moment. You Siyan chuckled incessantly. Today, she had indulged extravagantly, purchasing a silk qipao from Hangzhou for herself, her sister, and her daughter, each costing over 300. Altogether, it amounted to nearly 1,000. She donned one immediately, swaying gracefully in her enticing figure, and cheerfully declared, come, let us stroll through the cosmetics store. All right, agreed You Siyan and Lin Yuxin, nodding in agreement. Lin Yuxin felt equally elated, relishing the chance to present her beautiful self to her crush, unable to resist playfully adjusting her qipao. Jiang Ping gazed at the departing figures of You Siyan, and Lin Yuxin, and with a hint of envy remarked, Yuzhong, are you mesmerized? You've been staring at them. Bai Yuzhong's cheeks flushed, and he shot her a glare, replying, what is there to stare at? Spare me your trivial comments. Jiang Ping rolled her eyes and said, they're all mothers of third-year students. How can the disparity be so stark? Sigh, they live in luxury every day, unlike us, who juggle cooking, working, and caring for children. Bai Jing sighed as well, feeling a twinge of insecurity in front of You Siyan. Mom, Aunt, you both look quite lovely. Liang Feng chuckled. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Jing and Jiang Ping, well aware of their own situation, sighed in resignation. All right, let's head to the second floor. I wish to buy a pair of women's shoes. Sure. The group made their way to the second floor to browse the women's shoes. Buying. Feeling disheartened by Lin Yuxin's comparison, lowered her head and followed quietly, avoiding conflict. Noticing Liang Feng occasionally glancing at her with a mischievous grin, she retorted, Liang Feng, if you're smiling at me, I'll tickle you. If I'm not smiling at you, should I be crying instead? You're truly amusing. Liang Feng rolled his eyes and chuckled. Bai Ying, exasperated, clenched her teeth in frustration, silently vowing to seize an opportunity to put Liang Feng in his place. Feeling it was her duty to uphold the honor of her alma mater, Haigang University. After arriving at the women's shoe store on the second floor, Liang Feng's phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Assuming it was You Siyan calling, he said, Uncle, Mom, Aunt, you all browse first. I have a stomachache and need to use the restroom. All right, go ahead. Bai Jing and Jiang Ping were preoccupied with trying on shoes as Liang Feng dashed out. Upon checking his phone, he confirmed it was indeed a call from You Siyan. He answered with a teasing tone, Naughty auntie, what's this? Did you ditch them to meet your mischievous little husband alone? You Siyan giggled on the other end. Nothing escapes your notice. I'm at the corner on the third floor. Hurry over. Naughty Annie misses you. Chapter 80. The Diligent and Earning Lu Bingyan after a few days apart. You Siyan felt a wave of longing for Liang Feng. She took out her compact mirror, standing at the agreed-upon spot, diligently touching up her makeup, hoping to present her most beautiful self to her mischievous husband. As Liang Feng approached, she cheerfully waved with a smile, calling out, Darling, you're quite swift on your feet. When my wife calls, how could I not be? Liang Feng replied, moving closer. He couldn't help but admire her in the elegant cheongsam, exclaiming, You look stunning today. That cheongsam suits you perfectly. You Siyan smiled coyly. I intended to finish shopping and meet you later, but running into you here was a delightful surprise. You mustn't run off this afternoon. Captivated by her alluring appearance, Liang Feng found it impossible to refuse, gently pinching her nose and nodding affectionately. However, he dared not linger too long, and they parted ways once more. Not long after, at a staircase, Liang Feng saw Lu Bingyan hurriedly climbing up. Indeed, in the small city of Tangcheng in 2002, there were no elevators in the high-rise buildings, only stairs. As she waved her hand, slightly breathless, she called out eagerly, Liang Feng, wait a moment. Liang Feng halted his steps. Before him stood the enchanting beauty, whose graceful form captivated all during her dance, now approaching him with a radiant smile. He took a few polite steps forward and remarked, Aunt Lu, I noticed you earlier. Your dancing was truly exquisite. Lu Bingyan, still adorned in her eye-catching attire, attracted the gazes of many as she walked along. With a smile playing on her lips, she reached Liang Feng and said, "I saw you too and even greeted you." "Yes, I noticed," Liang Feng nodded. Initially, he harbored a strong aversion towards this striking woman, deeming her an incorrigible gambler. However, his sentiments had shifted. Witnessing her efforts to earn and repay money brought him comfort. Lu Bingyan, with her delicate fingers, tucked her hair behind her ear and expressed, "I've always wanted to find the right moment to thank you properly, but it never seemed to arise. Today, as fate would have it, I resolved to express my gratitude. That day, your assistance was invaluable. Without you, my daughter and I would have been at a loss." Liang Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Auntie, please do not think that way. I am merely helping a classmate, as we should support one another. You are being too courteous." Despite his words, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the graceful beauty before him. It was undeniable that Lu Bingyan, in her 30s with a daughter in her early 20s, possessed the allure of a woman in her 30s, a slender waist, a flat abdomen, and long legs. Reflecting on her enchanting movements during the dance made it difficult to look away. To call her a rare beauty would not be an exaggeration. "Aunt Lu, I later learned about your situation. I understand you were deceived. My initial attitude towards you was less than kind, so please do not take it to heart." Lu Bingyan waved her hands repeatedly. "It's nothing. One cannot solely blame others for gambling. Ultimately, it is oneself who must shoulder the responsibility for lack of self-control." With a cheerful demeanor, she found herself slightly embarrassed before the handsome young man who towered over her and chuckled. "I realized my friend was misleading me, always tempting me to double my bets, and in the end, I lost everything. But thankfully, I met you, which afforded me another chance. Otherwise, I would have truly been finished. My downfall would not matter to me, but dragging Duo down with me would be unforgivable." She blinked her large eyes, sincerity evident in her words. In response to her earnestness, Liang Feng nodded with appreciation. "And how are you faring now? How much have you managed to raise?" "Not much yet." She indicated the stage at the stairway. "I am working diligently to gather funds. Today, the department store has an event with a lottery. They wanted some girls from our dance troupe to perform, so I eagerly took on the task. The owner, aware of my previous reputation in Tang City, offered me 1,000 yuan, hence my presence here." Her explanation was intended to convey to Liang Feng her proactive efforts to raise money, demonstrating that she did not take his assistance for granted. Liang Feng understood and nodded with a smile, saying, "That's great, truly great." After a moment's reflection, he added, "If the 2-month deadline approaches and it proves insufficient, I shall request Chen Qianqian to extend the time for you. You need not burden yourself excessively, just repay the principal." "Oh no, there's no need for that." Lu Bingyan hastily waved her hand, replying, "You've already been quite helpful, and I truly appreciate it. To be frank, I shared this matter with my parents. Although they were quite upset, they still assisted me by borrowing some money from their old friends. I've already managed to gather over 100,000, and I'm considering further strategies to navigate through this situation." "That is reassuring." Liang Feng observed Lu Bingyan's proactive efforts to secure funds, feeling increasingly convinced that aiding her that day was indeed the right decision. Setting aside Lu Duoduo's future fate, one could not ignore the fact that without his assistance, this stunning beauty might have faced dire circumstances. Although Chen Qianqian treated him courteously, he was nonetheless a formidable figure in the underworld and would not easily relent in his pursuit of Lu Bingyan. She could potentially remain trapped in her predicament for life. Seeing the person he had rescued moving toward a brighter path filled Liang Feng with satisfaction. He said firmly, "Pursue your endeavors wholeheartedly without regard for others' opinions. I stand by you." "Thank you," Lu Bingyan replied with a gentle smile, then inquired, "You came with your parents, didn't you?" "I shall not impose any further." "All right, goodbye." "Aunt Lu." "Yes, farewell." The two waved their goodbyes. Liang Feng could not resist glancing back at Lu Bingyan, pleased to see her in such a positive state, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 81. You should address him as brother-in-law. Upon returning to the shoe store, Liang Feng found his mother, Bai Jing, and his aunt, Jiang Ping, who had already purchased shoes, their faces radiant with joy as they walked in their new footwear. Bai Jing looked down at her shoes and remarked, "Oh dear, these are rather expensive. Perhaps I should pay for them myself." Bai Yuzhong waved his hand dismissively and said, "Sister, just wear them. You rarely receive gifts throughout the year. This won't break the bank, so it's perfectly fine." Jiang Ping chimed in, "Indeed. It's only right for a brother to buy his sister a pair of shoes after all this time. With a smile, she added, my sister's husband is about to receive a promotion, and we will undoubtedly rely on your family for support, so wear them with pride. Bai Jing felt elated by this, not for any other reason, but because it felt as though her family was finally turning a corner. All right then, I shall wear them, she declared. Good. Bai Yuzhong replied as he took the receipt and completed the payment. The two women admired their new shoes with delight, just as Liang Feng happened upon them. Jiang Ping, smiling, asked, Liang Feng, do you think my mother looks lovely in her new shoes? Indeed, they are quite beautiful, Liang Feng responded with a grin. Bai Jing, known for her frugality, often returned home in work attire, seldom donning new clothes throughout the year. Seeing his mother in her new shoes filled Liang Feng with genuine happiness. I think they look splendid, Bai Yuzhong remarked cheerfully. Meanwhile, Bai Ying maintained a disdainful expression, looking down on the trivialities of social niceties. Had she not been scolded moments earlier, she might have voiced her contempt. An embodiment of rebelliousness, she felt compelled to contradict any positive remarks. Eager to assert her unique perspective and individuality, Bai Yuzhong was quite distressed, yet found himself at a loss for words. He could only inquire, what about my brother-in-law? Will he be joining us today? There was a nearby restaurant that reportedly served delightful dishes. In 2002, it was not yet common for shopping malls to feature dining areas. Those complexes that combined shopping, entertainment, and dining were still a rarity. To enjoy a meal, one had to venture outside. Bai Jing glanced at his watch and furrowed his brow, saying, I can't say for certain. How about we browse a bit and decide around noon? All right. The family continued their leisurely stroll. Bai Jing had promised to reward Liang Feng with a new outfit, so they visited the Nike and Adidas specialty stores. Upon entering, they were met with exorbitant prices. Selecting a complete outfit would cost them the equivalent of a month's salary combined. Bai Ying, seizing the opportunity to assert her presence, smiled and remarked, in our harbor city, wearing Adidas or Nike is standard. If you were to don Li Ning, you'd feel embarrassed to greet anyone. She proudly showcased her Adidas ensemble. Observing his son's remarkable style, Bai Jing felt compelled not to be outdone, gritting his teeth as he said, Son, you choose. This time, you've earned it for the family. Pick something extravagant, and your mother will buy it for you. All right. Liang Feng, naturally indifferent to such matters, realized that being coy would be unwise. He chose a complete outfit, from shoes to pants to top, all Nike, with a total value exceeding 1,200 yuan. Bai Jing winced at the price but still accepted the receipt, saying, Son, I'll take care of the payment. You wait here. At that moment, You Siyan, and Lin Yuxin wandered into the store and, upon witnessing the scene, quickly exclaimed, Oh, what a coincidence. Bai Jia, you're here too. Indeed, what a coincidence. Are you here to shop for clothes as well? Bai Jing responded, feeling inexplicably cheerful upon seeing Lin Yuxin, breaking into a smile. Lin Yuxin quickly replied, Andy, hello. How sweet. Bai Jing chuckled, looking at her as if she were his future daughter-in-law. You Siyan then added, Well, school is about to start, and I was considering buying Yuxin a pair of sports shoes. And this is for Liang Feng, right? She snatched the receipt and said, Since I haven't had the chance to treat you to a meal, I'll buy the kids some clothes as a token of gratitude. No, that won't do, Bai Jing hurriedly interjected. That receipt is for 1,200 yuan. It's too expensive, we can't accept that. You Siyan clutched the receipt tightly, smiling. Oh, I still owe Liang Feng for the last time. Buying some clothes is nothing. Looking at Liang Feng, she grinned. Liang Feng, you look really dashing in that outfit. She had rushed over after receiving a message from Liang Feng. Knowing full well that he wouldn't mention his financial situation to his parents, and fearing that his mother might feel pained, he had asked her to come instead. Fortunately, she arrived just in time. Liang Feng smiled and nodded, saying, Thank you, auntie. You're quite the charmer. You Siyan laughed and waved. Yuxin, you should also pick out a pair of shoes. Lin Yuxin appeared a bit dazed. They had planned to buy cosmetics, but suddenly she was being offered sports shoes. Then, she unexpectedly encountered Liang Feng. Feeling a bit bewildered, she approached him with a smile, saying, Liang Feng, can you help me choose? Sure. Liang Feng assisted her in selecting. They stood together. Bai Yuzhong and Jiang Ping observed and couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, They truly are a match made in heaven. Bai Jing chimed in agreement. Lin Yuxin's cheeks flushed crimson as she glanced at Liang Feng, who was intently selecting shoes. She discreetly pinched him and remarked, They are quite annoying. Indeed, they are rather bothersome, Liang Feng replied with a smile, nodding as he picked up a pair of athletic shoes, suggesting, "You should try these. They should suit you well." "All right." Lin Yuxin obediently tried on the shoes. You Siyan watched with a hint of jealousy, pouting slightly. Bai Jing was naturally delighted. As the shoes cost 1,200 yuan, he quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Yuxin's mother. I truly appreciate your generosity." "No, it is I who should be grateful to you, Liang Feng. You are truly remarkable," You Siyan replied with a warm smile, enthusiastically grasping Bai Jing's hand, displaying an endearing closeness. "Oh, yes, yes, yes." Bai Jing was pleasantly surprised, pondering whether You Siyan, as a potential mother-in-law, had taken a liking to Liang Feng. That would certainly simplify matters. Both children were in their early 20s, soon to take university entrance exams, while their studies had been somewhat delayed. An early commitment could prove beneficial. Moreover, Yuxin was such a well-behaved, obedient, and beautiful girl. Bai Jing could hardly fathom that You Siyan was destined to be his daughter-in-law. Bai Ying sat silently in the corner, feeling dejected and unvoiced, as she once again felt overshadowed. In Lin Yuxin's presence, she felt as though her own attempts to boast were futile, leading her to sulk in silence, hoping they would leave soon. Before long, Lin Yuxin had chosen her shoes. After You Siyan settled the bill and exchanged a few pleasantries, they parted ways. You Siyan observed with a skeptical gaze. Leaning closer to her sister, she inquired, "Sister, have you taken a liking to this young man? Do you wish for him to be your son-in-law? Why are you being so attentive?" "That was 1,200 yuan. We have never spent that much on clothes." You Siyan chuckled softly to herself, thinking, "What son-in-law? He is merely my husband in his 20s. You should be calling him brother-in-law." Chapter 82. A good child at home. Yuxin's mother is not only beautiful, but also remarkably generous. Bai Jing was overjoyed. Not only did they save 1,200 yuan, but it seemed they had also gained an almost daughter-in-law. He pulled Liang Feng aside, laughingly inquired. "She mentioned she sprained her ankle, and you went to help her. What truly transpired for her to be so courteous?" With a chuckle, he added, "You have become quite the philanthropist, doing good deeds everywhere." Liang Feng had the newly purchased clothes repackaged by the attendant, changing back into his original jeans, canvas shoes, and white shirt, stating, "If I weren't constantly confined by you all, I might genuinely become a philanthropist. Wherever you go, people seem eager to greet you, praising your son's excellence." "Nonsense," Bai Jing laughed, feeling an indescribable joy. He sensed that his son was even more outstanding than he had imagined, and he resolved to commend Liang Qinggong when they met later. Bai Yuzhong and Jiang Ping were equally astonished, with Bai Yuzhong questioning, "Liang Feng, what does your female classmate's family do to be so affluent?" Indeed, that was 1,200 yuan. She simply offered to cover it without hesitation. In 2002, in Tang City, very few earned 1,200 yuan a month. Bai Yuzhong, as a criminal investigator, busied himself with various overtime duties and travel expenses, earning merely 14 to 1,500 yuan a month. Jiang Ping, working at the bank, fared little better, bringing in 6 to 700 yuan. This was already a commendable household income. When a sum of 1,200 was mentioned, it elicited astonishment. Liang Feng pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems like that as from running an internet CAF, though I can't say for certain. Internet CAFs are indeed profitable. Yes, the future of internet CAFs is bound to be particularly prosperous." Bai Yuzhong and Jiang Ping expressed their sentiments as they continued to stroll. Liang Feng trailed behind, holding onto his clothes. Suddenly, Bai Ying approached, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and said, "You, my friend, seem to attract the admiration of female classmates." "Humph. Is that Lin Yuxin your girlfriend? Does her mother know?" She raised an eyebrow, adopting an inquisitive demeanor, feeling as though she had unraveled a secret, while only Bai Jing remained oblivious. Liang Feng scoffed and retorted, "If her mother is my girlfriend, would that suffice? You truly dare to speak nonsense." Bai Ying rolled her eyes in response. Liang Feng chose to ignore her, inwardly sighing, "To be honest, you wouldn't believe me anyway, so what's the point?" By noon, the group made their way to a restaurant. Liang Qinggong eventually arrived, beaming with joy as he exclaimed, "Ah, this time, I truly owe it to my son, huh? Son, you are remarkable." Everyone was filled with curiosity and inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you so cheerful the moment you walk in?" Bai Yuzhong, although a criminal investigator, was merely an ordinary one, and seeing his brother-in-law so jubilant, one could only surmise he was about to receive a promotion. To him, it was unremarkable, yet filled with anticipation. Once seated, Liang Qinggong took a sip of hot water before explaining with a smile. Our workshop's deputy director was supposed to officially retire next year, and his position was meant to be filled either at the end of this year or the next. However, just now our factory director informed me that I am to take over his position with an announcement set for Monday. He even mentioned that within a few years, I could become the workshop director. Is that so? Bai Jing was taken aback, not expecting such a substantial position to come his way so soon. The deputy director of the workshop, overseeing hundreds of workers, was no trivial matter. She understood all too well what this entailed. Jiang Ping and Bai Yuzhong, unfamiliar with the inner workings of the steel mill, appeared somewhat perplexed. Bai Jing smiled and stated, "Our workshop director earns over 2,000 a month, managing over 1,000 workers. The key is that there are year-end bonuses. It's not uncommon to earn 50,000 a year." Ah, that truly is splendid news. Jiang Ping, upon hearing about the potential 50,000 yuan annually, perked up instantly. "Yuzhong, you must toast with your brother-in-law at lunch. This is a momentous occasion." Indeed, it is a joyous event. Bai Yuzhong, being a criminal investigator, rarely indulged in alcohol. Fortunately, having taken a day off and finding himself in such a rare leisurely situation, he ordered a few bottles of beer. They began to clink glasses and toast, then glanced at Liang Feng, saying, "You, my friend, are indeed a blessing to your family. From now on, it is certain you will thrive." Yes, indeed. Bai Jing and Liang Qinggong laughed heartily. They had toiled for a lifetime, yet none could compare to the fortune their son had brought them. Their eyes sparkled with affection and pride. Had there not been outsiders present, I would have been inclined to plant a kiss right on them. They were originally from an ordinary working-class family, but suddenly, their circumstances had shifted dramatically. At that moment, Jiang Ping remarked with a smile, "You see, now that one possesses power, everything changes." There was a colleague who joined the workforce alongside me. He has since become the head of the loan department, known colloquially as the Four Basics. The others were left bewildered, inquiring, "What do you mean by the Four Basics?" Jiang Ping chuckled and elucidated. "The basics of commuting are covered, smoking and drinking are reliant on others, the salary hardly needs to be spent, and the wife is practically unnecessary." The initial statements were met with understanding, but upon hearing the last phrase, laughter erupted from the crowd. Liang Feng remained noncommittal. Such is the reality of this era. Only Bai Ying, with an air of indignation, countered, "These are all detrimental practices. While you find it amusing, you ought to report them." Bai Yutong hurriedly intervened, saying, "Daughter, you are absolutely correct, but this is the current societal condition. To navigate life domestically, one must adapt. If you truly have the capability, earn yourself a place in a foreign university. I would sell everything to support you." "Humph, my ambition lies in studying abroad. I disdain domestic universities," Bai Ying declared, her expression brimming with pride, as if Tsinghua or Peking University were vying for her admission. Liang Feng felt a pang of headache, uncertain whether his cousin was genuinely naive or merely seeking attention. If she were indeed naive, it would be commendable. Young people should possess the audacity to challenge societal ills. Yet, Liang Feng knew that she was merely craving recognition, harboring frustration over her lack of connections. If she had influence, she would flaunt it even more. He shook his head with a smile, contemplating whether his cousin's fate was destined to repeat itself. He resolved to seek opportunities to intervene, lest the entire Bai family suffer the consequences. However, the moment was not right. There was still a year to go. He then focused on his meal, for he had a date with You Siyan awaiting him. Once he had satisfied his appetite, he cheerfully announced, "Dad, Mom, I have plans with a classmate today. I will be leaving now." "All right," Liang Qinggong and Bai Yuzhong replied, clinking glasses in high spirits. Initially, they found it somewhat abrupt for their grown son to leave the table mid-meal, but Liang Feng's demeanor was commendable, so they acquiesced. "Do you need some money for your outing?" "Don't be too stingy," Bai Jing offered. Liang Qinggong had recently been promoted to deputy workshop director, and with newfound financial stability, he was naturally generous. Bai Jing pulled out 100 and handed it to Liang Feng, saying, "Take this, you're grown now, and should have some money in your pocket." "Hee, great, thank you, Mom," Liang Feng replied, accepting the money with a smile. He then bid farewell, "Uncle, Aunt, Sister Bai Ying, sorry to leave early, please enjoy your meal." "All right," Bai Yuzhong and Jiang Ping nodded with smiles, while Bai Ying waved her greasy hands. Liang Feng then departed from the dining table, bringing this family gathering to a close. Overall, the atmosphere remained pleasant, Although Liang Feng harbored concerns for his elder cousin, who had not changed at all, she was still the same. He walked away, shaking his head with a wry smile. After his departure at the dining table, the conversation was filled with exclamations praising Liang Feng's remarkable qualities. A truly fortunate household. What more could one desire in life? Chapter 83. A chance encounter with Lu Duoduo. Not far away stood the only four-star hotel in Tang City, the Bohai Grand Hotel. For the ordinary citizens, this establishment represented the pinnacle of luxury in Tang City. Hosting a wedding banquet here was already a matter of great pride for an average family. On ordinary days, if someone received an invitation to dine here, it would undoubtedly be regarded as an upscale affair, worthy of sharing on social media multiple times to showcase the experience. The grand fountain at the entrance gushed vigorously, while the vehicles passing by were either affluent or prestigious. Liang Feng, clad in jeans, a white shirt, and black canvas shoes, strolled through the fountain and approached the revolving door of the hotel. The doorman's eyes flickered with surprise, uncertain about the purpose of this young man's visit. Nevertheless, he courteously guided him inside and politely inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you? I am waiting for someone. Please find me a place to sit for a while." Liang Feng responded with an air of nonchalance. "Certainly, sir, right this way." Although the doorman judged somewhat by appearances, he graciously led Liang Feng through the revolving door to the lounge area. Shortly after, a tall female server, adorned in a red and white uniform, approached with a graceful demeanor and asked, "Sir, may I offer you something to drink?" Having just enjoyed a hearty meal, Liang Feng felt a slight thirst and replied, "A pot of Biluakun tea, please." Of course, the tall server went to arrange it. Soon, a pot of Biluakun was brought to him. "Here you are, sir." "Thank you." Liang Feng poured himself a cup and began to savor the tea. In the eyes of the people of this era, this was indeed a lavish venue. Yet Liang Feng perceived it as somewhat antiquated. Remaining composed, he crossed his legs, enjoyed his tea, and took out his phone to send a text. "My mischievous wife, your naughty husband is waiting for you at the Bohai Grand Hotel's lounge area. Hurry over." Before long, he received a brief reply from You Siyan, "On my way." Setting down his phone, Liang Feng continued to sip his tea while observing this upscale establishment as perceived by the citizens of Tang City. It was mealtime, and numerous patrons were entering and exiting the hotel. Behind the hotel, there was a tennis court, a swimming pool, and a makeshift golf course. Many caddies, carrying their clubs, were coming and going, along with several female caddies in white skirts and blouses assisting guests. Their tall, graceful figures drew the attention of many. Among them, one girl stood out prominently, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with long legs and a slender waist. She possessed an elegant figure and wore a white cap while diligently assisting with the sports equipment. It was Lu Duoduo. Liang Feng recognized her at once. Just a few days before his confinement, Lu Duoduo had called him several times to offer her condolences, but contact had dwindled afterward. He had assumed it was due to his cold demeanor that upset the lovely girl. It appeared she was here working to support her studies. This realization brought him a sense of comfort. The little butterfly, fluttering its delicate wings, has irrevocably altered the destiny of this female team. How delightful. Duo. Liang Feng softly called out, not for anyone else, but simply to let her know that he had seen her efforts. Lu Duo turned her gaze toward the voice, and, upon recognizing Liang Feng, her face instantly brightened with joy. After exchanging a few words with her companions, she hurried over, grinning, and exclaimed, "Oh, Liang Feng, what brings you here?" "Just discussing a few matters," Liang Feng replied, rising. "I'm here working diligently." "How commendable," she responded with a playful tone. "I just want to earn a bit more to help my mother." Lu Duo had no secrets in front of Liang Feng. Her forehead was glistening with sweat, and her bangs were slightly damp. Yet, this only enhanced her beauty. Liang Feng felt a surge of happiness and nodded, saying, Duo. "The beautiful, that's the spirit. Keep looking forward. The future will surely improve." Indeed, Lu Duo affirmed with a determined nod. Meeting Liang Feng brought her joy, for it affirmed that her efforts were not in vain. However, she was overwhelmed with work. It was still working hours, and having just arrived, she dared not linger. With a playful stick of her tongue, she whispered, "Capitalists can be quite ruthless. If the class monitor discovers I'm wandering around, they might dock my pay. I must return now, but let us converse more when we have the chance." "Yes, go ahead." Liang Feng waved her off. Lu Duo smiled and waved goodbye as she dashed back to her duties. Watching her, Liang Feng felt an indescribable happiness. as this little butterfly. He had not only taken commissions, but had also done many good deeds. He even felt a sense of satisfaction as he sipped his tea, which seemed to taste even better. Observing Lu Duo work so diligently, he suddenly noticed how shapely her figure was. Yet, he lamented his own wicked thoughts and quickly averted his gaze. Once Lu Duo finished her tasks, she headed to the golf course at the back. You Siyan, swaying gracefully, entered just in time. Upon spotting Liang Feng, she immediately waved, her slender waist and ample hips moving enticingly as she approached with a cheerful smile. After taking a seat, she noticed the teacup and helped herself to a sip, saying, "Everything is prepared for me. How wonderful." Liang Feng, in high spirits, playfully retorted, "I've been waiting for you for ages. You really need to hurry." Around them, curious glances were cast by others, undoubtedly intrigued by the presence of such captivating women. One a naive girl, the other a sophisticated lady. Liang Feng felt a bit awkward. You Siyan, assuming the age difference was the source of attention, chuckled and said, "You wait for me at the elevator. I'll go check into the room first, and we can chat there." She pulled out her ID and leaned closer to Liang Feng, whispering, "I've brought several types of stockings. I'll wear them for you to see shortly." Liang Feng chuckled, replying, "All right, I'll be waiting, my mischievous Annie wife." He strolled over to the elevator to wait. Meanwhile, You Siyan adeptly checked into the room and, with a sway of her figure, made her way back, today indulging in luxury by bringing along a bathtub. Liang Feng smiled and nodded, following her upstairs. You Siyan noticed that Liang Feng's expression was somewhat off and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you anxious?" "Oh, please don't be upset. My sister, You Siyan, and I took a while to come out, so we chatted a bit longer, and I didn't want to rush them. After much persuasion, I finally managed to send them home." "Are you truly angry?" Snuggling into Liang Feng's embrace, she playfully pouted. Liang Feng smirked, "It's not really about that. I just saw that bald man looking at you with a rather lecherous gaze, which made me a tad irked." You Siyan smiled knowingly, understanding that Liang Feng was teasing her. Giggling, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "He can only look, but you can touch and play." With that, she planted a kiss on Liang Feng's cheek and cooed, "I really missed you." Liang Feng playfully patted her backside, exclaiming, "I missed you too." You Siyan burst into laughter, knowing that the afternoon would be filled with excitement. During the intermission, Liang Feng lit a cigarette, but You Siyan reached out her delicate hand and snatched it away. "Ah, I've picked up your bad habit of smoking," she declared after taking a puff. "Is that so?" Liang Feng relit his cigarette, shaking his head. "I don't think so. You're just a naughty auntie." He chuckled, "You weren't like this in my eyes before. You were a cool and aloof beauty. But now I see what you see." You Siyan pouted, looking puzzled. Liang Feng grinned, "You're far more mischievous than I am." "I am not." You Siyan's cheeks flushed as she playfully hit him. Liang Feng laughed. "That's a compliment. Men adore that." "You have a lot of peculiar reasoning," she teased, taking a drag from the cigarette, then lounging beside him. Speaking almost to herself, she mused, "Sometimes I feel shy, thinking I'm so much older than you while still acting so childishly. Yet you indulge me, and I take it for granted." She looked up with her large, expressive eyes and asked, "You don't think that's bad, do you?" "Not at all," Liang Feng replied, shaking his head. "That's good," You Siyan smiled. "What can I say? The age gap is significant, and it weighs on my mind. Yet, I'm the kind of woman who enjoys being coy with the man I love. Seeing you happy fills me with delight." Observing Liang Feng's handsome features, she couldn't help but wistfully remark, "If only I were 10 years younger, I would definitely marry you." She hugged him tightly. Liang Feng gazed at the beautiful woman beside him, her fair skin and alluring figure captivating him. He chuckled, "Didn't I tell you? I only like mature women. If you weren't one, I wouldn't be fond of you." "How rude." You Siyan laughed, but then spoke earnestly, "I've thought about it. If I take good care of myself and exercise daily, I could accompany you for another 3 to 5 years. By then, you would be ready to start a family. And I could quietly fade from your life, so you wouldn't have to see me grow old and unattractive." "What are you saying? Life is all about enjoying the present. Why think so far ahead?" Liang Feng shot her a sideways glance. You Siyan nodded and said, "Indeed, savor the present. You are mine now." With a playful laugh, she sprang up and resumed her activities. Suddenly, Liang Feng's phone buzzed with an incoming call from an unknown number. Only a handful of people knew his number. He gestured for You Siyan to be quiet and answered, "Who is this?" "It's me, Wang Shan," came the cheerful voice on the other end. Previously, Liang Feng had mentioned that a relative gifted him a phone for the summer, prompting Wang Shan to acquire the number. Liang Feng was taken aback by the unexpected call and replied curtly, "If you have something to say, say it. Otherwise, I'm busy." "What could you possibly be busy with?" Wang Shan chuckled. "I heard that Zhang Hanyao and her father visited your home last night, and your father got promoted. Are you celebrating out there?" You Siyan bit her lip. Liang Feng scoffed. "Just get to the point. Does this call cost money?" "Of course not," Wang Shan replied with a laugh. "Chen Feng is treating us to barbecue tonight, and he specifically wants you to come. He also invited a few classmates from Haigang. He's just trying to show off. If you're not there, he might actually succeed in impressing everyone. You must come to diminish his bravado. Besides, since he is treating, we won't be at a loss." Liang Feng, lacking interest, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I have other matters to attend to, let it be." "Come on, Chen Feng specifically invited you. After being cooped up for so long, why not enjoy some cold beer and barbecue together? Just come along," Wang Shan insisted. Liang Feng contemplated and then covered the phone, looking up to ask You Siyan, "Do you have time for dinner tonight?" His implication was clear. If she was available, they could dine together. If not, he would join Wang Shan. It would be unreasonable to disregard a good friend's repeated invitation. You Siyan paused and softly replied, "My parents are asking for Yusin tonight. I have to go." "All right," Liang Feng responded to Wang Shan. "I'm free tonight. We can have a drink." "Great. I'll let you know once I finalize the venue." Wang Shan cheerfully concluded the call. Liang Feng felt a twinge of guilt for prioritizing romance over friendship. But observing You Siyan's enthusiastic demeanor, he considered it worthwhile. After all, she was captivating. To Liang Feng's surprise, the chosen venue was none other than his own restaurant. Wang Shan laughed over the phone. "Do you know that open space in the Gaoxing development zone? It has been turned into a bustling barbecue street, teeming with people. We've booked a spot there, so hurry up and come." Liang Feng chuckled in response. "All right, I'm on my way." After hanging up, he couldn't help but marvel at the success of his restaurant. He understood that Tang City was a small place. Any news would spread like wildfire, and the locals thrived on excitement. Thus, the emergence of a popular venue would draw everyone in. He made a phone call home to request a leave of absence before hailing a taxi to Liang Feng's kitchen. As soon as he entered the cab, the driver, smiling, remarked, "I know that place called Liang Feng's kitchen. I've heard the breeze there is particularly refreshing, which is why it's named so. It has recently become quite popular." He added, "Just earlier, I dropped off a full load of passengers there." Liang Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the play on words. Realizing how his name had transformed into a humorous twist, he responded with a smile, "Yes, indeed. The breeze there is quite pleasant." The driver continued, "Once I drop you off, I'll stick around. With so many customers, I'd be more than happy to make this trip again." "All right, sounds good," Liang Feng replied vaguely. The Bohai Grand Hotel is located in the city center, while Liang Feng's kitchen is situated in the suburban area. As dusk fell, the roads were congested, taking over half an hour to arrive. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by a dazzling scene. Under the night sky, the area was ablaze with lights, searchlights illuminating it as bright as day. The once spacious street was lined with all manner of vehicles, and one side of the 8-lane road was completely blocked. Numerous tables and chairs were set up along the roadside, bustling with people, creating an atmosphere of vibrant revelry. It was Liang Feng's first visit in the evening, and he was astonished by the lively scene, far exceeding his expectations. He couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected success, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. This was his kitchen. Chapter 85. The pride of the harbor students. Liang Feng recalled that at noon, there was only a barbecue stall, Old Ma's Barbecue. Now, it had transformed into 4 or 5 stalls offering a variety of dishes, stir-fried seafood, clay pot meals, grilled fish, and more. There were also numerous fruit and fried food stalls. The atmosphere was indeed bustling. The acumen of a businessman is undoubtedly sharp. It suddenly dawned on Liang Feng why Zhu Shaoqing had persistently sought his assistance. The evening crowd was astonishingly vibrant. As for Qianqian, had she come? Last night, Chen Qianqian had nestled in Liang Feng's room, and they discussed purchasing land and setting up a storefront. Early in the morning, Liang Feng, Bai Jing, and Liang Qinggong had all left home, and only after they departed did Chen Qianqian emerge from her room, sending a text about handling some paperwork. At this moment, she was likely not present. Liang Feng glanced around, slightly disappointed by her absence. Just then, Wang Shan, sitting on a stool in the right corner, noticed Liang Feng and eagerly stood up. Waving to greet him, "Over here, Liang Feng." Liang Feng spotted him, smiled, and quickly walked over. There were 7 or 8 individuals at the table, 2 of whom he recognized, Feng Kai and Su Peng from the same neighborhood. Though they did not gain admission to North China University, their bond from growing up together remained strong. Liang Feng, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you for ages, Feng Kai and Su Peng exclaimed with playful banter. You've become quite famous lately. We heard you gave that Huale from your school a thrashing and saved Zhang Yaoyong's daughter. Is that true? Indeed, it is true. Even his father has benefited from it, getting promoted to deputy director of the workshop now. As I perceive it, today it ought to be you treating us, rather than Chen Feng. Chen Feng, ever eager to show off, interjected, Today, I declare it to be my treat. A trifling sum does not concern me. As for you, Liang Feng, your father has received a promotion. Surely your allowance has increased. When shall you invite us for a feast? Liang Feng, taking a seat, readily replied, No problem. Let's find a time, and I shall treat everyone. That's the spirit. Wang Shan chuckled. I have heard from my mother that your father has become quite prominent. Even the factory director must curry favor with your family. In just a few years, I dare say he will rise even higher. Your one act of heroism did not merely save Zhang Honyao, but your entire family. Henceforth, success shall be yours. The others listened, harboring a touch of envy. Especially Chen Feng, who scoffed. Had I been present at the time, Liang Feng would not have had his opportunity. I am quite the swimmer. I would have been the first to rescue Zhang Honyao. Wang Shan retorted, Chen Feng, do not presume that just because you're treating us, you can boast without challenge. Chen Feng laughed, aware that he was half joking. He knew Liang Feng possessed skills in cardiac resuscitation, which he did not, so he waved his hand playfully. I merely jest. Why the urgency? Wang Shan pouted, Of course, I am anxious. Liang Xiaoxia's heroism in saving Zhang Honyao is indisputable. Yet, I contributed as well. Why is that overlooked? I was the one who pulled him up. Liang Feng patted her shoulder, saying, Next time we encounter Zhang Yaoyong, I shall certainly mention it, all right? All right. Wang Shan nodded with a smile. But truly, I am pleased your family is prospering. It brings me joy as well. Liang Feng believed her, as their friendship was evident. For decades to come, they would continue to enjoy each other's company, perhaps until they were old and gray. Enough of such trivialities. Let us raise a glass. Chen Feng was treating today, primarily to alleviate the boredom he had endured at home, seeking to enliven the atmosphere with friends, especially since his family had provided him with some funds. Lately, he had been frequently visiting internet CAFS with Wang Shan, Su Peng, and Feng Kai, and had invited a few university classmates, convening here. As for Liang Feng, Chen Feng had always held a slight disdain for him. Yet they had grown up in the same neighborhood, so some camaraderie remained, albeit tinged with competition. At this moment, Chen Feng lifted his glass, stating, By the way, let me introduce you to some prominent figures from Haigang, Xiao Jian, Li Ming, and Lu Yu. These individuals, seated aloof and silent, exuded an air of haughtiness, perfectly embodying the Haigang student demeanor. Upon hearing the introductions, they merely nodded with a look of disdain. Chen Feng then turned to Wang Shan. Wang Shan, today we are competing against them. What do you say? They must be formidable marksmen. Wang Shan, feeling somewhat inadequate, chuckled. Indeed, they are quite impressive. The one named Li Ming smugly replied, Our Haigang already has a competitive team. Xiao Jian is the captain of our school's squad, and we are all key players. Battling against you will be a breeze. Lu Yu, brimming with arrogance, declared that losing to us was no shame. Indeed, Wang Shan, feeling indignant, fought in the afternoon but was thoroughly defeated, leaving him to wear a forced smile. Li Ming smugly interjected, Our Haigang University boasts not only a battle team, but also squads for StarCraft and Warcraft, with dedicated groups for online gaming. Chen Feng scoffed, adding, Our teachers encourage us to engage with computers. In this 21st century, one cannot escape the digital realm. Each additional day spent with computers brings us a step closer to a brighter future. The educational approach at North China University is utterly outdated. Indeed, the graduates from North China University are nothing but bookworms. Wang Shan felt a surge of anger, wishing to retort, yet secretly envied their confidence. Chen Feng, with his chin held high, turned to Liang Feng and provocatively suggested, It's too late today. Let us head to the Internet CAF tomorrow so you can witness the prowess of our university team. I'm not exaggerating. One of our team members could take on both of you without breaking a sweat. He glanced at Xiao Jian and added, My brother Jian could duel both you and Wang Shan, and still have half his health left. Do you believe that? Xiao Jian scoffed. dismissing Liang Feng entirely. If your skill level is so vastly inferior, it's hardly worth my time. It's like playing chess with someone who is perpetually terrible. It only drags one down further. This blunt remark was far from pleasant. Typically, Wang Shan would have shot back immediately, but having faced defeat earlier, he could only grit his teeth, roll his eyes, and remain silent. Liang Feng observed the students from Haigang and was suddenly reminded of his cousin, Bai Ying, whom he had seen earlier that morning. He couldn't help but chuckle, musing on how the teachers at Haigang had so effectively indoctrinated them, their rhetoric so uniformly grandiose regarding gaming. Finding it amusing, he let out a soft laugh. Chapter 86. Challenging Haigang. Seeing Liang Feng chuckle unexpectedly, Chen Feng grew displeased and, hands on hips, inquired, Liang Feng, what is so funny? Unconvinced. Let us settle it with a match. At that moment, his childhood friend Feng Kai chimed in, Liang Feng, don't underestimate them. You should have seen their sharpshooting. During the White Room match, I barely rushed out before I got hit in the head. Su Peng nodded in agreement. Right? Their accuracy is exceptional. I've never encountered anyone that's skilled at the internet CAF. Chen Feng, with a smug expression, puffed out his chest and boasted, of course. Our university team trains together consistently, and our synergy and awareness are unmatched in Tang City. Even if your school formed a team, you wouldn't stand a chance against us, and the gap would be vast. Li Ming, echoing Chun Feng's pride, added, not just in StarCraft and Warcraft. Anything related to computers is beyond your capabilities. Your school is merely a gathering of bookish students. Liang Feng nearly burst into laughter once more. At that moment, Xiao Jian glared at Liang Feng, clearly irritated by his sardonic demeanor. He challenged the student. You always seem to wear a smile that's not quite a smile. What do you mean by that? Do you disagree with our statements? If so, please speak up. What does North China University have to offer beyond academic excellence that could possibly compare with us? Wang Shan, observing the aggressive demeanor of those individuals, could not help but scoff. Can you truly compete with us in swimming? Xiao Jian interjected. Humph, our school boasts both diving and swimming classes. What do you wish to compare? Underwater swimming or traditional swimming? We are a combat team, proficient in our craft. Of course, you may choose participants from your school as well. Do you dare to compete? Such words left Wang Shan momentarily speechless. Liang Feng, unable to endure the banter any longer and witnessing his friend being berated, chuckled derisively. Isn't your school supposed to cultivate well-rounded talents? How is it that you are so specialized, incapable even of swimming? You consider yourselves the talents of the 21st century. Do you not find that amusing? When learning about computers, one should at the very least grasp programming and computer applications. Merely playing around does not qualify one as a talent, does it? This statement rendered Chen Feng, Xiao Jian, and others momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Liang Feng's bold assertion. They found themselves uncertain on how to counter it. Liang Feng continued, being proficient in gaming merely indicates proficiency in gaming. Do not speak of being well-rounded. To be truly well-rounded, one must excel in every aspect. Indeed, let us compare ourselves individually. We can swim, we excel in gaming, and our academic performance is commendable. Who among us is truly well-rounded? Wang Shan seized upon this opportunity, puffing out his chest defiantly. Indeed, we shall compare. Why should we fear? Can we truly be intimidated by you? We from North China University can certainly claim victory. Xiao Jian, Li Ming, and the others fell silent, contemplating their retorts. Liang Feng pressed on. Even so, you may not necessarily emerge victorious. I propose we engage in a few rounds, allowing you to witness my skill, while I observe the prowess of your school team. What say you? Are you brave enough to accept? Dare you? He taunted. I fear you may lack the courage. Chen Feng, quick to respond, laughed. Liang Feng, do not claim we are bullying you. Bring a few competitors from North China University, and we shall demonstrate the strength of our Haigang team. Yes, let us compare. They echoed. It is easy to boast without practice. Let us see what you are made of. Indeed, let us compare, Chen Feng insisted, even as he worried Liang Feng might backtrack. Tomorrow is Sunday. I shall grant you an entire morning to prepare. We will meet at 2 p.m. at the Pioneer Internet CAF. Anyone who fails to show represents a concession from their school. If we lose, what then? Very well, Liang Feng readily agreed, thinking to himself that he had nothing planned for tomorrow and relishing the opportunity to teach those arrogant Haigang fools a lesson. Excellent, the Haigang group chuckled, each exuding an air of confidence as if victory were already assured. Wang Shan gritted his teeth, believing Liang Feng should not have spoken so boldly. as it seemed akin to walking into the lion's den. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned closer to Liang Feng and whispered, "They truly are quite skilled. I fear no one from our school could possibly match them." Liang Feng, unconcerned, waved dismissively, "My skills have improved significantly. You would understand if you had witnessed it." Suddenly recalling Liang Feng's previous mention of meeting Chen Qianqian through gaming, Wang Shan regained his composure, straightening his posture defiantly. "Yes, we shall compete. What is there to fear? Can you intimidate us? We from North China University can certainly triumph." "Humph, who cannot boast?" retorted a defeated challenger. "I am merely an amateur. Losing to your school team would not bring me shame. It is only a victory over our school's elite that would be noteworthy," Wang Shan declared resolutely. "Very well. We shall see you tomorrow. The elite of your school is not so impressive," Chen Feng and Xiao Jian grumbled through clenched teeth. Tensions ran high between both parties, each eager to compete and showcase their superiority. Fortunately, at that moment, the barbecue and stir-fried seafood arrived at the table. The young men in their 20s, ravenous for meat, immediately began to devour their meal, cracking open beers and toasting one another, as if they were also vying for supremacy in terms of alcohol tolerance. "Come on, let's down one." "Yes, let us finish a bottle." Liang Feng and Wang Shan from North China University, seated opposite Chen Feng, Li Ming, Xiao Jian, and Lu Yu, clearly felt a mismatch in camaraderie. Just then, figures flickered in the distance, revealing two tall and graceful beauties, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, entering their line of sight. Chapter 87. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana. Both Gu Yuan and Jean Nana stood over 1.7 meters tall, clad in form-fitting denim hot pants that accentuated their long, fair legs, complemented by chic high-heeled sandals and off-the-shoulder tops. Their long ponytails swayed gracefully, capturing the attention of all present. Their stunning legs moved with the elegance of models, instantly drawing everyone's gaze, while Liang Feng and Wang Shan, seated with their backs turned, remained oblivious. Chen Feng was the first to notice. He quickly set down his beer bottle and excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, two stunning beauties have arrived. Look over there." "Where? Where?" The other young men turned to look. Feng Kai and Xue Peng, taken aback, gasped, "Goodness, those legs are so long and fair. Indeed, they're beautiful." They particularly admired the one in the red top, remarking how she resembled a superstar. "Truly stunning," they echoed, captivated by the long-legged beauty. Wang Shan, recognizing them instantly, smirked and said, "Look at you all, acting like you've never seen the world. That's Gu Yuan from our school, known as the Great Beauty Gu. And the other one is Jean Nana from her class, also a leggy beauty, with an impressive figure. You know them? Then why not call them over?" Chen Feng urged, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Having been dazzled by Lin Yuxin previously, he was now even more impatient upon seeing Gu Yuan, silently lamenting that true beauty still belonged to North China University. Though he said nothing, he couldn't help but feel admiration. He swallowed hard, encouraging Wang Shan, "If you can bring her over, I'll call you Brother Shan every day and give you a $10 membership." Wang Shan scratched his head, unsure. As he was not well acquainted with Gu Yuan or Jean Nana, they might not even recognize him. Moreover, Gu Yuan had suffered an incident involving Liang Feng. He glanced at Liang Feng and said, "Is it appropriate to call them over like that? They must have plans. Damn it, if you say you don't know them. Just admit it. No need to put on airs." Chen Feng retorted, his eyes wide with frustration, feeling as though he had missed out on a grand prize. Li Ming savored his lamb skewers, boasting, "It's hard to believe we're from the same school. If our school had such beautiful ladies, I can't say I'd win them over. But I could certainly strike up a conversation. Indeed, the two of you are quite lacking in dignity." Chen Feng rolled his eyes, feeling as though he had missed an excellent opportunity, frequently glancing back with a mischievous grin. "Feng Kai, you speak the truth. Those long legs are astonishing. Especially the one in the red dress. Her legs are longer than my life." Li Ming chuckled, "I still prefer the one with long legs and ample curves. She is truly exceptional. Alas, I have no chance to get to know her." The group cast disdainful looks at Liang Feng and Wang Shan, believing the fault lay with them. Wang Shan, rolling his eyes while munching on his lamb skewers, felt frustrated, thinking to himself that had he known things would turn out this way, he would have kept quiet to avoid the blame, yet there was nothing to be done. He genuinely did not know them. They could only eat their skewers at the entrance. Suddenly, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana approached, laughing as they strode over with their long, fair legs and swaying figures, their smiles radiating joy. Chen Feng quickly wiped his mouth and exclaimed, "They're coming this way. Do you even know them?" "Indeed. Even if they didn't know each other, a greeting wouldn't hurt, right? Who knows, you might end up sitting together," urged Chen Feng. "Come on, Wang Shan, Feng Ge. Don't be shy. Now's the time to make a move." Before Liang Feng and Wang Shan could respond, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana quickened their pace and greeted, "Oh, Liang Feng, it's really you. I recognized you from afar." The group was momentarily taken aback, surprised that they knew Liang Feng, and then erupted in joy, knowing Liang Feng was a good thing. Liang Feng remained quietly composed. Chen Feng, with an air of disdain, rolled his eyes. "What are you playing at? If you know each other, just speak up. Hey, ladies, do you know Liang Feng?" Chen Feng, feeling lucky, stood up with a grin. However, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana merely glanced at him, ignoring his presence, and instead, they cheerfully gathered around Liang Feng. He remained seated, looking up with a smile. "What brings you two here so late? Aren't you supposed to be practicing driving tomorrow?" Gu Yuan, tall and graceful from her ballet training, exuded elegance. Jean Nana, with her long legs and fair complexion, was easygoing and charming. The students from the harbor, including Su Peng and Feng Hai, were captivated. Up close, the ladies appeared even more stunning, their skin radiant, and a hint of perfume wafted through the air, making them feel lightheaded. Jean Nana giggled and explained, "We've often heard Qianqian talk about how lively the evenings are. Since today is Saturday, we decided to come and take a look. We didn't expect to run into you. It's such a pleasant surprise." Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. "Yes, what a coincidence. It's truly wonderful to meet you." The two exchanged cheerful smiles. Wang Shan, quite taken aback, worried that Liang Feng might feel awkward upon seeing them. Given the current situation, he was somewhat dazed. Eyes wide as he asked, "Gu, the stunning beauty, I am Wang Shan. Heh, we've met before." "Yes, I know you," Gu Yuan casually replied, showing no further interest. It was evident that her intentions were directed towards Liang Feng, as she was not particularly familiar with Wang Shan. Wang Shan, feeling embarrassed and scratching his head, asked, "Gudame, don't you have a grudge against Liang Feng? Why are you so familiar with him now?" Gu Yuan shot him a glance and huffed, "What grudge? Liang Feng is helping me. I'm not foolish enough to misunderstand that." Jean Nana, hands on her hips, interjected, "You shouldn't stir the pot. We are quite close with Liang Feng, so it's not your place to sow discord between us." No, I didn't mean that," Wang Shan stammered, feeling a bit flustered and increasingly annoyed with Liang Feng, thinking, if you're so familiar with them, just say it instead of putting on airs. How irritating. Gu Yuan blinked her large eyes, surveying the surroundings, and smiled. "You don't realize it until you come. It's much livelier than this afternoon." "Indeed, it is quite bustling," Liang Feng nodded in agreement. Jean Nana mused. "Remember when we first came here? There was just a barbecue grill. Now, just a few days later, it's so popular. Liang Feng, you really are remarkable." The two women exchanged playful banter. Chen Feng couldn't help but direct a question at Liang Feng. "Liang Feng, have you been here before?" Liang Feng nodded. "Yes, I've been here a few times." Wang Shan looked incredulous. "Are you boasting? We've been grounded. How could you come here? Was it yesterday?" Chen Feng chimed in. "Wasn't Zhang Hong Yao at your house yesterday? How could you have the time? What nonsense are you spouting?" Each of them wore expressions of disdain, convinced Liang Feng was exaggerating. "Exactly, the timeline doesn't match," they all pondered, confused. "What do you all know?" Just babbling away. Jean Nana, displeased at the disparaging remarks about Liang Feng, defended him, saying, "Liang Feng has been here every afternoon, drinking beer and eating skewers with us. How could he be grounded?" "Yes, we only missed yesterday. Before that, we were drinking beer and eating skewers every day," she continued. "Just the day before, we even had roasted lamb together." Wang Shan and Chen Feng were utterly astonished. It was then that Liang Feng realized he had let something slip and quickly explained with a smile, "I secretly hid a key at home without my parents knowing. When they grounded me, I snuck out to have some fun." Wang Shan slapped his thigh in disbelief, exclaiming, "So it's you. No wonder you've been looking so well after not seeing you for a few days. You've been sneaking out to indulge." Chen Feng gritted his teeth, scoffing. "Because of your antics, I was grounded, while you, on the other hand, are out chasing beauties and enjoying yourself. I'm stuck here. Where do I even go to seek justice?" Laughter erupted from the group. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana joined in, teasing, "You both are foolish." "Yes, you two are truly foolish. Learn from Liang Feng," the two tall and fair beauties chided. Wang Shan and Chen Feng, feeling somewhat pleased, chuckled and nodded in agreement. Yes. We are foolish. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana laughed again, finding the two boys adorably silly. In Chapter 88, Jean Nana, sharp-tongued and witty, suggested, "If you two don't have plans, why not join us?" Liang Feng, noticing Gu Yuan and Jean Nana standing there with an air of reluctance to leave, extended an invitation. "Sounds good." Gu Yuan instantly agreed. "You all don't mind us joining, do you?" Jean Nana smiled gently, her large eyes sparkling as she looked at the boys. Chen Feng, Wang Shan, Feng Kai, Su Peng, and almost everyone else, including Xiao Jian and Li Ming, shook their heads in unison, expressing that they certainly did not mind. In fact, they were quite pleased. "Yes, yes. Beautiful ladies, please have a seat. With such stunning beauties beside us, we feel rather honored." Immediately, the previously aloof Xiao Jian and Li Ming approached to fetch chairs with great enthusiasm. "Thank you," the two ladies said as they took their seats beside Liang Feng. The onlookers were left in awe. It was impossible not to be mesmerized by the sight of such fair-skinned, beautiful ladies with long legs. The denim skirt hugged their curves perfectly, revealing their long, elegant legs, prompting many to steal glances. Some even swallowed nervously. Wang Shan, captivated, couldn't help but ask Gu Yuan, "Gorgeous Gu, why do I feel that you and Liang Feng are even closer than I had imagined?" Gu Yuan blinked her large eyes and nodded. "Of course. Let's put it this way. We've consumed more beer recently than what's on this table." Jean Nana chimed in with a laugh. "Exactly. The more you drink, the closer you become." "You've done well." "Indeed," Wang Shan remarked to Liang Feng, giving him a thumbs up. "You seem to have charmed all the beauties from our school. First Lin Yuxin and Lin Duo, and now Gu Yuan and Jean Nana." Gu Yuan giggled, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Yes, he is quite the rascal." The subtle flirtation in her words left the other boys completely dumbfounded. Such stunning girls seemed to be pursuing Liang Feng. Chen Feng, who had previously visited Feng Yan's home and met Lin Yuxin, a true beauty, couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, saying, "Is there no one left at North China University? Even someone like Liang Feng attracts so much attention. If I were to go to your school, wouldn't I have a whole football team of girlfriends?" Jean Nana shot him a glare and replied, "From your tone, you must be from High Gang, right? You guys are always bragging." She chuckled shyly after her outburst. The boys were thrilled, finding her increasingly captivating. Chen Feng laughed. "How are we bragging? Beautiful lady. Do enlighten us." Xiao Jian and others, eager to impress the ladies, joined in. Jean Nana tilted her head back, unimpressed. "You can't even compare to Liang Feng with just a single finger, and still you boast? Please, don't even start. Liang Feng is modest. If he weren't, you all would be utterly stunned." Chen Feng knew Liang Feng had some abilities, but he thought it was a bit exaggerated. Xiao Jian and the others, however, looked unconvinced, thinking he was merely a bit fairer and more handsome. They scoffed. "Come on, beautiful, tell us more." "All right, let me enlighten you. You from Haigang only know how to show off," Jean Nana remarked, placing her hands on her hips. "Firstly, did you not perform well in your studies to end up at a private school? Do not mention North China University. The majority of you from Haigang can't even pass the entrance exam for a second-tier university. After arriving at Haigang, you are easily swayed by a few flattering words, thinking you are capable. Just consider, how many from your school can actually gain admission to a second-tier university?" Li Ming quickly interjected, "Academics do not encompass everything." Jean Nana retorted, "While academics may not represent everything, they certainly reflect one's intellect. If your intellect is lacking, what else can you claim?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shan applauded and exclaimed, "Sister Nana, you shall be my sister from now on. After being lectured by them for so long, your words are refreshing. Indeed, if your academic performance is poor, it is often indicative of a lack of intellect. If your intellect is deficient, what can you boast about?" The group opposing them fell silent, evidently outmatched by Jean Nana's sharp wit. Xiao Jian muttered, "How does poor academic performance equate to a lack of intellect? Poor academic performance simply means one is struggling with their studies. Surely, that is what your teachers have taught you." Jean Nana had long harbored disdain for these Haigang individuals, rolling her eyes and scoffing, "If you can't excel academically, what else can you possibly achieve? Academic performance is the simplest measure. If you can't even manage that, it certainly points to a deficiency in intellect." Li Ming interjected, "That is not entirely accurate." Jean Nana glared at him, demanding, "What do you find inaccurate?" At a loss for words, Li Ming felt the pressure of addressing such a striking beauty, compounded by Jean Nana's sharp tongue, making it difficult to counter her arguments. Come on, speak up, speak up. You all join in. Wang Shan laughed. Liang Feng and Gu Yuan gave Jean Nana a thumbs up, saying, Sister Nana, you truly are impressive. We admire you. Jean Nana, pleased with the attention, replied with a smile, I have long been unable to tolerate these high-gang folks who prance around boastfully day after day. Xiao Jian, finding himself outmatched in the debate, hastily shifted the topic, stating, let us not dwell on trivial matters. Tomorrow, we shall meet on the battlefield and see who emerges victorious. Indeed, let us see who prevails in the arena, Chen Feng chimed in. What? You two are competing against high-gang? Then we must go cheer for you. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana exclaimed, looking at Liang Feng. Yes, we'll be your cheerleaders. Wang Shan, delighted by the prospect of having beautiful supporters, remarked, with lovely ladies rooting for us, we will undoubtedly perform better. He then scratched his head and added, however, Gu, do you know anyone skilled enough? We need to recruit some to put them in their place. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, I'm not sure, but I can certainly ask around. Great. With your connections, it will be much easier. Wang Shan felt increasingly confident. Gu Yuan, being well acquainted with many, would surely find a few experts to quell the arrogance of this group, and then they could thoroughly humiliate them. Chen Feng stretched his limbs and confidently declared, You will witness the prowess of high-gang tomorrow at the Xianfeng Internet CAF. Let us wait and see. Sounds good, Liang Feng chuckled in agreement. However, with Gu Yuan and Jean Nana's presence, the atmosphere had become less tense. The addition of two beautiful women always lightens the mood. The ambience remained relatively lively. Chen Feng produced a couple of beers and, grinning, inquired, Ladies, you mentioned earlier about drinking beer with Liang Feng. So what do you say now? Jean Nana grasped the beer and, emulating Chen Qianqian, snapped it open with a resounding pop before placing it on the table. With a haughty huff, she declared her intention to drink. This bold gesture captivated the attention of everyone present, who noted that this young woman possessed not only a sharp tongue, but also a remarkable spirit. None could recall such a girl from their school, prompting them to regard her with newfound admiration. Su Peng and Feng Kai felt particularly regretful, lamenting their previous lack of diligence in studies, for had they been more earnest, they might have shared the classroom with such a stunning beauty. Thank you, lovely ladies, for gracing us with your presence, Chen Feng chuckled, adept at charming words. He fancied himself no less appealing than Liang Feng, hoping they might come to know him better, perhaps leading to a chance of winning one of their hearts. His aspirations were laden with delight. Xiao Jian felt rather impressive, at least in comparison to Liang Feng, and jovially remarked, Indeed, you two are the most exquisite beauties of the evening. Your willingness to engage with us is truly commendable. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana had heard their fair share of flattery throughout their lives, having been indulged and adored. Such words held little sway over them. With a dismissive glance, Jean Nana retorted, Isn't this merely due to Liang Feng's presence? Otherwise, we wouldn't be drinking with those lacking in wit. In an instant, Chen Feng and Xiao Jian were rendered speechless, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Laughter erupted among Wang Shan, Su Peng, and Feng Kai, who found the candidness utterly amusing. Liang Feng shot them a sidelong glance, and even Gu Yuan struggled to suppress her laughter. Chen Feng and Xiao Jian, feeling deflated, reluctantly set down their drinks and sulkily munched on skewers, their hearts heavy with frustration at their own perceived shortcomings. Chapter 89. The air of arrogance vanished. Chen Feng, Xiao Jian, and the other students from high-gang felt their pride humbled. Yet, the sight of the two fair-skinned, beautiful women seated beside them was undeniably pleasing. However, the group was astonished to witness how the two superlative beauties, Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, who were often the object of admiration, were now vying for Liang Feng's attention, seemingly pursuing him with fervor, much to everyone's astonishment. When Liang Feng expressed a desire for lamb skewers, Gu Yuan was quick to assist, promptly handing one to him while sweetly saying, Liang Feng, I picked out a hot one for you. It's delicious. Liang Feng accepted it as if it were second nature, diving into his meal without even a word of thanks, as though such treatment were his due. When he craved beer, Jean Nana promptly opened a bottle for him, even wiping the rim with a napkin before presenting it to him. Liang Feng, exhibiting the same habitual nonchalance, took it and drank with ease. This exchange left onlookers bewildered, resembling the intimate interactions of a couple, and in fact, it felt as though he had two devoted attendants. Wang Shan scratched his head in confusion, muttering, What on earth is going on here? The others were equally astonished, pondering in disbelief how this young man possessed the charm to enrapture two stunning beauties to such an extent. Especially Wang Shan, unable to contain himself any longer, turned to Liang Feng and asked, "Brother Liang, you are like my own brother now. Please tell me how you managed this." As he spoke, he playfully poked Liang Feng with his chopsticks. Liang Feng, bewildered, responded, "What do you mean? What have I accomplished? The lamb skewers were not grilled by me. They are delicious, so go ask the chef." "What? Who mentioned lamb skewers?" Wang Shan retorted, agitated. "I meant, how did you manage to have these two stunning beauties fawning over you? And don't forget about the enchanting Gu Yuan." Liang Feng chuckled and explained, "We are merely friends. Very familiar with each other. Is that so strange?" Gu Yuan smiled and chimed in, "Exactly, we are already quite close friends." Jean Nana nodded in agreement, asserting, "Very close indeed. And by the way, can we include me when speaking of beauties? I'm not that lacking, am I?" No. Wang Shan was left speechless, utterly impressed by his good friend, sighing, "Brother, from now on, you are my brother. I truly admire you." "I admire you as well," echoed Su Peng and Feng Kai in unison, nodding vigorously. There was no denying it. Gu Yuan was breathtakingly beautiful, like a blossoming flower, worthy of being called a superstar. Jean Nana was slightly less so, but her ample bosom and stunning figure were undeniably commendable. Suddenly, Jean Nana spoke up, "By the way, who is treating today? I brought money. If not, I can treat." Liang Feng pointed to Chen Feng and said, "Today he is the host. We shall eat at his expense." Chen Feng quickly chimed in, Yes, beautiful lady, you need not worry about the cost. I will treat today. If you truly wish to treat, perhaps you can invite me out another day," he added with a cheeky smile. Jean Nana shot him a glare and ignored him, leading to an awkward atmosphere. Chen Feng felt an intense frustration, glancing at Liang Feng, perplexed as to why he fell short in comparison. Forget Gu Yuan. Even having a girlfriend like Jean Nana would make him ecstatic, yet she paid him no attention, leaving him baffled and resigned to drink in solitude. Xiao Jian, equally disheartened, gritted his teeth and declared, "I won't say anything more. Let us meet at the internet cafe tomorrow." "Yes, I will definitely take you down," Li Ming added, envious of the unfolding scenes. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana laughed, gathering around Liang Feng, seemingly relishing the spectacle. "You two are truly mischievous," Liang Feng remarked, unable to hide his amusement. He could tell the two ladies were being intentional, yet he found the antics of the group of students from Haigang amusing. Laughing along as he played along with the two women, Wang Shan pondered for a moment, feeling a sense of vindication, and declared, "Come, let us raise a glass for North China University. Cheers." Liang Feng, Gu Yuan, and Jean Nana proudly lifted their glasses in celebration. Chen Feng, Xiao Jian, and Li Ming looked on, rolling their eyes in frustration, feeling exasperated yet unable to express their displeasure with the beautiful women present, resigning themselves to sighs of despair. At that moment, a sudden buzzing sound emerged from a distance. About 20 motorcycles roared into view, each brandishing a new model and carrying a beautiful woman. Dressed impeccably in black leather trousers and jackets, complemented by sturdy marten boots and adorned with vividly painted helmets, they arrived one by one. With an air of nonchalance, they removed their helmets and surveyed the surrounding crowd with a haughty gaze. Their imposing presence commanded the attention of everyone, evoking a sense of awe and even prompting some to avert their eyes. Such was their allure, strikingly handsome and undeniably brazen. Chen Feng murmured, "I recognize them. It's said that this is their territory. The barbecue stalls here are required to pay them tribute." Indeed, they were the quintessential motorcycle gang. "Is that so?" Xiao Jian and his companions looked on in astonishment, instinctively shrinking back as if fearing that a prolonged gaze might invite trouble. Uft! Gu Yuan and Jean Nana burst into laughter. Chen Feng, puzzled, inquired, "What are you two lovely ladies laughing at?" "We're laughing at you for being such a fool," Jean Nana replied candidly, her laughter infectious as she doubled over. "Liang Feng, is this your friend? Why is he so foolish?" Liang Feng chuckled. Wang Shan, finally grasping the situation, added with a smile, "Chen Feng, you really are naive. Didn't I tell you Liang Feng knows a formidable leader? Look over there." He gestured towards the group. "You know them?" Chen Feng exclaimed, incredulous, shaking his head in disbelief. "You must be mistaken," Jean Nana, bemused, remarked. "You from Haigang really don't think straight. It's no wonder you don't believe it. You're simply hopeless." She could easily discern his naive disposition. Gu Yuan echoed her sentiment. Chen Feng was on the verge of cursing, but the beauty of the two ladies held him back. Yet, he remained skeptical. Xiao Jian and the others shared his doubts, feeling that even if Liang Feng had a connection, he was merely a subordinate. There seemed to be little merit in that. Suddenly, Gu Yuan stretched her beautiful legs and called out, Sister Qianqian, Sister Qianqian, over here. Chen Jing noticed her. With her striking yellow hair, she stood out prominently and leaned towards Chen Qianqian, whispering, Look, who is that? Who? Chen Qianqian, basking in her own sense of pride as if surveying her domain, resembled a lioness strutting majestically. Upon glancing up, she merely pouted. Why didn't he inform me of his arrival? So annoying. Removing her helmet, she revealed a head of wild, vibrant yellow hair, cradling her helmet as she strode confidently towards her followers. Sister Qianqian, when did you dye your hair yellow? Yes, when did you do it? Gu Yuan and Jean Nana giggled, eagerly waving their hands. Sister Qianqian, over here. Having caught sight of them, Chen Qianqian responded, striding over with an air of elegance, her entourage in tow. Along the way, people parted to make way, her authority unmistakable. She relished every moment, akin to a lion leading her pride, surveying the world with a regal demeanor. Sister Qianqian, Wang Shan recognized her, nodding with a smile. Chen Feng was taken aback. You know her too? This was the final straw for him. He felt utterly defeated. Jean Nana, exasperated, could only shake her head. Chen Feng was left in a state of complete despair. Chapter 90. The melancholy of Chen Qianqian. Why did you not inform me of your arrival in advance? Chen Qianqian complained with a roll of her eyes as she leaned closer. Her melancholic demeanor left everyone momentarily stunned. It was as if this formidable lioness of a leader was playfully pouting at Liang Feng. The onlookers were bewildered, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, wondering if there was something more between the two. It was hard not to wonder why he was so charming. Liang Feng remained seated, motioning towards Wang Shan and the others, explaining, It's a class reunion. I had no idea it would be here, hence the lack of prior notice. He glanced around and remarked, It certainly is lively tonight. Indeed, Chen Qianqian replied, casting her gaze at Wang Shan and Chen Feng, then at Gu Yuan and Jean Nana. What brings you two out here at this late hour? Aren't you afraid of encountering a rogue? With Sister Qianqian around, we have nothing to fear. Yes. With Sister Qianqian here, we are safe. The two girls were quite eloquent, mainly because they felt comfortable. Wang Shan was taken aback. He recalled how Chen Qianqian had slapped Gu Yuan not long ago. How had they become so amicable in such a short span? He felt as though he had missed a spectacular performance and resolved to seek Liang Feng for answers later. However, the current atmosphere was intimidating. The men and women surrounding Chen Qianqian were clad in black leather pants and jackets, clutching vividly painted motorcycle helmets, standing menacingly behind her. The presence was imposing, drawing almost everyone's attention and creating an overwhelming pressure. Chen Feng and the others dared not utter a word, shrinking their necks and stealing glances. At that moment, Chen Jing, with her voluminous hair, greeted them with a smile, saying, Liang Xiao, we were just discussing you. Who would have thought you could be so easily summoned? It was merely a coincidence. Liang Feng, observing Chen Qianqian's wistful gaze, exchanged a knowing look with her, prompting her to relax slightly. She cheerfully inquired, by the way, how did things go? Not very well, Chen Qianqian sighed. The land belongs to a village. Although it has been designated as a high-tech development zone, the land still belongs to the villagers. When the factory was established, we promised to hire from the village, hence it's quite troublesome. Offering money would make it easier. Liang Feng suggested. Chen Qianqian pouted. Fine, I'll have someone handle it. With a disdainful glance at the others, she remarked to Liang Feng, since they are your classmates, my presence would surely disrupt your gathering. Humph, you all carry on. Liang Feng nodded. We'll call you once we finish drinking. All right, Chen Qianqian obediently agreed. Bidding farewell to Gu Yuan and Jean Nana. When you leave, call me. I'll have them give you a ride. Rest assured, they are all girls. Yes, Sister Qianqian. Thank you, Sister Qianqian. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana waved their farewells. Chen Qianqian strode away like a lioness accompanied by her followers, exuding confidence as they made their way towards Lao Ma's barbecue. The atmosphere returned to normal, yet it was evident to all that the relationship between Chen Qianqian and Liang Feng was anything but ordinary, with an unmistakable hint of intimacy in their exchanges. Wang Shan could not help but express his astonishment, exclaiming, My brother Feng, how is it that you possess such an irresistible charm for the ladies? How did I not notice this before? Jean Nana, covering her mouth, chuckled and replied, there are many things you remain unaware of. I used to be skeptical, but now I am convinced. Wang Shan nodded vigorously. Having grown up alongside Liang Feng, sharing every experience since childhood, he now felt as though he hardly recognized him. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, we must have a serious conversation soon. You need to clarify things for me, lest I feel like I am not your true confidant. Liang Feng raised his beer bottle and clinked it with Wang Shan's, assuring him, rest assured, you will always be my good brother. That's more like it. Wang Shan replied, invigorated and smiling. He then offered his chopsticks to Liang Feng, inquiring, by the way, do tell me, who is my sister-in-law, your girlfriend? You shouldn't be eyeing other options while enjoying what you have. I feel for those girls. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana giggled in the background. Liang Feng rolled his eyes and said, my girlfriend, who is also your sister-in-law, you really know how to amuse. Wang Shan chuckled in response. However, the students from Haiyang University felt utterly disheartened. Chen Feng could not help but comment, Liang Feng, I never realized you were such a fickle-hearted fellow. As he morosely focused on his lamb skewers. Xiao Jian and the others shared similar sentiments, sighing in resignation. They could only grit their teeth, hoping for victory in the upcoming battle. Alas, they sighed again, feeling overshadowed, and returned to their skewers and beer, losing the earlier spark of bravado. There was nothing to be done. They felt completely outmatched. To the far left, a newly opened barbecue stall had set up a stage to generate excitement. Suddenly, invigorating music filled the air. A group of girls clad in alluring fitness attire ascended the stage, moving to the popular disco music from 2002. The infectious rhythm instantly ignited the atmosphere. The girls danced with fervor and abandon, drawing the attention of those around them, who could no longer look away. Goodness, they dress like that just to dance? Wang Shan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this is rather revealing, Su Peng and Feng Kai remarked, unable to divert their gaze. Chen Feng, appearing more composed, explained, these are fitness pants. There's nothing extraordinary about it. Our school has girls who wear similar outfits while doing aerobics. Though they are not quite as well endowed. Yes, they are incredibly alluring, they admitted. Had Gu Yuan and Jean Nana not been present, they would have surely voiced even more explicit comments. For these boys, just entering their teenage years, the tightly fitted fitness attire showcased an enticing physique that was simply irresistible. They were captivated, unable to tear their eyes away. It wasn't just them. The patrons of the other barbecue stalls were equally mesmerized, casting heated glances at the spectacle. Gu Yuan could not help but marvel. This owner truly knows how to conduct business. With such an attraction, his stall is bound to thrive. The group nodded in agreement, exclaiming, indeed, everyone is watching. It's primarily due to the allure. Amidst the harmonious blend of music and dance, patrons who were once indecisive about where to dine found themselves irresistibly drawn to the barbecue stall, a testament to the undeniable impact of advertisement. Liang Feng observed this phenomenon with keen insight, recognizing that the captivating dancer leading the performance was none other than Lu Bingyan. He couldn't help but marvel at her relentless pursuit of financial gain. She had danced at the department store just hours earlier and had now come to this venue. In Tang City, it was customary for new establishments to hire performers, whether for dance or traditional lion and dragon dances. It seemed that Lu Bingyan had officially ventured into this line of work, driven solely by the desire to earn a living. As Liang Feng watched Lu Bingyan, with her slender waist, long legs, alluring figure, and curvaceous form, he was reminded of Lu Duo, who was also striving to make a living. His admiration for the mother-daughter duo deepened. He pondered how long they had to toil to accumulate the 500,000 they needed. Perhaps he could lend them a helping hand. Considering how their circumstances had transformed from his previous life, the catalyst for this change was his own small, yet significant influence, akin to a butterfly flapping its wings. Liang Feng resolved to assist them wholeheartedly, viewing it as a noble act. He felt fortunate to have returned to 2002, the year of his longed-for youth, and deemed it fitting to engage in a good deed. Thus, he silently vowed to support this mother and daughter. Chapter 91. Lu Bingyan on stage. The performance lasted a good 4 to 5 minutes, with Lu Bingyan and her companions dancing fervently, their bodies glistening with sweat. This elevated the lively atmosphere of the venue to new heights. Despite Lu Bingyan being noticeably older than the younger dancers behind her, she exuded an undeniable sensuality. Her dancing is truly exceptional, remarked Gu Yuan. Having studied ballet since childhood, she considered herself a semi-professional dancer and could easily discern talent. Yet, as she gazed at the lead dancer, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Suddenly, she whispered, "The lead dancer looks so familiar." Jean Nana nodded in agreement. "I find her familiar too. She resembles Lu Duoduo's mother." "Yes, that is her mother, Lu Bingyan. I attended her dance classes back in middle school," Gu Yuan added. Recalling the memory, Wang Shan was astounded, his face filled with disbelief. "Are you saying that the lead dancer is Lu Duoduo's mother? That can't be possible. How old is she?" "The lead dancer looks barely in her 20s. Gu Yuan rolled her eyes and retorted, "You're quite observant, but there is no mistake. That is indeed Lu Duoduo's mother. Can one really dress like that in such a public setting?" Wang Shan remained skeptical. Lu Duoduo was renowned as the school's most stunning beauty, and while there was a resemblance, he felt the attire was somewhat inappropriate for such an audience. Liang Feng interjected with a smile. "Didn't you hear Chen Feng? The girls at school dress like this. Come on, let us not be too conservative, ladies." Gu Yuan and Jean Nana nodded in agreement. "That's true. We've entered a new century. It's time to shed some old notions. Cheers." "Indeed. Let us not dwell on that. Cheers." The group raised their glasses once more, toasting together. Chen Feng and Wang Shan seldom had the opportunity to enjoy a spirited drink with ladies, although Feng Yin and Zhang Yun had grown up together as childhood friends. Such moments of toasting and exchanging cups were rare. At this moment, they were enveloped in a delightful sensation, savoring the pleasure of drinking alongside these two beautiful women. Though they could only gaze and not touch, and were always surrounded by Liang Feng, their spirits remained high. It was inevitable. These two tall, stunning beauties were simply enchanting. However, Gu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Lu Bingyan, captivated by her dance, murmuring, "No wonder she was renowned throughout Tang City and secured third place in the national competition. She is truly remarkable. Indeed, her dancing is exquisite," Jean Nana echoed in admiration. Observing the boys leaning in, eyes wide in admiration of Lu Bingyan, she chuckled, "Gentlemen, it seems you've taken a liking to this lady." No, not at all," the group replied awkwardly, shaking their heads in unison. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "We are merely appreciating her talent, purely admiration." "Yes, indeed," the boys nodded in agreement. "What about you, Liang Feng? You seem to be the most engrossed," Gu Yuan teased. Imitating Wang Shan's mannerisms, playfully waving a chopstick near Liang Feng's mouth, Liang Feng brushed his hand aside, stating, "Compared to such a captivating mature woman, I prefer the allure of youthful elegance." "How rude. A rogue." Gu Yuan and Jean Nana giggled, knowing he was referring to them, playfully batting their eyelashes. All right. Let us raise another glass," Liang Feng proclaimed, lifting his cup for a toast. He couldn't help but reminisce about Gu Yuan's youthful beauty from her 20s, remarking, "When you two reach her age, you will undoubtedly be just as striking. Perhaps even more beautiful," Wang Shan concurred. "Oh, such flattery," Jean Nana retorted with a playful glare. Liang Feng's compliments delighted her, yet she noticed the peculiar glimmer in his eyes when he looked at Lu Bingyan, coupled with Liang Feng's semi-public relationship with Chen Qianqian. She couldn't help but wonder if he had a penchant for older women. The thought made her smile secretly. She realized that with so many beautiful women around Liang Feng, he likely wouldn't notice her. Her slightly larger mouth and wild spirit did not align with the aesthetic preferences of young men. Thus, she felt a twinge of pity for her dear friend Gu Yuan, for they would have made a perfect pair otherwise. Leaning closer to Gu Yuan, she whispered, "You should take the initiative." Gu Yuan rolled her eyes, replying, "Am I not being proactive enough?" "Well, that is true," Jean Nana conceded, falling silent. On stage, the music gradually came to a halt, and Lu Bingyan and the other dancers descended to take a break. Shortly thereafter, a male host in his 20s briskly took the stage, announcing loudly, "Today marks the grand opening of our Huang Air barbecue restaurant, with all beverages at half price. Enjoy yourselves, as there will be even more spectacular performances to come." With this announcement, the atmosphere in the venue instantly surged to a crescendo, and patrons eagerly sought their seats. Chen Feng sighed, "Had I known, I would have dined here. The drinks are half off." After speaking, he felt that treating everyone made him seem rather stingy, so he quickly amended his words, saying, "All right, that's quite acceptable. The taste is rather delightful." Feng Kai and Su Peng chimed in, affirming, Indeed, the flavor is quite good. It truly is. Come, let us continue toasting." Liang Feng encouraged as the glasses clinked repeatedly, with bottles of beer being emptied one after another. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, with moist corners of their mouths from drinking, showed no signs of intoxication and even assisted in opening more beer. Chen Feng, Xiao Jian, and several students from Haigang looked on in admiration, genuinely impressed by the two beautiful women, their carefree nature and impressive drinking capacity. Yes, truly remarkable, they remarked, giving a thumbs up. Indeed. Jean Nana replied with a proud smile. In school, they were accustomed to girls whose behavior was overly restrained. Encountering such spirited and genuine beauties was a rare opportunity, leaving them utterly captivated. You too must visit the Xianfeng Internet Cafe tomorrow, so we can show you how formidable we are, Chen Feng warmly invited. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana exchanged glances and smiled, replying, "We will definitely come, but we are there to cheer for Liang Feng." Yes, we are cheering for our North China University. Regardless of for whom they were cheering, it was imperative that they attend, as my marksmanship is quite precise, Chen Feng declared, glaring at Liang Feng. I will aim for Liang Feng, take him down, and show him not to be such a fickle-hearted lad. A burst of laughter erupted from Gu Yuan and Jean Nana. Liang Feng retorted playfully, "Today, out of consideration for your treat, I shall refrain from retaliating too harshly. But do not provoke me." Chen Feng rolled his eyes in response, choosing silence. The atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Chapter 92. A boost of energy beneath the night sky. A full moon hung high, illuminated further by searchlights. This area contrasted sharply with the surrounding darkness, bustling with lively activity. People were dining heartily, creating a vibrant atmosphere. On stage, a female singer strummed her guitar, performing the one sitting next to you. Although it did not create a significant stir, it was evident that this barbecue establishment had invested considerably, not only hiring dancers, but also a singer, seemingly preparing for a grand event. At that moment, Chen Jing, sporting a head of blonde hair, rushed over, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "Young Master Liang. Qianqian said you play the guitar and would sit by the window strumming during your confinement. Is that true?" Wang Shan quickly added, Yes, I can attest to that. He plays remarkably well. Many young girls from our neighborhood would come to listen to him." Chen Feng scoffed, "What is so good about it? It's not impressive at all. How dare you speak to young Master Liang like that?" Chen Jing shot him a fierce look. "You little brat, say that again." Startled, Chen Feng quickly grinned, "I was just joking." "Who is joking with you? Who do you think you are?" Chen Jing picked up a bottle, ready to confront him. Liang Feng chuckled, "Don't make a fuss, she is my childhood friend." Chen Jing laughed, saying, "I'm just teasing. Look at his timid demeanor. He hardly seems like a man." The laughter echoed, with Gu Yuan and Jean Nana joining in with giggles. Chen Feng awkwardly scratched his head, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Chen Jing covertly signaled to Gu Yuan and Jean Nana. Understanding her intentions, they approached Liang Feng, urging him to join them on stage. "Come on, let's go perform over there. That girl plays terribly." The two girls pulled Liang Feng from either side, disregarding any notions of propriety. Liang Feng, feeling quite awkward, waved his hands in protest. No, let us drink first." Chen Jing, pushing him from behind, urged, "Hurry up. Sister Qian has already spoken. Don't make it difficult for us." In the distance, Lin Wu and others chimed in, playfully egging him on. "Come on, Liang Xiao. Give us a performance." Holding a beer bottle, Chen Qianqian smiled and gestured, leading to an uproar of cheers that rose and fell like waves. "Liang Xiao, come on." Chen Feng, Wang Shan, and Xiao Jian suddenly realized just how many people knew Liang Feng, leaving them astonished. It appeared that Liang Feng was quite well connected after all. Stop. Liang Feng found it impossible to resist the three women's insistence as they pushed him onto the stage. The girl with the guitar stood there, momentarily taken aback by the scene. Quick-witted, Chen Jing snatched the guitar and announced to the audience, "Let us welcome our Liang Xiao to perform for us." Thunderous applause erupted. Chen Qianqian, reveling in the excitement, whistled enthusiastically. Although Liang Feng wore a helpless expression, he was still pulled onto the stage by Gu Yuan and Jean Nana. The guitar was handed to him, and the bewildered girl yielded her spot. "Sorry about this," Liang Feng said with an apologetic smile, unable to resist the crowd's urging. He declared, "All right, I'll sing a song called Overnight Song. I hope everyone drinks a bit more tonight and stays up late." With that, he began to play and sing. The upbeat introduction caught everyone off guard. Liang Feng sang, "Sleep at midnight, wake at 6, sipping on millet, sleep at 1, wake at 6. The king of hell praises my good health. Laughter erupted, as the audience, initially puzzled by the lyrics, soon found themselves in stitches. It was the first time they had heard such a song, overnight song, and they found it utterly amusing. At midnight, wake at 6, sipping on millet. What are these lyrics? Laughter filled the room, as everyone found the performance entertaining, straining to listen. Chen Qianqian, Lin Wu, and their friends quieted down, while Gu Yuan and Jean Nana laughed heartily, exclaiming, Liang Feng, you are so talented. Wang Shan and Chen Feng were taken aback, observing how unfamiliar Liang Feng appeared while on stage with the guitar. Wow, Liang Feng is quite impressive, they thought. They all listened intently as Liang Feng continued. Sleep at 2, wake at 6, in a rectangular coffin. Sleep at 3, wake at 6, the Grim Reapers are together. Sleep at 4, wake at 6. My own portrait hangs on the wall. Another wave of laughter erupted. In the year 2002, such melodious voices were still a rarity, yet it is undeniable that they possessed an intriguing charm that captivated nearly everyone, compelling them to listen on. The ambience felt perfectly aligned with the present moment. In comparison to the earlier piece, My Desk Mate, this song was evidently far more engaging. Sleep at 5, rise at 6, a journey to paradise awaits us. Sleep at 6, rise at 6, I deceive myself with open and closed eyes. Laughter erupted once more. Liang Feng, I adore you. Came the enthusiastic cries reminiscent of a devoted fan. Ah, echoed Gu Yuan, joining in the excitement, clearly amused by the lyrics. Liang Feng, with effortless grace, strummed his guitar and sang, Tonight, we defy sleep. Tomorrow, we embrace a world of ecstasy. Let us endure this sleepless night, where the white-haired send off the black-haired. Laughter resonated again. Initially displeased with these female vocalists, they found themselves drawn into the rhythm of the original song, applauding with enthusiasm. Liang Feng, emboldened, continued to play his guitar. Sleep at midnight, rise at 6, sipping millet. Sleep at 1, rise at 6, the king of hell praises my vitality. Sleep at 2, rise at 6, my ashes confined in a rectangular box. Sleep at 3, rise at 6, the messengers of death together. Sleep at 4, rise at 6. My reflection hangs upon the wall. Sleep at 5, rise at 6, a journey to paradise awaits us. Sleep at 6, rise at 6. I deceive myself with open and closed eyes. Tonight, we defy sleep. Tomorrow, we embrace a world of ecstasy. Let us endure this sleepless night, where the white-haired send off the black-haired. Laughter and applause filled the air as Liang Feng concluded his performance. Amidst the laughter, the clapping continued. How delightful and amusing, exclaimed Chen Qianqian, standing atop a stool, leading the crowd in a rhythmic chant. As the leader shouted, her followers whistled and cheered in a chorus. Another song, another song. The humorously crafted lyrics rejuvenated the audience, eliciting waves of laughter. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana, in particular, squealed with excitement, resembling two fervent young fans. Wang Shan and Chen Feng stood astounded, unable to fathom that Liang Feng, who had grown up alongside them, had now transformed into such a radiant star, making them feel as though they were no longer on the same level. Especially for Chen Feng, who once sought to overshadow Liang Feng, it now seemed utterly implausible. This kid has undergone a remarkable transformation, they concluded. All right, let it be, Liang Feng said as he passed the guitar back to the female vocalist. She smiled, nodding and giving a thumbs up, inquiring, Did you compose this? Just some hasty scribbles. Liang Feng waved his hand dismissively and descended the stage. The host hurriedly ascended, microphone in hand, exclaiming, Wasn't this handsome fellow's performance delightful? Shall we have another song? Yes, yes. Another song. Another song. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana led the calls, blocking the exit to prevent Liang Feng from leaving. I urgently need to go, he shouted, prompting more laughter, and finally, the crowd relented. I'm done watching. I'm off. Xiao Jian and his companions could no longer bear the scene before them. Their appetite for the meal completely diminished. Defeated, they left in a dejected manner. Wang Shan watched their retreating figures, bursting into laughter. This group of youngsters dared to flaunt themselves here without regard for who was present. With Liang Feng around, they had no chance to shine. However, upon further reflection, Wang Shan had to concede that Liang Feng had indeed stolen the spotlight today. He was no longer the Liang Feng he once knew. This lad had not only transformed, but had also evidently taken a powerful tonic. Indeed, that was the case. Feng Yin and Su Peng nodded in agreement, affirming that he must have taken something potent. Chapter 93. Liang Feng's transformation amidst the shouts, applause, and playful banter. Liang Feng descended from the stage. At the foot of the stage, he encountered Lu Bingyan, clad in her fitness attire, with a long ponytail cascading down her back. Her graceful figure was accentuated by her fair neck. With a smile gracing her lips, she looked at Liang Feng and said, "Young Master Liang, we truly are fated to meet." Liang Feng nodded and replied, "Indeed, but I must say, your dancing remains as enchanting and beautiful as ever." Lu Bingyan shyly smiled in response, "And you, playing the guitar, look quite handsome too." With that, they exchanged smiles before she ascended the stage once more. The host, microphone in hand, exclaimed, "The young gentleman just now sang splendidly, but we need more than just charm. Let us welcome the lovely ladies to continue the dance." No sooner had the words been spoken than the music of the disco began to play again. Lu Bingyan, along with other girls, initiated a new round of fervent dancing. Gu Yuan and Jean Nana watched from the side, muttering, "She truly is the daughter of Lu Duo. Indeed, they thought, but dismissed it quickly as they crowded around Liang Feng, gazing at him with admiration. "Liang Feng, you looked incredibly handsome while playing the guitar." "Yes, and your lyrics were so intriguing. Did you write them yourself?" Liang Feng waved his hand. "I simply borrowed them, just singing on a whim." "I don't believe that." They replied, "You are hiding your talent too well." Gu Yuan and Jean Nana laughed, surrounding Liang Feng. "I feel like you could sing rock music. Your voice has a captivating quality." "Thank you for the compliment," Liang Feng said with a cheerful chuckle. At that moment, Chen Qianqian approached with her entourage, exuding confidence like a lioness, and boldly stated, "I knew you could play the guitar, but I didn't expect you to be this impressive." "Of course," Liang Feng replied with a smile. He glanced at Chen Feng, and noticing that Wang Shan's group had departed, he inquired, "Why did those fellows from the harbor leave?" "They're gone." Gu Yuan and Jean Nana laughed. "Good riddance. They were quite an eyesore." "Qianqian, come join us," the two girls invited playfully. Chen Qianqian looked at Liang Feng and said, "I fear that others might find me intrusive." "Don't be silly," Liang Feng said, placing a friendly hand on her shoulder. "I'm more concerned that you might feel out of place." "There's nothing to feel out of place about. I know most of them." Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes. All right. Liang Feng laughed heartily, leading Chen Qianqian, Chen Jing, Lin Wu, and a few familiar faces back. Chen Feng, feeling embarrassed and retreating into himself, refrained from speaking further. Liang Feng chuckled, reassuring him, "Do not worry, we are all on the same side." Oh, Chen Feng replied with a forced smile, offering beer to a few individuals. Wang Shan, with a familiarity that came easily to him, remarked, "Sister Qianqian, you're truly impressive. Many boys at our school, including myself, greatly admire you." "There's no need for that," Chen Qianqian responded as she took a seat and shifted to serious matters. "By the way, has Zhuaiqing contacted you? She has been pressuring others, but I have chosen to ignore her. Don't you see? We are all here taking a break from class." Liang Feng gestured towards Wang Shan and Chen Feng. The two, blinking their large eyes, appeared utterly confused. Lacking interest in such gossip, Chen Qianqian huffed, "If we can secure the rights to use this barren land and construct some storefronts, it would undoubtedly yield profit. In summer, with all the wind and rain, having no accommodations would be untenable." She gazed thoughtfully, determined to succeed in this endeavor, yet recognizing its challenges. Casting a glance at Liang Feng, she sighed, "This is indeed difficult." "Stay positive," Liang Feng encouraged. Chen Qianqian nodded. "Yes, once it's done, it could provide for 10 years. Let's get to work." She opened a beer with a pop, surveying the group. "What are you all staring at? Let's drink." Yes. They chimed in. Liang Feng and Chen Qianqian bantered back and forth, their conversation unintelligible to the others, yet they all jovially partook in the drinking. At that moment, Gu Yuan inquired of Wang Shan and Chen Feng, "By the way, do you know why this place is called Liang Feng's back kitchen?" Wang Shan and Chen Feng were momentarily taken aback, mumbling, "I took a taxi here, and the driver mentioned that the breeze is nice." "It can't possibly be related to Liang Feng, can it?" The two widened their eyes in astonishment. Jean Nana laughed. "It's because Liang Feng established this place. Originally, there was nothing here except for some driving school cars and Sister Qianqian and her friends riding motorcycles. Later, Liang Feng invited everyone to enjoy barbecue, prompting the owner to set up a grill." Gu Yuan continued. "As a result, when factory workers finished their shifts and saw barbecue being sold, they flocked over. The owner, Noticing the flourishing business, erected a shelter, and unexpectedly, it continued to thrive, transforming into what it is today. Thus, it is named Liang Feng's back kitchen because it was initiated by him, and when asked, the barbecue shop owner referred to it as such. Really? Wang Shan and Chen Feng were once again taken aback, wide-eyed and speechless, completely stunned by this revelation. Is this true, Liang Feng? They exclaimed. Indeed. How can it sound so fantastical? Feng Kai and Su Peng, childhood friends of Liang Feng, were equally astonished. They had recognized Liang Feng's capabilities, but never imagined the extent of his influence. This place was actually named after him. Lin Wu scoffed. Of course it's true. Otherwise, how could we walk around here so freely? This is our territory, and Liang Xiao is one of us. Yes, that is the situation, Chen Qianqian affirmed, nodding to confirm the news. Naturally, everyone believed her words. Wang Shan's astonished mouth formed an expression of disbelief as he couldn't help but gaze up and down at Liang Feng, exclaiming, "Brother, you have truly transformed, haven't you? Is this still the Liang Feng we know? Let me see quickly. Have you donned your underwear on the outside, becoming a superhero?" Laughter erupted among those present. Chen Jing, with her petite nose wrinkled in amusement, intended to recount more of Liang Feng's exploits. However, with a mere glance from Liang Feng, she was silenced, and he scoffed. "What transformation are you talking about? I merely stumbled upon an opportunity, and it blossomed into something unexpected." He continued, "Enough of this idle chatter, let us drink." "Yes, indeed. Let us drink." The crowd echoed, raising their glasses in shared laughter. Yet, Wang Shan, Chen Feng, Feng Kai, Su Peng, and others remained in a state of shock. Liang Feng had indeed left them utterly astounded.